Chapter 441. Ching Ci, Speechless, we run into a swindler. And Lang, unbelievable, where did this big shot get so much money? Others, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Who knew our neighbor was a rich man? Watching the two leave, Ching Ci focused all his attention on the collapsed house. However, when he approached the affected house, seeing the scratches, knife marks, sword marks, darts, crossbow marks, all sorts of weapons had left their mark on the walls, Ching Ci finally realized. He'd been tricked. Those two were truly not simple. The battle marks on the walls alone were enough to show that the two siblings had either suffered some injustice, or made too many enemies, and were being retaliated against. They weren't as innocent as they claimed. When he realized this and tried to find them again, he discovered he had lost track of them. Damn it! In the end, he could only curse under his breath and turned back to his work. Jiang Mian couldn't help but click her tongue. She was just a police officer. Why did he have to meddle in so many other people's business? Didn't he get tired? Besides, people in Yin country always value reciprocity. With his tendency to meddle, no wonder he was just an unknown low-ranking officer in his past life. If it weren't for the game, he probably would have remained mediocre his whole life. Jiang Mian's mind wandered as she walked aimlessly until Lang suddenly spoke, disrupting her thoughts. Boss, where do we go next? We might really be homeless now. Jiang Mian turned to look at Lang, suddenly having a good idea. Next, we see. I don't know where to go either. A grown man can't just freeload off me. It's time for you to put in the work. Hearing this, Lang instantly looked miserable. Boss, do I have to handle this myself? Aren't I your underling? You kidnapped me, you have to take responsibility. Jiang Mian was speechless. She was really unlucky to have encountered someone like this, someone addicted to freeloading. He was truly bizarre. Jiang Mian, can't you, a grown man, find a place to stay? I provided the accommodation last time. That police officer today probably already noticed something was wrong. After all, the marks on the wall haven't been cleaned up. If I go to rent a place now, they definitely trace us back. You don't want to create unnecessary trouble, do you? And Lang thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense, but something still felt off. Unfortunately, he hadn't figured it out yet, and happily went to the information hall to redeem points, and then look for a place to stay. After he found the house, it suddenly dawned on him. Wait a minute, she said, she was afraid of being discovered, but don't forget, she could easily change her appearance before, so why would she be afraid of being discovered? Isn't she just deceiving herself? But then he thought he might be overthinking it. Logically speaking, she wouldn't need to go to such lengths. It's just a small amount of money. Jiang Mian wasn't that stingy. She just wanted to get him away so she could do her own thing. When Lang returned, she had finished her business. She could see the slight suspicion in his eyes, but Jiang Mian felt no obligation to explain further. She followed Lang to the rented apartment and paused, momentarily stunned. Pointing to the 14th floor, she turned to Lang and asked, "Are you serious? At a time like this, people are trying to avoid danger, and you want to rent the 14th floor? Are there no other places to live, or do you want to experience what it's like to survive a disaster?" And Lang looked embarrassed and said somewhat awkwardly, "Isn't housing scarce right now? Almost all the villas are sold. They're safe and have basements, so naturally, people are willing to pay more for the villa locations. Therefore, we had to settle for this kind of apartment in a residential complex. Besides, this kind of apartment is better than a container house." Much better, right? Jiang Mian was completely bewildered, genuinely wondering what he was thinking. Even if a house like this could withstand acid rain, it couldn't withstand the impending disaster. However, seeing his nonchalant attitude, Jiang Mian decided to let it go too. Whatever, let it be. Fine. Whatever you say. Luckily, this guy rented a 3-bedroom apartment, not a 1-bedroom, otherwise, Jiang Mian would have beaten him to a pulp. Jiang Mian chose a room with good lighting and a view of the villa area and stayed there. And Lang then chose one of the remaining 2 rooms. The only good thing about apartment buildings is that everyone is a stranger, and doesn't care much about each other. Living in a villa area, on the other hand, you can see other people's yards as soon as you open your door, and you might even see what the homeowner is doing if you're not careful. However, these apartment buildings have only a few advantages, while their disadvantages are numerous. First, the soundproofing is poor. Second, the materials used in their construction are not as precious as those in villa areas, and they are susceptible to collapse due to acid rain. The shoddy workmanship and use of inferior materials are blatantly obvious in these buildings. On her first night living on the 14th floor, Jiang Mian was kept awake by the crying of a child downstairs. Not only that, but the snoring next door was deafening. She sat up in bed, exasperated, glaring at Lang's room, wanting nothing more than to drag him out and beat him up. Then, Jiang Mian's indignant expression changed drastically after feeling the building shake. This feeling, it seems familiar. Could this building be about to collapse too? Strange, why did I say also? Thinking this, Jiang Mian abruptly sat up, looked at the villa not far away, and leaped out of the window. When Lang realized what was happening, he tried to call Jiang Mian, but no matter how much he knocked, she didn't respond. Lang's expression changed. He listened carefully, and after confirming that no one was inside, his face instantly turned cold. Had he been abandoned, or had his purpose been discovered? He couldn't figure it out, but he had no intention of lingering there any longer, so he turned and left. Jiang Mian arrived at the villa where her grandmother and younger brother lived. She opened the rusty front door, and went to the small door leading to the basement. Before coming, she had messaged Jiang Wuzai. He was already waiting for her at the door. After feeling the shaking above, he immediately opened the door and led Jiang Mian in. Chapter 442. Sister, you're finally here. I thought you weren't planning on coming back. How did it go? Has the situation outside been resolved? Jiang Mian didn't answer his question immediately. Only after finding her grandmother did she sit down on the sofa and recount her experiences over the past few days. Those people haven't shown up lately. I don't know if it's because of the acid rain or something else that's keeping them occupied, but that doesn't stop us from anticipating danger. However, the weather lately has been so strange. The building in the apartment complex I was staying in is about to collapse. It might fall here. We take you away first. As soon as Jiang Mian finished speaking, the grandmother and granddaughter exchanged a glance, then without hesitation, quickly packed their things and prepared to leave. After they reached the empty square, they heard a tremendous roar, as their former villa was smashed beyond recognition. Hiss! Grandma gasped, taking a deep breath at the sight. These are the houses outside so fragile? How could they collapse so easily? Jiang Mian thought to herself, how many houses can withstand the corrosive effects of acid rain? Jiang Mian didn't explain further, but simply reminded them, remember, someone will be investigating this place later. Just make them pay the normal price. Just standing outside in the rain isn't a solution. Why don't we go take shelter in that apartment building up ahead? However, the two had no such intention. Forget it, Jiang Mian said. I don't dare stay in front of these tall buildings now, afraid they start collapsing again. Let's just stay here for a while. Our umbrellas can temporarily protect us from the acid rain. Jiang Mian nodded, agreeing to the suggestion. Alright, you two wait here. It might be inappropriate for me to show myself, so I have to leave first. Jiang Suyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but the next second Jiang Mian had already vanished before their eyes, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Mian dared not appear beside them casually now, fearing someone might still be monitoring her, which could harm them. She had only come out to check on them. Seeing that they were both safe, she was relieved. As for what happened after the house collapsed, that was up to the base to decide. After all, their points weren't handed over for nothing. Since they had entrusted them, they needed to be responsible for their own safety. Sure enough, officials arrived quickly. They seemed familiar with the procedures. After resolving the situation here, they immediately moved on to the next location. Jiang Mian watched as the two headed to another villa area. She wondered what the higher-ups had said to the people there, that they were willing to accept other people. Or perhaps the base is now in charge, and they can only act according to the orders of those within the base. Jiang Mian felt relieved after realizing the two wouldn't suffer any mistreatment. However, their diet would likely have to change for a while. They couldn't eat as freely as before. That's fine. It would finally help cure Jiang Wuzai's picky eating habits. Most importantly, this situation wouldn't last long. Jiang Mian even considered making a mobile house herself. She could place it on the ground when in use, and store it in her spatial storage when not in use. This would be both convenient and practical, much better than the houses in the base. However, the only thing to be wary of is that such special items are always coveted, which is a major concern for her. She can stay in the base for now, so she stay for a while. If the base falls into complete chaos, then she have to use these houses. While pondering these thoughts, Jiang Mian was also helpless. The house she stayed in for less than a night had collapsed. She was truly amazed by Lang's luck. They were both players. How could someone be so unlucky? He was allowed to choose a house, and of all the houses he chose, this one had to collapse. It was hard for Jiang Mian not to suspect that Lang had done something. However, upon closer reflection, Lang seemed to have no reason to do such a thing. The two of them had a symbiotic relationship now. She had secretly let some people escape before. Knowing that they had an accomplice and had already remembered Lang, it was neither morally nor logically that they would do something so self-destructive. Jiang Mian walked for a long time, but couldn't find Lang. He had vanished without a trace. Jiang Mian glanced at the umbrella above her head and noticed it was rusty. The top layer of special iron sheet had been pierced, leaving only the middle layer, still intact. Jiang Mian immediately found a patch of crumbling wall to take shelter from the rain, quickly changed into a new umbrella, and a red light flashed in her eyes. The next second, Lang, who had thought he could use this opportunity to escape, paused, his red light flickering slightly. When he opened his eyes again, his expression had completely changed. Jiang Mian looked around, initially not recognizing her surroundings, but she was certain she had left the official base. Jiang Ming understood. It seemed this guy had been dissatisfied with his rule for a long time. No wonder he always outwardly complied, but inwardly resisted. Now that he finally found a good opportunity, why didn't he escape? However, did this guy forget something when he escaped? Why didn't he purify the substance within his body first? But upon closer thought, Jiang Mian understood. Blood parasitized by brain-eating worms would be under Jiang Mian's control, automatically leaving the worms and thus controlling Lang. As long as Jiang Mian didn't die, her blood wouldn't disappear. Even if Lang had used a purification card or other special methods from the beginning to remove this substance, it would have been fine. But he wasn't so cautious, instead taking a long time to eliminate the brain-eating worms from his body. The brain-eating amoeba had indeed been eliminated, but Jiang Mian's blood remained within his body, lurking and waiting for the perfect moment to strike unexpectedly. Having figured everything out, Jiang Mian had no intention of calling the guy back. Let him go. It's better than him staying by his side, always asking questions, and refusing to do what he's told. However, he still needed to teach the guy a lesson, to make him less likely to disobey him so easily again, and to give him a proper education. Chapter 443. When Lang woke up again, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Looking down, he saw blood still dripping from his wrist, running down his fingers and onto the ground, a chilling sight against the stark white backdrop. He froze, glancing around in confusion, but found no trace of anyone. Only then did he see the words written in blood on the ground. Don't exceed 10 kilometers from me. And Lang's face turned deathly pale. He stared in disbelief at his hand, and the words on the ground, his mind racing with wild thoughts. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. I used a secret technique to ensure there wouldn't be any more accidents. How could this be? A chill ran through him. What kind of magic did the person ranked first possess to have such a monstrous method? The difference between them was only 5 places, so how could this be? Yes, he wasn't actually in Jinwan, ranked 4th, but Lang Qingquan, ranked 6th. They were only 5 places apart, yet their strengths were worlds apart. For the first time, a sense of defeat welled up within him, but after a moment's thought, Lang understood. His strength included his trump card, but his trump card was extremely special, usable only once per world. He would absolutely not use this ability unless absolutely necessary. If he were to actually use this ability, it was impossible to know who would be stronger. Thinking this way, Lang's expression improved considerably. However, he dared not venture too far now, fearing Jiang Mian might really kill him without hesitation. He could only find a random spot nearby and stop, quietly awaiting Jiang Mian's instructions. After threatening the man, Jiang Mian changed her appearance, and went back to the information hall to look for housing. This time, even apartments in the residential complex were hard to find. All that was available were vacant shipping containers, and newly built ones at that. When had Jiang Mian ever lived in such a place? She hadn't even had a house like this in her past life, so of course she wanted to live there. The staff member seemed to notice Jiang Mian's somewhat disgusted expression. Just then, the person leaned closer and whispered, "Beautiful lady, we actually have some rather special houses here, but others think they're a bit too expensive and haven't been willing to buy them. If you have the money, I can introduce you to some." Jiang Mian was taken aback, her eyes filled with doubt as she looked at the staff member. What kind of houses? And rather special? Seeing Jiang Mian's interest, the staff member immediately smiled. However, instead of immediately explaining things to Jiang Mian, he kept rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, clearly indicating that she needed a tip to get him to introduce the product. This piqued Jiang Mian's interest. She remembered receiving some points when she sold corn before, and immediately took them out of her pocket and handed them to the staff member. Upon seeing that she had 100 points, the man realized this might be a big customer. He quickly put them away, coughed twice sternly, and then led Jiang Mian away to a private room. The private room even had several bottles of mineral water, a rare sight these days. Jiang Mian glanced at it, and clearly didn't like the mineral water. More importantly, she never liked eating out. The man who brought her in was rummaging through a drawer nearby. When he came over, he pulled out a catalog and handed it to Jiang Mian. Under Jiang Mian's questioning gaze, he pointed to several areas in the pictures and said, "Look, sir, these are our base's latest mobile villas. They incorporated many special materials into the exterior walls and roofs, protecting them from acid rain. We have all sorts of styles, but the price is a little on the high side." So you see, his meaning was simple. He wanted Jiang Mian to look at these things, and ideally, buy the right to use these houses. Yes, only the right to use, not ownership. In today's rapidly changing world, few people choose to buy everything privately, especially houses. Just like now, those who bought houses here before have really lost out. They spent over 10 million on a villa, but now it's gone just like that. Many are devastated, but they can't make up for what they lost. As a result, real estate sales have plummeted. Most importantly, under the government's control, almost no one has any surplus funds. Those who could afford this kind of real estate are either wealthy merchants, who could sell gold and other items to earn points, or merchants who knew about the situation and deliberately hoarded these resources. Jiang Mian frowned as she looked at the prices. 200 jin of grain only lasts a month? Wasn't that price a bit too high? The staff member, noticing Jiang Mian's hesitation, immediately smiled and explained, "Dear customer, this is already the lowest price. Think about it. In the event of a building collapse, people are often caught off guard and unable to escape with their homes. In this situation, having a movable house that can withstand acid rain, do you think that price is fair?" Jiang Mian looked at the staff member and tentatively asked, "Are you really letting me say it myself?" The staff member nodded, smiling at Jiang Mian with an attitude of always being at her service. "Jiang Mian, the price is too high, and the features are all show and no substance. It claims to prevent acid rain, but it doesn't specify how long it will protect against it. What will happen if it rains continuously with acid rain? The paint will peel off? It will leak. And you say this kind of house is convenient for escaping? Well, tell me, how am I, a person with no strength, supposed to move such a large villa when I'm trying to escape? Also, a month's usage right costs 200 jin of grain, which translates to several thousand points. Several thousand points. Why would I buy a movable house with only a 1-month usage right?" Listening to Jiang Mian listing the house's flaws with such familiarity, the staff member immediately realized this was an expert, and a particularly skilled negotiator. He immediately put away the display cases, then pulled out another thick booklet, feigning embarrassment, and said, "Oh dear, look at my memory. I grabbed the wrong one. That was the previous plan. This is the current price. You can take another look." Chapter 444. Jiang Mian gave him a meaningful look. It was obvious the staff member was trying to cheat, but she didn't call him out on it directly. Jiang Mian glanced down at the list the staff member had given her. The items were much more practical, and the prices weren't too high, but the house styles looked rather ordinary. After a quick look, Jiang Mian pointed to a 2-story villa with 3 bedrooms and a living room and asked the staff member, "Can this special material used for the outer shell protect against direct acid rain for several days?" "Huh?" The staff member looked bewildered. This was the first time someone had asked him such a question. He paused, then, as if just realizing what was happening, said somewhat sheepishly, This really hasn't been tested before. After all, this is the first time acid rain has lasted this long. To be honest, it would take at least a year and a half." Hearing this, Jiang Mian chuckled. Under the staff's bewildered gaze, she tapped her fingers on the table, her eyes filled with mockery. "I want the truth. Don't give me any exaggerations. I believe I can live for another year and a half. If this stuff can't even last a month in this acid rain, I don't think it's worth the price at all. What do you think?" The staff member was taken aback. He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, the deal would be even less likely to go through. He immediately abandoned his previous idea of exaggerating to rip Jiang Mian off. He explained in detail, "Well, I'm sorry, sir, I misremembered. The product that can prevent illness for a year or 2 is still under testing. We've done experiments with it before. It can last for more than a week when soaked in water. Given the current level of acid rain, it can last for 1 or 2 months. Hearing that the description wasn't so exaggerated after all, Jiang Mian's expression softened slightly. Ultimately, Jiang Mian purchased the house for 2 months' use, costing 300 jin of grain, which translates to 4,000 points. Yes, you read that right, 2 months. That's why the purchase rate for this type of house is so low. After paying the gold bars, Jiang Mian followed the staff to the house's storage area. Looking at the house, which was almost identical to the picture, Jiang Mian finally felt satisfied. However, after paying, the staff member suddenly looked at her somewhat apologetically. "Oh right, sir, I almost forgot to tell you, this kind of house needs to be officially certified in the main hall, and you don't have the right to change the house's location at any time. You can only change the location after reporting to the higher-ups." Jiang Mian smiled without saying a word, silently noting the staff member's name on his name tag. Fine. This guy's really something. He didn't say anything beforehand, but then he comes out with a whole bunch of demands. Does he really think everyone's stupid? Isn't he afraid of retaliation? However, looking at his expression, Jiang Mian knew this guy genuinely wasn't afraid of retaliation. He even seemed quite happy about it. Jiang Mian sneered inwardly, took the design blueprints from his hand, and turned to leave with the staff who were moving the house. Left behind was the staff member who had finally sold the house and received a 300-point commission, grinning broadly. These portable villas have limited placement locations. They can only be installed in designated areas. When Jiang Mian arrived, she found there were quite a few people there. She thought no one would be willing to be a sucker, but it turned out there were plenty of wealthy people, and people with money to burn, who would buy these things. After seeing Jiang Mian, their eyes were filled with scrutiny, as if trying to figure out what kind of capital this person had to be on equal footing with them. Jiang Mian frowned at their unfriendly gazes. Weren't these people going a bit too far? Some of them were practically shoving their faces in front of her, which Jiang Mian found very offensive. The man raised his chin, looking at Jiang Mian, the umbrella in her hand, as if admiring a pet. "Hey, what kind of umbrella are you using? It looks pretty good. It hasn't been corroded by acid rain after all this time. How much is it?" "I buy one." Jiang Mian was taken aback, glanced at her umbrella, and then looked at the chubby little man. Instantly, her initial disgust transformed into a beaming smile. "Sure, do you want to buy it? My price isn't high, just this much." As she spoke, Jiang Mian held up 2 fingers. The chubby boy, seeing this, assumed it meant 200 points, no big deal for him, and eagerly waved the 2 points coins in his hand, saying, "Okay, then give me one." Jiang Mian looked at the points coins in his hand, held up one index finger, and shook it in front of him. No, you might have misunderstood. I meant 2 little goldfish, not 200 points. I went through a lot of trouble to get this umbrella. How could I sell it so cheaply?" The chubby boy thought about it, and realized she was right. An umbrella that could protect against acid rain would cost at least 1,000 gold coins, wouldn't it? He considered for a moment, then turned and went back to his room. Jiang Mian thought he wasn't going to buy it, and was just about to find a place to stay that she liked. Just then, the chubby boy came running out, panting, and waved to Jiang Mian from under a corner of the eaves. "Hey! I buy one of your umbrellas. I already prepared the goldfish for you, you can take a look." Jiang Mian turned and looked at the 2 goldfish in his hand, her heart leaping with joy. However, with so many people around, it wasn't suitable for a transaction on the spot. Jiang Mian waved and smiled at her potential customer, saying, Okay. I understand. We do the transaction when we have time." The chubby boy seemed to understand as well, glancing at the crowd of people craning their necks to see what was happening, and nodded. "Okay. I wait for you." Having unintentionally made a sale, Jiang Mian was quite satisfied. After choosing a location with the staff, she placed her mobile villa there. As for the inside of the house, she cleaned it spotless, without a speck of dust. After finishing all this, she took out the floor plan of the house that she had snatched from the staff earlier. Actually, she wasn't very satisfied with the house, so she added a few things to the plan. She clapped her hands, then looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Chapter 445. Excellent. This kind of house will definitely be very livable. However, I wonder how much sheet metal and other materials it will require. Jiang Mian looked at the required costs and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't too expensive. Except for the sheet metal, which was relatively expensive to manufacture, the other materials were quite cheap. Jiang Mian was too lazy to collect these things and directly exchange them with gold coins. After building several houses, she finally stopped. Now, even if they were on foot, they could live in a better environment. There was one thing that Jiang Mian was somewhat dissatisfied with: the lack of fully automated equipment. There was nothing she could do about it. She had no knowledge in this area, no blueprints, and couldn't find these things online. She could only sigh helplessly. Hopefully, in the future, there would be something even more useful than this. To celebrate her housewarming, Jiang Mian spontaneously cooked herself 3 dishes and a soup, enjoying a delicious meal. She even sent Jiang Wuzai a picture of her meal. Jiang Wuzai looked on with envy, then posted a picture of what he was eating. Jiang Wuzai: "Sis, this is probably the first time in my life I eaten something this bad. This is practically inedible. However, compared to others, it feels like an unparalleled delicacy." Jiang Mian clicked on the picture he posted and finally saw what he was eating. Slightly yellowed steamed buns, completely empty inside, dry and shriveled. Jiang Mian recognized almost immediately that these steamed buns were made by government officials. This is the original color of wheat, unprocessed, pure wheat steamed buns. However, it seems some wild vegetables were added, making them appear a bit darker than before. This was unavoidable. With so many people living together, they had no choice but to make do. Jiang Mian felt a sense of schadenfreude, even sending Jiang Wuzai a video of herself eating, making Jiang Wuzai scratch his head in frustration, secretly stuffing a chocolate into his mouth to satisfy his craving. Even so, they had to be wary of the natives who were eyeing them expectantly. They were terrified that if the natives discovered any food, they would be attacked by the group. This wasn't uncommon. Most people tried to downplay the situation and gave them whatever food they could find. However, these people were ultimately targeted, and because of this, they now only dared to eat the food provided by the base. Ordinary steamed buns with water, which was why they hadn't been closely watched by the natives. However, the constant surveillance was still unavoidable. Jiang Mian was aware of their predicament, and even considered letting them move into this house after a while, or exchanging them for a mobile villa. There was no other way to survive in the base. One had to keep a low profile. She couldn't just conjure up such a large house out of thin air without any clear route. It would be easy to be discovered. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian stopped worrying. When it was completely dark, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Mian looked out through the glass and realized that the rain had stopped sometime during the day. It was the first time it had stopped raining in so long. She wondered if the rain would finally stop. Through the window in the wall, Jiang Mian looked at the person knocking on the door and recognized him as the chubby boy from earlier that day. She wondered what he wanted. Oh, right! Jiang Mian suddenly slapped her forehead. How could she forget her promise to the chubby boy? She arranged to trade the special umbrellas with him later, but she meant a few days later, not today. She wondered why the chubby boy was in such a hurry. When Jiang Mian opened the door, she saw the chubby boy's bright, sparkling eyes, and a fleeting, almost imperceptible, glance behind him. Jiang Mian, holding the umbrella she used earlier, closed the door behind her as she left. Looking at the chubby boy, she asked, "Did you come to buy an umbrella?" The chubby boy immediately understood, nodding hastily and pointing to the umbrella in her hand. "Oh, right, here, take this goldfish. I want this umbrella." He tried to stuff something into Jiang Mian's hand, but she dodged it. Seeing the boy's puzzled look, Jiang Mian gestured for him to open his palm. She would take what was inside herself, rather than letting him force it into her hands. The chubby boy looked embarrassed and silently placed his hand in front of Jiang Mian. In his palm, which resembled a steamed bun, were 2 small goldfish. Actually, the goldfish weren't shaped like fish. The chubby boy wasn't that particular. They were just 2 light gold bars. Jiang Mian reached out and took the gold bars from his palm. Jiang Mian burned the gold bars in his palm with fire. After confirming that there was nothing of poor quality inside, he put the 2 gold bars away. As agreed, Jiang Mian gave him an umbrella. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Mian turned to see him off, but noticed the chubby boy was still standing there, showing no intention of leaving. She stopped abruptly and looked at him, asking, "Is there anything else?" The chubby boy hesitated, and Jiang Mian didn't know what he wanted to do, but since he wouldn't say, she didn't have time to play games with him. She was busy to death every day, waking up around 3 a.m. last night to escape, and then working non-stop during the day. It was already past 10 o'clock. If she didn't sleep soon, she'd lose her hair. Seeing that he still hadn't left, Jiang Mian simply backed up, opened the door, slammed it shut, and left him there, completely ignoring him. The chubby boy was completely bewildered. He was still struggling with his question when the person simply left. He hadn't even stated his request yet. However, when he tried to knock again, the person inside refused to answer. No matter how much he knocked, Jiang Mian didn't budge. After knocking for a while, the chubby boy could only leave dejectedly. The chubby boy, disappearing from Jiang Mian's sight, had a completely different expression. Gone was his initial adorable and foolish demeanor. Instead, he had become shrewd and ruthless, his eyes seeming to be constantly calculating something. He gave Jiang Mian a cold glance, then turned and left. It was truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. The person he was looking for had just happened to appear here by chance. Who could he complain to now? Chapter 446. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Jiang Mian clicked her tongue in amazement as she looked at the small red dots on the detector. Most of the people here were players. Native inhabitants made up only 1/10. Why hadn't she thought of this sooner? Those who were willing to spend money to buy a villa like this were mostly people with special abilities. She hadn't considered this possibility then, but now, thinking about it carefully, it all became clear. If she had understood this earlier, she wouldn't have needed to wait at home. She could have come here and started a massacre. Jiang Mian even considered killing everyone here, regardless of whether they were native inhabitants or players. Better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. But then she thought better of it. If she did that, she'd probably be dead for sure. The key point was that she was a good person. If she really did that, her conscience wouldn't allow it. Those she killed just wanted to spit in her face. Couldn't she live with herself? Seriously? Did she even have a conscience? Forget it. She'd better kill some players who showed her particular malice first. She didn't know how long she'd be disconnected from the system. She couldn't possibly be unable to use the system's chat group for the entire world. This was going too far. She'd better not find out who was behind this, otherwise, she'd tear the person to pieces and make sure they died a horrible death. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Jiang Mian was just about to lie down in bed when she suddenly heard a vibration coming from the floor. She immediately realized what was happening and jumped out in another direction. The next second, a wooden splinter pierced the spot where she had been lying, seemingly intended to pierce her skull and pass right through it. Seeing this, Jiang Mian's face turned cold. She didn't even have time to care about the house anymore. She ran straight outside. A small figure quickly disappeared into the distance. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian chased after the figure. "Stop! You little brat, how dare you ambush me? You must be blind." However, Jiang Mian's words were as if they didn't exist. The figure's speed increased even further. Just as Jiang Mian was about to accelerate, she suddenly noticed a reflection in the ground. She instantly realized she was in the ruins outside the base. That short guy did it on purpose, deliberately luring her here all for. Before Jiang Mian could finish her thought, a hail of sharp swords suddenly erupted from the ground, hurtling towards her. Jiang Mian's heart tightened with alarm. She quickly retreated, trying to avoid the swords, but there were also preset traps behind her. How long had these people been planning this? Judging by this, it couldn't have been done by a single person. She realized almost instantly that this was a coordinated effort by several players, either from their own game or from players of another game. This was no longer a time for Jiang Mian to dwell on such things. Her most important task now was to survive this meticulously planned ambush. Jiang Mian switched from prophet to defensive shield, instantly conjuring two massive shields in her hands. The swords struck the shields with deafening clangs. The rain of arrows outside continued to rain down, and Jiang Mian felt her hands were about to go numb. Just as she was about to change direction, she suddenly heard a strange noise beneath her feet. Jiang Mian instantly realized that the person who had ambushed her earlier had returned and was joining the attack. In other words, this person was part of their plan, to lure her out and then attack her en masse. She hadn't expected them to act so quickly. She had only just moved to a new house, yet they had already planned everything. Did they really think they could kill her this easily? Or did they have some other trick up their sleeve? Jiang Mian activated her sixth skill, Position Swap, again, swapping positions with a worm in the nearest ruin. The next second, she appeared in the ruins, while the worm appeared precisely between the two shields. Without human support, the shields instantly pressed together. The worm paused, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. Just moments ago, it was eating the food bestowed upon it by heaven. How did it end up here? Unable to understand, it crawled out through a gap in the iron shields, slowly returning to where it had started. When Jiang Mian landed where the worm had been, she stepped into a mass of rotting flesh. Judging by the appearance, it seemed to be someone who had been dead for a long time. She immediately felt nauseous and moved away, preparing to change direction and stare at the spot she had been standing in. When she concealed herself and reached a perfect spot, She saw a figure hiding there. Looking at the spot he was staring at, wasn't that where Jiang Mian had been? Who was this unlucky guy who happened to be guarding this spot, only to become her first kill? After killing him, Jiang Mian looked at the man's face, her eyes darting around, and immediately switched to his face. Then she quietly crouched on the ground, waiting for the remaining people to make their move. That would be her chance to turn the tables. Jiang Mian lay there for about half an hour, until the two shields could no longer support her, began to deform and twist, and collapsed to the ground. Only then did the others dare to step forward. Once two more appeared. After one person stepped out, several more appeared in quick succession. Jiang Mian roughly counted, there were at least 8. She couldn't help but smile. So many people, killing them would be a big profit. Thinking this, she began to send a message to Enlang. As for how to send the message, never mind that. When Enlang woke up, he saw blood flowing from his hand, as if he had cut his wrist, and on the ground were written several large characters, "Come find me." Enlang was speechless. I mean, couldn't they use some other method? Why did they have to cut my wrist? What if I accidentally killed myself? But then he thought about it again, and realized he wasn't someone who could die from bleeding. Didn't this mean he could be allowed to have his wrist cut, and be bled out at will? He was even more speechless. Enlang looked at the location shown on the tracking card in his mind, carefully memorized the location, and headed towards it without stopping. A few minutes later, the tracking card expired and began to refresh. He could only use it again in an hour. Jiang Mian looked at the people. Unlike what he had imagined, they weren't fighting to kill him. Instead, they were pushing and shoving each other. No one was willing to go forward to check on the person inside. Only after she got closer could she hear what those people were talking about. Chapter 447. This person is cunning, and hasn't shown himself for so long. Who knows what he's up to? Why don't some of you go check? You're right. Since things are like this, who's going to check? How about we have the senior use his skill to check on the people inside? Saying this, they started looking around, trying to find the senior they mentioned. Jiang Mian also glanced around curiously, but didn't see any senior or anything like that. The senior doesn't seem to be here, or maybe he's thinking the same thing as us. Jiang Mian understood. These people wanted the benefit of killing her, but didn't want to be the first to risk it and let someone else reap the rewards, hence the stalemate. Jiang Mian thought to herself, such a perfect opportunity has arrived. She coughed lightly twice, stepped forward, and said, well, let me say a few words. Once everyone's attention was on her, she pointed to the large shield and said, I mean, is it possible that the person inside is already dead, killed by the senior we're talking about? That's why the senior hasn't appeared, and maybe that's why you've been kept in the dark? Of course, it's also possible that someone killed the person inside and escaped. As for who killed him, Jiang Mian didn't reveal it, leaving them in suspense. It was precisely because of this that their own schemes began to stir. Jiang Mian watched their wavering expressions, and inwardly she couldn't help but rejoice. Excellent, just like that. She wanted them to doubt each other before she could implement her plan. Just then, someone tried to speak up. I remember there were 12 of us at the beginning. Why are only 9 of us showing up now? Where are the other 3? Did they run away, or are they lying in wait? The others seemed to realize what was going on, their eyes turning to Jiang Mian. After all, she was the first to bring it up, so she must have some idea. Thinking this, they seemed certain that Jiang Mian had a plan, and eagerly asked, Brother, you're so smart, haven't you already thought of a way? Tell us quickly, whoever gets the final reward will get some compensation. Jiang Mian looked at them thoughtfully. Did this mean that no one thought they would get the final reward? However, she didn't care about that, and said with a smile, okay. The method is simple, let those hiding in the shadows come out, and we confront them face to face. Upon hearing this, the others looked at her as if she were a fool. If they had a way to get the others to come out, or knew where they were, they wouldn't be so nervous. Her words were like a pointless fart, utterly unnecessary. Jiang Mian, however, didn't see anything wrong with her suggestion. Instead, she looked at them curiously and asked, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? She genuinely wanted to lure those people out so they could be captured in one fell swoop, instead of having to chase them repeatedly at the end. Finally, one of them couldn't stand it any longer and said impatiently, you're brainless. What are you pretending to be smart for? If we could really lure them out, would we still be waiting here, afraid to act? Jiang Mian, though scolded, wasn't angry. She looked at them and asked, you mean you don't know where those people are, is that right? Of course. If we knew where they were, would we be so cautious, afraid they steal our spoils? Do you even know where they are? Jiang Mian was speechless. If you didn't know where they were, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you make me wait so long? Before the others could understand what she meant, suddenly, steel-like objects rose from the ground in the distance. They converged in the air, slowly spreading out into a steel cage. The others looked confused, not understanding why such things had appeared, while Jiang Mian looked excited. She tilted her head, looking at the group, and said with a smile, "You're all gathered together, yet you're not paying attention to the enemy's movements. It's really puzzling. I thought you were plotting something, but it turns out you're just cowards." "What do you mean?" "Jiang Mian, I'm waiting for my reinforcements." "What are you waiting for?" Boom! The sound of an explosion followed Jiang Mian's last word. Jiang Mian waved her hand, and countless bombs were thrown directly at the group, leaving them stunned. Only then did they realize that the person in front of them wasn't the one they knew before, but likely the player they had always thought was inside the shield. They never expected her to turn into one of their own, and even delay them for so long right under their noses until her reinforcements arrived. "Damn it, I knew it. I could never team up with a bunch of bastards like you. 9 out of 10 people who team up with you have been killed by you. What you're saying has ruined us all. Didn't you only team up with us because you weren't confident? What's with all this talk now?" They were like a disorganized rabble, lacking any cohesion or discipline. Even their leaders treated them as cannon fodder, and were probably already far away. Meanwhile, these people were gloating, smug that no one was competing with them for the final credit. Little did they know, they had fallen into a trap. Under wave after wave of bombardment, their defenses were almost completely shattered. Not only that, their movements became slow, and they nearly died several times. It was in this weakened state that a female assassin wielding a long sword attacked them. Jiang Mian killed these people as if they were ordinary people. Their various defensive techniques were like children playing house before her, easily worn down by Jiang Mian. As for their internal energy, it had been almost entirely depleted by the shells, leaving them with virtually no power to resist Jiang Mian. After dealing with these people, Jiang Mian simply collected their corpses, then patted the large iron cage and said to the people outside, "Lang, open the door and let me out." However, there was no response to Jiang Mian's shouts, as if Lang were dead. Jiang Mian was exasperated. She didn't believe the guy was dead. It was very likely that he was doing it on purpose, wanting to see her make a fool of herself. This cage was Lang's special ability, a self-imposed prison. Anyone trapped inside could be given different buffs according to his will. Chapter 448. Just now, for example, Lang had cast a negative effect on the others, which is why they didn't react in time. However, he seems to be harboring some rebellious thoughts now. Jiang Mian waited for him for 2 minutes, but he didn't release the cage effect. Jiang Mian lost patience and directly took control of Lang's body. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, a huge fist was right in front of her. She instantly realized that it wasn't that Lang didn't want to release the cage effect, but that he was being chased. Jiang Mian instantly manipulated Lang's body, starting to retreat. After seeing who it was, she froze. Wasn't this the chubby boy who had bought the special umbrella from her before? What was he doing here? Moreover, judging from his appearance, this guy wasn't weak either. She was certain he was a player. The chubby boy was no longer the amiable and seemingly clueless person he had been in front of Jiang Mian. Instead, he was cold and indifferent, his eyes filled with a disdainful gaze. Judging from his appearance, he was probably a seasoned fighter. Especially after Jiang Mian exchanged a few blows with him, she realized that his skills were quite formidable, almost on par with hers. The chubby boy was also taken aback. How had someone who had been like a toy to her suddenly become so fast? Both of them were wary. After exchanging a few blows, Jiang Mian seized an opportunity, kicked him away, and quickly approached the cage that Lang had released. She pulled out a small knife from her waist, and carved a few words into her hand. "Let me out first." And Lang stared blankly at the carving on his hand. He truly couldn't understand why that woman would carve words, let alone punctuation marks. Didn't she care that it wasn't her body? But he was in pain. Despite the pain, facing the more formidable chubby boy opposite him, he quickly released Jiang Mian from her cage. Once out of the water, the two attacked the chubby boy together. The chubby boy was no match for them and shouted, "Aren't you coming out? If you don't, I'm leaving." The two hidden in the shadows, hearing this, were forced to appear. Jiang Mian could only fight the two boys. As for the chubby boy and Lang, she was powerless to stop them. Lang was utterly despondent, wishing he could slap himself. Why had he been so foolish as to attack them? Now, he was controlled, and there was probably no going back. In this situation, he could only risk his life with all his might. And Lang was filled with rage. Jiang Mian, sensing the attacks from the two men opposite her, suddenly realized that their attacks didn't match those of the person who had attacked her earlier. This meant there was at least one more person hiding behind the scenes. They just hadn't shown themselves yet, and these men were clearly being used to distract her. However, these men were not to be underestimated. She became secretly wary. These two were clearly far more capable than the others. Their attack methods and cunning were incredibly sophisticated. In fact, Jiang Mian was starting to show signs of injury. Caught off guard, she was kicked several meters away by one of them. Jiang Mian felt her internal organs churning, likely severely injured. Seeing the two men closing in on her, Jiang Mian suddenly cast a healing spell on herself, quietly awaiting their next move. However, the two men dared not let their guard down. So much time had passed, they were acutely aware of Jiang Mian's cunning. Most of them had died because of this woman's schemes. They feared she might manipulate them, allowing her to escape again. Exchanging a glance, they understood each other's meaning and charged towards Jiang Mian. Assassin 1, kill her first, don't let her speak. Assassin 2, okay. This woman is cunning. Just in case, don't listen to anything she says. Jiang Mian opened her mouth, intending to sow discord between the two men. However, upon seeing her open her mouth, the two men conjured 2 wads of cotton and stuffed them into her ears. Seeing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but crease her forehead with 3 black lines. What does this mean? What does this mean? This is clearly discrimination against me. Can't we even talk while fighting? However, faced with Jiang Mian's speechlessness, the two were secretly delighted. Jiang Mian clicked her tongue in amazement. Were they celebrating too soon? Did they think that covering their ears would solve everything? But she still had her trump card up her sleeve. The next second, Jiang Mian, who had been lying on the ground, barely moving, stood up as if nothing had happened. Facing their wariness, she suddenly smiled, and then, balloons of flame suddenly rose from the ground, burning straight towards the two of them. In an instant, a prism was drawn, and a raging fire erupted between the three. The flames continued their relentless advance, converging inwards. The two were stunned, truly surprised that someone would be so cunning. Even in a life-or-death situation, someone was still holding back. They were also relieved that they had been vigilant, and hadn't immediately tried to weaken her. Because of this, they were now in a position to attack or defend. However, just as they thought this, a familiar scene unfolded. Steel bars began to rise from all around, converging towards the center. Only then did they realize that this was someone else's ability. And Lang, pale-faced, stared at Jiang Mian with eyes filled with resentment. How could he not hate it? Every time he used this ability, it consumed his spirit and energy. Most importantly, he had been forced to use his other trump card, a chance he only had once in a world. He was determined that, after using this trump card, he would become inseparable from Jiang Mian, unwilling to leave her side no matter what. After all, he would be weak for several days after using this ability. If no one was there to protect him, he would face certain death in such a difficult situation. The next second, flames rapidly erupted around him, and his body began to change. His head became a bird, and his body gradually transformed. His hands became wings, and his legs stretched and lengthened, eventually becoming claws. He had actually transformed from a living person into a fiery red bird-like creature, a sight that truly astonished Jiang Mian. Not only Jiang Mian, but others were equally astonished, each with their own thoughts as they watched in Lang's dramatic transformation. The chubby guy he was fighting couldn't hide his thoughts the most. He looked at Lang in surprise and asked, "You, bloodline evolution? Someone in your game has actually successfully evolved their bloodline. How is that possible? Isn't this kind of evolution ability unique to players in another game?" And Lang looked at the surprised look in the other person's eyes, and couldn't help but feel proud. Chapter 449. Look, this is someone who knows their stuff. Compared to Jiang Mian, who was clueless and always treated him like a slave, the shock of having his true identity discovered fascinated him. However, after the fascination, all that remained was a sense of powerlessness. The chubby guy, however, grinned as if he discovered something amazing, pointing at Lang and saying, "Ha ha ha. You guys are copying other players' work, aren't you? But judging from your expression, it seems you copied the wrong thing. Could it be that you can only use it for 2 minutes after a month of charging? In other words, this ability is very limited for you. Either the risk of death is extremely high, or it's barely passable." The more the chubby guy spoke, the darker Lang's face became. He instantly realized what was happening and laughed loudly. "I understand, maybe both. You can only use it once per world? That's too useless. You might as well just use your talents to work for the system. And Lang remained silent. Seeing this, the chubby boy laughed even more unrestrainedly, raising his head and bursting into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. A bunch of clowns, thinking they can copy the essence by plagiarism? You're nothing but... His voice suddenly stopped, and Lang turned his head to look, only to find that his position had changed, and he was facing two powerful opponents. Across from him, Jiang Mian directly cut his finger, and then stuffed a drop of blood into the mouth of the chubby boy who was laughing loudly. The chubby boy looked completely bewildered. He covered his mouth, pointed at Jiang Mian, then at Lang's location, and cursed, "Damn it! You cheated?" Jiang Mian gave him a cold look and instantly subdued him. Controlling him required far more mental energy than controlling Lang. After barely managing to restrain him, she immediately tied him up with a rope made of a special material. Then she turned and joined Lang's fight. With one more person joining the fray, the two were quickly brought under Jiang Mian's control. Seeing this, Lang wanted to kill them outright, but Jiang Mian stopped him. Facing Lang's puzzled look, Jiang Mian explained, "Don't go in yet. Keep them to protect us. I heard from that chubby guy that you'd be weak for a while after using this ability, and you probably won't be able to protect me then. Rather than that, I'd rather control these three, interrogate them, and then have them work for us." "Why not?" And Lang looked incredulous. To be honest, he was starting to doubt Jiang Mian. "Are you serious? Are you sure you can get them to protect us, and not kill me while you're at it?" Hearing this, what did he mean? Clearly, he didn't trust him. Jiang Mian instantly became displeased. "Don't you trust my character?" And Lang nodded, honestly saying, "Do you have any character?" "I don't really believe it." Jiang Mian looked at him strangely, intending to finish him off if he said anything more he didn't like. And Lang reacted instantly, a guilty look appearing in his large, bell-like eyes. He looked at Jiang Mian one last time to confirm, "Are you sure you can control these three? What if I revert to my original form, and then you say you can't control them anymore?" Jiang Mian nodded confidently, "Don't worry, I can control them." Actually, Jiang Mian was lying. While she could control each person individually, she couldn't control all of them combined. She said this because she didn't fully trust Lang. This guy was always thinking of rebelling. If he knew she could only control one or two people at a time, he might betray her when she wasn't looking. Rather than that, it was better to give him a Jiang-style lie, only telling him she could control them, but how many was uncertain. Clearly, judging from his bird-like eyes, Lang genuinely believed Jiang Mian. The next second, he reverted to his original human form, then his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang Mian was bewildered. What was going on? Was he trying to scam her? Jiang Mian was about to kick Lang when she saw that he was pale, and didn't even have the strength to rebuke her. "Stop kicking me. I wasn't faking it. It's just a side effect of using this ability. It'd take at least 3 days to recover, so you have to take care of me for those 3 days." And Lang said this with an embarrassed expression, his tone softening slightly. Upon learning this, Jiang Mian's first thought was almost immediately whether or not to get rid of him. Perhaps noticing Jiang Mian's expression, Lang's finger tightened, and he immediately reacted, anxiously saying, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to kill me and get rid of this burden?" Jiang Mian thought, "How did he know? I don't think I showed it, did I?" And Lang was terrified. To be honest, if Jiang Mian went back on her word at this point, he wouldn't have any better way to stop her. He'd likely face certain death. Fortunately, Jiang Mian at least had some principles. She didn't do something like discarding someone after they served their purpose. And Lang breathed a sigh of relief, weakly collapsing to the ground, waiting for the others to help him up. However, Jiang Mian looked at the three of them, trying to figure out how to control them. The chubby boy was manageable. She could control him with her abilities. However, the other two were a different story. Who knew what they were thinking? What if they were the kind of people who couldn't be controlled? Thinking this, Jiang Mian suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. She had Lang stay by her side, while she stepped forward and untied the ropes binding one of them. Under the man's incredulous gaze, she closed her eyes. The next second, she opened her eyes on the man. Under the gazes of the other three, the man picked up a dead brain worm from the ground. And Lang stared at the worm, swallowing hard. This thing looked so familiar. Wasn't this the worm Jiang Mian had forced him to eat? However, after eating it, he had immediately eliminated it using special methods. Although he hadn't escaped being controlled. Seeing this worm again still made Lang panic. Then, they watched helplessly as the person who had regained consciousness put the worm directly into their mouth. The next second, the person collapsed to the ground again, while Jiang Mian, who had been lying on the ground, opened her eyes, looked at the scene before her and smiled. Time accelerated, instantly enveloping the person. Chapter 450. Before the man could react, the brain-eating worm accelerated its devouring speed. He was completely unable to move. Just then, Jiang Mian watched as a card appeared behind his bound hands. She instantly stepped forward and snatched the card. Looking at the words on it, Jiang Mian smiled. Purification card. Can purify all negative effects. She directly stored it in her spatial storage. From now on, it was hers. The man lying on the ground was deathly pale. Clearly, he knew what the worm was for. Jiang Mian looked at Lang and asked, "Is he a player in our game?" And Lang looked bewildered. "I don't know. I haven't met many other players, so I'm not really sure. Where is this player from?" Jiang Mian nodded, indicating that she understood. It didn't matter which game he played. Anyway, the brain-eating worm had already eaten most of his brain. Now he was simply a player under Jiang Mian's command. Jiang Mian looked at the remaining two men. In reality, this man was just an unlucky fellow she had chosen to intimidate them. Now that the intimidation had worked, seeing their expressions become cautious, she was quite satisfied. Jiang Mian looked at the remaining two and said meaningfully, "Oh dear, there's an old, weak, or disabled person here. Since you've chosen to join my team, why don't you help your teammates out?" The chubby boy and the other man looked completely bewildered. The chubby boy reacted quickly, immediately understanding what Jiang Mian was talking about. He jumped up, hoisted Lang onto his back, turned to Jiang Mian, and smiled, changing his tune. "Okay, boss, should we leave now?" Chu Xiao looked embarrassed, rubbing his nose in frustration. He blamed himself for being too slow. He hadn't seized the initiative. Seeing their pragmatism, Jiang Mian nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, let's go now. There's nothing to do here. We might as well go back and have a good chat." The chubby boy and Chu Xiao understood that Jiang Mian was implying he was going to question them, so they could only slink away with him. Even if they were unwilling, they couldn't express their thoughts at this moment. When everyone returned to the base, Jiang Mian stared blankly at the house that had been split in two, lost in thought. A group of staff were guarding outside the house, seemingly waiting for the base's owner to return to discuss compensation. When Jiang Mian returned and saw this scene, he turned to leave. She didn't want to be so high profile, but then, on a whim, Jiang Mian nudged Lang, gesturing for him to step forward. And Lang looked completely bewildered, pointing at himself as if to say, "Me? I'm in this state now, and you still want me to go? Have you no conscience?" Jiang Mian looked at him, so weak he could barely stand, and, unusually, felt a pang of compassion. She turned to the player she had subdued. The player was still confused. Jiang Mian simply took off her earring and put it on his ear. This earring had a transforming function. After he put it on, it transformed into the shape Jiang Mian had envisioned, resembling the one she wore when she rented the apartment. Jiang Mian tasked him with negotiating with those people. They then went to the apartment the chubby boy had previously rented. Jiang Mian plopped down in the main seat, fiddling with his nails, and looked at the two men. "Speak," he said. "Tell me everything you know." Seemingly remembering something, Jiang Mian smiled at them. "Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. The person I controlled before wasn't ordinary. He was completely under my control, and his memories remained. After questioning you, I definitely questioned him too, but isn't he quite busy right now? If I discover anything amiss, you should know the consequences yourselves." Upon hearing this, the two men dared not lie any longer, and immediately told him everything they knew. One of them was from the game God of Slaughter, the man named Chu Xia. The other was from a game Jiang Mian hadn't heard of, but he knew quite a bit about. The chubby boy's name was Pang Ran. "Initially, there were about 50 of us. That's just the number I know. Then some unexpected things happened, and everyone scattered. But after you killed almost a dozen of us, some people suggested uniting, though some agreed and some didn't. We pretended to agree, actually wanting to gain some benefits behind the scenes. Unfortunately, you arrested us, but that's how we met you, leading us back to the right path." Jiang Mian ignored his flattery and instead seized on the key point, asking, "Unexpected things happened? What unexpected things happened?" The chubby boy hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jiang Mian. Under her threatening gaze, he had no choice but to tell the whole story. "Well, before, wasn't there that stone golem who tried to assassinate you? You know, the kind of player who can turn parts of their body into stone. Actually, he was an insider in some game. In your terms, he'd be part of a big family. He was a young boy who had just been born. He had an accident, and we were afraid of being implicated, so we... As soon as he said this, Jiang Mian immediately remembered him. She still had a red stone in her hand. Jiang Mian immediately understood. She hadn't expected that even the game world had connections. Was it like some novels where killing the younger generation would bring down the older one? That would be ridiculous. Putting that aside for now, Jiang Mian asked the question she most wanted answered. Why did I lose contact with my system? Have any of you experienced this before? Peng Ran and Chu Xia exchanged a glance. Chu Xia looked blank. Since joining the game, I don't think I ever heard of this happening. If you lose contact with the system, you should be out of the game, right? Jiang Mian shook her head and looked at Peng Ran again. Peng Ran seemed thoughtful. He clearly knew something. Clearly, he didn't disappoint Jiang Mian, but said somewhat uncertainly, I heard of this situation before. It seems to be related to an item that appeared in the limited time shop before, called an unbinding card. Logically, this kind of thing should be something that top players painstakingly obtain, wanting to break free from the system and play solo. No one would use something so important to deal with. He actually meant to say it was used to deal with an ordinary player. But upon seeing Jiang Mian, he immediately changed his tune, fearing that Jiang Mian had completely taken control of him. Chapter 451. Unbinding Card? Jiang Mian had never heard of such a card before. While others might covet it, Jiang Mian had no intention of unbinding herself from the system. She had sworn to be best buddies with the system. They had always helped each other. Their bond was unbreakable, undying until death. How could she unbind herself? No wonder the system had mentioned an accident. She had assumed a powerful figure had severed their connection. So, it was just using the unbinding card. For some reason, Jiang Mian had a vivid image of a multi-billionaire CEO eating cheap street food like hot dry noodles and spicy soup every day. Instantly, some of her perceptions of him shattered. Besides this news, Jiang Mian also learned another rather unusual piece of information. Some powerful figures use the unbinding card to go solo. This made her suspicious of those systems with such grand names. Path to Godhood, God Cultivation. Everything seemed to have something to do with gods, all about cultivating gods. It all seemed strange. Could these systems actually be created by the most powerful players? That's why their abilities were so limited? Thinking about it this way, everything seemed to make sense. Jiang Mian suddenly felt a strange sense of pride. Why was that? However, a different feeling rose within Jiang Mian, but this feeling was currently just a seed, not yet sprouting. Jiang Mian looked at the two and asked, besides these, what else do you know? For example, do you know where those people gather? And that player who releases tree roots underground, which game is he from? Is he dead? Or did he escape? Mentioning this, the chubby boy and Chu Xia's expressions changed. If Jiang Mian hadn't mentioned it, they would have almost forgotten about him. Just then, the chubby boy hurriedly said, damn, I almost forgot about a heavyweight. His name is Luo Mu. I don't know what his true form is. I only know he came for the seed. He seems to have some connection to that seed. Throughout the whole ordeal, he just silently listened to our conversations, not participating in anything we did. When he ambushed you, we were also surprised. We didn't know why he suddenly chose to help us, but after helping us, he never appeared again. Jiang Mian stroked her chin, then suddenly paused, instantly understanding. So you mean he's disappeared somewhere, and you can't find him anywhere, right? The chubby boy nodded, then quickly shook his head. No, he didn't run away. Maybe he's hiding somewhere. Actually, I don't know what he originally looked like, whether he was male or female. I only know that he looks different every time he appears, unlike your current situation. He seems to have many skins. He always changes his clothes. Hearing this strange description, Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel a chill. Clothes? Was it the kind of clothes she understood? Like wearing clothes? If that were the case, then this person was far too perverted. Moreover, judging from the chubby boy's description, this person seemed very powerful, at least the kind that would make the chubby boy's heart tremble. After gaining a general understanding, Jiang Mian became wary of this person. However, the person seemed quite skilled at using wood for attacks, probably someone she was countered by, otherwise, they wouldn't possess such strength yet not be pursuing her. Thinking this, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. It's alright. We deal with whatever comes our way, nobody's omnipotent. After gathering the information, it was time for these people to pay their dues. Jiang Mian sat comfortably on the sofa, looking at the item cards the two had handed over. She was practically overjoyed. It seemed she had found another path to wealth. However, This path to wealth was a one-time thing, not a third. Otherwise, Jiang Mian would eventually be driven to a mental breakdown. After all, constantly having to be wary of everyone around her, fearing that one of them might be trying to kill her, would be unbearable in the long run. Not long after, the player controlled by the brain-eating worm returned. Upon his return, he immediately reported the situation to Jiang Mian. After questioning him about several things, the people there actually tried to pin the blame for the damage to the mobile villa on him. Jiang Mian immediately understood the authorities' intentions. Seeing the acid rain had stopped, they were preparing to fleece him. Jiang Mian looked at him and asked, "And then, what did you tell them?" He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I just said I'd come back and discuss this with my family. I can't make a decision alone, so I wanted to ask the boss's opinion first." Jiang Mian nodded, quite satisfied with his answer. If Jiang Mian hadn't built these houses, she might have bought them. However, now that she had, there was no need to spend so much food to buy a damaged version. Jiang Mian directly told him to politely decline the exorbitant compensation and the offer to be a sucker. She also told him that if the official base wanted to drag things out, let them continue. They didn't need to mind the trouble, they could simply find an uninhabited place after acquiring so much combat power, which would be much easier. Upon receiving the order, the brain-eating worm immediately turned and left, resuming its argument with the group outside who wanted to pin the blame on him. Jiang Mian nodded in approval at its efficiency, then turned her gaze to the three people inside the house. The meaning was clear: look at them, and look at you, old, weak, and disabled, none of you are capable. The three understood and immediately felt awkward, especially Lang, who turned his head away, not wanting to look at Jiang Mian anymore. Who was he doing all this for? Wasn't it to save their lives? He made it sound like he hadn't done anything at all. Jiang Mian ignored the three and went upstairs to find a room. The room's original owner, the chubby Pang Ran, showed no resentment and led the way. Jiang Mian chose the largest room, the one with the best lighting, and moved in. Outside, the three remained, staring at each other, an awkward atmosphere filling the air. Now all prisoners, none of them could bear to see the other's predicament, so they silently turned away, preferring not to see each other. Chapter 452. The night was quite quiet, no one attacked her. However, the only downside was that a light drizzle had started outside again. The raindrops were visibly yellowish, and occasionally, a drop or two, upon hitting the ground, even emitted a puff of white smoke. Looking at this scene, Jiang Mian had a fleeting thought. Was this sulfuric acid? However, she only thought it for a moment, unaware that besides the highly corrosive rain at the beginning, the next day, the intermittent screams outside would set off alarm sirens. Jiang Mian was about to look out the window, when she noticed plumes of white smoke rising from the ground. All she could see was a white blur. She couldn't make out what was happening outside, only hearing the incessant screams echoing in the air. Jiang Mian couldn't help but get goosebumps. She went downstairs, glanced at the four people, and turned to ask, "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" Seeing it was Jiang Mian, the four, who had been disliking each other, immediately united. The chubby guy, always eager for excitement and possessing first-hand intelligence, immediately said, "Boss, it looks like it's raining sulfuric acid outside. People working outside, and those living in ordinary houses seem to have been injured in the process, which is why there are such loud screams." Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. Sulfuric acid rain? Was she deaf? Was it really sulfuric acid rain? Then, a serious expression appeared on her face. If it really was acid rain like sulfuric acid, would the land in this world still be usable after this rain? Everyone knows how corrosive acid rain is, and after raining acid for so long, the land has probably lost its original resilience. How long will it take to recover? Jiang Mian's mind raced with these thoughts. She quickly messaged her family, and after confirming their safety, she immediately changed her clothes. Looking at the person controlled by the brain-eating worm, she said, "Come with me." Then she turned to the three others. "We have some business to attend to. You better stay here and don't go anywhere." With that, she opened an umbrella and led the controlled person away, leaving the three of them staring at each other in bewilderment inside the villa. The chubby boy pointed at her departing figure and asked Lang, "With such strong acid rain outside, what was she doing? Isn't she afraid of dying?" His question to Lang was understandable, after all, and Lang was the elder among them, and certainly knew more than he did. However, the chubby boy was mistaken. In matters like this, Lang was just a naive newcomer. "Huh? I don't know. Maybe she has something to do. Since she didn't call us, it means it's not something violent, and we don't need to be involved." The chubby boy, however, had a different idea. He thought that Jiang Mian not calling them out meant there was something shady going on, maybe even a big secret. However, he couldn't just go out now. If he got wet, he'd be in trouble. After careful consideration, the chubby boy still didn't plan to just casually go out. After all, there were still 2 spies watching him. The 3 men suspected each other of being traitors, and none dared to act rashly. Jiang Mian led his men to where his grandmother and the others lived. It was an apartment building, but what was originally a 15-story building was now reduced to 9. The upper floors had been almost completely corroded by acid rain, and even the remaining 9 floors were incredibly cramped. Jiang Wuzai, who had never experienced such hardship, had to protect his grandmother while constantly being wary of the greedy looks he received from others. It all started yesterday when a child saw him stealing chocolate and kept asking him for candy. Even though he hadn't acted too outrageously, it didn't dispel the suspicions of the others. At this point, they were almost always willing to kill the innocent rather than let go of any opportunity to find food. Who cared if there was actually candy? After all, evil doesn't need a grand reason. Besides, if they killed these 2 and then concealed it, they could eat the government-distributed meals as they pleased. This is why so many people supposedly lived on one floor, 200 in total. In reality, there were probably fewer than 100. Most of those reported were either killed or left because they couldn't endure it any longer. This also ensured a steady supply of food, but it was barely enough to feed them. Most were always looking for more, saving what they had just in case. Hey buddy, if you have any food in your pocket, share it with us. We don't need a lot, just a few dozen of each kind will do. Don't worry, if you're willing to contribute food and join us, we definitely won't let you get bullied by the others. Jiang Wuzai frowned, abruptly shoving the man's hand off his shoulder. The young man, already short and having to stand on tiptoe to reach Jiang Wuzai's arm, nearly stumbled and fell. Feeling humiliated, he regained his balance and glared fiercely at Jiang Wuzai, resorting to force if soft tactics failed. Fine, you dare disobey our boss's orders? You just wait. Without our protection, let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Jiang Wuzai coldly stared at the man, watching the direction he left in, knowing exactly which small group he belonged to. Their boss was a scavenger who had slipped in during the chaos, but now he denied his identity, claiming to be an inner-city resident of the Villa district. Everyone knew where this guy came from, but no one dared to mention it in front of him. This scavenger was indeed different from those kept in the base. He was ruthless and his methods were endless. Most people on this floor were under his thumb. Although he hadn't been there long, he had already gathered a significant portion of the group as his henchman. Actually, the man had initially invited Jiang Wuzai to join, given Jiang Wuzai's physique, but Jiang Wuzai refused. Because of this, the leader of that small group also hated Jiang Wuzai. They watched everything he did, treating him like a criminal. Chapter 453. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Wuzai would try his best to accommodate them, and not cause too much of a commotion. Now, knowing his sister was coming to pick him up, he naturally didn't want to play along. Soon, the leader of the small group arrived, while the others watched with schadenfreude, eager to see what was about to happen. In an era lacking entertainment, the commotion around them was their source of amusement. Everyone watched with a gossipy expression, wanting to see how things would unfold. When Jiang Wuzai saw them approaching, he stood up, shielding his grandmother behind him, seemingly protecting her. Gongge, seeing Jiang Wuzai's appearance, couldn't help but laugh. Young man, to be honest, your physique has suffered terribly following you. Such a tall man, yet you only think of yourself all day, never of contributing to others. If I had your body, I'd be ashamed to death. Jiang Wuzai didn't understand why he said that. What was there to be ashamed of? Was he envious of his height? Looking at Gong Ji's mere 1.7 meters, Jiang Wuzai nodded to himself, confirming why Gongge was specifically targeting him. He shrugged helplessly. Sigh, being tall isn't my fault. Why target me for that? If you want to grow taller, maybe you have a chance when you reach my age. Hearing these slightly sarcastic words, Gong Ji's face instantly darkened, and he said coldly, "Don't try to beat around the bush. I'm telling you now, either you hand over the food rations you're receiving for the next month, or..." Jiang Wuzai followed his words and asked, "Or what?" "Heh." Brother Gong sneered, "Or we just have to settle this with our own strength. A fight to the death." "Shaw." Jiang Wuzai pointed to the 50-odd people behind him and asked, "You mean settling this with our own strength? You mean 50-odd people ganging up on me? I'm so scared." Brother Gong's face darkened, his eyes filled with ruthlessness as he stared at Jiang Wuzai. He was too lazy to waste any more words, and simply waved his hand, ordering his henchmen to gang up on Jiang Wuzai. Jiang Wuzai showed no fear, charging directly at the group. The ordinary people were like toys in his hands, one punch after another, making them scream in pain. Seeing this, Brother Gong felt a pang of regret. If Jiang Wuzai had joined their ranks, perhaps they would already be a powerful force. However, since things had already escalated to the point of no return, there was no point in trying to smooth things over. His eyes darted around, spotting the middle-aged woman standing behind Jiang Wuzai. As if he found a key figure, he walked straight towards Jiang Suiyu. Excellent! They couldn't beat the burly young man Jiang Wuzai, but surely they could beat a seemingly skinny woman? Thinking this, Brother Gong quickened his pace towards Jiang Suiyu, almost jogging. Jiang Suiyu looked at this guy without the slightest fear. Instead, a sense of eagerness took over. These past few days, living here with so many people around, she hadn't had a chance to stretch her muscles in a long time. In Gong Ji's line of sight, he saw the woman he looked down upon adopting a defensive stance. He sneered inwardly, thinking she was just putting on an act to scare him. When that fist, the size of a sandbag, swung down, Gong Gu could already imagine how many teeth would fly out if it landed on her face. Gong Gu was never one to show mercy to women. Let alone women. Even a child blocking his way would be fair game. Just as his fist was about to strike the woman's face, what he had initially thought was a mere show of force easily deflected him aside. Gong Gu stared blankly, disbelievingly at his fist and the woman opposite him. How is this possible? Jiang Sui wasn't like the boisterous young people. She calmly observed the man's next move, offering no explanation. Gong Gu, unconvinced, attacked again. However, this time Jiang Sui wasn't so kind, showing him any mercy. With a swift backhand twist, he dislocated his wrist. The next second, Gong Gu, enduring the pain, pulled a dagger from his pocket and charged directly at Jiang Sui. Judging by his expression, he wouldn't stop until blood was drawn. He'd done this many times before, usually waiting for the enemy to be careless before launching a sudden attack, leaving them in a sorry state. Jiang Sui countered with a swift grab and a side kick, sending Gong Gu crashing into his group, landing heavily on top of his other henchmen. The henchmen screamed in pain, about to curse who had given them such a disrespect, but upon seeing it was Gong Gu, they instantly fell silent. Brother Gong, can you get up a little? You're crushing us. Brother Gong, his face flushed with embarrassment, slapped one of his underlings across the face, angrily shouting, useless. A bunch of useless trash. So many of you, and you can't even beat one man. What use are you to me? Upon hearing this, the other underlings' gazes changed. Looking at Jiang Suiyu, whom he had previously attacked, they thought, it's understandable that so many of them couldn't beat a man, but for a grown man to be unable to defeat a woman is truly shameful. However, they only thought these things in their minds. They wouldn't dare say them aloud. Unless they thought they were too tough to face, they would dare to provoke Brother Gong like this. After being defeated, these men could only stand awkwardly in place, obeying Brother Gong's orders. Brother Gong, his face also filled with resentment, hastily uttered a few harsh words before leaving with his men. In his heart, he was thinking, when I have time, I ambush and kill these two. If open tactics don't work, then I resort to underhanded ones. Jiang Wuzai, seeing his demeanor, felt a vague sense of unease. Just then, Jiang Mian, who had been watching with her arms crossed for a while, coldly said, "Stop! Who said you could leave?" The silence in the air deepened, becoming almost imperceptible. Gong Gu was already furious. Hearing a girl tell him to stop, he instantly felt the urge to bully the weak. Turning around, he saw Jiang Mian standing alone at the doorway, with no one else beside her, looking like a helpless, vulnerable woman. However, having learned his lesson before, Gong Gu didn't dare underestimate her. He waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to test the waters first. Chapter 454. Go take her down. Let her know that being a smart aleck has its consequences. The other henchmen were speechless. Seriously, if you're so tough, why don't you go yourself? You're afraid this woman is a master, but aren't we afraid too? There was nothing they could do. Although Brother Gong had lost face today, he still held the upper hand in their group. They could only swallow their anger, and obediently walked towards the woman. Jiang Mian looked at the group surrounding him, sneered, and without a word, ordered his hidden men to eliminate them all. A cloud of black mist rose from the room, and Jiang Mian took advantage of this blind spot to carry off 2 people. The others were stunned when they saw what had happened. Dead. All dead? Jiang Mian carefully opened his umbrella, ensuring the 2 wouldn't get wet in the sulfuric acid rain, then equipped them with gear and quickly left. Jiang Suiyu asked curiously, Mian Mian, where will we live after we leave here? It seems like nowhere is safe now. All sorts of houses are being corroded, and recently, our neighborhood has been collapsing frequently. Even large sections of the houses in those neighborhoods are being corroded. Jiang Mian didn't answer, quickly leading the two away. The faint smell of blood behind them made her quicken her pace. Once they were far away, she slowed down, turned back to the two, and said, the people up there have developed a type of house that can withstand this acid rain. You live there with me then. However, we're not staying in the same house. You're staying in the house behind mine. It's quite safe there, and no one will bother us. Jiang Suiyu nodded, then seemed to remember something and looked at Jiang Mian, asking, won't this bother you? Will it interfere with your work? Jiang Mian shook her head. It's all right. I almost resolved those matters, and now I have my helpers there. No one will bother us from time to time anymore. Don't worry. Actually, Jiang Mian had considered all of this. Compared to man-made disasters, natural disasters were definitely more terrifying. She believed she could withstand some man-made disasters, but when a natural disaster struck, even she would only be able to run. Therefore, Jiang Mian decided to bring the two back under her watchful eye, so that even if something happened, despite the chaos, he managed to protect the two of them. Jiang Suiyu felt relieved after hearing Jiang Mian's explanation, and followed him to the mobile villa area without any burden. Jiang Mian didn't have the two stay with him. Instead, he found an empty house at the back of the villa area. This house belonged to the men who had attacked Jiang Mian, but now that the man was undeniably dead, the house had naturally changed hands. At this point, it wasn't about whether someone had died or whether it was auspicious. What good fortune was there? With the frequent natural disasters already causing so much trouble, who cared about such things? After settling the two into their accommodations, Jiang Mian returned to the chubby boy's villa. Upon seeing her return, the chubby boy immediately rushed forward, eagerly reporting what he had done that day. Jiang Mian listened for a while, then waved her hand dismissively, turning to leave and go upstairs to rest. Just then, the chubby boy suddenly crept upstairs, glanced furtively downstairs, and whispered, Boss, there's something I think I need to tell you beforehand. Jiang Mian looked at him. She knew this chubby boy was the most cunning. Of everyone, he was the most dishonest, and sure enough, he'd come looking for her now. Jiang Mian wasn't in a hurry, waiting for him to tell her what he discovered. The chubby boy gave Jiang Mian a resentful look. This guy had no emotional value whatsoever, but she had no choice but to honestly tell him what she discovered that day. I noticed today that Chu Xiao was acting suspiciously, constantly loitering around where you used to live. I wonder what she's up to. Jiang Mian instantly became alert. Looking into the chubby boy's eyes, he didn't seem to be lying, and her mind immediately started conspiracies. Under such heavy acid rain, he still disregarded everything to go and stay at her place. If you say there's nothing wrong with that, no one would believe it, right? Jiang Mian frowned and looked at the chubby boy, saying, very good. For the next few days, you keep a close eye on him. If anything seems off, report to me immediately. The chubby boy rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. Okay. Don't worry, boss, as long as I'm here, there will never be a traitor. Jiang Mian nodded in satisfaction. This guy was quite sensible. Just as he thought that, the chubby boy suddenly changed the subject, continuing to rub his hands like a fly, and asked in a cheeky tone, Boss, I mean, could you please not control me so easily? I also have a little bit of privacy. What if you control me while I'm doing something private? That would be so embarrassing. Jiang Mian didn't understand what he was saying at first, but then she thought of Lang, who had been with them that day, and instantly understood. This guy must have been frightened after witnessing her control over Lang and hearing Lang's account, which was why he said those things. She smiled and nodded, assuring him, okay, don't worry. I won't control your body unless absolutely necessary. After all, controlling you guys is useless for big things, and pointless for small things either. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy immediately felt embarrassed. But only for a moment. Knowing that Jiang Mian wouldn't control him arbitrarily, he was still overjoyed. It was good that she wouldn't control him. He was afraid of being controlled arbitrarily, and what if he did something self-harming? That would be the end of him. The reason he was so obedient was simply to survive until the end, then return to the game space and eliminate the remaining blood in his body. He didn't want to die. He could be obedient, even do some shady things for Jiang Mian, but all of this was on the premise that he was still alive. If he were to be manipulated and abandoned at will, why should he be so servile? Having received a concrete answer, the chubby boy left. Jiang Mian watched his departing figure and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, she didn't want these people dead. Those who could be used were good brothers. Those who couldn't, she could only classify as enemies. Just like Chu Xia, except she had another purpose. Chapter 455. Ever since she learned of his ulterior motives, Jiang Mian had paid him more attention. She noticed he wasn't entirely sociable, occasionally harboring his own thoughts, and even subtly inquiring about what Jiang Mian had been doing the other day. Jiang Mian simply smiled at him, not pursuing his questions. Chu Xia seemed to understand and quieted down. At least she knew what was going on. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian was cooking hot pot on an alcohol stove when she suddenly noticed the water in the pot begin to slosh. The next second, the entire space began to shake. She immediately realized something was wrong outside. When she stuck her head out to look at the sky, she saw that the sky had changed color, turning a fiery red. Even someone who hadn't experienced it before would know that disaster was imminent. The shaking continued. Jiang Mian put away the alcohol stove to prevent the house from burning. Shortly after the earthquake and the strange celestial phenomena occurred, the sound of a drone came from outside. Attention all inner-city residents. Satellite detection indicates that the nearest volcano is about to erupt. Please evacuate in an orderly manner and proceed to the underground base for shelter. Attention all inner-city residents. Satellite detection. Jiang Mian and the others exchanged glances before instantly donning protective suits. At this moment, Jiang Mian was no longer selfish. She immediately tossed the extra special umbrellas from her spatial storage to the others, urging, "Let's go, get out of here quickly." The others didn't understand her urgency, but only Jiang Mian knew that the volcanic eruption wasn't just about earthquakes and lava. A far greater disaster was brewing. They grabbed umbrellas and began to gather outside with the others, some with mattresses on their heads, others wrapped in thick down jackets, and still others covered in blankets. They looked at them, the ones with umbrellas, with envy. However, now wasn't the time to worry about such things. Once outside, they began an orderly evacuation, heading towards the underground base the authorities had mentioned. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Suiyu and Jiang Wuzai. The two weren't using umbrellas. Instead, they were wearing black cloaks, cloaks that Jiang Mian had taken from someone else. One by one, the group entered the underground air raid shelter. Upon entering, they discovered it was already crowded with people. Judging by the trash cans, the canteen, and the facilities, these people hadn't just moved in, they already made their home there. The way they were looked at was filled with disdain and disgust, as if their presence would bring them something unclean. Jiang Mian keenly sensed someone watching her. Turning her gaze, she saw a round-faced girl staring at her in surprise. Jiang Mian didn't recognize the girl. She was currently helping the group choose their rooms. Most of the rooms were already occupied. The rooms available were either small or dilapidated. Even so, some people were still arguing about room locations. Some even tried to take advantage of Jiang Mian. Just as she was about to enter one of the rooms, she was suddenly stopped. The man had a burly face, which in this apocalyptic setting, made him seem incredibly safe. He seemed used to his ways, coldly staring at Jiang Mian, his massive frame blocking the doorway. He raised his chin and arrogantly said, "Hey! I got my eye on this room. Go find another one." Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, almost bursting out laughing at his domineering attitude. It was truly unbelievable. Someone still causing trouble at a time like this. What a strange creature. After this man blocked the door, two more men who looked similar to him appeared beside him, along with 3 women and 6 children. Seeing this, Jiang Mian finally understood why he had been so confident in stopping her. No matter the situation, having labor is always the best. With so many people like them, they could easily take over an ordinary woman's room, or even rob a whole family. However, they seemed to have misjudged the situation, believing they had chosen the weakest-looking person present. But when they confronted each other, the younger brother of the burly man who had initially blocked their way sensed something was amiss. They were already quite adept at this kind of thing. Whenever they robbed someone, the person would stare at them with fear or disgust. Why was this woman so calm in front of them? She even looked at them with an expression of amusement. Years of experience in the underworld had taught him that people like this were the most dangerous to deal with. So he tugged at his older brother's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, this woman doesn't seem right. Let's find someone else to rob." The burly man, hearing his brother's words, suspiciously glanced at Jiang Mian several times, but couldn't see anything unusual. However, based on his brother's past experience of accurately judging people, he asked in a low voice, "Little brother, are you sure? If you're sure, we find someone else to rob." His younger brother nodded, his initial 7/10 certainty now completely gone. He gave an example. Brother, look at her eyes. When she was robbing us, they were so sharp, so unfazed. She's obviously an expert. Don't be fooled by a woman's eyes like that. Just as the burly man hesitated, a group of patrolmen in base uniforms walked over and said, "What are you doing here? Didn't we tell you to choose your rooms? Don't want to stay? Leave then, there are plenty of people." The burly man instantly felt apprehensive upon seeing them. No matter how arrogant and unreasonable they were still ordinary people, and were afraid of government officials. After all, they had been taught from childhood, the common people don't fight with the officials. The burly man and his companions quickly smiled obsequiously. "Oh, okay, we just ran into some acquaintances and exchanged a few words. We leave now. As they prepared to leave, Jiang Mian, not intending to cause trouble, was suddenly stopped just as she was about to enter her chosen room. The man was one of the leading law enforcement officers. He looked at Jiang Mian and said, "Your name is Jiang Mian, right?" Jiang Mian instantly became alert and turned to look at the man, wondering how he knew her name and how much he knew. Her whole body tensed, and she was ready to attack if she sensed anything amiss, and escape from there as well. Chapter 456. Jiang Mian nodded stiffly, looking at them with a puzzled expression. She tentatively asked, "Yes, that's me. What can I do for you?" Seeing her like this, the patrolman assumed she was nervous and smiled, saying, "Don't be nervous. It's like this, your friend noticed you were in danger and sent us to check on you. Since you're alright, we'd be leaving now." Jiang Mian looked at him, confused. "Friend? What friend?" She didn't know she had any friends here. She had a whole bunch of enemies, but friends? She really didn't know any. Seeing Jiang Mian's puzzled look, the man kindly pointed to a spot there, right there. "My sister told me in time, which saved you from being bullied. Were you good friends before? I think my sister cares about you quite a bit. Why do you seem so unaware?" Jiang Mian blinked, looking at the spot, but didn't see anyone familiar. However, after realizing that this person wasn't looking for her, but rather asking for a favor on behalf of her sister, she returned to normal. Smiling, she said, "Okay, I think I saw her. I thank her after I'm done here. Thank you all." After finally seeing everyone off, Jiang Mian entered the room without looking back. As for favors? Why should she keep such things in mind when she didn't need them? Opening the door, it was no wonder those people wanted to take this room. Although it was only one story and quite empty, it was undeniably spacious. Compared to the other rooms, this one was indeed much better. At least it could accommodate all of them. Frankly, it was a bit of a waste to let Jiang Mian stay in such a room. However, Jiang Mian was always the kind of person who only cared about enjoying himself and didn't care about others, so naturally, he wouldn't kindly give up this room. As for the others, they had already chosen their rooms. Although they weren't as big as Jiang Mian's, they were closer to the location, so they could react in time if anything unexpected happened. They subtly surrounded one of the rooms, which was where Jiang Wuzai and his grandmother were staying. After doing all this, everyone could only quietly wait in the room for the disaster outside to subside. People would occasionally enter the underground air raid shelter, but their clothes and appearance gradually deteriorated. From initially being well-dressed and having fair skin, they became sallow and emaciated, their clothes ill-fitting and barely covering their bodies. Even those whose bodies had been corroded by the acid rain showed immediate disgust when others saw them. They were covered in pus, and a foul odor emanated from them. Those who had never seen such a scene before instantly distanced themselves, as if they were some kind of virus, filled with disgust and contempt. Those who had seen them seemed to sense the disgust in the others' eyes, and could only lower their heads in anger, unable to speak out. As more and more people arrived, the shelter below became crowded, and those who had lived there from the beginning grew even more dissatisfied. However, they were quite clever. Knowing that openly expressing their dislike might provoke public outrage, they turned their attention to the residents of the inner city. Even Jiang Mian was stopped on the street. She recognized the person. It was the round-faced girl from her first visit. The same girl the man had pulled aside yesterday, claiming to be his sister. Jiang Mian looked at her with confusion, almost blurting out, "What do you want?" Seemingly sensing Jiang Mian's thoughts, the girl pursed her lips, frowned, and said, "Jiang Mian, don't you recognize me?" Jiang Mian turned her head, completely unable to recognize her. Her memory of her was a blank. Seeing Jiang Mian's obvious lack of recognition, she became somewhat angry. "Jiang Mian, we've been roommates for half a year. I always lived in the bed opposite yours. Haven't you forgotten?" Hearing this, Jiang Mian realized who she was, but still couldn't recall her name. However, that didn't stop her from putting on a familiar smile. "Oh, it's you. What do you need?" Seeing her like this, Chen Yuanyuan assumed she recognized her and immediately raised her head, saying, "I thought you were dead. I messaged you but you didn't reply. I heard from Lan Lingling that you apparently ran away abroad because you owed someone money. I thought you died far from home." Jiang Mian gave her a speechless look. Did this woman even know how to talk? Why did she start talking about being dead? Had she never been beaten up? Most importantly, this woman had even been in contact with Lan Lingling? She was too lazy to pay her any attention and turned to leave, but the girl shouted after her, "Hey! Be careful of those people outside with pus all over their bodies. I heard it's infectious. If you get infected, you're dead." Jiang Mian didn't even stop walking. She just said thank you and turned to leave. She didn't know why this girl had suddenly approached her. Did she have ulterior motives, or was she genuinely kind? But Jiang Mian didn't think she was being kind enough to suddenly remind her of something so trivial. After circling around, she finally approached the group of people who had just entered, knelt down, and gave a little girl a bag of biscuits. Seeing the little girl's surprised expression, she smiled and asked, "Little girl, can I ask you something? What's it like outside?" The little girl stared at her blankly, silently tucking the biscuits into her clothes. Then, as if remembering something, she quickly took a few steps back, covering her mouth and nose with the little clothing she had, and whispered, "Sister, don't get so close to me. They say we have a contagious disease, and if we get too close, we catch it." Jiang Mian almost laughed at this absurd statement. Their bodies were just pitted from acid rain corrosion. How could they be contagious? She wondered what the person who said this was thinking. "Jiang Mian, it's okay, I'm not scared. Now you can tell me what happened, right?" "Yes." The little girl nodded, and under Jiang Mian's kind gaze, recounted the last scene she saw on the ground. "I only remember the sky outside was very, very red. They said something bad was going to happen outside, a volcano was erupting, and it would spread quickly. Many uncles and aunts started running towards the subway station. Many of my friends were abandoned, and then we managed to sneak in during the chaos." She whispered an explanation, "Sister, I know it's wrong, but we wanted to live, so we did it." Jiang Mian nodded, not taking a moral high ground to condemn the little girl. She didn't think it was bad at all. On the contrary, she thought the little girl was courageous. Jiang Mian, and then? Chapter 457. When we heard the announcement, we wanted to rush in, but many people saw we were a group of children and tried to shoo us away to make room. However, there was an earthquake outside at the time, and those people tragically died in the shaking, which is why we had the chance to come here. Jiang Mian, did you see the volcano erupting outside? You know, the thing that spews red lava, did you? The little girl shook her head, but a little boy next to her said, "Could you give me a bag of cookies? I can tell you if there was a volcanic eruption then." Jiang Mian looked at him. The little boy's eyes were shining, as if the disaster outside hadn't extinguished the light in his heart. Jiang Mian lowered her eyes, took out a bag of cookies from her pocket, and handed it to the little boy. The little boy, without any hesitation, put away the cookies and looked at Jiang Mian, saying, "The volcano erupted." Everyone ran forward, but I glanced back. "I guess the volcano will reach us soon. But don't worry, the underground cavity is very deep. The volcano usually can't seep through here." Jiang Mian looked at him curiously. "How do you know how many meters deep the underground cavity is?" The little boy pursed his lips, as if he had mentioned something he was very interested in, and immediately raised his head proudly. "I used to come here often. This used to be a shelter converted from an underground museum, but the museum moved away, so it became empty, and has now been converted into a shelter." "All right." Jiang Mian nodded. Since she already knew most of what she wanted to know, there was no need to stay any longer. She turned to leave, but heard two children whisper, "Thank you." Jiang Mian paused, the gratitude almost breaking her resolve. She clenched her fists, trying to convince herself, there are plenty of pitiful people in this world, it's unnecessary. Faintly, she could still hear voices behind her. "Let's divide the cookies. 2 packs should last us 2 days." "Okay. I want to show the adults that we kids can support ourselves, we're not a burden." Jiang Mian didn't concern herself with what was happening behind her, she just wanted to enjoy the view. She lingered for a few minutes, and after meeting their watchful eyes, she reached for the gun in her hand. Jiang Mian looked mockingly at the top of the shelter, sighing, "Sigh. This cannibalistic world, nothing lasts. The more you try to cherish something, the more it gets taken away." Behind her, the children who were still dividing the food, carefully eating their cookies, paused for a moment, then quickly finished sharing. The two children quickly said, "Hurry up and finish eating, or someone will snatch it all, and it all be gone." After leaving, ignoring the stares of others, Jiang Mian returned to her room. Before Jiang Mian even reached her room, she suddenly felt the ground shake violently. The next second, whether it was psychological or something else, she suddenly felt that Zhou Shen's temperature seemed to have increased significantly. The others seemed to feel the temperature rise as well, and most of them couldn't help but complain, but it was just a few muttered complaints. They didn't dare to actually do anything. As time dragged on, Jiang Mian felt as if he were trapped in a steamer, stifling and hot, making him extremely uncomfortable. Adding to this were the intermittent earthquakes. Good heavens, they were now like being in an oven. However, if he looked up, he would realize how lucky they were to be in this enclosed space. Many more people beneath the volcano had been instantly vaporized. Although they weren't at the epicenter of the eruption, they were still not immune to the dangers of the eruption. When the disaster above finally subsided, 3 days had passed. Chu Xia, due to his special abilities, slowly emerged, looking at the once prosperous base, now reduced to ruins. He finally understood why this world had a 60-day time limit. Given the scene before, if they had been on the surface, they would probably have been burned to ashes. After explaining the situation to them, each person's expression was different. Jiang Mian's heart sank. Was the volcanic eruption happening too fast? Most importantly, after the eruption, there was likely to be even higher concentrations of acid rain. This place was fine for occasional stays, but prolonged stays would inevitably lead to chaos. Almost instantly, Jiang Mian had an idea: leave and go to another base. Faced with Jiang Mian's decision, the remaining 4 didn't offer any opinions. Even if they did, Jiang Mian wouldn't necessarily take their advice. As for Jiang Wuzai and the others, they would definitely support Jiang Mian's decision. So, after discussing it, Chu Xia went to scout ahead. Once they confirmed it wasn't raining up there, and the lava flowing from the ground had solidified, the group quietly left. The chubby boy blinked at the 2 unfamiliar people, and then, seeing Jiang Mian's familiarity with them, he instantly understood these were probably his boss's family. His eyes lit up, and he immediately became ingratiating. "Hey, little brother, do you want me to help you carry your things?" As he spoke, the chubby boy reached for the backpack on Jiang Wuzai's back, but Jiang Wuzai quickly dodged it. He hugged his backpack as if it were something precious, and said softly, No need to trouble you." The chubby boy looked embarrassed. He seemed to have been a bit too eager, and scared his boss's younger brother. Jiang Suiyu quickly waved her hand to ease the tension. "It's alright, young man, you go about your business, I carry these things myself." Her attempt to curry favor backfired, leaving the chubby boy somewhat embarrassed. He could only plan to find another opportunity to regroup. Jiang Mian ignored him, and urged the others, "Let's hurry. Once we're further away, I bring out some vehicles for us to drive in. However, just in case, we add an extra layer of protection to the vehicles." Since she said so, the others naturally sped up. Once they were a bit further away, Jiang Mian waved her hand, releasing 2 RVs. The others were already used to her being able to produce 2 vehicles with a wave of her hand. They just didn't know where she had acquired them, managing to find so many vehicles so easily, and judging by their appearance, they were all brand new. The chubby boy's suspicion deepened, while the others assumed she had purchased the vehicles from the system space, without considering any other possibilities. After taking out the vehicle, Jiang Mian tossed out several pieces of sheet metal, and said to the others, "This sheet metal is something I got before. It can effectively prevent acid rain erosion. Acid rain might fall again after the volcano, so we need to be fully prepared." The others nodded in agreement, and began making preparations. Jiang Mian, meanwhile, was mentally calculating who would ride in her RV. Chapter 458. After the car was mostly loaded, Jiang Mian had decided that their car would only have her younger brother, and Lang in it. The other car would mainly carry the 3 of them, Little Fatty and his companion. Initially, Jiang Mian had considered whether to put the player infected with the brain-eating worm in their car as well, but after careful consideration, she realized that without restraint, the 2 might drive in another direction or even escape. After all, these 2 had never experienced being controlled, and they might still harbor a glimmer of hope that they could escape. Having thought it through, she placed the player infected with the brain-eating worm with them, firstly to observe their movements, and secondly as a deterrent. After assigning the tasks, they set off. Sure enough, not long after they left, acid rain began to fall from the sky, this time sweeping towards them with immense power. The acid rain dripped onto the carport, but thanks to the metal sheeting, it didn't cause too much damage. However, The tires underneath began to rot due to the acid rain. Fortunately, the ground wasn't muddy, otherwise they might have had an accident. This slowed their progress considerably. Later on, the car simply couldn't go any further. They had to stop halfway until the acid rain stopped, and then they could change the tires before continuing. Jiang Mian, holding a map, pointed to a spot and said, "At our current speed, if nothing unexpected happens, we should reach here tomorrow." This was a plain, with no mountains for hundreds of kilometers around, so it shouldn't have been attacked by a volcano yet. The others followed her finger and looked in the direction she pointed. Seeing the distance, they had no choice but to reluctantly accompany her. They took turns driving, and without any unexpected obstacles, they arrived the next afternoon. However, although there was no volcanic eruption, the area still looked dilapidated, and the rain seemed to be heavier than where they had been before. Now it wasn't time to use the map anymore. After all, Jiang Mian had saved it before the apocalypse. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, they still needed to find the base location shown on it. Jiang Mian stroked her chin, took out the map again, and looked at the terrain. Putting herself in the shoes of the government, where would she build a base? Jiang Mian didn't even need to think about it, she immediately. He pointed to a city. This used to be the most economically developed city, even a first-tier city. Of course, its development wasn't exactly above board. It relied heavily on absorbing resources from neighboring cities. Undeniably, they had the resources and ability to ensure a continuous supply of resources from their surrounding cities. Go here, and you definitely find the base. The others naturally listened to him, and some embarked on their journey again, but this time, they weren't as lucky. The car, battered by the latest wave of acid rain, was practically totaled. Not only were the tires melted, but the side windows and doors were also melted and mangled, making it look like a decades-old vehicle. Everyone else was confused as to why she insisted on leaving the safe haven of Pearl Base. Only Jiang Mian knew that while Pearl Base appeared safe now, the differing management attitudes among various parties would eventually lead to oppression and resistance. At that point, people would no longer be considered human. To avoid them experiencing things that would shatter their worldview, Jiang Mian decided it was better to leave as soon as possible. Looking at the car ravaged by the acid rain, Jiang Mian shrugged helplessly. "Forget it, let's rest here for a bit. We head in that direction tomorrow." With that, Jiang Mian waved her hand, conjuring a mobile villa. This villa was much larger than the ones built in their previous base, with far more luxurious furnishings. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a pre-existing villa. This villa cost Jiang Mian nearly 10,000 points, and its quality was undoubtedly excellent. Even with the constant onslaught of acid rain, it wouldn't cause much damage. The chubby boy's eyes lit up, his gaze towards the river filled with admiration. "Wow, boss, you really hidden a secret. Why don't you sell this in your game chat group? You'd definitely make a fortune." Upon hearing this, Lang's expression turned strange. Only he knew that the chubby boy's flattery had backfired. Sure enough, Jiang Mian's expression changed. He ignored the chubby boy completely, opened the villa door, and began selecting rooms. The chubby boy looked bewildered, wondering if he had said something wrong. Just then, Lang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Dude, you should probably stop flattering people so much in the future." He shook his head and headed towards the villa to choose his room. Chu Xia exchanged a glance with him before jogging away. The other man paused. The chubby boy had expected him to say nothing or perhaps make a sarcastic remark, but instead, he said with a troubled expression, "Could you please not mention the deal in front of the boss in the future? The boss really dislikes that kind of behavior." "Huh?" The chubby boy was bewildered. Although he didn't understand why, he remembered what he said. Fine, he wouldn't say it then. He wouldn't ask again. "Why are you doing this to me? We cooperated so many times. Is it because our profit sharing is different?" In the ruins, a disheveled young man was shot from behind, his body falling to the ground in a sorry state. When he looked up at the person who had attacked him, his eyes were filled with resentment and confusion. The man chasing the youth held a gun, pointing it at his head, and coldly said, "Sorry, although we cooperated before, your strength is too weak, and your indecisiveness in this world infuriates me. I have no choice but to let you die first." Jun Chansheng felt like he'd been slapped in the face, his hatred for the man with the gun only intensifying. This was a player he cooperated with several times, but he never expected that in this world, he would suddenly betray him. This infuriated Jun Chansheng. He truly considered this man a brother. When he joined Fu Jianhan's team, he was the one who strongly recommended this newbie player who had only recently entered the game. However, because of his unique talent, He grew rapidly, while he himself remained a support player, leveling up very slowly. He never imagined that one day this man would betray him for this very reason. He sighed helplessly and looked at the man, saying, "He Ling, I told you before, don't underestimate any support ability. When you swell, it's not what you imagine." He Ling's expression changed, as if he had realized something, and he turned to leave, but it was too late. Chapter 459. He Ling's expression changed, his eyes filled with suspicion, as he looked at Jun Chansheng. "You knew all along that I was going to kill you, so you've been hiding it from me, haven't you?" Seeing that he still showed no remorse, Jun Chansheng shook his head. "I never hidden it from you. I just kept quiet after knowing you would betray me. I wanted to give you a chance to change, and I constantly reminded you, but you didn't seize it." He Ling looked at him coldly, attempting to morally blackmail Jun Chansheng with their past brotherhood. "Jun Chansheng, I don't think I did anything wrong. We always cooperated and achieved mutual benefit. I never looked down on you, you helped me, and I helped you. However, because this world is your original world, you keep protecting those ignorant people. I'm a player, so naturally I have to prioritize the bigger picture. It's normal that I can't accept your moral blackmail." Jun Chansheng lowered his eyes. Actually, what he said wasn't wrong. He had told him from the beginning that rescuing people would give him a bonus at the end of the game, and he would share a portion with him after the game. However, he always felt that his words were just empty promises, and didn't truly believe them, which led them to this final step. No need to say more. He Ling, you're the easiest person for me to judge. I hope you be a person of your word in your next life. As he spoke, he prepared to have the others fire. However, at that moment, a car horn suddenly sounded. Beep beep beep. Damn it, are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? Get out of the way. Even if it's the end of the world, you can't be blocking the road. Hearing the insults around him, Jiang Mian couldn't help but twitch his lips. This Zhu Xia, who looked so gentle and frail, how could she be so fierce when she cursed? But actually she was right. This group of people were standing in the middle of the road, pulling and shoving, chasing each other, almost causing them to tumble into the ditch, when they break suddenly. That ditch was full of acid rain. If they had gotten in, they would probably have been killed instantly. Cursing them seemed justified. After cursing, Zhu Xia drove off without stopping, directly overtaking them, even nearly running over the foot of someone running towards him. Luckily, He Ling reacted quickly, and pulled his foot back in time. But because of his escape attempt, he was caught again. Who's driving this? Can't you see where you're going? You're deliberately hitting people's feet. The person who was almost caught in the crossfire couldn't help but complain. However, someone next to him tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the road and saying, "Hey, stop yelling. To be honest, it seems like we're the ones blocking the way. This is only a road for one car at a time, so it's understandable that we're being yelled at, right?" Jun Chansheng watched them arguing about who was in the wrong, slapped his forehead, and wondered why he picked such a bunch of hidden talents. Right now, the most important thing is to get rid of this traitor, isn't it? When Jiang Mian and the others arrived at the base, they didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, they walked around the base, observing that although most of it had been corroded by acid rain, it was still functioning normally. The group nodded in satisfaction, and unanimously decided to stay there. Then, under the watchful eyes of the base guards, they drove off. Guard A, what are they doing? Didn't they see our base? Guard B, I don't know, probably spies from another base passing by, wanting to check out our situation. Base C, yeah, you're right. After the car was far away from the base, Jiang Mian parked it, and walked to the base entrance, where he ran into the group of people who had been in the middle of the road earlier. Seeing the familiar leader, Jiang Mian paused. Jun Chansheng? Jun Chansheng vaguely heard someone calling his name. He immediately turned around, and saw a similarly familiar face. He instinctively flashed a wide grin, showing 8 teeth, and walked towards Jiang Mian. Boss, what are you doing here? Want to join our base? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian's expression changed, then returned to normal. It seemed this guy already knew his true identity, hence the instinctive response. At this point, she didn't care about such things anymore. Her identity was practically common knowledge, so there was no need to hide it any longer. She nodded. Perhaps because of connections, things went smoothly. Jiang Mian and the others weren't questioned. They simply registered at the front desk and were let through, without even having to hand over food. Jun Chansheng was secretly overjoyed. What incredible luck he had. He'd gone out to deal with a traitor and run into a powerful figure, and this powerful figure was even in his base. Did he need to rush the rest of the game? Not at all. Just cling to this powerful figure's coattails, and he could clear the game. Thinking this, Jun Changsheng couldn't help but blush with excitement. Jiang Wuzai looked Jun Changsheng up and down, whispering, "Sister? Is this guy out of his mind?" As he spoke, Jiang Wuzai gestured with his own brain. Jiang Mian nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "Don't talk back, just follow quietly." Jiang Wuzai nodded and continued to quietly follow Jiang Mian, like a loyal guard. Seeing that Jun Changsheng had reached a state of complete absorption, Jiang Mian had to remind him, "By the way, where are you taking us? We just arrived at this base. We definitely need to rent a place first. How about we catch up after I rent a place?" With Jiang Mian's reminder, Jun Changsheng finally realized. Oh right, he had been too excited and had completely forgotten about that. So he quickly offered his services. "Boss, don't bother renting a house. All the houses are already rented out, and with the acid rain, many are damaged and uninhabitable. Why don't you stay at my place? My house is quite large. It'd be more than enough for all of you." Jiang Mian looked at him and declined his offer. "No need. I came from another base. Someone there created special sheet metal that can be converted into houses to protect against acid rain. You just need to provide me with a plot of land." "Huh?" Hearing Jiang Mian's words, Jun Changsheng was somewhat stunned. Renting a house to protect against acid rain? He seemed to have heard of it somewhere. Wasn't this something developed by the Pearl Base, thousands of kilometers away? However, the Pearl Base seemed to have never publicly disclosed this technology. Where did the boss get the sheet metal houses? Did he secretly take them during the chaos of the volcanic eruption? However, despite these thoughts, Jun Changsheng didn't show them and continued his enthusiastic conversation. Chapter 460. He immediately softened his tone and led Jiang Mian to an open space. However, this open space was formed from the remains of collapsed houses. Jun Changsheng scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and pointed here, saying, "This place is relatively quiet, and this house is an old one. It collapsed and hasn't been rebuilt yet. If you don't mind, you can stay here for now." Jiang Mian looked at the location. It was indeed a good place, and apart from the ruins and rubble, there were no other troubles for them to deal with. Jiang Mian stroked her chin, nodded, and said, "Okay. Thank you. By the way, how much is the rent here?" Jun Changsheng paused for a moment, then immediately waved his hand and said, No, we're practically family. Why be so polite? Boss, you helped me so much when I entered the first world, I never forget it. This is just a small way of repaying you." However, Jiang Mian disagreed, saying, "It's different. One thing is one thing. That's our private matter, while this is between me and the authorities. We can't mix them up." Jiang Mian had supplies, and naturally didn't want to exchange something worthless for a favor. Seeing that she had said that, Jun Changsheng didn't intend to continue the conversation. He only symbolically asked for some food or gold and other valuables as rent, and didn't mention anything else. After doing all this, Jun Changsheng hesitated to speak. Jiang Mian saw this and thought that this guy was also from this world, so maybe he had something important to tell her. So she took him to the third floor of the villa. Jun Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at the people below and asked, "Can we trust those people? I'm afraid they heard things they shouldn't have." Seeing his cautious demeanor, Jiang Mian considered for a moment, then waved his hand, taking out a skill card. Turning to him, he said, "All right, now you can speak. I guarantee that besides the two of us, no one else will know what we're discussing." Jun Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming. "Boss, you know what? We're going to be rich, really rich." Seeing Jiang Mian's bewildered look, he didn't deliberately keep him in suspense, but directly said, "Boss, as long as we can ensure that more and more people survive in this world, we will receive extra bonus points from the system. And after the mission is completed, we receive unexpected special items. Boss, let's cooperate." Hearing this before this, Jiang Mian was taken aback by what she didn't know. She looked at Jun Changsheng and asked, "Is this something only you know, or is it only known to players in this world?" Jun Changsheng, caught off guard, immediately replied, "Only players in our world know about this hidden feature." "Boss, didn't you receive the message?" Jiang Mian was somewhat embarrassed. What could she say? She could only say, "It seems there's been some trouble with the system. I can't contact it anymore. But it's okay. I have a general understanding of the survival time and content of this world. You can tell me the specific process, and I consider cooperating." Hearing Jiang Mian's explanation, Jun Changsheng felt more confident. He immediately recounted the general process, starting with the system announcement and going all the way to the system's additional tasks, explaining everything in detail. Jiang Mian stroked her chin. This was a bit tricky. Killing someone was a piece of cake for her. But saving someone was something she didn't have that kind of ability. After careful consideration, Jiang Mian couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. She could only deal with things as they came. However, Jun Chansheng wasn't disappointed. Upon learning that the big boss intended to join the official organization, he became incredibly excited. He even almost tripped while leaving. When Jiang Suyu tried to help him up, he quickly waved his hand, saying, it's all right, auntie, you're so kind. I be going now, I won't eat here. Jiang Suyu was a little confused. She thought she hadn't offered to treat this young man to a meal. They both knew how precious food was these days. How could she possibly go out of her way to bring food to someone? Ever since Jiang Wuzai spent some time in the apartment building, he's become extremely frugal with food, making sure to eat every last grain, even dipping the oily bits in his steamed bun. Watching him wolf down his food, Jiang Mian almost couldn't resist kicking him out. Jiang Wuzai, can't you be a little more mindful of your image? How can a grown man eat like that? Hearing the reprimand, Jiang Wuzai didn't even look up and said, sister, don't worry about me. I've been starving lately, I never want to experience that again. He was almost crying as he spoke. Jiang Mian quickly shut her mouth, silently turning her head away to avoid his disgusting expression. That night, Jiang Mian thought for a long time about how to prevent such a catastrophic disaster. Unsure of what the future held, Jiang Mian considered almost every possible calamity, ultimately only able to sigh helplessly. Right now, the most important thing was preventing the acid rain. Everything else seemed less important. As for earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, those depended entirely on her own survival methods. She took out sheet metal from her spatial storage, capable of withstanding acid rain, and used it to trade with the officials for what she needed. Jiang Mian wasn't heartless enough to make exorbitant demands at such a critical moment. What she wanted wasn't food, but rather some metal materials and minerals that she couldn't obtain. Although the officials didn't understand why she wanted these things, they were overjoyed after witnessing the usefulness of the sheet metal. With this, they would no longer need to fear the highly corrosive acid rain. The next step was to imitate the light pearl base and begin building an underground city. With the protective sheet metal, the excavators could operate normally even in rainy weather. They even dug underground tunnels, converting subway tracks into housing, and then installing sheet metal around each one. However, these supplies weren't unlimited. They had to be frugal where necessary, ultimately deciding to build a layer of sheet metal above the subway and another layer underground. This way, even if acid rain suddenly became more corrosive, they would at least have time to react and wouldn't be instantly killed. Jiang Mian was also realizing for the first time that what the government wanted after taking action was far beyond what they could achieve with previous small-scale operations. It truly opened her eyes. How could the resources and foundation of a nation be compared to those of a few players? The government had to consider everyone, unlike players who only needed to consider themselves. Chapter 461. Therefore, although Jiang Mian consumed more gold coins, the variety of items she acquired increased significantly, so she had no fear of losing money. The overall profit was almost 100 to 1, making her a true shrewd businesswoman. Yet, many people thanked her for her great kindness. This was the highest level of a merchant. Even when others spent a lot of money on her goods, they still thanked her. Oh, thank you so much, young lady. If it weren't for you, we don't know how many more compatriots we would have lost. An elderly man with gray hair walked over, grasped Jiang Mian's hand, and showered her with thanks. Jiang Mian felt a little embarrassed, and gave Jun Chansheng a meaningful look. Jun Chansheng looked embarrassed and tugged at his grandfather. All right, there are so many people here. What do you mean by holding a young lady's hand like that? Aren't you ashamed? Chong Tansheng slapped his grandson's hand away, looking at Jiang Mian with increasing satisfaction. You don't understand. This girl and I hit it off immediately. The more I look at her, the more familiar she seems, like I met her somewhere before. Jiang Mian thought he was just being polite, and didn't take it to heart. No one else paid attention, but Chong Tansheng remembered it. He genuinely felt Jiang Mian looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he'd seen her before. Until he returned to the conference hall, finished his meeting, and went home. Looking at the photos plastered on his walls, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I remember now. Who does this girl look like? Jun Chansheng was startled by his grandfather, and almost rushed over to mute him. Old man, why are you making such a fuss? You know you scare someone to death. Chong Tansheng pointed to one of the photos and said, Look, doesn't the person in this photo look a lot like that girl? Jun Chansheng leaned closer, carefully examining the meticulously framed photo. On the back, there was a line of large characters, September 3, 2110, 6th Regiment commemorative photo. He stared intently at the person his grandfather was pointing to. Although the woman in the picture had her hair all pulled back, it was still clear that she bore a resemblance to Jiang Mian. Jun Cha-sheng frowned. He didn't want to meddle in other people's family affairs. He said softly, "Grandpa, don't interfere. They have their own private matters. Let's not meddle, lest we end up pleasing no one." Chong Tansheng nodded, taking his advice. However, deep down, he still wanted to figure everything out. At worst, he could investigate thoroughly, and then not tell anyone, right? Thinking this, the old rascal, Chong Tansheng, began his investigation. Jiang Mian had no idea that someone was eagerly investigating his background for him without him doing anything. Recently, whether due to acid rain or something else, his grandmother and younger brother had developed many red bumps. Even after applying ointment, they were still itchy and painful. After Jiang Mian treated them, the bumps would recur shortly afterward. This was truly unusual. After asking others, they all said they didn't have any significant symptoms. Jiang Mian, holding an umbrella, went to find Jun Chansheng, wanting to ask him what was wrong. On her way, she also saw people with red bumps all over their bodies. Those people's symptoms were much more severe than Jiang Wu's eyes. The red bumps were oozing pus and festering, and a faint stench could be smelled. Not only that, their bodies looked bloated, like inflated balloons, their faces and exposed skin covered with torn stretch marks from obesity. Jiang Mian was horrified. When Jiang Mian finally found Jun Chansheng, she learned that Jun Chansheng had also come to see her. Jiang Mian waited at Jun Changsheng's residence for a while, and Jun Changsheng's assistant, not daring to be negligent, stayed by his side. Only when Jun Changsheng rushed back did the assistant leave. When Jun Changsheng saw Jiang Mian, he almost burst into tears. Boss, it's urgent. These people's wounds suddenly started oozing pus and swelling overnight. What happened?" Jiang Mian originally wanted to ask him, but the question came back to him. Jiang Mian told him to calm down and explain the situation from yesterday until now. Jun Cha-sheng then recounted everything he knew, starting with, "From yesterday morning to evening, people kept saying their wounds were itchy. Our people checked and found it was a new type of bacterial invasion, which is very likely a complication of acid rain. Before we could even react, the areas on their bodies that had been hit by the acid rain started oozing pus, and after oozing pus, they quickly turned black. The symptoms were like an accelerated process of decay. Now, most people in the base are starting to have this problem." Jiang Mian roughly understood what he was saying and couldn't help but add, "Not only that, even people who weren't exposed to acid rain before are starting to have these symptoms. They get red bumps all over their bodies, and after scratching them, pus starts to ooze out. After the pus drains, the inside starts to turn black and smelly." Jiang Mian continued, "With our physical condition, we can still withstand it for a while, but many ordinary people have probably already been affected. When you have time, you can observe the people around you. Perhaps those people haven't realized it yet, thinking it's just a rash caused by the damp weather, but that's not actually it." Jun Chansheng nodded, then looked at Jiang Mian and asked, "Boss, is there any solution that can help them get through this difficult time? You know, the more people we rescue, the bigger the reward we get." Jiang Mian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yes, there is, but..." She paused, and Jun Chansheng immediately asked, "Boss, is the cost of doing this very high? What kind of reward do you need? Just name your price, and the authorities will definitely meet your needs." Jiang Mian was pleased with his understanding and explained, "You're right, the cost is indeed quite high, requiring a lot of effort and time. Moreover, those resources aren't easily renewable, so if you want to exchange them, you might have to consider a significant financial loss." Jun Chansheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this could prevent the symptoms from appearing. "That's good. At this moment, those minerals and resources are useless to them. The most important thing is to protect human resources. Exchange. Boss, no matter how expensive, we exchange." Seeing his eagerness, Jiang Mian nodded in satisfaction. Finally, she had gained something. It wasn't for nothing that she had come all this way to find him. Chapter 462. Jiang Mian estimated the total amount of spiritual spring water she currently possessed, and compared it with the number of people in the base, set a price she felt was reasonable. Seeing that Jun Changsheng's expression didn't change much, Jiang Mian nodded in satisfaction. This meant that the authorities still had enough supplies, and the chances of the transaction succeeding were still high. Jun Chansheng, I go ask my superiors. Also, I might need some samples. This was the inconvenience. Jun Changsheng couldn't make the decision directly, but rather it had to go through multiple approval processes. Jun Changsheng was essentially a middleman, or an introducer. Jiang Mian naturally had no objections. To emphasize the preciousness of this item, Jiang Mian presented him with a bottle of spiritual spring water in an exquisite glass bottle, and then prepared to leave. Refusing Jun Changsheng's offer to see her off, she returned to the villa on her own. After Jiang Suiyu and the others drank the spiritual spring water, the redness and swelling on their bodies subsided considerably. However, she didn't know how long it would take before the symptoms recurred, so she could only wait and see. Not long after, in the afternoon, Jun Changsheng arrived with a group of people to find Jiang Mian. Along with him was a middle-aged woman in a suit. The woman exuded a capable air, her expression conveying an air of quiet authority. After shaking hands with Jiang Mian, the two sat down to discuss the price. They didn't finalize the price until that evening. Jiang Mian lowered the price slightly. At the same time, the authorities needed to protect their safety, and most importantly, the safety of Jiang Wuzai and his grandmother. They didn't need to interfere too much with others. The woman in charge of the negotiations readily agreed, and after the two signed the contract, everything proceeded smoothly. Ms. Jiang, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Looking at the woman's outstretched, slender fingers, Jiang Mian shook hers. A pleasant cooperation, Ms. Liao. Ms. Liao smiled and nodded, looking at Jiang Mian and asking, Ms. Jiang, when would you have time? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Jiang Mian wasn't particularly fond of such polite inquiries, but out of admiration for the woman, she simply smiled and politely declined. Sure, let's contact each other when we're free. Oh, right. Jiang Mian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, I'd like to bring my younger brother and grandmother to live with us after the underground base is completed. Also, I hope you can strictly vet the identities of those who enter, and not let any outsiders in, to ensure the safety of others. After all, to those outsiders, these are all people from our world. Whether they live or die is none of their business. Their thinking is different from ours, and it could very well cause chaos in the base. Ms. Liao nodded and promised, Ms. Jiang, don't worry about that. We've given this serious consideration. Everyone who enters will undergo strict screening. Furthermore, we have special ability users above us, who can distinguish between players and ordinary people. We can guarantee that. Alright. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Mian watched them leave, then turned to the others who were silently observing. Alright, stop watching. I believe some of you who use special methods should know what we're talking about. As he said this, he clearly saw some embarrassment in their expressions. Jiang Mian wasn't one to dwell on such matters. She continued, while my family isn't protected, you should focus on protecting them. I don't need you to fight for me right now. I just want you to behave yourselves and enjoy this last bit of peace. These words inevitably raised eyebrows. And Lang, taking advantage of their familiarity, asked, Is something going to happen, boss? Why are you saying this? Jiang Mian, seeing An Lang's furtive expression, didn't mind revealing some information. Yes, a natural disaster is about to occur. It was revealed by someone higher up, so we need to prepare in advance, just in case. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian could clearly see the tension in their expressions. Jiang Mian didn't elaborate further, simply explaining what was about to happen. They understood the situation perfectly well. There was no need to publicize it. As night fell, they initially thought it would be another peaceful evening. However, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a chill, before she could even react. Out of instinct, she immediately deployed a shield around herself. The next second, a loud crash was heard as something heavy struck her shield, almost causing Jiang Mian to vomit blood. She finally realized that someone had infiltrated and ambushed her. She instantly switched places with Chu Xia. Chu Xia lived next door. This kid had been quite restless lately, always trying to find out about her. It was perfectly normal for him to take the hit for her now. The next second, Jiang Mian threw a signal flare into the sky. The flare's piercing sound simultaneously woke up everyone nearby. Those people instantly turned on their room lights, then quickly dressed and rushed out, surrounding the mobile villa where Jiang Mian was. Those people were skilled in combat. From waking up to leaving and surrounding Jiang Mian's location, it didn't even take a minute. They were clearly prepared. Team A, an anomaly has appeared in the target's home. Activate Plan A and evacuate. Yes, sir. Team B, quickly notify the others and coordinate to eliminate the intruder. Yes, sir. The signal flare not only woke up those guarding outside, but also those who were still asleep. and Lang and the others quickly opened their eyes and ran upstairs without hesitation. He simply waved his hand, releasing the cage and surrounding them completely. After switching places with Chu Xia, Jiang Mian quickly went to the room where her grandmother and Jiang Wuzai were staying. After ensuring their safety, she quickly had the players infected by the brain-eating worms take them away. Then they gathered to surround and kill the attacker. However, as the fight progressed, Jiang Mian sensed something was wrong. Why is he alone? Logically, this person wasn't very strong, and having learned from the previous experience, he shouldn't be foolishly throwing his life away again. But he did, which made Jiang Mian suspicious. Chapter 463. Especially, when facing certain death, this guy didn't show the fear and regret most people would display. Instead, he was completely calm, as if he were enjoying the process of dying. Jiang Mian quickly realized something was wrong, very wrong. Perhaps sensing Jiang Mian's gaze and hesitation, the man suddenly stopped, even though he was injured in the process, and still smiled, saying, "Curious, why am I the only one here?" Seeing Jiang Mian ignore him, he continued to mock, "That's because our real target isn't you, but..." Jiang Mian's face darkened. "What is it?" Seeing her vulnerable state, the man who had attacked her suddenly burst into laughter. "Didn't you already figure it out? Why are you asking so many questions?" Jiang Mian's expression changed. "Oh no, let's go find my family." With that, Jiang Mian directly slit his throat, killing the fearless man in front of her, and then put him into her spatial storage. The next second, Jiang Mian suddenly disappeared from their sight. Even the chubby boy, using his special equipment, couldn't detect where Jiang Mian was. "We can't find her." And Lang looked at the location displayed on the tracking card in his mind. Jiang Mian's location was a staggering 7 or 8 kilometers away. At first, he didn't understand what was going on. But when he thought about Jiang Mian's ability to completely control others, similar to possession, he instantly realized what was happening. Jiang Mian had probably already suspected their ulterior motives, so she hadn't placed all her hopes on them. One of the conditions of his deal with the authorities, protecting his family, shows that she doesn't trust them. The chubby boy's eyes darted around, and he suddenly suggested, "Why don't we split up? With the 3 of us, even if she wants to find us, it'd take her a while. If we delay any longer, we'd be far enough away that she probably won't be able to control us to come back." Hearing this, and Lang suddenly chuckled. The chubby boy looked displeased. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just think you're pretty funny. Have you ever thought about why she insists on controlling us to come back? Why not just kill us in a fit of anger after controlling us?" The chubby boy disagreed. "We just need to find a safe place and bind ourselves with props. Even if she takes over our bodies, she won't be able to control us." And Lang rolled his eyes, shattering his fantasy. "If that's what you think, then you should hide. But that's on the condition that you pray her family. Nothing's happened to her. But if something happened to her family, I think, even if you tied yourself up and stayed far away, even if you crossed the entire world, she would still hunt you down. We've known her for so long. You both know how much she values her family. I advise you to abandon those little schemes." After arguing for so long without convincing each other, they turned their attention to Chu Xia, who looked blank. "What's wrong?" They looked away, not really thinking highly of this guy who seemed a bit scatterbrained and had other ulterior motives. Finally, the chubby boy, seemingly having figured things out, took a step forward and looked at Lang and Chu Xia, who were still standing there, saying, "Come on, what are you standing there for? Are you disobeying the boss's orders? Believe me or not, I report you." Chu Xia suddenly spoke up. "What we're saying is there a possibility that we can find her location directly and then eliminate her when she's at her weakest? After all, we've seen before that when someone possesses another person, they have no subjective consciousness and don't even actively resist." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy, who was about to step out the door, pulled back again. After using the teleportation card, Jiang Mian found that the place she had first teleported to was surrounded by people. She instantly used a second teleportation card, and after using several more, making sure there was no one else around, she didn't even carefully check her surroundings before directly projecting her consciousness into the player parasitized by her brain-eating worm. When she opened her eyes again, Jiang Mian was stunned by the scene before her. 6 or 7 people were surrounding her, and judging from their appearance, she recognized some of them. The person wearing a black cloak, though it was unclear whether they were male or female, looked somewhat like the old man who had tried to trade snake scale fruit with him earlier, judging by their height. The soldiers protecting his family were being swept away like dry leaves by these people, offering no resistance whatsoever. Yet, even now, they remained vigilant, preventing the others from approaching their target. Jiang Mian's expression changed. Looking at those surrounding them, who seemed to be watching ants play, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, after parasitizing this body, she couldn't bring her original talents. She only possessed fighting instincts and the physical abilities of the host body. Jiang Mian looked at Jiang Wuzai and the other man, whispering, "When I say run, you two run in the direction I point. Use whatever vehicle you can, as fast as you can, along that straight line. My main body is there." Jiang Wuzai was stunned for a moment. Before he could even speak, the people who had been guarding them began attacking the group opposite them. Seeing this, Jiang Wuzai grabbed Jiang Suiyu and started running backward. At the same time, he shouted to the few remaining soldiers guarding them, "Go!" The soldiers reacted swiftly. Hearing Jiang Wuzai's shout, and seeing a car suddenly appear out of nowhere, without a word, a muscular man jumped in through the window, started the engine, and slammed on the gas. The car sped off in the direction Jiang Wuzai pointed. It didn't slow down at all. The others clung tightly to the doors, afraid of being thrown out. Even at this point, Jiang Wuzai still had the mind to think that this soldier drove even faster than his sister. The others who had surrounded Jiang Wuzai and his group after the escape, trying to seize this crucial point, couldn't sit still any longer. They completely disregarded the lone player and turned to chase after the car. However, the next second, Jiang Mian, controlling the man, charged directly towards the group heading in that direction. "Trying to leave? You really don't respect me at all." The leader of the black-robed men sneered, his familiar voice ringing out again, "Friend, you're a player too. There's no need for you to be so devoted to another player, is there? Whatever benefits he gave you, we can give you in return." Chapter 464. She gave me 3 serpent scale fruits. Can you give me some? The man in black choked. He really couldn't produce that many. This guy was clearly trying to bribe her when force failed, but Jiang Mian wasn't willing to play along. In her view, since these people had set their sights on her family, they must have discovered something, and she absolutely couldn't let them go. Enough nonsense. My loyalty is beyond your comprehension. Don't even think about trying to sow discord between her and me. Seeing his seemingly loyal demeanor, the man in black didn't bother to persuade him further. He simply waved his hand and said coldly, "You guys stop him. I'm going after those people." The others naturally didn't object. After all, they had signed a contract. Whoever obtained the serpent scale fruit tree would receive 1 fruit after it bore fruit. These people had clearly been deceived. Having learned her lesson once, Jiang Mian knew that it wasn't a contract, but the Book of Demons. That contract was completely useless. In fact, it would subtly influence them, just like they were now. However, Jiang Mian had done so much, even sacrificing one of her right-hand men. How could she let him leave so easily? She needed to buy time for her family, to create an opportunity to escape, and she couldn't let them leave this place. The next second, Jiang Mian appeared in front of the man, blocking his path. "You old geezer, what do you think you're doing?" Luo Mu's face instantly turned cold upon hearing this address. "What did you call me?" Since he had grown old, he had greatly disliked being called that, and hearing this player address him like that instantly triggered his temper. Jiang Mian's smile remained unchanged, even widening slightly, as she shouted again, "You old codger. Can't you hear me? Have you become so blind? You bastard. This junior is utterly rude." Luo Mu instantly flew into a rage, swinging her hand to grab Jiang Mian, but Jiang Mian dodged it. However, this wasn't her own body. She expected to dodge unharmed, but in reality, her nerves were rather slow, and she didn't easily evade. Instead, bruises immediately appeared on her body. She coughed up blood. Jiang Mian wiped the blood from her mouth and sneered, "Is that all? You're nothing special." Luo Mu looked at her stubborn refusal with even more disdain. He could now see that this was just a puppet. "Girl, if your true form were here, perhaps I'd be a little wary. But don't forget, you're just a puppet now, so weak. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant." With that, he waved his hand, looking at the group and ordering, "Go. Since she wants to stop me, then you go and hunt down those people. I want them alive." The others felt a pang of displeasure at his commanding tone, yet subconsciously compelled them to obey. However, Jiang Mian's intention was to delay them. How could she let them leave so easily? Enduring her injuries, her internal energy surged, and a card suddenly appeared in her hand. "Listen up, everyone. After use, control everyone nearby who hears this for 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, everyone will stop what they're doing and look at you." Jiang Mian used the card directly, watching everyone turn to look at her. It was quite satisfying, to be honest. Jiang Mian, "All right, everyone, listen to me now, we're just going to talk." Jiang Mian's words were a jumbled mess, but her steps began to retreat, and the heads of those people started to turn, twisting more and more exaggeratedly. Jiang Mian's smile widened. She had never known that this skill card could be so useful. Luo Mu tried to turn and leave, but was forced to stop a second later. Jiang Mian didn't waste this opportunity. This card only lasted 3 minutes, so she immediately set up a bunch of obstacles around herself. Gravity cards, slow cards, confusion cards, defense cards, all sorts of cards were available. She used every card she had. After setting up all the cards, only 1 minute remained, and the reinforcements Jiang Mian was waiting for hadn't arrived. She had already anticipated this outcome and didn't panic. Instead, she picked up her large machete, ready to take care of a few people first. Surprisingly, these people, unless fatally injured, would obediently wait for you to finish speaking. However, if injured, they could retaliate and wouldn't stand still. This was probably a significant bug. Jiang Mian quickly moved away from him, and once they were far enough apart, the man stopped abruptly. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian didn't have any ranged weapons at the moment. Otherwise, she could have tested whether ranged attacks would affect the skill card's effect. Soon, 3 minutes had passed, and once she could move freely again, Luo Mu attacked her without hesitation. Jiang Mian tried her best to dodge, while also being wary of others trying to kidnap her family. It was precisely because of her distraction that her injuries gradually increased, and in a moment of carelessness, one of them severed her arm. Jiang Mian looked at her bloodied arm, the pain shooting directly through her body. She was somewhat incredulous. If that were the case, then the original owner of this skill had controlled so many people. Wouldn't the pain they felt before their deaths have all been transmitted to him simultaneously? She wondered what kind of monster the guy was, since he had never mentioned it or shown it before. Anyway, Jiang Mian couldn't withstand it. Jiang Mian stared coldly at the group, memorizing their faces. Perhaps feeling uneasy under her gaze, one of them couldn't help but speak up. What are you looking at? Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are determined by fate. You chose the path to hell when heaven was there. We already said we'd let you go, but you're still stubborn. Since that's the case, we have to send you on your way. Jiang Mian looked at him coldly and scoffed. You're exaggerating too much. Humph. You're still being stubborn. I see if you're still this arrogant when you're about to die. Luo Mu frowned, looking at the player who kept exchanging threats with Jiang Mian. He wanted to punch him to death. Why wasn't he using this wasted time? What was he doing just standing there on the periphery with that machete? Didn't he see that the other players were already in close combat with bows and arrows? Then, as if he didn't want to waste any more time, countless branches instantly appeared on the ground and attacked Jiang Mian. Chapter 465. Looking at the familiar objects on the ground, Jiang Mian suddenly realized. So it was you, you old codger? I knew it was you who caused trouble wherever I stayed at the Pearl Base. Luo Mu curled his lips into a wicked smile. Like it? I only need to trip you up a little, and you'd be like a drowning dog without even realizing it. Jiang Mian's eyes narrowed. A drowning dog? She wondered, wait, who would be the drowning dog between them? Jiang Mian didn't continue the standoff. Her body was already at its limit, and she had used up most of her skill cards. Continuing the standoff would easily result in her being killed from a distance. It was better to proceed to the final step. Thinking this, Jiang Mian charged towards the group. Under the pressure of the gravity card, Jiang Mian's speed remained normal, while the others moved slowly. Among them, the old codger was the most powerful. Jiang Mian didn't invite trouble. Instead, she lured the others there first, then revealed a strange smile. Luo Mu keenly sensed something was wrong. The next second, he instinctively tried to use a skill to escape the area, but at the edge, he was blocked by a special card. However, there was no time to think further. A huge explosion suddenly erupted where he had been standing. Luo Mu quickly used a defensive card to withstand the impact, but he was still somewhat unwell. Only a pile of bones remained, along with 2 individuals with special abilities, who could still crawl, reaching out to Luo Mu, crying, "Help! Help!" Luo Mu cautiously observed the scene, confirming the puppet was undeniably dead before instantly collecting the cards that had fallen. As for the other 2, seeing their near-death state, Luo Mu decided to finish them off without hesitation, sparing them the pain of healing. The other man, seeing this, couldn't help but curse Luo Mu. "You old bastard, I'd be waiting for you in hell." Luo Mu waved his hand, and a tree root pierced through his body between his legs, inflicting a penetrating injury. Then, he collected the cards dropped by the 2 men and headed towards the place where the others had left. On his way there, he glanced at the location card for Jiang Mian in his mind. noticing her location had been updated. After estimating the distance between them, Luo Mu suddenly stopped. Logically, he should have been able to reach Jiang Mian's family first, but he was alone and felt uncertain. Furthermore, he had indirectly caused her death once, and knowing her nature, she would definitely seek revenge. She might already have a trap waiting for him to fall into. Luo Mu didn't think he could kill her in a one-on-one fight. After careful consideration, he instantly changed his location and chose to escape. This was something no one had expected. When Jiang Mian regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a low puddle, with a light drizzle falling from the sky. Naturally, her back and the areas exposed to the rain began to rot. Seeing her badly injured hands and body, Jiang Mian didn't dare delay. Without even time for treatment, she quickly used her teleportation card to leave. By the time she reached her planned location, only a minute had passed. Her body was far beyond its limits, but the only thing that gave her some relief was that her family was unharmed. Luo Mu hadn't chased after her, and Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. She then got into the car and began to rest with her eyes closed. Jiang Suiyu looked at her granddaughter's pockmarked face and arms, and felt a pang of heartache. She wanted to touch her face, but dared not. After resting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Mian opened her eyes, and smiled at the two worried people. "I'm fine, I recover soon." Jiang Suiyu opened her mouth. "Mian Mian, does it hurt?" "I still have the healing water you gave me before, drink some first." Jiang Mian waved her hand. "No need, I rest a bit more, then use my ability to heal." Jiang Wuzai's eyes were red. This time he didn't say anything, but the bulging veins on his clenched fists seemed to say everything. The car drove towards the base, and suddenly stopped. Jiang Mian opened her eyes, looked at the three people outside the window, and gave them a cold look. And Lang and the others looked concerned, seemingly worried about whether Jiang Mian was alright, but their concern was somewhat superficial. However, she understood. After all, these three were only acting this way because they were being controlled. If they weren't controlled, they wouldn't have obeyed at all. However, with her family's lives at stake, Jiang Mian didn't want any accidents to happen. Therefore, her eyes were filled with suspicion as she looked at the group, even considering parasitizing the others with brain-eating worms, leaving only one person to gather information. Thinking about it, however, now wasn't the right time. Jiang Mian outwardly said nothing, simply telling them to find their own way back, but inwardly she was already plotting. The three of them were left standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. And Lang had been with her for a while, and understood her thoughts. He knew she was angry, but she wasn't showing it. Who knew what she might do to them behind their backs? He also suddenly realized that he shouldn't have listened to the two's nonsense, thinking he could stall for time and observe the situation. If he hadn't stalled for time and had been the first to pledge his loyalty, perhaps the boss's opinion of him would have changed by now. Now, he hadn't done anything wrong, yet he had become the villain. The chubby boy was also somewhat embarrassed. He had really miscalculated this time. He shouldn't have been so careless. If he had known she was so powerful, he wouldn't have had any other thoughts. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as if only, and no one will pay the price for their mistakes. Everyone was bewildered, unsure what the future held for them. They could only pray that they would perform well, and that the big boss would let them off the hook. Jiang Mian was currently focused on recovering her energy, but more importantly, she was recovering from her previous near-death experience. Her first death was due to the instant of a nuclear explosion, which rendered her unconscious and therefore painless. However, this time it was equivalent to a self-destruction. The scene of her tendons shattering inch by inch, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, was still vivid in her mind, and she couldn't recover for a long time. Chapter 466. Even in her sleep, her body couldn't help but twitch. Jiang Suiyu hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face, but afraid that the drops would hurt Jiang Mian's wounds, she could only lift her head, trying her best to control her tears. She muttered to herself, "Your sister has never suffered like this before. At most, I have her fill a bucket of water when the water and electricity were cut off. When did she become so fearless of pain? I remember when she was little, she cried uncontrollably when she was bitten by an insect. I watched your sister grow up with my own eyes. How did she change? She's covered in wounds. How much pain must she be in?" She didn't utter a sound. "Is it just so I can rest assured? Is that why she's so brave?" As she spoke, not only did she cry, but Jiang Wuzai also couldn't help wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. When they returned to base, Jun Chasheng was already waiting for them. Seeing the vehicle, he and his men immediately approached, asking with concern, "What happened? Did someone suddenly break in?" One of the soldiers explained the situation, But since he didn't have an omniscient perspective, his account was based on what he had witnessed. He described how, at a critical moment, a young man suddenly appeared and saved them, allowing them to escape. As for the young man, some people vaguely heard an explosion behind him, suggesting he might have perished along with the enemy. Jun Chongqing's expression darkened. He glanced at Jiang Mian, who was completely shrouded in a cloak, and without saying anything more, led her directly to the army headquarters. This place not only houses their game players, but also countless high-tech weapons. Even if enemies were to arrive, they would have to carefully consider the consequences. Jun Chongqing explained, the enemy already knows the location of your residence. If you go back now, you easily be targeted again. So, I take you back to our headquarters first, which will ensure your safety as much as possible. Jiang Suiyu had no objections, and Jiang Wuzai also had no objections. The group arrived at the official headquarters without any hindrance. However, the other three were completely bewildered. Wait, they just went in like that? What about the three of them? After exchanging glances, the three had no choice but to return to their original mobile villa. And Lang paced anxiously, looking at the two sitting on the sofa, and said impatiently, now look what's happened. It's all your fault for stopping me from helping the boss. He's definitely at odds with us now. Besides, the boss just lost a key figure, and I'm not even sure who will replace him. The chubby guy didn't want to talk. He knew that unless a windfall suddenly fell from the sky, he was likely to be in trouble. However, his eyes darted around, and he suddenly focused his gaze on Chu Xia. Chu Xia was still lost in thought, seemingly preoccupied with something. The chubby guy and Lang exchanged a glance. Now, the only way to break the deadlock was to look to him. They understood each other perfectly, and gave each other a strange smile. Jiang Mian woke up again in pain. After falling into a deep sleep, she tried to turn over, but the pain from the injury on her arm made her sit up abruptly. Even after waking up, she was still somewhat disoriented. Once her memories returned, she sat up instantly, looking at the wounds on her arms. They appeared to have been treated, but it was likely the effect of wiping with the spiritual spring water, using her healing abilities directly wasn't as fast. Taking advantage of her abundant energy, Jiang Mian immediately used her healing abilities. Most of her wounds healed, and after a few uses, they were completely healed. She breathed a sigh of relief. The main reason for her numerous injuries was the time crunch. Fortunately, the acid rain was relatively light. If it had been a stronger rain, even her protective cloak might not have been able to stop it, and she probably would have been reduced to bones by the time she woke up again, unable to even wake up. She realized she had been too slow this time. Most importantly, the other three were truly unreliable. Jiang Mian even considered parasitizing all three of them with brain-eating worms. But there was one problem. Players parasitized by the brain-eating worm are significantly weakened. When facing players of the same level, they are easily detected as abnormal, and may even be killed outright. Where would she find so many strong players then? Having dismissed this thought, Jiang Mian didn't intend to let them off easily. If she let them off so easily, who knew what other outrageous things they might do next? Before Jiang Mian could even act, two familiar figures walked in, and Lang and the chubby boy. Jiang Mian looked at them coldly, slightly raising her chin, and asked, "What's the matter? Is it possible to get both of you to appear at the same time?" And Lang and the chubby boy exchanged a glance. The chubby boy immediately grinned and said, "Boss, we came to see how your recovery is going. I have some healing cards in my inventory. They're super useful." With that, the chubby boy took out 3 healing cards from his spatial storage, all of them costing at least 10,000 gold coins. Jiang Mian coughed lightly, naturally accepting the healing cards, then turned his gaze to Lang. And Lang looked bitter, trembling as he pulled 2 healing cards and 1 defense card from his pocket. "Boss, this is my last treasure, it's all yours." Jiang Mian reached out to take them, but Lang gripped the other end tightly in his hand. Jiang Mian looked at him suspiciously, and Lang finally released his grip. Unexpectedly, this guy still had some hidden treasures after he already robbed him once. After accepting the bribes from the 2 men, she cooperatively looked at them and asked, "All right, you 2 didn't come here just to curry favor with me, did you? Tell me, what did you discover this time?" The 2 men exchanged a glance, instantly pinning all the blame on Chu Xia. "Boss, you don't know, after you left yesterday, Chu Xia kept pulling us aside and talking about this and that, basically trying to get us to betray you. Of course we didn't want to, but we couldn't help it because we didn't realize what was going on. We listened to him talking about trivial things until we realized we'd fallen for a trap. He actually tried to sow discord between us. He doesn't even know how much I respect you, boss. His attempts to sow discord are naturally useless. I only have admiration for you, boss. And Lang, yes, boss, that's what I think too. Outsiders' attempts to sow discord can't diminish my respect for you, boss. Chapter 467. Jiang Mian looked at the two men, momentarily speechless. Were they planning to offer her a gift and then find a scapegoat to get her to forgive them? However, this reason didn't quite seem convincing to her. Seemingly sensing Jiang Mian's thoughts, the chubby guy suddenly whispered, "Boss, there's something I'm not sure if I should say." Jiang Mian looked at him, and encouraged by her gaze, the chubby guy continued, "Boss, I noticed that guy is acting strangely. He doesn't usually work with us, he always goes it alone, and often seems suspicious and guilty. Several times I've seen him go out before dawn, and come back early the next morning, pretending he slept all night. He's definitely up to something. Boss, think about it," Jiang Mian continued, "we've been doing fine here. How could someone suddenly know about your family? Brother and I are absolutely innocent, we keep an eye on each other, and haven't overstepped any boundaries. So, the culprit can only be Chu Xia." Jiang Mian listened to their analysis, smiling without saying a word. Although she didn't know who the real mole was, she knew that these two, with their cowardly and fearful demeanor, definitely weren't the mole. She looked at the two of them and asked, "Where's Chu Xia? Why didn't he come with you? Did he run away because he felt guilty?" The two exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. "Yes, he ran away." Jiang Mian was suspicious of this, but she didn't show it to them. Instead, she waved them away. And Lang obediently turned and stepped out of the room, but upon turning back, he found that the chubby boy hadn't followed. The boy's flattering voice reached his ears. "Boss, how about I stay here and take care of you? Your injury hasn't healed, and some things are inconvenient for you. I'm the best at serving people, I guarantee I make sure you're comfortable." And Lang was stunned, truly stunned. This damned, competitive world, may it all be destroyed. Why is everyone involved in everything? Jiang Mian waved her hand, dismissing the two. She didn't need anyone to serve her. More importantly, she was extremely annoyed by the chubby boy. This guy was too cunning, but undeniably useful. After the two left, Jiang Mian lowered her hand from her forehead. In her palm was a small voice recorder, having recorded the entire conversation between the three. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The voice recorder bounced up and down in Jiang Mian's hand, her lips practically twitching into a grin. These two are overestimating themselves. Do they really think they act according to their wishes? Rather than one side controlling the other, creating a monopoly, a three-way balance of power would be much better. She had it all planned out, and Lang would be neutral, the chubby guy would be the one stirring up trouble, and the one constantly being targeted would naturally be the chubby guy's adversary. A three-way balance of power is far better than one-sided threats and intimidation. As for their talk about Chu Xia being sneaky? A mole or something? How could he not be considered one, being controlled from time to time? Yes, those strange behaviors were actually being controlled by Jiang Mian, but initially, she didn't want to lure out the chubby guy, but rather the other players hiding deep within. However, those people didn't try to contact Chu Xia, instead, they acted directly, catching Jiang Mian off guard. As for how they found out about her family, it wasn't that complicated. Weren't they seen leaving the Pearl base? Jiang Mian felt she might need to adjust her approach. Her family should avoid living with her, and instead reside in the official underground base. Furthermore, Jiang Mian placed many item cards on them, just in case. After doing all this, she decided to leave. Previously, she had misjudged the situation, thinking she could protect her family alone. Now, upon reflection, she realized her strength was ultimately limited. If they split into 2 or 3 groups, she would struggle to protect them both. But staying at the base was different. Since they needed Jiang Mian to provide treatment and protection, they would naturally put in greater effort to protect them. It could be said that besides Jiang Mian herself, the official headquarters was the safest place in the world. Of course, this was all on the premise that Jiang Mian wasn't being hunted down. Before leaving, Jiang Mian patted Jun Chansheng on the shoulder. "Thank you for your trouble." Jun Chansheng was taken aback. This was the first time the big boss had spoken to him like this. He was somewhat flattered. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. You're joking, big boss. I promised to protect your family beforehand. This was our mistake, so we should take responsibility." Jiang Mian shook his head, disagreeing. "It's not like that. We both know the difference between ordinary people and players. By the way, for those who died in battle, could you help me give their families more compensation? I cover the cost." However, upon hearing Jiang Mian's words, Jun Chansheng suddenly said, Boss, no need. Those chosen to participate in the guard duty are all orphans. They already understand their future fate, so there's no way to compensate them. Hearing this, Jiang Mian paused, a strange feeling welling up inside her. She stood in the hall, looking at the still strong figures of those people. Their faces bore the pits of acid rain, yet they showed no fear of hardship or death. Jiang Mian lowered her eyes, a rare moment of compassion washing over her. She took out some fruit from her spatial storage and handed it to Jun Chansheng, instructing him, "Consider these fruits my token of appreciation. Give them to them, and remember, make sure they eat them, understand?" Jun Chansheng held the fruit, not understanding why Jiang Mian cared so much and wanted him to watch them eat it. But one thing he understood was that Jiang Mian never possessed anything of low quality. Everything she gave was always useful. Of course, he wasn't the kind of person to be so short-sighted as to steal food from his own men. So he nodded and assured them, "Boss, don't worry, I personally watched them eat it. I absolutely won't let anyone else take it from them." Hearing his assurance, Jiang Mian nodded in satisfaction. She trusted Jun Chansheng to a certain extent. Although he had his own ulterior motives, he was at least much better than others. At least, he had a sense of righteousness and consideration. And Jiang Mian, naturally, was going back to witness a grand spectacle. A grand spectacle starring the chubby boy, An Lang, and Chu Xia. Chapter 468. Back at the villa, the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone had their own thoughts. An Lang and the chubby boy looked at Jiang Mian excitedly, anticipating her punishment of Chu Xia. Would she punish him outright, or just give him a verbal reprimand? Jiang Mian, observing their gazes, called Chu Xia inside. Watching the two leave, An Lang and the chubby boy exchanged glances. After entering the room, Jiang Mian turned and sat down on the sofa, gesturing for Chu Xia to find a place to sit. Chu Xia looked nervous. Looking at his serious expression, Jiang Mian suddenly laughed. "Do you know why I called you today?" Chu Xia honestly nodded, "No." From his expression and actions, Jiang Mian could tell he was lying. Why she had called him? He probably already knew, but they hadn't said it outright. Jiang Mian smiled casually and said, "It's like this, your other two companions seem to have had a disagreement with you. They seem dissatisfied with your actions, and have complained to me. You can listen to the recording here for details." With that, Jiang Mian stood up and handed him a miniature recorder, then patted his shoulder and sighed, "Chu Xia, I know you're a very honest person, but some people are deliberately trying to smear you. Sigh. You can't be too careful." After saying this, Jiang Mian went back to his bedroom, leaving Chu Xia alone in the living room, bewildered. When he heard the words of his two treacherous teammates on the recording, he almost exploded with anger. Fine, these two traitors, on the surface they seem so amicable, agreeing to keep what happened that day a secret, but behind my back they're framing me, using every trick in the book. They're trying to oust me, aren't they? Too bad, I won't let them have their way. Humph. As he passed the downstairs living room, he glanced at the two men staring upwards, snorted coldly, and turned back to his room. "And Lang, what's going on? What did they say? They don't look like they've been punished." The chubby boy, "I don't know, let's just wait and see." The two exchanged a glance, then looked away. What followed was quite a spectacle for Jiang Mian. The open and covert struggles between the three were truly eye-opening, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. With each of them keeping the other in check, they all behaved so obediently, constantly trying to curry favor. Jiang Mian was extremely satisfied. As long as he kept these three under control, he wouldn't have to fear any of the storms and dangers to come. Besides providing the authorities with a certain amount of protective equipment, she also provided large quantities of food daily. Now that her identity was known, there was no need to hide it anymore. Furthermore, now that her abilities had been unsealed, there was even less need to be cautious. The authorities naturally tried their best to meet her requests, and overall, things were quite harmonious. Until other bases requested assistance. Jiang Mian listened to Jun Changsheng's words without showing any emotion. Jun Changsheng, however, was visibly excited. "Boss, think about it. Just the people from our bases alone can bring us a lot of benefits. If we could rescue the people from other bases at the same time, the benefits would be unprecedented. We might even be able to secure a place on the global rankings. Who wouldn't want that?" Seemingly remembering something, Jun Changsheng scratched his head and added, "Oh right, boss, you're always on the rankings, so you might not understand these things, but for us ordinary folks, who will never rise to the top, it's a truly glorious achievement." Jiang Mian, listening to his rambling, asked the crucial question, Have you considered this? Taking in a large number of refugees from other bases could easily make your base unprofitable. Your base already has limited space. Recruiting outside residents will only increase your burden and inevitably lead to unrest. Have you thought about that? Jun Changsheng looked somewhat dejected after being reminded. Then, he raised his head excitedly and said, "It's all right. We can always buy more supplies from you to replenish our food reserves, so more people can survive." Hearing his naive words, Jiang Mian couldn't help but shake her head. He still hadn't grasped the deeper meaning of her own words. Yes, what he was saying sounded good, accepting refugees, but what would happen after they were brought back? He was just putting on a show. In reality, they had no control over those refugees. However, seeing his persistent expression, Jiang Mian didn't try to persuade him further. People are hard to change even with persuasion, but situations can change a person in one go. Seeing that the big boss had agreed, Jun Changsheng finally felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. Because their current base was in a relatively safe location, no floods, no volcanic eruptions, just occasional earthquakes, they had weathered the storm relatively smoothly while other bases were engaged in disaster relief. This is precisely why other bases wanted to relocate. Mingzhu Base was the first to submit an application. They were naturally willing, and a few days later, a large group of people converged on the site. When those disheveled people arrived at the base, they were stunned. They were all shocked to see the base residents, whose faces bore scars yet remained clean and tidy. Most importantly, they didn't smell at all. This made the disaster victims, who had been corroded by acid rain, volcanic eruptions, and the formation of some substance, smelled terrible, had sore throats, and were in a sorry state. Seeing this, they felt, "We're all human. Why are others unaffected while they suffer like this?" A sense of injustice arose in their hearts almost instantly. However, they were currently in the position of those seeking aid and couldn't directly express their dissatisfaction. Official personnel were responsible for receiving those people. Jiang Mian didn't join in the commotion. She only happened to pass by while looking for her grandmother and caught a glimpse of a few familiar faces. Qingxi thought of the round-faced girl she had met earlier who had struck up a conversation with her. They seemed quite close. Her curiosity was fleeting. She quickly suppressed it and left. Upon arriving at the underground base, Jiang Mian explained the situation to the two girls. They understood the general picture but didn't dwell on it. Since it was a decision made above, ordinary people like them should just listen. There was no need for them to speak. Chapter 469. Jiang Mian didn't want to discuss this topic further, instead asking how the two were feeling lately. Thanks to the unlimited supply of spiritual spring water, neither of them had any wounds or a putrid smell. Jiang Mian was quite relieved about this. Thankfully, she had obtained the spiritual spring water, allowing them to safely weather this disaster. When Jiang Mian returned to the surface, it was already crowded. Base personnel arriving for refuge were either in specially made RVs or ordinary cars. Of course, some were traveling on foot, but fewer were doing so. Perhaps those who had given up halfway there couldn't continue. However, Pearl Base was still a large base, housing millions of people. It was fortunate they hadn't committed all their manpower there, otherwise, the base might have changed hands. Jiang Mian also saw Jun Changsheng, who was smiling and seemed quite happy. Jiang Mian understood what he was happy about. He simply thought that with so many people around, his ranking would definitely rise after the game ended. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian didn't think so. She felt that Jun Changsheng was very likely to shoot himself in the foot. Just by looking at them, their eyes were filled with greed and desire. The way they stared at the others in the base was even more disdain and disgust. She didn't know why they looked like that. They were the ones who had come to seek refuge, yet they acted as if emperors had arrived. Accompanying this group was the rapid depletion of food reserves in Jiang Mian's space. The plants she cultivated were harvested again and again, barely enough to sustain so many people. This is precisely why, even with their regular meals, these people dared to withhold their own supplies. Jiang Mian frowned, looking at the goods delivered this time. Why is there only so much? According to the trade agreement, shouldn't there be a ton of special ore? A moment of silence fell over the air. After a long pause, someone mustered the courage to speak. Logically, there should be this much special ore, but recently the number of people has increased far too much. The production can't keep up with the exchange rate, so could you please do us a favor? After all, these are mostly worthless items before the apocalypse. Jiang Mian understood. They felt that they were the only ones left to trade with, so they wanted to control the newcomers to the Pearl Base, while also getting cheap supplies from him. Moreover, judging from the man's tone, Did he think he was entitled to do all this for them? Jiang Mian found it truly laughable, and she laughed along, looking at the unfamiliar face, and asked, "Where's the person who used to be in charge of the transaction? Have him come out, I want to talk to him." Upon hearing this, the man's face visibly showed displeasure, and he said stiffly, "Just tell me what you want. I'm his superior, my priority is higher." Jiang Mian nodded, understanding. They had deliberately sent an unreasonable person to harass her. Did they think she was easy to bully? Jiang Mian, fine. I agree to your terms. I also wanted to tell you that my stored supplies are limited, and with your endless consumption, they're almost gone. Therefore, I'm suspending this transaction with you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the unfamiliar officer opposite him was displeased. He frowned, looking at Jiang Mian, a young girl, and seemed to feel entitled to lecture her. His tone hardened. "Young lady, that's not how it works. So many of us depend on you for our livelihood. You just want to stop. What will happen to so many people? Are we just supposed to starve to death? Don't you, a young girl, have any sense of compassion?" Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. She didn't even need to say a word. A single look from her was enough to inspire courage and loyalty. The chubby boy, who had been targeted by Chu Xiao lately, immediately stepped forward to pledge his loyalty upon seeing the scene. "Hey, that's a bit of moral blackmail. What do you mean by saying so many people depend on our boss for their livelihood? Our boss is just kind-hearted, trading some worthless stones for incredibly precious food. Essentially, although it's nominally in exchange for food, and you give it enough resources, everyone knows these worthless stones are useless in this situation, while food is what we desperately need. Our boss is already this kind. You already gone this far, and you still want to push your luck? Are you deliberately bullying us?" After the chubby boy finished speaking, Jiang Mian pretended to scold him. "Hey, Pang Ran, how can you talk like that? I'm willing but unable. If it were the previous team, it would be fine, but now that there are so many more people, and so many people need to be fed every day, even if I were a god, I couldn't support so many people. Please go back and tell your superiors that I might not be able to provide you with food for a while. My previous stockpile is almost used up. We cooperate again next time. Alright, Onling, pack your things and see the guests out." With that, she seemed genuinely tired, turned, and left. The unfamiliar officer behind her tried to call her back, but to no avail. Not long after this incident, Jun Chansheng, a very busy man, took time out of his hectic schedule to visit Jiang Mian. He arrived travel-worn, and before even exchanging a few pleasantries, he stated his purpose. "Boss, I'm truly sorry about what happened today. That guy came from the Pearl base. He held a high-ranking position before, and we wanted to show him respect by assigning him to the logistics department. This guy is probably unhappy with his position in logistics, which is why he acted so arrogantly. He even deliberately withheld some of the supplies we were trading. After I found out, I had my grandfather dismiss him. Please don't mind what he did. I'm here to apologize. How about we stick to the price we agreed on before?" Jiang Mian smiled at him, her mind perfectly clear. Whether it was the officer's stubbornness or a test from above, Jiang Mian didn't care. She only needed a response from above. She didn't agree to Jun Chongqing's suggestion of keeping everything the same. "You know, the situation isn't what it used to be. Even if I collect a lot, I eventually run out." In the end, Jiang Mian withheld 10% of the food, and the trade price remained the same as before. Then Jun Chongqing arrived, travel-worn, and left just as quickly. He seemed very busy, and his current position was quite high. It seemed many things required his orders to be carried out. Jiang Mian couldn't help but shake her head, truly not understanding what he could gain from all this trouble. Jiang Mian shook her head, deciding to simply wait and see what the future held. Chapter 470. Cough cough. Jiang Mian couldn't suppress the itchy feeling in her throat, and was forced to cough twice. Her coughing acted like a switch, continuing incessantly for the next while. Cough cough. She sniffed, feeling a stuffy, astringent sensation in her nose. She felt like she had caught a cold. She took some medicine, and used the spiritual spring water as aids, and also used her healing ability to soothe herself. She could clearly feel her symptoms improving considerably. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected the external environment to be so harmful. If that was the case, the spiritual spring water she had been given might not be enough. She wondered what Jun Chansheng would think after finding out. She wondered how she should react. Sure enough, in the afternoon, she saw Jun Chansheng arrive in the pouring rain. He hadn't even sat down yet when he anxiously said, "Boss, something's wrong. The air quality outside is terrible, even worse now." Plus, the germs carried by people from other bases are contagious, causing others to start getting fevers and coughs. Now, many people are even losing their sight. What should we do? Looking at his anxious expression, Jiang Mian remained unmoved. She didn't understand if his anxiety was genuine or just for profit. However, she knew she couldn't do what he was told. To Jun Chongqing's request, Jiang Mian could only shake her head helplessly, looking into his eyes, and said seriously, "I told you before, those healing potions are the most I can offer. You yourselves are using them sparingly, even diluting them with water. How come you're so generous with others?" Upon hearing this, Jun Chongqing was immediately embarrassed. He muttered under his breath, "Well, they come all this way to seek refuge. You should at least show some appreciation, shouldn't you? Besides, their illnesses are more serious. There are priorities." Hearing this, Jiang Mian roughly understood. She looked at Jun Chongqing with a half-smile and asked, "You mean, you gave your base's share of divine water to the Pearl base, so now you lost your share?" Jun Chongqing glanced at her and nodded awkwardly. Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Jun Chongqing and couldn't help but ask, Jun Chongqing, who exactly let you get involved in managing the base? Does he intend for everyone to die?" These words left Jun Chongqing with almost no room for maneuver. He knew he had made a terrible mistake, and could only lower his head in shame, but he still couldn't help but defend himself, saying, "No, actually, I only gave them 1 day's share so they could treat their injuries and ease our burden. The remaining share still belongs to the people at our base." Jiang Mian wasn't very convinced. She looked at Jun Chongqing and said, "Perhaps, but I can't help you this time. The share of the body water is indeed insufficient. You know how expensive I used to sell this kind of thing. Now, I lowered the price a lot because we're from the same world. Most importantly, who has enough resources to support so many people?" Unable to get a solution from Jiang Mian, Jun Chongqing could only prepare to leave, feeling fortunate. Just then, the chubby boy suddenly stepped forward and started stirring up trouble. Looking at Jun Chongqing's back, he couldn't help but curl his lip and say loudly, "What does this guy take us for? He only comes to ask for things when he needs them, and when he doesn't, we don't see him for days. Besides, wasn't this all his own doing? Why is it that he's asking you, boss, to be heartless? Most importantly, when he rescued people outside, he was the one who benefited, while the boss who silently supported him seems insignificant." And Lang couldn't help but say, "I think he's getting a bit too demanding. He acts like it's his due to the boss giving him anything. It's a bit too much of a moral blackmail." Chu Xiao looked bewildered. Seeing that both of them had said this, he thought for a moment and added, "He's a bit too arrogant. Maybe he thinks that by controlling the boss's family, he indirectly controls the boss, which is why he's so unscrupulous." Upon hearing this, 3 pairs of eyes turned to him, making Chu Xiao shiver involuntarily. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Jiang Mian turned her head away unhappily. "All right, I know, you don't need to nag me anymore." Chu Xia, "Oh." Sure enough, over the next 2 days, unprecedented chaos erupted in the base. Those who came from Pearl Base or other bases were physically exhausted. After enjoying the base's benefits, they were suddenly told that these benefits could only be enjoyed for 1 day, which naturally angered them. Therefore, they began to protest, spreading various conspiracy theories, believing that the officials had gone back on their word first, deliberately failing to act despite having the miraculous medicine to cure their illnesses. Adding to this, the changing weather outside, coupled with the already agitated people, made them easy targets after this incident. A few rumors could easily be spread, turning them into knights charging into battle for those in power. Jiang Mian had naturally anticipated this, but she hadn't expected Jun Chongqing to dare appear before her, and even have the nerve to mention the spirit spring water. "Boss, please bring out some more divine water to save their lives. I know this kind of divine water isn't particularly precious to you, but it could be life-saving for others." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Chongqing seemed to realize something was amiss and immediately changed his tune. "No, boss, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that it's understandable to help others when we have the means, don't you think?" Jiang Mian looked at him with a half-smile, then turned to the chubby boy and asked, "Pang Ran, do you think what he said is right?" Pang Ran's lips twitched, his disdain practically written all over his face. "Boss, I don't think people should go that far, at least not like that. Enjoying the benefits, and then trying to morally blackmail others, that seems a bit presumptuous, doesn't it? After all, you already helped them more than enough." Chapter 471. Compared to you, you haven't helped us that much. We're actually a little jealous. Jiang Mian replied sarcastically, Oh, don't think that way. I actually care about you guys quite a bit. Their back-and-forth banter left Jun Chansheng utterly embarrassed. He knew he had gone a bit too far this time, but with such huge benefits before him, how could he possibly stay true to himself? Jiang Mian didn't want their relationship to reach a breaking point. After her sarcastic remark, she offered a suggestion. Jun Chansheng, you're too focused on appearances. Being too conspicuous for unearned benefits will only attract attention. Instead, you should prioritize the quality of your rescue personnel, not their quantity. Jun Chansheng looked bitter. Boss, things aren't as simple as you make them out to be. I want to maintain quality, but with so many people, it's impossible to manage them all. Jiang Mian took a sip of her tea before looking up at him. I have an idea. Jun Chansheng looked at Jiang Mian with a strange expression. He opened his mouth to speak, but then nodded. All right, I do as you say. I was indeed too rash this time. I apologize, boss. I show my sincerity next time we trade. Jiang Mian saw him off. Actually, if this had happened to someone else, she would have dealt with this person long ago. But her family needed the protection of the base's officials, so the two of them hadn't completely broken off relations. After returning home, Jun Chansheng pondered the matter carefully, causing Chang Tansheng to frown in dismay. What's wrong with you? Itching for a fight? Jun Chansheng recounted the day's events, and Chang Tansheng angrily slapped him. Foolish. They already given you so much, you brat. How can you be so greedy? Hey! They already told you the method. Why are you so inflexible? Jun Chansheng was bewildered by the slap. How can I be flexible? After that, things calmed down at the base. The most important reason was that they no longer had the strength to resist. They were not only enduring physical pain, but also coughing frequently. Coupled with sore throats, and the fact that the officials only gave them one steam bun a day with a bottle of diluted divine water, their physical condition had greatly deteriorated, naturally making it impossible for them to keep up with their ambitions. Previously, they had 2 meals a day, occasionally including some vegetables. Most importantly, the divine water, also known as the spiritual spring water, which used to effectively alleviate their symptoms, is now largely ineffective. The explanation given above is that most people are too ill, leading to this situation. However, in reality, hey, Wu Laolu, I've been telling you why the people in the area I'm in charge of keep complaining that the divine water isn't working. 1 drop of divine water, added to 1,000 milliliters of water, what good is it? Wu Laolu, who was filling a bottle with water, was grabbed by the ear and loudly reprimanded by his superior. But Wu Laolu couldn't help but purse his lips in protest. Do you think I want this? I know it won't be very effective, but it shut those people up. They won't die, but they won't be able to stage a rebellion either. Just keeping them alive is good enough. Can't you see we developed symptoms too? His superior, seeing his nonchalant attitude, was at a loss. Finally, looking at the large bottle of water, he said hesitantly, how about you add another drop? Just in case something really happens to them, I have to take the blame for you if the higher-ups blame us. Wu Lao clicked his tongue, and finally, mercifully said, all right, I know, but 1 drop is too much. Half a drop at most. Okay. When Jiang Mian came to see her grandmother again, hearing the heart-wrenching coughs of the people in the underground base, she really wanted to bring the 2 of them upstairs to live, but because the assassins hiding in the shadows hadn't been completely eliminated, she didn't dare to be too reckless. A moment of patience brings peace, but a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Fortunately, the 2 were sensible and didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, they remarked to Jiang Mian about their recent situation. Jiang Wuzai explained that he had recently met a very compatible brother, and the 2 occasionally discussed martial arts. Jiang Mian didn't pay much attention. After learning that the 2 were doing well, she left. Once on the ground, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered someone she had promised to help. Now that she had met him, repaying this debt of gratitude as soon as possible was the right thing to do. To avoid delaying too long and risking the person's death, Jiang Mian had someone deliver a message to Jun Chansheng during the next transaction, asking him to find a man named Qingxi. Jun Chansheng quickly replied. The man had been found. He was someone who had come from the Pearl Base before, holding a mid-level position. She just didn't know what Jiang Mian needed their help with. Jiang Mian didn't waste any words, simply giving him a 1,000 milliliters bottle of spiritual spring water and instructing Jun Chansheng to give it to him. Also, she instructed him not to reveal his identity or background. Jun Chansheng naturally complied. Jiang Mian felt he wouldn't have any ulterior motives. After all, the item they were trading was more important than the bottle of spiritual spring water. It would be a loss if this small matter caused a rift. Finally relieved, Jiang Mian relaxed, holding her umbrella against the wind and rain. It was truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. The acid rain, already difficult to withstand, was now compounded by a sudden and increasingly strong wind. Even with a special umbrella, it was nearly impossible to go outside unscathed. Fortunately, Jiang Mian was well equipped, wearing a gas mask, which prevented him from sustaining numerous cuts and bruises on his body and face. The streets were almost deserted. Everyone was holed up in their homes or underground bases. It seemed that soon Jiang Mian and his group would have to head to the underground base, as the acid rain was making the buildings increasingly unbearable, and the stench in the air was suffocating. The only saving grace was that despite a month of rain, the acid rain hadn't caused much flooding. But even this slight inconvenience kept some geologists up at night. On the other side, Qingxi, who had inexplicably received a large quantity of divine water, looked at the person who delivered it with some confusion and asked curiously, "May I ask who sent this? I don't recall having any friends with such extraordinary abilities." The person responsible for delivering the water was Jun Chongqing's confidant, and naturally knew who had sent it. However, when Jun Chongqing issued this order, he had repeatedly instructed him not to reveal the person's identity. Therefore, when faced with Qingxi's inquiry, he also feigned ignorance. "I don't know anything about this either. I just followed the orders from above. I wasn't involved in the specifics." Chapter 472. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, and the person who delivered the divine water was in a hurry to leave, Qingxi could only watch him go. His mind was racing, trying to recall who would give him so many things, but he couldn't figure it out. After get off work, Chen Yuanyuan noticed his absent-minded expression and asked, somewhat annoyed, "What's wrong? You seem distracted. Did you run into someone you know?" It's understandable that she said that. Since Qingxi was from the next city, it was inevitable that she would run into someone she knew before. However, Chen Yuanyuan's personality meant she always liked to tease people. Even if the person was her new boyfriend, it was still the same. Qingxi frowned. He knew Chen Yuanyuan didn't have any ulterior motives, but her words still sounded incredibly harsh. He wasn't angry, having grown accustomed to this, and instead explained, "No, it's just that someone suddenly sent me some things today, and they specifically didn't ask me to tell them their identity. But I just can't remember any of my friends who would send me something like that." Chen Yuanyuan rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "It's just a little something. Why are you so distracted? What could it be that's making you so obsessed?" Qingxi pulled a bottle of divine water from under the bed. Upon seeing it, Chen Yuanyuan instinctively wanted to scream, but then remembered where she was and immediately covered her mouth. This, how could someone give you this? Even if a rich woman has her eye on you, she wouldn't suddenly have so much stuff. This? Qingxi frowned. That's why I said I couldn't understand it. Who would give me something so important? Chen Yuanyuan's eyes darted around. Quickly put it away so no one finds it. And don't put it under the bed. My little nephew likes to crawl around under the bed. If they come back tonight, they definitely find it. You need to find a safe place quickly. With that, Chen Yuanyuan got busy. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian was trying to salvage her mobile villa. These villas were great in every way, but there was one major problem. They weren't fixed to the ground. So, in the current strong wind, it was clear that one of the supporting pillars had collapsed, broken by the wind. Jiang Mian put on her cloak and a transparent protective mask. However, she was almost blown backward by the wind as soon as she came out, but luckily, she reacted quickly and regained her balance. The other three were frantically trying to salvage the house. Seeing that the roof had been blown away, she immediately made a decision. Let go, forget about the house. Let's get to the underground base quickly. We can't stay up here. Upon hearing Jiang Mian's order, they immediately released their grip. If it weren't for the need to demonstrate their loyalty to their leader, they would have let go long ago. It was precisely because of this strong wind that the long-standing dark clouds in the sky began to disperse for the first time, and even the raindrops stopped. Jiang Mian walked forward with her head down, the other three protecting her, heading towards the underground base. On the road, they could vaguely see others heading to the underground base, just like them. However, these people lacked their abilities, and were being tossed about by the wind, nearly blown away. When one of them saw the four of them, he immediately cried for help. Wait! Wait! Help us! Help! Jiang Mian ignored the noise around him. And Lang, seeing the oncoming metal, immediately shouted, Watch out, danger! Seeing the massive metal slab hurtling towards them, Jiang Mian used his supernatural ability to move the three of them forward a short distance, narrowly avoiding the metal. Let's go! We can't stay on the surface any longer. Who knows what other dangers we encounter if we stay any longer. When the four of them finally arrived at the underground base, they found it already overcrowded. Even the passageways were completely blocked, and the soldiers' evacuation routes were of no use. Some even grabbed the soldier's hand, urgently saying, "Handsome, hurry! Get out quickly! My husband was just blown down by the wind, please go and save him!" Unfortunately, no one was willing to heed her pleas at this point. Things were different now. In the fierce wind, they couldn't even open their eyes. How could they possibly have the ability to find an adult who had been blown away? Most importantly, they were also children with families. Jiang Mian managed to squeeze through a narrow path in the crowd and enter the room where the two lived. However, upon opening the door, she discovered that it wasn't just the grandmother and granddaughter living there, but also several middle-aged men and women she didn't recognize. Jiang Mian's face instantly darkened, her eyes filled with wariness. "Grandma, who are they?" To avoid misunderstanding, Jiang Mian asked Jiang Suiyu. Jiang Suiyu, somewhat embarrassed, tugged at Jiang Mian's hand, leading her to a spot away from them, and whispered, "Nian, these might be your..." Her voice trembled, but she couldn't utter the last two words. Finally, she managed to utter the words, "family." Jiang Mian paused, turning to look at them with a changed expression. Family? Who understands this? Suddenly encountering people claiming to be her family. How awkward. Jiang Mian didn't really want to acknowledge relatives, especially not at a time like this. There's a saying that's quite true. It's easy to add flowers to brocade. She already had achievements and a comfortable life. She hadn't originally planned to look for family, and now they appeared. What else could their intentions be? Everyone knew. Jiang Mian removed her protective mask and plopped down in a chair, looking at them. The newcomers were two men and two women, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, well-maintained, though perhaps due to the apocalypse, they had some gray hair. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, a moment of realization flashed in their eyes. One of the more composed-looking middle-aged men suddenly stood up. "Mom? Jiang Mian, huh?" She was so shocked she almost lost her balance. The other three behind her also looked surprised, glancing at the middle-aged man's gray hair, then at Jiang Mian, who looked only in her 20s. After looking back and forth several times, they all showed expressions of astonishment. They were practically saying, "Boss, you're amazing. Giving birth to a child so old at such a young age. No wonder she possesses the snake scale fruit. Judging by this, she must have eaten all of them. No wonder she's so young and already number one." Chapter 473. Jiang Mian looked completely bewildered, frowning as she stared at the middle-aged man. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The middle-aged man realized he might have misunderstood her words, and quickly explained, "No, I just think you look so much like my mother. You two are like two peas in a pod." "Young lady, how old are you this year?" The misunderstanding cleared up. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. The three people behind her, however, were somewhat disappointed. "Oh, so there wasn't much of a show to watch. Jiang Mian, 20. So I'm not your mother, nor your sibling." The middle-aged man awkwardly clenched his fist, then said somewhat nervously, "No. Little girl, don't misunderstand. We're not the kind of people who force things. We're just curious about your appearance, so we like to do a paternity test with you. What do you think?" Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, looking at the seemingly weak-looking man. She didn't see any resemblance to any of them, so she asked, "What do you use for a paternity test?" "It seems all the equipment at the hospital has been shut down. There's no way to get it out anymore. Do you have that much power to mobilize resources?" The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, arrogantly straightened his clothes. Jiang Mian then noticed that his clothes were unusually neat compared to the others. The middle-aged man continued, "Don't worry about that. As long as you cooperate with us, let alone a single machine, we can have them empty the entire hospital. It's no problem." Hearing this, the man seemed to be someone of importance, but his tone was far too arrogant. Jiang Mian disliked people who didn't value human life. Although she sometimes felt that way herself, this was simply her way of thinking, a classic case of double standards. Jiang Mian looked at the two middle-aged men and asked, "You want me to do a paternity test? With whom? You? Or you?" As she spoke, Jiang Mian raised her chin, looking at the men with the same arrogance. However, the four men treated this way felt offended. Immediately, the man who looked like a playboy frowned. In fact, he had suspected before coming that this man might be someone he had a history of affairs with in his youth, and that he was actually quite unhappy about being forced here by his family. He already had a wife, a family, 2 sons, and a daughter, living a happy and fulfilling life. Why would he need to bring a wild girl home? But for some reason, the old man above him had gone mad, insisting that he come here and even ordering him to treat this girl, who was suspected to be their family's long-lost granddaughter, well. Huiqingning felt that the old man had truly gone mad, and even his elder brother, a man of impeccable morals, had agreed to come here. Not only that, they even demanded that he bring his wife along. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? What normal person could tolerate a child born to a mistress? But due to the old man's orders, they could only obediently comply, but when it came to Jiang Mian, they were just as hostile as his wife. Given their attitude, Jiang Mian's attitude towards them was naturally even worse. Huiqingqi, his expression unchanged, said, "Young lady, don't be nervous. For the paternity test, it'd be just my brother and me, we'd do it with you. Actually, if it weren't for the sudden change in the situation, my father should have come too. But as an elderly person, he's easily injured in this kind of wind, so we didn't let him come." Hearing this, Jiang Mian nodded, saying cryptically, "Uncle, you're quite kind, knowing that the old man shouldn't be running around outside in this weather. But is that kindness a little lacking?" Huiqingqi's expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with kindness, even a hint of guilt, as he looked at Jiang Mian. However, Jiang Mian's tone shifted abruptly, and she coldly said, "A paternity test is unnecessary. I'm all grown up now. My childhood memories are either from the orphanage or my grandmother's house. Even if I'm related to you, so what? I won't go with you, and I don't want to get involved in your family affairs. I have my own way of life, and you have your own habits. There's no need to force each other to change." Before anyone else could react, Huiqingning, who had always disliked Jiang Mian, couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately stood up, pointed at Jiang Mian's nose, and began to berate her. "You really are a country bumpkin, unable to distinguish right from wrong. You don't want to acknowledge us, and we don't want to acknowledge you either. Just from a few words, we can tell you have low character, no manners, and no respect for others. We are your elders, and this is how you treat us." Jiang Mian stared coldly at him, then grabbed the hand that was pointing at her nose, and twisted it sharply. A sharp crack followed, accompanied by a pig-like scream. "Aya! Let go! Let go of me! You damned wild girl! You have no manners whatsoever. How did your family raise you?" These words weren't shouted by the man, but by the mean-looking woman beside him. As she spoke, her long nails reached for Jiang Mian's hand, but Jiang Mian dodged them in time. Jiang Mian clapped his hands, coldly looking at the 2 clowns, and said in a cold voice, "I already said my piece. No matter how you found me, I say it again, what's done is done. There's no need to pursue things that are unfounded. Jiang Wuzai, see them out." Jiang Wuzai immediately reacted, his eyes red with anger, and said to the group, "You can leave now. You all angered my sister. Don't come back." Not only Jiang Wuzai, but also the chubby boy, who very shrewdly stood behind their own people, giving the impression that if they didn't leave, they would simply throw them out. Huiqingqi had no choice but to leave with his wife. However, as they reached the door, he saw his wife turn around and give Jiang Mian a deep look. Jiang Mian narrowed his eyes, wondering what this woman was planning. However, the woman quickly turned and left, without uttering any threats or saying anything else. Watching them leave, Jiang Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Grandma, if you see those people again, just have them kicked out. Don't let them cause trouble at our house. It looks bad if the neighbors see them." Chapter 474. Jiang Mian's words, "If you didn't know better," would make you think this was the peaceful world of before. At a time like this, let alone watching a show, there were soldiers sitting next to them, ready to protect them at any moment. Who would dare to watch a show? That evening, Jiang Suiyu still went to talk to Jiang Mian. "Mian Mian, if they really are your parents, are you really not going back there?" Jiang Mian waved her hand. "Why would I go back? No. When I was suffering so much, why didn't they come looking for me? Now that I'm successful, they come looking for me. If they wanted to find me, they would have done so long ago, not now. They clearly have ulterior motives. Otherwise, they wouldn't care about my existence at all. Since that's the case, why should I go back?" Jiang Suiyu opened her mouth, still somewhat worried, and said, "Perhaps something just happened to them, so..." Jiang Mian looked at Jiang Suiyu suspiciously. "Grandma, why are you always taking their side? Don't tell me you want to send me away, do you?" One sentence shut Jiang Suiyu up. Seeing this, Jiang Mian smiled. "All right, Grandma, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep quickly, otherwise we won't have any energy tomorrow." Jiang Sui knew she was intentionally trying to change the subject, so she didn't continue the conversation, though she still felt a little anxious. Jiang Mian acted completely carefree about everything. For her, having or not having these family members was irrelevant, as long as she was doing well. After the Hua family returned home, they told their family about what had happened that day. Hua Qingqi had simply stated the facts objectively. However, Hua Qingnan's embellishments further diminished everyone's initial impression of Jiang Mian. A country bumpkin, so arrogant all by herself. I wonder what she'd do if she joins our Hua family. Hua Qingnan's wife, as always, was sharp-tongued and biting. But the old man at the head of the table didn't see it that way. He frowned, looking at his eldest son, Hua Qingqi, and asked, "Is that girl really as heartless as your second brother says? If that's the case, even if the girl is their bloodline, there's no need to bring her home. At most, they can give her some gifts to get rid of her. After all, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch." Hua Qingqi frowned. He had originally wanted to say a few words in Jiang Mian's defense, but seeing his father's serious expression, he spoke frankly. "Father, I think it's understandable that they didn't trust us at first. My second brother was also a bit impulsive, which might have caused the girl to become impatient." The old man frowned and looked at his eldest son, Hua Qingqi, asking, "By the way, what was that little girl's name again?" Hua Qingqi was taken aback. He didn't really know her name, only that the woman had called her Mian Mian. He felt a little embarrassed. "Father, I didn't have a chance to ask her name." The old man waved his hand. "Forget it, don't worry about it. Since they're so resistant, there's no need to waste your energy on this. The most important thing now is how to get through this difficult time." He knew perfectly well that this was probably true, otherwise old man Chong wouldn't have told him. However, even the wealthiest families were short of supplies at this time. He could only let her suffer a little longer. She should be used to it by now. The others, having heard the old man speak, naturally agreed. But Hua Qingqi's wife was somewhat anxious and uneasy. Hua Qingqi saw her and waited until they were alone before asking her what was wrong. The woman, unable to hold back her tears, looked at her husband and sobbed, "Do you think she could be our daughter? I clearly remember the doctor saying it was twins during the prenatal checkup, but only one boy was born. This has always been a torment for me." Hua Qingqi put his arm around his wife's shoulder and patted her, saying softly, "All right, don't think about these things anymore. Since father has already said we shouldn't concern ourselves with this anymore, let's just keep quiet and keep it to ourselves. Besides, that little girl doesn't really want to acknowledge us, does she? After all, she's already been adopted. Although the age matches, what good would it do to find someone raised by others?" The woman covered her mouth, sobbing beside her husband. The son and daughter, who happened to return home, witnessed this scene and, after understanding the situation, were even more resentful of the stranger they suspected of being a member of the Hua family. Because of this, Jiang Mian and the others hadn't been harassed by the Hua family during this period. Jiang Mian lived a peaceful and good life, but unfortunately, the peace did not last long. A large-scale outbreak of infectious disease caused everyone to die. In this massive outbreak, many people couldn't be saved even after drinking diluted spiritual spring water. They could only watch helplessly as they died. Jun Chansheng came several times, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any good solutions from Jiang Mian to save those people, and ultimately had to leave disappointed. After all, even the players themselves had developed similar symptoms. Even after consuming large amounts of spiritual spring water, the symptoms would lessen somewhat, but they would unknowingly start breaking out in pimples all over their bodies, and experiencing throat discomfort again. Jiang Mian had the same problem. She couldn't even take care of herself, let alone worry about others. Whether it was anti-itch cream, medicated oil, or large doses of enhancement potions, nothing worked. It was like a natural disaster. Their struggles were utterly futile. "It itches, damn it. This is so itchy. Boss, what kind of world is this? It's so weird. I thought things would calm down in the end, but this has happened again. People who are itchy want to peel their skin off and scratch like crazy." Jiang Mian automatically ignored what the chubby boy said. How could she not know? She was itchy too, watching the chubby boy scratch his skin until it bled, yet he showed a look of pleasure. She couldn't help but start scratching her arms as well. Although the acid rain outside had stopped, 70% of the buildings on the ground were no longer habitable. Moreover, a strange new type of insect had appeared outside, a flying one. If it landed on a person, it would cause their bodily functions to rapidly deteriorate, causing them to lose weight rapidly within a few days. If this thing appeared before the apocalypse, it would definitely be something researchers would covet. But things are different now. If this thing landed on a person now, it would be deadly. They were already lacking food and clothing, and their bodies were emaciated. After being drained of their energy by this thing for a while, they would be nothing but skin and bones. Truly skin and bones. Experts speculate that the resurgence of these insects is due to the excessive death of ground vegetation, which disrupted the ecological balance and led to their resurgence. Chapter 475. To put it more seriously, these insects could potentially cause global extinction. Actually, these insects are easy to deal with. Simply burning them would completely eradicate them. However, with the raging winds outside, it's uncertain where the fire will end up. What if, instead of eradicating the insects, it kills all the people still clinging to life on the surface? That would be awkward. That's why humanity is helpless against these insects. The source of infection, combined with the insects, is causing a rapid decline in population. How much has the global population decreased? They don't know, but the number of people decreasing in the underground shelters is increasing daily. Jun Cha-shung is so worried that his hair has turned white. He can only pray that time will pass quickly. If he can hold out until the game ends, he can get the reward. As if things weren't bad enough, his grandfather, despite all precautions, was bitten by one of those insects. Even soaking it in the spiritual spring water couldn't stop the insects from absorbing the nutrients. The frail and elderly Chong Tansheng, lying on his sickbed, held his grandson's hand and said weakly, "It's all right. I'm old, and in the end, I succumbed to the insects. But my life has been worthwhile. My father named me Tansheng, meaning greedy for victory. When I was young, everyone said I was too reckless, too greedy for victory, and capable of anything. And I paid the price for that. Your parents sacrificed themselves in a battle I led. But I don't regret it. It was that battle that allowed me to save millions of people." He shakily extended his arm, riddled with tubes, and touched Jun Changsheng's head, which was clad in protective gear. He breathed heavily. "Changsheng, you mustn't end up like your grandfather. You must be steady and cautious, take it one step at a time, don't be greedy or overconfident. Live on, you must live on." Jun Changsheng held his hand, tears blurring his vision, yet his hands, gripping his, lingered, unwilling to let go. He dared not let go, afraid that if he did, he would never hold onto him again. "Grandpa. Why? Why didn't you wait a little longer? Just 2 more days, and all of this will pass. You won't die. I use all the rewards I earned to exchange for things you can use. Please wait for me." Jiang Mian shook her head. Her healing abilities couldn't save the old man. Although they hadn't had many opportunities to interact, she still deeply respected this man who had appeared in her junior high school history textbook. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of things. It's just that this world is so cruel, allowing such a decorated warrior to die so quietly. He shouldn't have died so tragically. He should have fought and bled on his most glorious battlefield. Alas, time never spares anyone. Jiang Mian left, leaving only Jun Changsheng. He sat there, unwilling to leave, until his subordinates forcibly took him away to bury the old man. "Let me go! Don't touch my grandfather. He's just tired, resting for a while." "What are you doing? Let me go!" When Jiang Mian heard the news and saw Jun Changsheng's deranged state, she couldn't help but frown. The subordinate who invited her again intended for her to persuade Jun Changsheng, but Jiang Mian shook her head and turned to leave. Before leaving, she only said, "Let him vent." Cough cough. Jiang Mian looked at the blood on her hand and shook her head helplessly. This infectious disease was more severe than she had imagined. Even with her strong constitution, she couldn't resist the virus's invasion. Even after recovery, the symptoms would repeatedly recur, disappearing only to reappear again, causing her immense frustration. On the last day of the game, Jiang Mian looked at the 3 people she had located in her mind and checked their positions. The first woman who had tried to assassinate her was now far away, almost beyond the sight of the red line. The second was the assassin man. His red line had turned black, indicating he had been killed or died in some accident. The third was the old man who wanted to trade snake scale fruit with her. He had been in one place for a long time, motionless, doing nothing, and was quite far away. He probably wouldn't be coming anytime soon. Now she was relieved. At least this formidable rival hadn't appeared, which put her at ease. She no longer needed to guard against his sneak attacks while her body was weak. Meanwhile, Luo Mu, whom Jiang Mian was worried about, was shivering in a basement. He didn't show any signs of illness, yet he was still trembling. The small white flying insects that had appeared in the past week only drained the energy of humans, causing them to lose weight drastically. But for Luo Mu, Being swarmed by these insects was like being injected with pesticide. Instant death. This kind of insect is the biggest nemesis of plants. At this time, he could only ensure that there are no such insects around him, be vigilant at all times, and dare not reveal his true form. At this moment, he was no longer thinking about his target. His only thought was to survive this mission, and ensure he never returned to this world. At this point, it wasn't him hunting him down, but rather the world hunting him. Tick-tock. 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 Around the rest of the country, most people were watching timers, silently counting how much time was left. Jiang Mian estimated the mission would end at 10 p.m., but she hadn't yet decided what to do with the three. Should she eliminate them immediately, or cultivate a good relationship and find another opportunity to control them later? However, if they were released now, they would likely be difficult to control again. However, after much consideration, Jiang Mian realized these three had helped her a great deal, and hadn't acted recklessly when they formed a triangular alliance. Considering everything, Jiang Mian decided it was best to keep them alive for now. Although they were all there to assassinate her, in this overcrowded underground base, killing all three would likely injure others. Most importantly, she noticed their eyes subtly fixed on Jiang Wuzai and his group. Jiang Mian knew that if she decided to kill them, they would immediately cooperate and seize the opportunity to escape. Rather than that, it was better to build a good relationship with them. So Jiang Mian smiled at them and said, "This mission owes a lot to you all. It was a pleasure working with you. I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate like this again." Seeing Jiang Mian's sudden amiability, the three understood that she wasn't planning to discard them after they served their purpose, and they breathed a sigh of relief. However, knowing Jiang Mian as someone who lacked martial ethics, their eyes still held a predominantly wary look. The chubby boy, however, smiled so broadly his eyes narrowed into slits. "Ha ha, happy to cooperate, happy to cooperate." He didn't mention a word about cooperating again. Was this cooperation their own idea? They were forced into it. Not cooperating meant death. To survive, of course they would choose cooperation. Next time in the game, whenever he heard Jiang Mian's name, he would avoid her like the plague, making sure she never had a chance to find him. Chapter 476. This was the first time Jiang Mian had witnessed someone disappear right before her eyes. She was finally experiencing what it was like to be an NPC. After these people left, her abilities were simultaneously sealed. Jiang Mian slapped her forehead in annoyance. She was so stupid. Why hadn't she used her healing abilities on herself and her family before they disappeared? However, after they left, she didn't hear any system notification. Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. What did this mean? Did it mean she would lose contact with the system forever? She was confused. She was puzzled. She questioned. These doubts, however, crumbled upon seeing Jun Chansheng. Jun Chansheng, looking haggard, found Jiang Mian and gave her a bitter smile. "Congratulations, we lived through another world." Jiang Mian blinked, not knowing what to say in front of him, and could only nod awkwardly. At this moment, Jun Chansheng revealed his purpose. "The system asked me to bring you something." He then took out a card and handed it to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian looked at the card in his hand. Unlike the other cards, which all had their functions written on them, this one was blank. She didn't take it, but instead looked at Jun Chansheng with confusion. "What is this? What does it do?" Jun Chansheng pursed his lips, also somewhat bewildered, and said, "The system told me to give this to you. As for its function, I'm not really sure." Jiang Mian hesitated for a moment, then accepted the card. "What did you get from this game?" Jun Changxing's expression darkened at this question. "Not the gold coins I expected. The system rewarded me with something else." Under Jiang Mian's curious gaze, he continued, "The system rewarded me with 10,000 slots to enter the City of Fire, and the system shop also updated the price of the entry points to the City of Fire, 100 gold coins per card." "That's pretty good. Converted, you got 1,000,000 gold coins." Then, Jiang Mian asked hesitantly, "What are you thinking?" Jun Changsheng smiled wryly. "Nothing, just a little resentful. If my grandfather had held on a little longer, or if I had gotten this slot earlier, I could have let him live in the City of Fire. There's no disaster, no strife there. How wonderful." Jiang Mian fell silent. If things hadn't gone wrong in the last game, she might have let her grandfather live there out of respect for him. It's just a pity that things can always go wrong. She was tricked into using an unbinding card, and this game world happened to be in their original world. It can only be said that it was fate. Jiang Mian patted his shoulder and said softly, "All right, cheer up. After all, you still have so many people to take care of. You can also select some people to enter the City of Fire Seeds." Good luck. Okay. Jun Changsheng nodded, then asked as if he suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's something I think I should tell you in advance. Your ranking dropped. Do you know why? Huh? What? How could Jiang Mian know? She couldn't even contact the system now, so naturally she wouldn't know. I go back and see what the reason is. We talk about it next time. Jun Changsheng, okay. After Jiang Mian went back, she looked at the card in her hand, poked it hard, and tried to call out, System? Hey! Bro? Little brother? No, why isn't there any response? Jiang Mian threw down the bamboo stick in her hand, unable to help but frown. Why isn't it working again? Could it be that Jun Changsheng is lying to her? Could it be that he swallowed what belonged to her? But that doesn't make sense either. Logically speaking, if she had stolen someone else's things, she would definitely get away from that person as quickly as possible, instead of still staying in the base. Jiang Mian stroked her chin, looking at the card she had placed on the ground, thinking maybe she should get a little closer to it and try again. Thinking this, Jiang Mian took a few steps closer, called out a few times, but it still didn't work. Jiang Mian simply grabbed the card without hesitation. As soon as her hand actually touched the card, a familiar notification sounded in her mind. Jiang Mian then realized that she needed to touch it herself to register. Ding! Successfully completed a contract with the player, becoming an outsourced player. The player can enjoy all the system's benefits, but is not actually part of the system, and anything they do is unrelated to the system. Huh? Jiang Mian blinked. Did this mean she had only experienced her own world game once, and then she was now an unregistered player? What did outsource mean? And what did doing things unrelated to the system mean? Jiang Mian, unwilling to give up, asked until she understood completely. She finally realized that what the system meant by outsourcing was that she could still enjoy the system's benefits, but wouldn't be under its jurisdiction. In other words, besides completing games in its own worlds, she could also go to other game factions to participate and earn rewards. Is that what you mean, system? Ding! Yes, because the player previously unbound themselves from the system, they are no longer under its jurisdiction and cannot be permanently bound again. However, the system has come up with a mutually beneficial solution, giving the player a contract card. The contract card can only be used once, expiring after one entry into the game. However, the contract card will be randomly distributed along with the final game rewards, making it very suitable for people like the player, who were forced to unbind due to unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Mian opened the world rankings, and suddenly found that her nickname had changed too. Her rankings were also gone. Jiang Mian pointed to his nickname and asked, What does this mean? Why can't I see my ranking anymore? And my nickname is gone too. Are you trying to discard me after using me? Seeing me being hunted, you're trying to trick me with a useless contract card? Actually, you're just kicking me out? This outsourcing you mentioned, you're not just using me as a scapegoat, are you? I never heard of outsourcing before. The system, realizing it had been misunderstood, quickly stepped in to explain, Ding! The world is vast and diverse. The term outsourcing originally meant an outsourcing company, but later came to be associated with shirking responsibility. However, the system assures you that the outsourcing it refers to has absolutely no hidden meaning. Furthermore, the system has precedence. Some players have become outsourced to evade pursuit by other players. Hearing this, Jiang Mian paused. Outsourcing could actually help evade pursuit by other players? Players had become outsourced before, meaning he wasn't alone. Who were those players hiding in the shadows? And what about their strength? Chapter 477. Jiang Mian started brainstorming. It seemed she couldn't be too arrogant anymore. It would be truly ridiculous if she were hunted down by some outsourced players. Secondly, outsourced players could evade other players' pursuit. Jiang Mian understood this too. Like now, her name had become. She was completely invisible on the leaderboard. Everyone would think she was dead, not that she had become an outsourced player. Thinking this, Jiang Mian clasped her hands together and said very sincerely, Although I don't know which game you're from, you gave me an unbinding card and even allowed me to become a contractor. I'm truly grateful. Well then, may you die soon and be reborn. The system was sweating profusely, looking helplessly at this woman. She was truly vicious. What's wrong? System, why aren't you saying anything? Do you think I'm very grateful? Yes, I am such a grateful person. If that person hadn't used the unbinding card on me, I wouldn't have entered the game unknowingly, without any preparation. If I hadn't been smart enough to discover my abilities were unsealed while treating my family, perhaps I'd be 2 meters old by now. Think about it, how painful it must be to lose such a huge helper. Who will help you make money, and who will help you weaken the enemy's forces? The system almost shed tears of gratitude. Ding! The player is absolutely right, but don't let hatred cloud your judgment and make you the next. Huh? Next what? What did you just say? I didn't hear you. However, the system didn't seem inclined to explain much to Jiang Mian's questions. After chatting for a while, Jiang Mian suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, something's not right. Where are the gold coins I earned in this game world? Why haven't they arrived? Also, I used to be ranked number 1 and get 5% of the total gold coins in each world. What happened to that? Did you eat my title? Ding! Sorry, player, outsourced personnel do not enjoy the title benefits of this game. Only by becoming a formal player can you enjoy this benefit. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. Wait, no one had told her about this. She only saw the benefits of outsourcing, but not these hidden pitfalls. She immediately asked, what about my rewards in this world? I can't just get nothing, can I? Ding! The player was in an unbound state before the game, and is theoretically not under the jurisdiction of this game. Jiang Mian understood. It meant that after all her hard work, she hadn't gotten anything. Jiang Mian was unhappy. No way. Putting everything else aside, you have to give me my mysterious merchant title. And what about my 2 unused resurrection opportunities? These can't be missing. If you don't, I'm not finished with you. Do you believe I betray the system? The system didn't try to renege on these promises, and directly gave Jiang Mian the rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the outsourced player for receiving the following rewards. Resurrection Card X3, Mysterious Merchant Title X1, 10,000 entry slots to the City of Fire X10, 000, and an additional 10,000 slots. Jiang Mian blinked. Wow, she hadn't expected the rewards for her antics to be so plentiful. She was directly rewarded with 10,000 slots in the City of Fire, bringing her total to 20,000. Moreover, her mysterious merchant title had returned. While she couldn't speak in the chat group herself, she could still enter other players' chat groups as the mysterious merchant. After all, this identity wasn't restricted to any faction. She just couldn't speak. Most importantly, an extra resurrection opportunity. System. You? Yes. I. God. She excitedly shouted the famous line. Jiang Mian was extremely devout, clasping her hands together. Thank you, system. You are truly a great system. It is my duty to serve you. Even the system looked at her in surprise. It hadn't expected such eloquence. It's strange that she didn't curse herself. Before disappearing, the system quickly reminded her, next time the player uses the contract card, they can touch the contract card with both hands, instead of keeping it 2 meters away, otherwise, it will be ineffective. Jiang Mian blushed with embarrassment, mostly out of anger. Wasn't she somewhat distrustful of Jun Chansheng back then? This system is really something, not giving her the contract card, but to a stranger instead. Wouldn't anyone be cautious, afraid of being tricked? With her worries gone, Jiang Mian looked outside. There was no one guarding it anymore. All the passages had been sealed off, and nothing was allowed to enter except for the ventilation ducts. This was to block the white flying insects outside, but after doing so, the air inside the ducts did indeed have an unpleasant smell. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, then approached Jun Chansheng and requested that a narrow passage be opened so she could fly her drone out to film the situation outside. Jun Chansheng readily agreed, but at the spot where Jiang Mian had launched the drone, he had flamethrowers prepared to kill the small flying insects at any time. Jiang Mian relinquished control of the drone to someone else. She wasn't very skilled at operating such drones. Jun Chansheng found someone more experienced to handle the drone and began aerial filming. The footage transmitted from the drone was clearly visible. The earth was ravaged. Most of the buildings had vanished, and most importantly, there was no vegetation left. Everything had disappeared, leaving only the people hiding underground. Even the small white flying insects had disappeared. Only then did they realize that a heavy rain had started outside, and the small flying insects had disappeared completely afterward. As the drone flipped over, they could see that the sky had, for once again, returned to its long-awaited clear blue. A sense of peace and tranquility settled in after a great calamity. Jiang Mian and Jun Chansheng exchanged a glance, Jun Changsheng's expression immediately brightening with excitement. Now that things are back to normal outside, we can go live up there, right? However, unlike Jun Changsheng's excitement, Jiang Mian felt a heaviness in her heart. This reminded her of her first time participating in the game, where the world hadn't been wiped out either. That world was one of the few she had participated in twice, and on the surface, everything seemed peaceful after the great battle. However, The actual danger hadn't truly disappeared, it had merely shifted to the rear. Jiang Mian stroked her chin, immediately pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. Don't get so excited. If you encountered it, and experienced 2 mission worlds, you know that the danger hadn't disappeared, it was just temporarily calm. Think about it. Can food still grow on that acid rain-eroded ground? Will those little white worms all disappear just because of a rainstorm? Did they truly disappear, or did they turn into eggs and bury themselves underground? Chapter 478. Perhaps it won't be long before they revive, once we grow food? Most importantly, the symptoms of our current group haven't disappeared. This requires the efforts of others. As long as we live on this earth, the disease will spread endlessly. At this point, the two suddenly realized why the system's reward was a spot in the city of fire seeds. Because of this, they could bring their people from this world there, and after a one-time cure, they could live again. However, they might have to live in a different world. The two tacitly fell silent, and that night they began to secretly discuss their plan. Jiang Mian, how do you plan to use these slots? Giving them away for free? Hearing Jiang Mian's words, Jun Changxing immediately became excited. Free? How could that be? Do you really think I'm some kind of philanthropist? Of course I charge a fee, and not only that, I learn from you. Jiang Mian looked at him, puzzled. Learn what from me? Jun Changxing, I only give them slots in Fire Seed City if they hand over a certain amount of resources. Jiang Mian didn't understand. What did he need those resources for? He couldn't take them to other worlds anyway. Thinking this, Jiang Mian asked, only to see him smile and say, Isn't there you? I give you the resources I got in exchange, and you just give me gold coins, right? So cunning. That was almost the first word that came to Jiang Mian's mind to describe him. This guy was truly a scoundrel, even considering his own interests. But wasn't he afraid of not getting any gold coins? However, he was right. He really did have gold coins that could grant his wish. However, the price couldn't be too low. Next, Jun Changxing said his trusted aide used a quota card on him, and the next second, the man vanished before their eyes. About 6 hours later, the aide reappeared. However, his eyes were now filled with shock and excitement. The biggest change was that when he entered the city of fire seeds, he was covered in wounds and his face was covered in red rashes. Now, however, his face was clean, as if nothing had happened, and he looked perfectly normal. The two exchanged a glance. The aide was so excited he almost knelt on the ground, but Jun Changxing helped him up. We live in a new era. We don't need you kneeling like that. Don't give me that feudal remnant. Tell me quickly, what's it like inside? The aide trembled all over after standing up, clearly excited. After calming himself down, he said, Brother Jun, the price can be increased a bit. Upon entering, Junbai looked at the 4 large characters written on the plaque, City of Fire Seeds. The plaque was dozens of meters tall, exuding a heavy and imposing aura. 2 giants, each several meters tall, guarded the entrance. Upon seeing him, they immediately smiled kindly. One of the giants instantly shrunk, looked at Junbai, and said, New resident? Please show your resident card and undergo a physical examination. Once everything is satisfactory, you may enter the City of Fire Seeds. Junbai was somewhat confused, but he still followed the giant's instructions meticulously. When he entered one of the capsule-like doors, he found himself in a pure white space. A beam of light swept over him, immediately triggering an alarm. Just when he thought he was about to be killed and his body dumped in the wilderness, the alarm suddenly changed its tone. Virus carrier detected. Possesses a resident card, and is entering Fire Seed City for the first time. Free removal of negative effects from your body is available. Do you wish to use this opportunity? Junbai hesitated for a moment, then confirmed his use. The next second, he felt a cool sensation spread throughout his body, and the rash and sore throat that had plagued him for so long were gradually disappearing. After everything was over, he was gently pushed out by a force. The giant at the entrance, now almost as tall as him, smiled and said, Congratulations on becoming a new resident. You can follow the directions on your resident card to your assigned area. Have a safe journey. Junbai couldn't believe it. He stepped onto the path the giant pointed to, and the next second, he vanished, arriving at a place resembling a military academy. The building looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the ideal military academy he had seen online? However, he wasn't living in the academy itself, but in a nearby building that looked exactly like a staff quarters. After figuring out the situation, he wanted to return to the city gate from where he had just arrived and exit this world. However, he discovered that exiting required spending gold coins. Junbai looked completely bewildered. Huh? Finally, He had no choice but to follow the instructions on his resident card and walk to the city gate before turning back. After recounting his experience, Junbai added some more important information. He took out a resident card and placed it in front of the two, saying, "This has many rules written on it, but if you break it down carefully, there aren't actually that many. 1. Fighting, murder, robbery, and other such incidents are not allowed in Fireseed City. 2. All facilities in Fireseed City require gold coins to operate. Here, with money, you will enjoy an endless high-tech era. Without money, you can only walk like in ancient times. 3. The resident card represents everything. Residents can bind their resident card to themselves to prevent it from being stolen. Warning: when a player dies, the resident card will automatically drop and return to its initial state. 4. Fireseed City is divided into numerous small areas, each inhabited by residents of a different world. Please don't look surprised or disdainful. You be invited to the duel arena. 5. You can spend a certain amount to travel to other areas and experience different world architectural styles. Hearing these rules, Jiang Mian felt a weight lifted from her heart. Fireseed City wasn't as dangerous as she had thought. At least it had some protections, and as long as you had gold coins, you could do whatever you wanted. Oh no, it should be said that having gold coins allows one to enjoy conveniences and speeds that others can't, which is quite in line with Jiang Mian's wishes. Jun Chansheng and Jiang Mian discussed how much material as the exchange fee should be. Jiang Mian frowned and said, "I think the price shouldn't be too high, and secondly, we shouldn't accept food. If there are absolutely no other materials and only food, then we accept food." Chapter 479. Jiang Mian actually had a guess in her heart. The rules displayed on the resident card stated that each region was composed of a world. From her past experience, wherever there are people, there is a martial world. Wherever there is a martial world, there will be conflict. If their world had more people, they would definitely have the advantage. Of course, all of this was just Jiang Mian's guess. Most importantly, she had also wondered if becoming a resident of Fireseed City meant joining the Fireseed project system. Wouldn't that mean they could use the skill cards exchanged from the system shop? Jun Chansheng seemed to understand the importance of this matter as well. He didn't disagree with Jiang Mian, but nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I will handle this matter perfectly." After Jiang Mian returned home, she told the two of them about this. They were both curious. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Mian directly took out 3 quota cards, and the 3 of them were immediately teleported to an unfamiliar place. As expected, there were indeed 2 giants guarding the city. Upon seeing the 3, one giant had a solemn expression, while the other was kind and benevolent. The giant instantly shrunk to about the same size as Jiang Mian and the others, and then began to introduce themselves. The 3 followed his directions, undergoing verification and disinfection, before being teleported in. After completing all this and stepping into the teleportation point, they were instantly transported to a large courtyard house by their residence cards. Wow! The 3 stared wide-eyed at the luxurious courtyard before them, each dumbfounded by the sight. "Sister, this is our new home?" Jiang Mian stared in disbelief at the traditional Chinese courtyard house before her. Her tone was somewhat uncertain as she said, It should be. The location we were teleported to is correct, and the indicated place is here. Shall we go in and take a look?" With that, the 3 of them pushed open the courtyard gate and went inside. After the gate opened, a brick-paved path came into view, flanked by ponds teeming with lotus flowers and koi carp, their lively movements prompting one to stop and admire them. Further in, there were planned fields planted with flowers and green grass, their colors complementing each other. Next, the living room was located, decorated in an antique style. The courtyard had 3 floors. The first floor was likely for storage or entertaining guests. The bedrooms were on the second floor, and the same on the third. The roof was adorned with intricately carved patterns. Although the overall style is Chinese, the interior isn't as cumbersome as in ancient times. Instead, it's filled with modern conveniences. Combined, it looks more like a neo-Chinese style building. Jiang Suyu hesitated. "This house looks so nice. I can hardly imagine how I can keep it clean." Jiang Mian knew what she was thinking and smiled, saying, "There are fully automated robots here. You just need to pay them a certain amount of gold coins, and you won't have to worry about these things. You can install a fully automated system in your home later. You can also go out and play with others. Although there are relatively few residents in Fireseed City now, more and more people will live here later. You can go to any other area, as long as we have gold coins. Where you go is entirely up to you, isn't it?" However, Jiang Suyu frowned as she listened. That's true, but gold coins don't just fall from the sky. We can't just keep spending them. Jiang Mian disagreed. You can't say that. It's just a little bit of gold coins. Having a little won't make me rich, and not having a little won't make me destitute, right? Besides, it's not just me who can earn gold coins. You and my brother can do other things to earn them too. Jiang Mian pointed to the large open space in the backyard. You can plant some vegetables here, raise chickens, ducks, fish, and so on. When they're ripe, you can sell them. Isn't that fine? After barely persuading her grandmother, Jiang Mian let them stay there for a while to adjust. Then she released some chickens, ducks, and mandarin ducks into the open space for her to raise. Feeling bored. Then she topped up their resident cards with 10,000 gold coins each, ensuring they could spend them. Only then did she plan to return to the real world. However, to return to the real world, she first needed to leave the city. Leaving the city meant either walking, taking the Fireseed City's hover train, or, for a more extravagant option, taking the teleportation portal. Jiang Mian checked the prices of the hover train and the teleportation portal. A ride on the hover train costs 0.1 gold coins, but a ride on the teleportation portal costs 10 gold coins. With a price difference of 100-fold, Jiang Mian naturally chose the hover train. Riding the hover train felt like riding the subway, except it was much faster, roughly the same speed as a high-speed train. Of course, these trains all float on tracks suspended in midair. Getting on and off requires using stairs or elevators. Jiang Mian looked around with considerable curiosity, quickly processing the new images in her mind. Not long after, the train suddenly stopped, and other people boarded. Jiang Mian looked up, and saw a girl in combat uniform with a cold gaze. When the girl saw Jiang Mian, she paused for a moment, and the coldness in her eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a relieved smile. Long time no see, teacher. Hearing this familiar address, Jiang Mian was somewhat stunned, but quickly remembered her. Qi Rui. Actually, they had met in a game 2 games ago, but back then she was in a trance-like state. Jiang Mian saw no need to bring it up again. She nodded and replied, long time no see. You become much stronger. Qi Rui pursed her lips, forcing a smile. Yes, but I feel I'm not strong enough. I can't protect the people I want to protect. Hearing this, Jiang Mian, unsure of what had happened, and not wanting to pry into her privacy, simply nodded and didn't continue the conversation. A quiet silence fell. Qi Rui wanted to strike up a conversation, but then saw Jiang Mian stand up, preparing to get out of the car. Qi Rui also stood up, her voice sincere. Teacher, I hope that next time we meet, I have grown into someone you can appreciate. Chapter 480. Jiang Mian got out of the car, still looking bewildered. She hadn't said she didn't like her. The girl just overthinks things. She shook her head helplessly, turned, and left Fireseed City, returning to the real world. In the real world, Jun Chansheng had been handling matters here. After those people learned of an incredibly safe place, it instantly became a hotbed of activity. Everyone wanted to find out exactly where that place was. However, some people were unwilling to leave. If we were still on Earth, it would be one thing, but now you're telling me it's another world? Going to a strange place, leaving the home that gave me birth and raised me, I can't do it. Jun Chansheng helplessly scratched his messy hair and patiently explained, Grandpa Lu, it's not like that. I already told you, we're just going there for temporary refuge, not to stay there forever. You can come back anytime you want. However, the old man remained stubborn. No. If you want to go, take other people with you. I still love it here. Even though it's ravaged and dilapidated, it's still my home. Jun Chansheng was furious, but because this was his grandfather's childhood playmate, an elder who had treated him like a grandson when they were young, he could only leave dejectedly. He then asked his son and daughter-in-law to persuade him. Anyway, Jun Chansheng felt that he couldn't handle this matter anymore, and could only hand the stubborn old man over to his family. As soon as he came out, he saw Jiang Mian, who was heavily armed. Seeing his dejected expression, Jiang Mian could tell he just run into a wall. Curious, she asked, what happened? Was someone deliberately causing trouble? Jun Chansheng shook his head, and recounted what had just transpired to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian listened without reacting. After all, she didn't know this Grandpa Lu, nor did she know anything about his deeds, so naturally she felt nothing. Jiang Mian nodded casually and said, all right, I understand. I might be going on a long trip in the next few days. The rest is up to you. Please take good care of things. Jun Chansheng frowned, not wanting Jiang Mian to leave, but unable to stop her. Okay, I understand. Jiang Mian wasn't trying to fool him, Her grandmother had told her to visit her second grandfather when she had time. If he was still alive, she could see if she could get him a house to live in. If not, she could burn some paper money for him. Jiang Mian naturally chose to return to her hometown, while the weather was good and no disasters had occurred yet. This place was relatively close to her hometown, only a 4-hour drive away. However, Jiang Mian had underestimated the damage the natural disaster had caused to the roads. Sheds, shards of glass, corpses, and garbage were piled up everywhere. The only saving grace was that a large number of flies and mosquitoes had died due to the acid rain. The infants who had hidden themselves hadn't gathered yet. There were only a few flies around. Jiang Mian sighed helplessly, and had no choice but to put the car away and walk instead. After walking for a while, until other roads were clear, Jiang Mian finally put the car out. The car bumped along the road, and Jiang Mian was clearly getting impatient. If her abilities hadn't been sealed, she would have already flown there. She even considered using a teleportation card to teleport herself there directly. However, she couldn't bear to waste the card. It was a place she could easily reach, and using it would be too wasteful. Frustrated, she could only continue on her way. After more than 10 hours, she finally arrived at her hometown village. However, looking at the scene before her, she suddenly felt lost. The location on the map was correct, so why couldn't she see the village anymore? It was deserted, all the buildings had collapsed. Jiang Mian took out her detector, but it also detected no signs of life. The nearest living person was several kilometers away. Jiang Mian frowned, and the next second, she vanished from her spot, appearing at another gate of Fireseed City. Since she wasn't a newcomer, there was no need for further guidance. However, she needed to undergo another disinfection process, and this damn system, who knows where it learned it from, charged 1 gold coin each time. What a rip-off! Although she thought this to herself, she didn't hesitate at all. After the disinfection was completed, she was finally allowed inside. After arriving at the courtyard house via the hover train, Jiang Mian keenly noticed that the neighboring courtyard house also had people living there. Jiang Mian glanced over there, then quickly looked away and went inside. After explaining the situation outside to the two people, Jiang Mian led them away from there, heading towards the city gate to exit. When the three opened their eyes, they were indeed in a small mountain village, not the underground base they had been in before. Jiang Wuzai looked at the scene before him in surprise. Sister, you really can exploit bugs. Jiang Mian nodded. She had discovered it by accident. Although you come out the same way you enter, what if two people entered from different places? What would happen to them? Sure enough, when one person's thoughts are strong, they can influence the positions of others. Jiang Mian patted Jiang Wuzai and looked at her grandmother, saying, Grandma, the houses here have become like this. I'm afraid second grandpa. She didn't finish her sentence, but the two understood. Jiang Suiyu, relying on her memory, arrived at the place where Jiang Yangkai lived. It had also been destroyed. She moved aside the honeycomb-like stones, revealing the true situation underneath. There were no corpses inside. However, Jiang Suiyu didn't show any other expression. Instead, as if she understood something, she took a few steps to the side. She crouched down and lifted a panel covering a cellar door. The flashlight beam illuminated a corner of the cellar. Inside were several wooden crates and a straw mat, on which lay bedding, though now it looked somewhat dirty and messy. She carefully followed the hole she had carved into the cellar, where there were supports secured with steel bars. Once she was down, she looked at a bulge faintly beneath the bedding, and her nostrils filled with a subtle stench. Her outstretched hand trembled. For a moment, she dared not lift the bedding to see what lay beneath. In truth, she already knew the answer in her heart, but having come this far, she couldn't help but want to escape. Chapter 481. However, avoidance is not the solution. She finally suppressed her pain and pulled back the covers. When the covers were pulled back, a rotting body came into her view. Jiang Suiyu instinctively took a few steps back and sat down heavily on the ground. An hour had passed when she came back up. Jiang Wuzai was frantic when he couldn't find his grandmother. Jiang Mian had vaguely heard crying and followed the sound to the cellar door, but hesitated to go down, blocking Jiang Wuzai's path. Wait here for a while. That's Grandma's business. We shouldn't interfere. When Jiang Suiyu came up, the two quickly helped her up, only to discover that she was carrying a large bundle on her back. Seemingly sensing their confusion, Jiang Suiyu explained, It's all right. Let's bury your second uncle. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Jiang Mian, and she asked, Do you have a coffin in your space? At least, he can be laid to rest. It's better than his body being left to rot in the wilderness. Jiang Mian rummaged around and actually found a mahogany coffin. The coffin was bound with many things that girls like. Jiang Mian awkwardly removed these things. These were actually prepared for herself. She had seen the coffin and thought it was quite pretty, and knowing she might die someday, she had specially placed them there. Jiang Mian, do you need a burial shroud? We also have men's shrouds. After everything was prepared, they didn't care about so many worldly customs. At this point, it was good enough to be laid to rest. Who cared about so many burial rules? After the three arrived at a spot, Jiang Suiyu gestured for the two to stop, pointing to the ground and saying, "Your ancestors and grandfather are buried here. Bury your second grandfather next to him, so their family can be reunited." Jiang Mian dug, her mind racing with wild thoughts. Based on what these people had done in their youth, if they were really buried together, wouldn't there be constant fighting down there? If there really was a hell? Jiang Mian even suspected that her grandmother was doing this on purpose. After all, she had been the subject of much gossip when she was young. But when she turned to look at her, she found her grandmother's face expressionless, showing neither sadness nor pain, as if none of this concerned her. However, the crying Jiang Mian had heard earlier was unmistakable. Once the pit was dug deep enough, Jiang Mian dusted herself off, and the two climbed up the wall. Then, using tools, they placed the coffin into the ground and began sealing it with earth. Finally, they added some more material to the nearby graves, at least making them look like mounds, before offering incense. After finishing all this, the group didn't linger and prepared to leave. Jiang Mian looked at the two and said, "You should go back to Fireseed City. Don't come out unless necessary. The source of infection outside hasn't been resolved yet, and it's probably too late to stay here. Try not to leave if you can avoid it." The two nodded and disappeared from the spot. Jiang Mian started heading back to the base. They were selling Fireseed City tickets quite well. Many people were willing to buy them and pay the price. Jiang Mian naturally chose to sell everything. She had no use for so many items, so she simply sold them all. She kept some gold coins for emergencies, and exchanged the rest for purification cards and other auxiliary cards. After doing this, she returned to Fireseed City, finally experiencing a long-lost sense of peace. Fireseed City was now bustling with activity. Not only were the tens of thousands of slots held by the two of them gone, but other players had also obtained Fireseed City resident cards, bringing their families or friends to live there as well. Jiang Suiyu and Jiang Mian also found their own jobs. Jiang Suiyu focused on farming at home, and to her surprise, Fireseed City actually allowed farming. It was a farm called Pastoralism Farm, with various types of open land, some fertile, some barren. As long as you paid a certain rent, you could grow crops on it. However, this method of growing grain is quite troublesome, requiring you to do everything yourself. The system takes half of the harvest, but the other half belongs entirely to you. When Jiang Mian heard this, he practically wanted to call the system a profiteer. Compared to the system, what kind of profiteer was he? This system couldn't even be called a profiteer, it should be called a slave owner, a landlord, the kind that specifically exploits ordinary people. Good heavens, half of the harvest goes to it. Not only that, but they also have to pay extra to cultivate the land, as well as for fertilizing and tilling the soil. Of course, you can choose not to pay and do all that yourself. But don't forget, many players didn't have that many gold coins to begin with, and a large portion of the newcomers were ordinary people with little savings. Because of this, many had to borrow money from the system to buy a plot of land, then cultivate it themselves, waiting for it to grow before they could repay the system. Jiang Mian wanted to say, "Down with the landlords. Let the serfs rise up and sing." Unfortunately, the system didn't give them that opportunity at all. Many didn't even know that renting land from the system offered at least a way to make money. Jiang Mian stared at the land the two had rented, her mouth agape. How much? 100 mu. Are you crazy? Why would you need to farm so much land? Jiang Suiyu explained, "You don't understand. It's not that the two of us farmed 100 mu. We found some people skilled in farming to teach us and work for us. We share some of the harvest with them. That way, they won't need loans and can find jobs to support themselves. After all, this world doesn't encourage getting something for nothing." Jiang Mian understood. The landlord wasn't the system, but her grandmother. This was classic landlord thinking, finding a bunch of laborers to farm for her, while she only needed to pay some gold coins initially and some grain later. When it all came in, she'd probably only make a profit. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Mian didn't object to her farming anymore. "Okay, if you don't have any seeds, you can tell me. I have a pretty good selection in my space." Upon hearing this, Jiang Suiyu quickly waved her hand. No need, no need. I bought 100 acres of land at once, and the seller gave me a lot of seeds as a gift. Since it's my first time farming, I heard it's some kind of blessing. A perk? It seems like everyone gets this kind of perk the first time they farm. Jiang Mian nodded blankly. Chapter 482. Jiang Mian's Rubik's Cube also began to upgrade, with more and more modules lit up. However, these modules were scattered across several spaces, not as individual cube blocks. For example, the newly added spring water module in the planting space immediately formed a self-circulating reservoir after being placed there, so Jiang Mian no longer had to worry about running out of ordinary water. Dear temporary player, the game is about to begin. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. The game store has been closed. There are currently 1 million players in the game world. Mission: survive for 60 days. The game is divided into 2 phases. The first phase, escape from the desert, has begun. Please strive to survive. The mission world chat group has been opened. The original world chat group has been closed. The desert? Jiang Mian didn't even have time to tell her family before being pulled away by the 3-second countdown. This time, after she left, not even a puppet appeared in her original spot. But thinking about it, that made sense. She was now in the City of Fire Seeds, so naturally there was no danger. After all, the City of Fire prohibits all fighting, killing, and other such acts. It's absolutely safe. When Jiang Mian woke up again, she found that her surroundings had changed, becoming desolate, or rather, a vast expanse of yellowish sand. As far as the eye could see, it was all sand, without a single blade of green. She was still wearing her down jacket. At first, she didn't feel the heat, but after a few minutes in the desert, the sudden change in temperature caused beads of sweat to appear on her forehead. Jiang Mian immediately pulled off her windbreaker to cool herself down. Underneath, she was only wearing a vest. As for pants, after glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, she quickly changed into a pair of breathable ones. Wearing shorts in the desert like this was definitely not an option. Aside from the UV radiation, there was always the risk of being bitten by venomous scorpions, snakes, or ants. She also wore a sun hat. After all, prolonged exposure to the sun could kill her hair follicles, leading to hair loss or even baldness. Just in case, it was better to take precautions. She also applied sunscreen to reduce the UV radiation. Although she was busy killing every day, she was still a girl and cared about her appearance. With nothing but the blazing sun overhead to indicate direction, Jiang Mian randomly chose a spot, not daring to make any rash moves. She trudged along, her steps uneven, towards a sand dune. Because the sun was setting, a shady spot was faintly visible. She wasn't sure if it was morning or afternoon, and couldn't quite tell which way to go. As Jiang Mian walked, she suddenly felt something unusual beneath her feet. Normally, sand is soft, you could easily sink halfway down with one step. But the sand here was different. When she stepped on it, she found herself walking on rock, hard and uncomfortable. She realized what was happening instantly, and began frantically backing away. However, her speed was no match for the sand's upward thrust. The thing beneath the sand suddenly flipped over, throwing Jiang Mian several meters away. Jiang Mian was propelled backward by the force, barely managing to regain her footing before she could see what it was. Its earthy yellow color blended perfectly with the sand, and the protruding scales were the very thing that had bothered Jiang Mian earlier. Not only that, but it also had a sharp spike on its head, making it look like a unicorn horn. Jiang Mian squinted, trying to make out what it was based on its shape. However, if it were shrunk down, it resembled a desert animal, a horned serpent. She didn't know if it was indeed a horned serpent, but this wasn't the time for Jiang Mian to let her imagination run wild. Having seen the snake's true form, she turned and ran without a second thought. What a joke. This thing had a whole head. She was so tall, if she really fought it, who knew who would have the upper hand? Jiang Mian was always one to know when to quit while ahead. She'd fight if she could, and run if she couldn't. However, Jiao Kuei, having finally woken up during the day, was instantly enraged when it saw its prey running away. It had spotted the little creature long ago, and had been lying in wait, finally getting it to come to it. But the little thing ran away as soon as it saw it. How could this be? The duck that was almost in its mouth had flown away. Naturally, it wasn't happy. It had been starving for many days, eating only the most ordinary food possible, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Having finally seen this little human, it naturally wanted to taste her. Jiang Mian was running much faster than before. She had only been testing the waters for danger in the desert, but now, that she clearly sensed danger approaching, there was no time to hesitate. She was running as fast as she could. As for the quicksand, she didn't care anymore. Could quicksand be as dangerous as the horned beast behind her? Luckily, she hadn't encountered any quicksand along the way and had successfully shaken off the horned beast. In front of her, the horned beast was rolling around wildly, creating a cloud of yellow sand around it. Behind her, Jiang Mian patted her chest. Thankfully, she had thrown an apple a short distance away, allowing her to switch places with it and escape. Otherwise, this horned beast was so large, if they really fought, her knife probably wouldn't even be able to cut through its body. She wondered what the horned beast would taste like after she ate it. Looking at the enormous creature before her, Jiang Mian couldn't help but swallow hard. She was hungry. Unfortunately, even if she was hungry, she could only endure it for now. Fearing that any scent in the air might alert Jiao Kui, who would then devour her, Jiang Mian silently moved away from Jiao Kui. Only after getting a safe distance did she dare to exhale. She was now about 10 kilometers away from Jiao Kui, at least safe from being easily swallowed up. Jiang Mian spread a cloth under herself and plopped down on the ground. The next second, she sat up abruptly from the scorching desert heat. Hiss! So hot! So hot! Why was the sand still so hot? Forced to move, she switched to a stool, which provided some relief. Sweat poured down her body relentlessly. The life-or-death chase had drained her of energy, and she immediately grabbed a bottle of mineral water and started drinking. She didn't throw away the empty bottle, but put it in her spatial storage. Such items, if carelessly discarded, would be easily found in the desert. Chapter 483. After her body gradually regained its lost moisture, Jiang Mian stood up, wanting to find a place to set up camp. Ideally, it should be somewhere without too much danger. Jiang Mian held 2 trekking poles, carefully bracing herself against the ground, afraid of sinking into quicksand. She was lucky to have just encountered some kind of creature that had gotten stuck in the quicksand, with only its tail remaining above the surface, which Jiang Mian easily spotted. Otherwise, looking at the seemingly flat sand, she would definitely have stepped onto it. After carefully avoiding that spot, she used her trekking poles to probe for any danger ahead. As she walked, the temperature gradually began to drop, no longer as scorching as before. The temperature was now at least somewhat cool, and occasional gentle breezes blew by, calming her previously agitated mind. After taking a sip of water, Jiang Mian looked at the calm sand in the distance, her vigilance not lessening in the slightest, but rather becoming even more urgent. She desperately needed to find a place to stay, otherwise, she would have to spend the night in this dangerous area. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's steps quickened. Initially, she had considered trying to fly, but this world seemed strange. Whenever she reached midair, a fierce wind would strike, and not only that, creatures on the ground would constantly attack her, while lightning would strike intermittently in the sky. It was the kind of lightning that strikes in broad daylight. Jiang Mian had been behaving herself ever since she was struck once. This was the first time Jiang Mian had felt like the whole world was against her. In any other world before, she had never had this premonition that flying higher would bring danger. Jiang Mian obediently began hiking, which didn't prevent her from finally finding a suitable spot to settle down just before nightfall. She plopped down on the back of a sand dune, a relatively sheltered spot with firm sand, not the soft, accident-prone kind. After resting for a while, she took out a tent from her spatial storage and got to work. Looking at the starry night sky, she hadn't seen such a sight in a long time, and was completely mesmerized. Achoo! Jiang Mian rubbed her nose. The sudden drop in temperature caught her off guard. She took out a thermometer, waited a moment, and then looked at the temperature reading, her eyes widening in surprise. 9 degrees? During the day, the desert can reach 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. Such a difference in just one day and one night, and it wasn't even midnight yet, just a dark night. If it really got to dawn, how much would the temperature drop? Thinking this, Jiang Mian took out a thick blanket and a windproof jacket from her spatial storage. This was to prevent any unexpected events from happening during the night. After making all these preparations, she also installed several alarms around her. Any movement of these alarms nearby would trigger an alert. Even if she was alone, she could sleep peacefully in the desert. After doing all this, she took out some mildly flavored food from her spatial storage. She dared not eat anything with a strong flavor in this vast desert. One wrong move, and she might be attacked by the horde. This doesn't refer to humans, but rather to creatures like snakes, insects, and rodents lurking in the depths. Strangely, the detector didn't show any signs of life in these creatures. It was as if they were shielded. They rarely appeared during the day, but at night, they seemed to appear out of nowhere. Like now, Jiang Mian, unable to resist a sudden wave of drowsiness, forced her eyes open and put the unfinished food into her spatial storage. While she was asleep, an alarm suddenly went off in a previously uneventful spot. The annoying beep 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 startled Jiang Mian instantly. She sat up abruptly, looking in the direction of the alarm, and in the darkness, she saw a deep, eerie vertical pupil glowing with green light. The next second, all the alarms around her suddenly went off, like a group of middle-aged women arguing incessantly. Jiang Mian immediately put away all the alarms, and looked at the group of monsters opposite her. The next second after seeing them clearly, she turned and ran without hesitation. Even her favorite large quilt was left lying there, without any intention of picking it up. With so many eyes watching, her life was already in danger. What was the point of picking up those quilts? Was she going to collect her own corpse? Hiss! 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 The sound of bodies scraping against the sand came from behind her, and Jiang Mian quickened her pace. Ah! In the darkness, she didn't notice the shifting sand beneath her feet and sank straight in. After a few instinctive struggles, Jiang Mian realized she was sinking even deeper and immediately stopped. Seeing the monster about to catch up in the distance, she threw the apple she was holding. The next second, Jiang Mian appeared where the apple had been. However, before she could even lift her foot to continue running, she found her feet sinking into quicksand again. Jiang Mian realized now that the sand here was no ordinary sand, and its area was quite vast. She immediately used the same trick again, but this time she didn't throw an apple, but Jiang Mian suddenly pulled out a slingshot from her spatial storage, with an iron ball attached to it. On top of the iron ball was a brain-eating worm. The brain-eating worm clung tightly to the iron ball, which Jiang Mian launched several meters away. Jiang Mian herself, due to the force of the launch, found her legs sinking up to her knees. She wasn't worried at all. Instead, she turned around to look at what was chasing her. She took out a huge flashlight and turned it on. When she saw what those things were, her eyes widened, and she felt incredibly lucky that she had run fast. They were scorpions magnified countless times. Judging by their appearance, there were at least 17 or 18 of them. It was a mystery how these creatures concealed themselves. Their massive bodies allowed them to slip in unnoticed until the alarm system detected them. The scorpions, completely unsuspecting, stepped into the quicksand and, unsurprisingly, sank in as well. Some scorpions, unable to stop in time, were pushed in by those behind them, mercilessly swallowed by the quicksand. The remaining few hesitated, neither daring to advance nor retreat. They seemed reluctant to relinquish Jiang Mian, this seemingly easy prey. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, observing them for a moment. Seeing that she was already halfway in, she immediately switched places with a brain-eating worm a dozen meters away. Her legs and waist were covered in sand, but she didn't bother cleaning them now. In no hurry to leave, she switched weapons, knocking an arrow and firing it towards the eyes of the scorpions opposite her. However, the scorpion's tail tip swiftly blocked the attack. As the metal arrow rubbed against the scorpion's scales, the resulting sparks briefly lit up the night sky. Chapter 484. As for the pursuing scorpions, they were completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mian couldn't help but darken her eyes. Judging from the overwhelming disparity in strength, this world wouldn't be easy to survive. Most importantly, these scorpions, like other animals, were elusive and unpredictable. She wasn't confident she could withstand them. Without overwhelming power, she naturally began to keep a low profile. She turned and left, quietly finding a low-lying spot, wrapping herself in a blanket, and closing her eyes to rest. She was simply incredibly sleepy. The temperature had dropped below zero, a difference of tens of degrees that most people couldn't withstand. Fortunately, her constitution had improved considerably, and she had other abilities to assist her, preventing her from catching a cold so easily. The latter half of the night wasn't so peaceful. Small creatures would occasionally sneak up on her. Just as Jiang Mian was sound asleep, a gerbil suddenly appeared beneath her. After emerging from the ground, the gerbil cautiously surveyed its surroundings, spotted a huge, delicious treat, and began to gnaw at Jiang Mian's foot. When the alarm blared in her ear, Jiang Mian realized that something had bitten a piece off her shoe. However, because the shoe was specially designed, the thing only managed to bite off a small piece of leather and didn't injure her foot. Jiang Mian looked at the teeth marks on her shoe, her heart sinking. She didn't know what had chewed her shoe like this. The alarm must have scared it away. If it hadn't, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Mian suddenly realized something. Logically, she had already faced danger several times, so why was she sleeping so soundly, as if she had succumbed to her body's biological clock? But this shouldn't be happening. Subconsciously, she shouldn't be this sleepy. She had even gone several days without sleep without feeling this tired. Jiang Mian instantly became alert. She dared not lie down again. The ground seemed to possess a magical power. The moment she laid down, she would begin to drowsy. No, this won't do. Jiang Mian frantically pounded her legs to try and wake herself up. When that didn't work, she grabbed a bottle of tiger balm and applied it to her forehead and temples. A minute later, Jiang Mian stared into the distance, tears welling in her eyes. That tiger balm was incredibly spicy. So spicy that she couldn't even open her eyes. That's why she instantly perked up, shaking off her drowsy state. Looking at the somewhat messy sand below, her eyes lit up, and a little scheme formed in her mind. Jiang Mian took out a shovel and started digging. The sand was already soft, making digging even easier. After digging up a lot of sand, Jiang Mian placed over a dozen bombs on the spot and then quickly fled. Hee hee. Little thing, I give you some of your favorite treasures. Boom. 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 The successive explosions completely panicked the gerbils buried underground. In their limited understanding, the gerbils felt that some creature was definitely running towards them from underground, and they immediately began digging upwards. Digging and digging and digging. Finally, it saw the light outside. However, the next second, the gerbil felt something pressing on its head, making it very uncomfortable. It scratched its head with its forepaws, and the next second, it saw an iron rod pointed at its head. Chirp! It turned its head in confusion, looking at the hateful human holding the iron rod. It was her just now, making that strange sound that scared it away. Bang! Jiang Mian revealed a meaningful smile, looking at the gerbil's corpse on the ground, and kindly helped it collect the body. When this gerbil was buried underground, it didn't look very big, but after it was dug out, it was discovered that this guy was actually as tall as Jiang Mian. No wonder it could bite through Jiang Mian's shoe in one bite. If it had bitten through its waist instead of its shoe, it probably would have pierced through Jiang Mian. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian's vigilance increased even more. None of the creatures here should be underestimated. A moment's carelessness could turn them into a snack. Now, she dared not sleep anymore. Even though she was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, she forced herself to wander around the desert. Or she would inject herself with a potion to stay awake. Finally, dawn broke, and her drowsiness vanished, replaced by renewed energy. Jiang Mian patted her chest with lingering fear. She truly couldn't understand why this had happened. Was it the natural law of this world, or was there something wrong with it? Unable to figure it out, she rubbed her forehead, looking at the number of people displayed in the chat group. Yesterday there were 1 million, but now 100,000 had disappeared. Wow, it's that powerful. 1/10 died in just one night. Thinking about it carefully, this world is indeed dangerous, and danger seems to be everywhere. Add to that the slumber buff, and it's even more unimaginable. She needed to find a way to combat the drowsiness at night, otherwise, she'd eventually be led astray by this world. Thinking this, Jiang Mian consciously began searching for anything unusual about this desert during the day. However, after searching and searching, she found nothing different. The only difference was that she rarely saw any greenery, or rather, there was practically no greenery in her area. Perhaps there were cacti, saxaul, or poplar trees elsewhere. Watching the chat group filled with people complaining about the world and its dangers, Jiang Mian felt anxious, but couldn't join in. She really wanted to say, "Come to my shop. I have things to sell there." Unfortunately, the people weren't thinking of seeking opportunities in the market yet. They were only focused on finding water and food in the desert. So far, they hadn't had a proper meal, and most were starving. Jiang Mian, meanwhile, continued sitting in the desert, munching on a meter-long ear of corn. This one ear of corn took her 2 meals to finish. Looking at the ear of corn in her hand, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of a useful method. She immediately started working with her diligent hands, undeterred by hardship or fatigue, without a single complaint, embarking on her grand project. When the sun rose, Jiang Mian quickly took off her heavy cotton-padded coat, instantly feeling the coolness. That's how the weather is in the desert. It can get hot in a flash, and then freeze you to the bone like you're in an icebox. Chapter 485. Today, she was wearing a white sun-protective outfit. Yesterday, because she only wore a tank top, she was not only sunburned by evening, but also had a lot of sand and dust sticking to her body, making her very uncomfortable. Most importantly, the sunscreen she applied yesterday was practically useless. It was advertised as sun protection, but its actual function was less than 1/10 of what it claimed. Jiang Mian had thoroughly avoided this kind of sunscreen. As for its purpose, It was simply listed on her sales board for others to buy. And sales were quite high, actually. Jiang Mian, however, switched to a different brand of sunscreen. She embarked on her journey to find a safe place again, this time able to discern general directions. When the sun rose, its intense light made her eyes water. The sun in this world was truly strange. Although dazzling, it didn't cause dizziness. Yesterday she hadn't encountered anyone else, but today was different. She hadn't walked far when she met a girl with a backpack. When the girl saw Jiang Mian, she took several steps back warily. Seeing that Jiang Mian was wearing clothes of a style she had never seen before, she became even more wary. She instantly pulled out a gun, pointed it at Jiang Mian, and said urgently, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I get rough." Looking at the woman's expression, Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. For some reason, this woman gave her a strange feeling, and her clothes were also odd, looking like they were pieced together from many randomly torn garments. Most importantly, the woman's exposed skin was covered in a layer of white powder. Her skin was dark, and her face was peeling, clearly indicating extreme dehydration and prolonged exposure to the desert. This didn't match their condition on their second day in the desert, and the desert sun wasn't particularly harsh to cause such a state within a day. Almost instantly, she sensed something was wrong. Jiang Mian lowered her voice, trying to calm the woman's tense emotions. "Don't be agitated. I'm like you, someone who wandered into this desert by mistake. Have you been here long? Can you tell me how well you know this place? I have water, we can exchange." As she spoke, Jiang Mian took a bottle of water from her backpack and gestured for the woman to look at it. Zhang Xiao looked at the clearly clean bottle in her hand, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Why would someone carry water with them in this situation? Would those people even allow them to bring in such precious supplies? She was puzzled, but that didn't stop her greedy gaze from lingering on the water. Zhang Xiao's finger rubbed against the trigger a few times. Noticing Jiang Mian's eyes fixed on her movements, as if she had figured something out, she instantly lowered her gun and cautiously approached Jiang Mian. However, those few meters, seemingly safe, were suddenly filled with dust. Both women were startled, assuming it was a trick by the other. The next second, however, a whip-like object shot straight at one of them. Jiang Mian was speechless. Given a choice between two options, a 50% chance of attack, it had chosen her of all people. This was a bit unreasonable. She wondered why it hadn't done anything particularly evil, so why was it targeting her? Jiang Mian retreated rapidly, dodging the scorpion's tail. However, the scorpion seemed to have gone mad, spinning rapidly in the sand, its tail whipping around with ferocious force, forcing the two of them to constantly flee. But it was to no avail. Sand was stirred up around them, and scorpions of varying sizes crawled out of the ground, surrounding the two of them. They clearly saw them as their meal. Zhang Xiao watched this scene unfold. She had clearly seen Jiang Mian dodge the scorpion and knew she wasn't weak. She quickly made a decision. Let's join forces and deal with these scorpions. Jiang Mian looked at the scorpions. The ones she encountered today weren't as large as the ones she faced before. While a direct confrontation would be laborious, it wouldn't necessarily cost her her life. Most importantly, this woman clearly knew something, and she needed to learn from her about the desert and how to get out. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian nodded. Okay. Jiang Mian wasn't sure if this person knew anything about special abilities, like her own spatial abilities or innate talents, so she didn't act recklessly. She simply drew the long sword she always kept behind her back, without using any special abilities. Dealing with these scorpions required being careful, not only of their tails, but also of the venom on their pincers. Furthermore, once these scorpions grew to their enormous size, their exoskeletons became incredibly difficult to penetrate. Jiang Mian had to slash several times at the exoskeleton on one scorpion's back before finally managing to break through its defenses. Then, he plunged his long sword into the scorpion's exposed back and severed its tail in one stroke. This scorpion didn't die immediately after its tail was cut off. Instead, it dragged its remaining upper body and quickly fled the scene. Seeing this, the other scorpions instantly became enraged, attacking the two with even greater ferocity. Zhang Xiao, seeing Jiang Mian's attack method, couldn't help but rub her forehead. This woman had immense strength, yet she didn't know how to attack these scorpions, which was truly a pity. Taking advantage of a scorpion being knocked away by her thrust, she shouted, "Don't attack the scorpion's back shell, attack the gaps in its back shell." She pointed to a spot and instructed Jiang Mian, "Here, attack here, and you can easily kill the scorpion." Jiang Mian nodded, looking at the spot she had indicated. When they attacked the scorpions again, it was indeed as she had said, they were easy to kill. At least, it took less than half the effort compared to her previous blind hacking. An hour later, they had dealt with almost all the scorpions. Jiang Mian saw the woman, clearly exhausted, get up again and begin cutting the scorpions with her knife. However, upon closer inspection, Jiang Mian noticed that the woman wasn't cutting every scorpion, she hadn't touched some at all. Jiang Mian pointed to those few and asked, "Why don't you eat these? Are they poisonous?" Chapter 486. Zhang Xiao looked at the scorpions and nodded. "Yes, those are obviously poisonous. We can't eat them, or we die." As she said this, Zhang Xiao didn't hold back. She walked over and hid on the ground, carefully flipping over the tail of one of the scorpions, saying, "Look here, it's clearly the residue of a venom sac. Its venom sac is ruptured, and it's very likely that its entire body is poisonous. So, you absolutely must not eat these." Jiang Mian nodded, listening seriously to her explanation. The books were indeed not as comprehensive as what these experienced people said. The books only roughly listed the toxins and inedibility of these creatures, so Jiang Mian assumed that all the scorpions were inedible. However, she hadn't expected that this girl could easily distinguish which were edible and which were not. Zhang Xiao looked at the scorpion meat in her hand and couldn't help but frown. "We seem to have harvested too much today. This meat will spoil easily if we don't finish it. Let's try to eat all this scorpion meat today." Jiang Mian looked at the several dozen pounds of meat in front of her. The meat was bright red. Just as Jiang Mian was still thinking about how to deal with it, she saw Zhang Xiao take a bite. Jiang Mian's eyes widened as she watched her eat a piece of meat. Zhang Xiao turned to Jiang Mian and kindly invited, "Eat. Why aren't you eating? If it stays too long, it will attract other monsters. We need to finish this meat quickly." Jiang Mian opened her mouth. She really found it hard to accept eating like this. She rubbed her head, looking at the girl who looked like she was eating raw meat, and said, "Wait a minute, I have a way to cook these things. Don't eat them raw, it's easy to get infected with germs, leading to diarrhea, vomiting, or food poisoning." Zhang Xiao turned to look at Jiang Mian, staring at her as if she were a monster. When she actually saw Jiang Mian take out a lighter and a block of alcohol from her bag, she looked completely bewildered. "How do you have these things? Would they give you these survival supplies when they threw you in?" Jiang Mian paused, her hand still holding the items. What did that mean? They, who were they? Thrown her in? She calmly withdrew her hand, not answering the girl's question. "We talk about this later. I go find something to prop it up." As she turned to leave, a brain-eating amoeba slowly slithered over, trying to parasitize the girl. However, the girl was incredibly perceptive. Upon seeing the insect, she immediately used her scorpion pincers to pin the brain-eating worm to the ground. When she realized the worm hadn't died after being pinned, but was still wriggling, she instantly stood up and said to Jiang Mian's retreating figure, "We can't stay here. A new species has appeared. We need to get out of here." Jiang Mian squinted, his eyes filled with confusion as he observed the girl. Wow, this woman's actions were so swift. She made a decisive move immediately upon detecting danger, without hesitation. Jiang Mian really had to wonder who she was, and why she had fallen to such a state. To avoid alerting the enemy, Jiang Mian had no choice but to follow her away. Fortunately, the alcohol block hadn't been ignited, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to explain how she managed to take it away. Jiang Mian followed, equally wary, as did Zhang Xiao, who was walking ahead. The woman behind them was formidable, her skills certainly no less than Jiang Mian's, and the fact that she managed to bring something in was inconsistent with her understanding of those people. Therefore, both of them were cautious, but their pace didn't slow down much. Jiang Mian was surprised to find that the woman in front of her hardly needed anything to distinguish between quicksand and other obstacles. It seemed effortless, yet it was clear that she paused for a moment after each section. And so, the two walked for a long time, one after the other, until they finally reached the back of a relatively safe sand dune. Zhang Xiao kicked at the sand, then plopped down on the ground and said to Jiang Mian, "All right, shall we grill the meat over here?" Jiang Mian nodded, holding scorpion legs in her hand, legs she had insisted on taking when she left, and now they were serving their purpose, supporting a stand that could be lifted up. Zhang Xiao looked bewildered, wondering what Jiang Mian wanted to do with those legs, and even if she had them up, what was she planning to do with them? Then she saw Jiang Mian pull a pressure cooker out of her bag. Zhang Xiao's eyes widened. She stood up in shock, pointing at Jiang Mian's bag and saying, "How did you pack so much stuff in here? How did you even get in?" Jiang Mian looked at her, puzzled, while packing her things and trying to get information out of her. "What do you mean, who?" I'm just someone who wandered into this desert by mistake. Aren't you one too? This statement shocked Zhang Xiao even more. Putting aside whether the woman was telling the truth, the word wandered into shouldn't be used here at all. Is this a place where one could wander in by mistake? Impossible. This place is heavily guarded. Even a mosquito needs permission to fly in, let alone a living person. How did you get in? Jiang Mian paused in her slicing of meat, looked up at her, and asked, What do you mean? This desert is so vast, isn't it supposed to be a place you can just walk into? Do you need someone else's permission? Zhang Xiao fell silent, her eyes filled with scrutiny as she looked at Jiang Mian. She asked, clinging to her last chance, You really don't know how you got here? But after she asked, the woman opposite her shook her head. Jiang Mian, I really don't know. I woke up here and found myself here, so I don't understand what you mean by this place is impassable or anything like that. My name is Qin Xiao. I've been here for a month. Many of the people who came in with me died. I've been walking here for a long time, but I haven't found a place where I can escape. It's also very dangerous here, especially at night. Creatures always suddenly emerge from underground. Many of my friends were attacked and killed by these creatures at night. This was the first time Jiang Mian had heard the girl's name. She listened to Zhang Zhao's story while fiddling with the meat in the pot. However, only she knew how much she believed. But judging from Zhang Zhao's eyes, she wasn't lying. Jiang Mian casually fiddled with the scorpion meat in her hand, inadvertently cutting her hand, and suddenly asked a question. Chapter 487. So how did you get in? Were you conscious when you came in, or did you just wake up the moment you opened your eyes? Zhang Xiao turned to look at her and explained, We were conscious, we knew we were coming here. I'm not afraid to tell you, but I committed a crime, and was thrown here to fend for myself. Fend for yourself? Why? What kind of crime did you commit to be thrown here? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao, who had previously seemed nonchalant, suddenly turned cold, as if someone had stepped on her tail. That's my personal matter, so there's no need to explain it to you, is there? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, not expecting to encounter such an emotionally unstable person. Fine, personal matter it is. If she doesn't want to talk about it, she won't. She shrugged. All right, looks like I asked the wrong question. I won't ask anymore. Zhang Xiao seemed to realize her emotions had been a bit too extreme. After calming down for a moment, she pursed her dry lips and said, Sorry, I was thinking about some bad things just now. It wasn't intentional. Zhang Xiao knew that the two of them had essentially formed a team, and she hadn't seen anyone like her in a long time, so she naturally didn't want to antagonize her. Jiang Mian was also someone who would readily accept a situation, so she didn't care about this small matter. Her most important thing now was to find a way out. After all, the mission stated that she only had 30 days to escape the desert. 2 days had already passed, leaving only 28 days. She had to seize the opportunity. And this Zhang Xiao in front of her was a perfect opportunity. And so, tacitly, the two automatically ignored this awkward topic. Perhaps because of the weather, the meat in the pot boiled quickly. Looking at the slightly gamey-smelling, untouched meat, Jiang Mian truly had no appetite, and only ate a few pieces before finishing her meal. She intended to give the rest to Zhang Xiao. However, Zhang Xiao refused. Although she longed for something hot, having lived in the desert for so long, she naturally felt wary of strangers. Jiang Mian was somewhat disappointed, and put the unfinished meat into her backpack. She genuinely didn't want to eat it. Zhang Xiao looked at Jiang Mian and asked, Where do you want to go next? Jiang Mian was taken aback, pointing to herself incredulously. Huh? You mean me? Zhang Xiao nodded. I explored almost the entire area. Either we continue south, or we change direction. I haven't explored that area yet, so I don't know what dangers it might pose. Jiang Mian was silent for a moment, then asked, Are there any exit routes from the places you explored before? Zhang Xiao shook his head. No, I scouted very carefully. There's nothing there. Occasionally, there are some desert dates and cactus fruits, enough to barely replenish the energy our bodies need, but nothing else. Seemingly remembering something, Zhang Xiao suddenly became wary. There are other things, but you absolutely mustn't get close. You might have heard of desert oases. Along with desert oases come mirages and such. If you actually encounter a desert oasis, you might have a 50% chance of survival, but if you encounter a mirage, it could very well mean your imminent death. Jiang Mian was somewhat confused. She knew that mirages could potentially lead to death, but why would a desert oasis cause death? Thinking this, she asked directly. Zhang Xiao sneered, as if she had learned her lesson in that place, and said through gritted teeth, Yes. Desert oases aren't dangerous, but the danger lies in the things lurking in the shadows. They specifically wait there for every passerby. Not only that, some desert animals are also drawn to water, so they also lie in wait there. In short, there's no place in this desert that isn't dangerous. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Mian roughly understood. She couldn't help but frown. If what Zhang Xiao said was true, wouldn't it mean there was almost no escape, only waiting to die? But that shouldn't be the case. If they found a way out, wouldn't they be able to escape? Why did Zhang Xiao say there was nowhere to go? Is this whole world a desert? She silently kept her questions to herself, not daring to reveal too much to Zhang Xiao. She wasn't from this world, and the more she said, the more mistakes she might make. Zhang Xiao might treat her like an alien. After all, isn't there a saying that's very true? Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. She didn't want to cause any more trouble. Jiang Mian didn't actually have a specific place in mind, so she let Zhang Xiao decide. Anywhere is fine. We can go to places you haven't explored before, which will save some time and allow us to leave this desert as soon as possible. Zhang Xiao nodded, being unusually generous. She reached into a bag made from a t-shirt, took out some powder, and handed it to Jiang Mian. With a questioning look in Jiang Mian's eyes, Zhang Xiao said, "This is a powder that can protect against ultraviolet radiation. Sprinkling it on your body can effectively prevent sunburn." Jiang Mian looked at the sunburned areas on her body, finding it hard to believe that this stuff could prevent sunburn. Zhang Xiao continued, "Don't worry about these marks on my body. These are scars from before I found these things. Since finding this UV protective product, I've hardly been sunburned at all." Jiang Mian felt a little hesitant to refuse, and holding the powder, she asked, "Are you sure this stuff won't cause any harm if inhaled? Like, is it poisonous, or will it cause mental confusion or anything like that?" After all, this white powder always made people think of something unpleasant. After Zhang Xiao repeatedly assured her that there would be no side effects, and after she used it herself first, Jiang Mian finally sprinkled it on her body. When she sprinkled the white powder on her body, she surprisingly felt a cool sensation. This stuff was much better than applying sunscreen. Sunscreen, while offering some protection, felt thick and sticky on the skin, making you feel like you rolled around in the dirt after sweating. Now, she felt much more comfortable. The two resumed their journey, but this time, with Zhang Xiao leading the way, they moved quickly. Along the way, Zhang Xiao taught her how to spot quicksand or monsters hidden beneath it. Jiang Mian listened attentively. Since she couldn't fly, she naturally needed to avoid the dangers beneath her feet. Therefore, she heard everything clearly and memorized it. Chapter 488. She remembered Zhang Jiao's frank words. She was the kind of person who always repaid kindness with kindness and avenged wrongs with vengeance. For her, kindness could be ignored, but revenge was a must. That evening, Zhang Xiao suddenly gave Jiang Mian a green fruit. The fruit was like a luminous pearl, quite eye-catching, and she didn't know what its purpose was. Zhang Xiao held up the fruit, gesturing for her to put it in her mouth. The fruit was actually quite small, taking up almost no space in her mouth. Just as Jiang Mian was about to take a bite, Zhang Xiao suddenly said, "Don't swallow it. This fruit is used to conceal your aura. While it doesn't completely hide your aura, it greatly increases your survival time." Jiang Mian pointed to the small fruit in her mouth and asked, "Is there anything special about this thing? Why does it conceal my aura?" "The fruit possesses a gas that we can't smell, and this gas, once emitted, will repel most creatures in the sand, causing them to avoid the area where the fruit grows. This is something I observed for a long time, so you absolutely mustn't swallow it." Jiang Mian was puzzled. If the fruit has the effect of emitting a special gas, why not put it in her pocket instead of keeping it in her mouth? Isn't she afraid that swallowing it might cause her harm? Or would it lose its effect? Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, Zhang Xiao seemed to understand her thoughts and continued to explain, "You want to know why not put it somewhere else, right?" Jiang Mian nodded, and Zhang Xiao couldn't help but sigh, "Oh well, what can I do? It's lucky you met me. If it were anyone else, you might have already been tricked into becoming a guinea pig. This kind of fruit can only truly protect you when held in your mouth, enveloped by the scent that emanates with your breath. If you put it in your pocket, your exhaled breath can't be altered, and it easily attracts those things." Jiang Mian nodded understandingly, looking at Zhang Xiao sincerely and saying, "Thank you. I repay you when I have the chance." Zhang Xiao pretended not to hear such talk. She heard it too many times. Everyone said they repay her, but when it really came down to it, it was good enough if they didn't push her to her death. Sometimes she even hated her own kindness. Why is it always good deeds like this? It seems good people don't live long. After digging a relatively low spot, The two casually laid down. Jiang Mian took a quilt from her bag. Under Zhang Zhao's bewildered gaze, she opened the vacuum-sealed storage bag. With a soft plop, the thin quilt suddenly transformed into a 5-pound quilt. Jiang Mian knew she couldn't hide it anymore and didn't want to deprive herself, so she said with a simple smile, "Please understand, this is just my personal preference. When traveling, you always need to eat and sleep well." Zhang Zhao was speechless. Was this a place for eating and sleeping well? If she really wanted to eat and sleep well, she should go somewhere else to travel, not come to a place like this. However, a wave of drowsiness followed, and she couldn't help but close her eyes, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Mian looked at the tattered cloth covering her, or rather, the various clothes she was already wearing. She didn't have time to say anything, only to place a few alarms beside her before closing her eyes. Under the starry, moonlit sky, the two people who had been vigilant during the day were now fast asleep, snoring loudly. Even the gerbils crawling out from the ground beside them didn't wake them. The gerbils, upon smelling what seemed to be a plant they hated most, instantly fled the area. The next few groups of scorpions and rattlesnakes also fled the area, angrily digging at the sand, utterly bewildered as to how these foul-smelling creatures had gotten here. Eating these things would be fatal. They almost always avoided them like the plague. How could they be so rampant lately? When Jiang Mian awoke, it was already dawn. She was somewhat dazed. She seemed to have slept very soundly yesterday. After secretly washing up and eating something to mask the minty taste in her mouth, Jiang Mian hurriedly woke Zhang Zhao. "Wake up, Zhang Zhao, it's dawn." Zhang Zhao opened her eyes groggily, instinctively jumping up. Her gaze towards Jiang Mian was filled with unfamiliarity. It wasn't until a few seconds later that she realized this was her new teammate from yesterday. "You woke up so early? I thought I'd be the first one up." Jiang Mian smiled helplessly, following up on the topic. "Do you know what happened yesterday? Why do I get so sleepy at night, the kind where I can't even keep my eyes open?" Zhang Zhao was initially nervous upon hearing her question, but after understanding what she was asking, she looked at her helplessly. "Where are you from? Do you usually live in the mountains? This is how it is here. At night, you should follow the laws of nature and sleep well." Jiang Mian looked surprised. "But the place we're staying in isn't safe. How can you think it's normal to be so sleepy at night? Don't you find that strange? We should be vigilant. At least one person should keep watch." Zhang Zhao looked at Jiang Mian, puzzled as to why she was so concerned about this. It was a perfectly normal thing. Why was she making it sound so bizarre? "I know it's dangerous at night, but that's nature's survival of the fittest. Didn't I give you the fruit that can unleash other miracles? This is also a means of self-protection. Nature makes us sleep, and we can also use nature's power to gain the means to survive." Jiang Mian finally understood. Zhang Zhao had no concept of the dangers of nighttime and the need for vigilance. No, perhaps to put it another way, she knew it was dangerous, but she had no intention of changing anything. She was only thinking about other ways to ensure her own safety. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian, just in case, fearing Zhang Zhao might think she was acting too strangely, quickly shut her mouth and stopped talking about it. She made an excuse to leave and check the situation, but actually went off to a distant place to steal some food. Jiang Mian initially wanted to leave some for Zhang Zhao, but then thought that Zhang Zhao might notice something was amiss, so she ultimately decided not to give her any food. Chapter 489. Seeing Jiang Mian return empty-handed, she wasn't disappointed. After all, food was a rare find. Things like those were hard to come by, and when encountered, they often led to a deadly escape. "Where do we go next?" Zhang Zhao continued to lead the way, with Jiang Mian following behind. The two of them, one in front and one behind, cautiously approached another sand dune, heading towards it. That sand dune was quite high. From a distance, it seemed like it would only take an hour to reach. However, as the saying goes, looking at a mountain makes one's journey seem endless. After walking for a long time, the sand dune on the other side still seemed far away. Now they understood that it must be a very large dune, accumulated over many years. However, the two exchanged a glance, and their hearts immediately lit up with joy. Zhang Zhao had previously told Jiang Mian that sand dunes like this, accumulated over time, often held unexpected treasures, though of course, danger was also a possibility. "Our immediate goal is to reach that sand dune. Although it's slightly off from our general direction, the difference isn't significant. What do you think?" Hearing Zhang Zhao's question, Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, and looked in that direction. Indeed, it wasn't far off from where they were heading, so she nodded. "Okay, whatever you say." Jiang Mian noticed that she hadn't eaten anything since morning, except for the leftover scorpion meat, yet she didn't seem to show any signs of hunger, as if she was used to this irregular lifestyle. Jiang Mian clicked her tongue in amazement, inwardly sighing. Luckily, she had the cheat code, the magic cube space. Without it, she probably wouldn't be much better off than her. They walked until nightfall, but still hadn't gotten close to the sand dune. However, their exact location had become much closer, which was the only consolation for them. They estimated that if they walked for another day, they would reach the top of the dune. Gurgle. Jiang Mian was digging in a hollow when she suddenly heard a gurgling sound. Turning around, she saw Zhang Xiao awkwardly rubbing her stomach. I'm a little hungry. I remember you haven't eaten anything all day. Aren't you hungry? She intended to change the subject, but as soon as she asked the question without even realizing it, she suddenly realized. Right, it had been a whole day, and she hadn't seen her teammate eat anything. Wasn't she hungry? Jiang Mian blinked, and made up a reason that even she found laughable. Not hungry. I have a tiny appetite. Zhang Xiao looked at her like she was crazy, her mouth moving a few times, but it was hard to tell what she was saying. Jiang Mian could vaguely sense that she was using very vulgar language. Jiang Mian coughed lightly, no longer joking with her. I don't have a good appetite. The food I ate earlier hasn't digested yet, so I'm not very hungry. Zhang Xiao nodded, somewhat helplessly. Our luck wasn't too good today. We haven't encountered any wild beasts in the desert. If we had, we would have gained something more or less. Jiang Mian nodded. By nightfall, they still hadn't found any food, so they laid down on the sand early, green fruit in their mouths, and succumbed to sleepiness once more. However, tonight wasn't as smooth as last night. Suddenly, a beep-beep alarm woke Jiang Mian. Her mind was still groggy, but her body's instincts had already made her leave her sleeping spot early. A whooshing sound rang out, and her previous spot was suddenly struck by something resembling a whip. With a sharp crack, the whip sank deep into the sand, its depth unknown. Only then did her mind clear, and she suddenly remembered she had a teammate. She turned her head, and saw that Zhang Xiao's eyes were still closed, but her body had already acted instinctively. She had rolled several meters away, successfully avoiding the whip's attack. At that moment, as if sensing some danger, Zhang Xiao twitched twice, startled awake, and, looking at the swirling sand before her, quickly made a judgment. Quick, it's rattlesnakes. Jiang Mian ran after her, somewhat puzzled. Why run? It's just a rattlesnake. If we kill it, we have something to eat, right? Zhang Xiao found this laughable. Kill? How? There are dozens of rattlesnakes when they come out. How can the two of us kill so many snakes? Seeing that this was what she was thinking, Jiang Mian laughed and said, It's okay, no need to run. Saying this, she confidently turned around, only to be dumbfounded. She saw that behind them weren't just a dozen, but dozens, nearly 100 rattlesnakes, each one as thick as her waist. And rattlesnakes were constantly emerging from the ground. Jiang Mian instantly became docile, turned around, and started pulling Zhang Xiao along as they ran. Damn it, we clearly stumbled into a snake pit. Zhang Xiao was completely bewildered. What? Jiang Mian, this isn't just a dozen snakes, there are hundreds. And there are more and more. We definitely accidentally wandered into a snake pit. Run! Don't talk. If it were just a dozen rattlesnakes, she could kill them to make whips or other weapons. But this was clearly a snake pit, filled with countless small snakes. She had to be crazy to fight hundreds by herself. Hearing her say that, Zhang Xiao curiously turned her head to look. When she saw the dense swarm of snakes behind her, she instantly woke up from her drowsiness. Ah! Snakes, snakes, snakes. So many snakes. Let's run, run, run. Seeing her exaggerated reaction, Jiang Mian seemed to sense something. Are you afraid of snakes? Zhang Xiao, completely unsuspecting, exclaimed, Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. When I was little, my dad threw me into a snake pit, saying it was to toughen me up. But those snakes would crawl everywhere. One even crawled inside my clothes and bit me. I was terrified. I kept begging my dad to let me go, but he wouldn't listen. He insisted it was to train my abilities, so I could inherit his mantle. Hearing this description, Jiang Mian's lips twitched. It sounded like something out of a gangster movie, putting someone in a snake pit to toughen them up. Wasn't he afraid his daughter would get bitten to death? The two were chased by the rattlesnakes for a long time until they finally managed to leave them behind, only then having a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 490. It's terrifying. How can there be so many snakes? Jiang Mian was also confused. She had only been here a few days, and didn't understand the structure of this world. The only thing she knew was that they, the humans, followed a day-night cycle. But the animals did the opposite. When they fell asleep, the creatures hidden underground would emerge, and danger would strike almost instantly. In their frantic escape, the two didn't realize their location until daylight. Zhang Xiao was somewhat annoyed. We went the wrong way yesterday. We were originally heading that way, but because of what happened last night, it'd take even longer to get to that sand dune. Jiang Mian didn't know how she figured out the direction, but following her was the right thing to do. For once, she kindly comforted her. It's okay, we can just start over. We can also check if the rattlesnakes have gone from where we were before. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao stared at her like she was crazy. This new teammate was acting strangely, going wherever there was danger. Was she really not afraid of death? But while she wasn't afraid, Zhang Xiao was. She still needed to find her mother. Zhang Xiao was reluctant to go, but seeing Jiang Mian's determined expression, and knowing that if they took a detour, it might take them 2 days to reach the sand dune, Zhang Xiao gritted her teeth and agreed to Jiang Mian's suggestion. Fine, since you put it that way, I risk my life to accompany you this once. Jiang Mian looked at her questioningly, not understanding why she would say she was risking her life. Didn't she know that those creatures rarely come out during the day? Or was something unexpected going to happen? Jiang Mian didn't know, but she became vigilant, just in case. When they approached the spot where they had been yesterday, it had become a low-lying pit. As for their personal belongings that had been there, they were all gone. Perhaps they were buried by the sand, or perhaps the rattlesnakes had taken them to their nests to play with. Zhang Xiao, who had been holding her breath, finally relaxed. Seeing that the snakes were gone, she felt much more at ease. Seeing the disappointment in Jiang Mian's eyes, she comforted her. It's okay, they're just possessions. If they're gone, they're gone. We can just look for them again. Jiang Mian twitched her lips and nodded helplessly. Actually, she wasn't heartbroken about the pots and pans, but rather about her big cotton quilt. Her grandmother had made it for her herself. She wished she hadn't used that kind, and had used one she found in the mall instead. The two followed the prearranged path again, but even as night deepened, they still hadn't reached the sand dune. However, they encountered other people. When these people saw them, they immediately became wary. These people were already operating independently, scattered sparsely around the area, each cautious of the others. Upon seeing two women arrive, their wariness intensified. No one dared to approach them to say anything suggestive. Everyone knew that anyone who could survive 3 days in such a place was definitely not as innocent as they appeared. The two women, especially, carrying weapons, made them even more wary. Jiang Mian and Zhang Xiao were used to the stares from these people, but Zhang Xiao was puzzled. How did they manage to get food and bottled water? Those people wouldn't be so kind as to provide them with supplies. They'd be lucky not to kill them. Although she was confused, she remained outwardly calm. The two used the branches they had collected along the way to start a fire and roast some meat. This meat came from a gerbil they had encountered on their journey. The gerbil, whether lost or something, had stumbled upon them, and the two naturally wouldn't let such a large piece of meat go to waste. The gerbil was at least as tall as a human thigh, enough for a meal for the two of them. There was no room for cleaning. Zhang Xiao skinned and gutted it before roasting it over the fire. Jiang Mian's eyes twitched violently. She watched Zhang Xiao finish cleaning everything, and begin wiping the blood from his hands with sand. She couldn't hold back any longer. Although she knew water was precious in the desert, and no one would use it to clean the food, she couldn't help but feel the sting of having a mountain of resources, but having to eat meager rations every day. At this moment, she also blamed herself for not pretending she had a large bottle of water in her bag. Even if she took it out now, wouldn't it be a bit too deliberate? However, just as she was thinking this, she saw an automatic cooking pot and a large bucket of tap water in front of a certain player. Jiang Mian suddenly felt that this wasn't so deliberate after all. She patted Zhang Xiao on the shoulder, gesturing for her to look in that direction. Zhang Xiao looked bewildered. When she saw the man using the water in the bucket to wash fresh vegetables, a fleeting greed rose within her, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at the water. She whispered, "Should we kill him? But he's with several people, and they don't look like easy targets." Jiang Mian looked at her with confusion, not understanding why she would bring up killing. She hadn't intended to. Jiang Mian shook her head and whispered, "Did you see his water? There must be a water source nearby. I go find it. You wait here for me, I be right back." Sigh. Zhang Xiao reluctantly withdrew her outstretched hand. She wanted to say, "Is it unnecessary?" But watching Jiang Mian's swift departure, coupled with her own thirst, she kept quiet. She was special, perhaps she could find water? If she found it, she would drink it. If not, so be it. After making sure she was out of their sight, Jiang Mian pondered what container would be suitable to hold the water. She thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with anything. Jiang Mian gave up and simply took out a red plastic bucket, tore off the label, and that was it. It could hold things and also store personal belongings. After filling the bucket, she happily carried it back to Zhang Xiao's side. When Zhang Xiao saw the large red bucket filled with pure water, she was dumbfounded. She pointed at the bucket, then at the spot where they had just been. "You?" she wanted to say, "next time you lie to me, can't you be a little more careful?" Jiang Mian had clearly gone to the spot they had just been. They both knew there was no water there. Most importantly, how did she find such a large red bucket in the desert? It was a bit too bizarre. But looking at the water in the bucket, she silently shut her mouth. Fine, for the sake of this thing, she just quietly pretends she knows nothing about it. Chapter 491. Come on, I found lots of water. Now we can drink our fill. Zhang Xiao remained silent, only silently drinking the water. She was now completely oblivious, only remembering to enjoy herself. As for anything else, she simply kept quiet. Yes, she had already silently hypnotized herself, becoming an idiot. Don't ask her, she knew nothing. She didn't know how there could be such a conspicuous large water bucket in the desert. She didn't know how there could be such clear water, and she certainly didn't know how she had returned in less than 10 minutes, yet her body was already dry. She didn't know, don't ask her. Jiang Mian reluctantly put some rat meat in her mouth and ate a little. It tasted similar to dried duck neck, so she wasn't too disgusted. Maybe the duck necks she usually ate were made of rat meat. Whatever, it wouldn't kill her anyway. This time, Zhang Xiao was smarter. She didn't eat all the meat at once. Since it could be grilled, she grilled it longer, put it in a container, and used it to replenish her energy when she was starving again. Although her new teammate always came up with unexpected things, she couldn't place all her hopes on her. Relying on others was unreliable. She could only rely on herself. At night, the scattered players employed even more unconventional tactics, leaving the two bewildered. Everyone knew that nighttime would bring hardship, and since it was unavoidable, some began to devise ways to cope. One of the guys went even further, pulling out an iron coffin. Judging by its thickness, even a tiger's bite couldn't penetrate that steel plate. This guy was clever. He didn't completely seal it off, but left small holes around the edges for breathing. Another girl produced a skill card, which then released a warm yellow, bowl-like cover. The girl lay inside, without even a blanket. It was like a temperature-controlled space, quietly protecting her. Jiang Mian and Zhang Xiao exchanged a glance. Zhang Xiao was incredulous. How come their abilities weren't sealed? Jiang Mian's eyes flashed. She successfully extracted a key phrase, seal abilities. Why seal abilities? And who sealed others' abilities? She looked at Zhang Xiao, puzzled, wanting to hear more, but Zhang Xiao silently turned her head, seemingly unwilling to continue. Jiang Mian's suspicion deepened. This woman seemed to know many things, yet she had deliberately concealed them. She seemed to have realized that Jiang Mian wasn't like her anymore, so what was she hiding? Since things had come to this, Jiang Mian felt there was no need to hide anymore. She took out a defense card from her spatial storage and looked at Zhang Xiao seductively, saying, "Stay closer to me, and we can get a good night's sleep tonight." Zhang Xiao opened her mouth, somewhat at a loss. If Jiang Mian had always maintained a secretive attitude towards her, it wouldn't have been so bad. However, when one day she suddenly became unguarded, it was hard for Zhang Xiao to accept. Perhaps she had become used to being secretly guarded against for so long. "Thank you." She ultimately chose to live. Hearing her barely audible thank you, Jiang Mian's lips curled into a smile, clearly satisfied. Based on her understanding of Zhang Xiao was someone who hated owing favors, yet she was willing to accept her gift, indicating that Zhang Xiao was gradually opening her heart. Since she couldn't control her with the brain-eating worm, she would take it slow. She refused to believe she couldn't control her eventually. Most importantly, Jiang Mian didn't believe that she was the only local in this vast desert. She could always find someone else. Time passed slowly, and by nightfall, everyone had fallen into a deep sleep at the same time. Their group naturally attracted the attention of other creatures. When the creatures beneath the sand surged up, no one could even react. Even when Jiang Mian's alarm went off, it didn't wake anyone else. Jiang Mian sat up abruptly, watching the commotion nearby. Suppressing her urge to close her eyes, she nudged the still sleeping Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao didn't react at all. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed. In her unusually muddled state, she thought of using a brain-eating worm to control her. She quickly took out a worm, and just as it was about to reach Zhang Zhao's body, Zhang Zhao suddenly opened her eyes. However, her eyes were filled with a hazy grayness. Clearly, only her body's instinct had brought her awake, not her consciousness. Seeing this, Jiang Mian immediately withdrew the worm. She knew that with Zhang Zhao's eyes open, she wouldn't be able to feed her the worm. After waking her up, Jiang Mian gestured for her to be quiet. The two of them surrounded a horned monster. This horned monster was much smaller than the one Jiang Mian had encountered before. The previous one, when crawling, was even taller than her, but this one was significantly smaller, only as thick as her thigh, like a juvenile. If she couldn't beat the big one, surely she could beat the small one? She wondered what the horned monster tasted like. Thinking this, the vengeful Jiang Mian walked towards the small horned monster. With a swift stroke of her blade, the unsuspecting little horned monster died on the spot. Jiang Mian curled her lips into a smile, then simply put the horned monster into her backpack. Actually, she put it into her spatial storage. Her backpack wasn't big enough to hold such a heavy horned monster. It was merely a smokescreen. Jiang Mian and Zhang Zhao began to work together to kill the horned monsters that had secretly emerged from underground. Of course, the two only ambushed the weaker horned creepers. They selectively ignored those roughly their height. Zhang Zhao, watching Jiang Mian's perpetually overflowing backpack, silently averted her gaze. She pretended not to see anything. Having collected a large amount of food, the two were finally discovered by the adult horned creepers. When they realized the two had been hunting their offspring, they instantly became enraged. They crawled towards the two. Not only that, but they also called to their companions as they crawled. Seeing that the two were about to be surrounded, Jiang Mian grabbed Zhang Zhao and began to run for their lives. It was precisely because of the two's selfless sacrifice that they lured away the horned creepers, allowing some players, who hadn't yet regained their senses, to survive. Chapter 492. Having played the role of unsung heroes, the two successfully escaped this place. However, the journey ahead was not so smooth. Many creatures gathered at night, and because of this, they had to be wary of their attacks while constantly fighting off drowsiness. As they walked, Jiang Mian suddenly stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Zhang Zhao caught her in time. Seeing Jiang Mian's tired eyes, Zhang Zhao handed her a dagger. "I told you, you should make a cut on yourself too. It keep you awake." Hearing this, Jiang Mian helplessly looked at the 3 wounds on Zhang Zhao's body. She didn't think she was in that situation yet. She took out some tiger balm and applied some to the bridge of her nose, the sides of her temples, and behind her ears. This was the 5th time she had applied it that night. Now, the effect wasn't as strong as before. Unknowingly, she had developed a resistance. Go ahead and use this method yourself. If you hurt yourself like this, you still suffer during the day, won't you? Zhang Zhao bit her lower lip, saying painfully, "I just have to suffer. It's better than not being able to react in time to danger." Jiang Mian shrugged helplessly. "Oh well, whatever. Everyone has their own preferences. Perhaps Zhang Zhao just has this masochistic tendency." Finally, as the sun was about to rise, their drowsiness dissipated. Jiang Mian's eyes were red from the medicated oil. Only then did she feel the coolness, and immediately began fanning her eyes frantically. "You've been here so long, really can't you get rid of this drowsiness? Where did this sudden drowsiness come from? I could go for days without sleeping, and I wouldn't feel this sleepy." Zhang Zhao still looked at Jiang Mian, puzzled. "Why do you keep having this question? Isn't sleeping at night a natural thing?" Jiang Mian then realized that she hadn't been lying to herself. She genuinely felt it was a natural thing, so she hadn't thought about dealing with this sudden feeling of sleepiness. Since that was the case, Jiang Mian stopped dwelling on it and changed the subject, saying, "Let's hurry up and try to reach the sand dunes before sunset." "Okay." Along the way, the two encountered various other people, some carrying luggage, others empty-handed but carrying weapons, all heading towards the sand dune. Everyone knew that the sand dune was definitely not simple. After all, it was so vast, and perhaps an oasis would be found at the end. This could provide them with some supplies temporarily. Thinking this, the people quickened their pace. The faster they moved, the more likely they were to shake off those behind them and gain a greater chance of seizing the initiative. Jiang Mian glanced around, silently taking out the detector in his pocket. It was almost entirely filled with small red dots, with only 1 or 2 small green dots appearing occasionally. This meant that most of these people were players, but besides Zhang Zhao, there were also some locals. However, these people were scattered too much for Jiang Mian to clearly distinguish between players and non-players. The group continued forward, Jiang Mian and his companion no exception. Because of the footprints already left by others, they could clearly identify safe areas, and more people trampled down those areas, creating a path leading to the sand dune. Vroom vroom vroom. Jiang Mian heard the roar of a motorcycle. At first, she thought she was imagining things and didn't pay much attention. However, as the roar grew closer, even Zhang Xiao heard it. The two exchanged a glance, realizing it wasn't their imagination. Jiang Mian, however, couldn't help but frown. How could there be a motorcycle sound? Almost instantly, she attributed the sound to players. After all, with so many players, it was only natural that some high-level players would be among them. The roar of the motorcycle only lasted a few minutes before disappearing. No one actually saw who was riding it, leaving those who were curious disappointed. Jiang Mian was wondering how those people knew where the quicksand was, and where it wasn't. They dared to ride motorcycles so recklessly. If she could find them and ask them their secret, wouldn't she be able to drive a car too? Thinking this, among all the people, Jiang Mian felt the most urgency. Looking at the spot where the motorcycle sound disappeared, Jiang Mian tugged at Zhang Xiao. Let's go check that out. Zhang Xiao frowned, not understanding why she wanted to go there. It was clearly unsafe. Many people had already followed the sound there, and if they went now, they would easily be noticed. Jiang Mian understood her concerns perfectly, and with just one sentence, she opened her heart. I have a car too, but I need to know how they drive in the desert without being bothered by quicksand. Zhang Xiao grabbed Jiang Mian's hand, saying urgently, Come on, come on. What are you waiting for? If we're late, someone else might beat us to it. Seeing her hurried manner, Jiang Mian's lips curled into an unfathomable smile. She knew Zhang Xiao would be swayed by her words. When they arrived at the location of the tire tracks, besides seeing some other players, who had also rushed over, they didn't see any motorcycles. Following the 3 tire tracks on the ground, however, the tracks disappeared abruptly after a certain point, as if vanished into thin air. Jiang Mian realized that the players must have stored the motorcycles in their spatial storage, which explained the lack of further progress. Continuing forward, they found no footprints, and she wondered how those people had left. Perhaps they used teleportation cards, or perhaps temporary flight abilities. Jiang Mian leaned more towards the former, because if they had flown, they wouldn't have disappeared from their sight so quickly. It could only be a teleportation card. However, one thing puzzled her. If some players had been riding motorcycles and showing them off so ostentatiously, why did they suddenly disappear? This didn't make sense. Just as she was thinking this, she felt something different under her feet. Jiang Mian reacted quickly, turning and running away. However, the movement under her feet was faster than her speed. A rope suddenly tightened, tying itself around her left ankle. The next second, Jiang Mian was suspended in midair by a rope. Zhang Xiao, watch out, there might be an ambush. Upon hearing Jiang Mian's voice, Zhang Xiao reacted instantly, turning to run towards her. But after seeing the wink Jiang Mian gave him, he instantly realized she might be playing along. Chapter 493. The ability to suspend a person in midair without any support clearly indicates that their special abilities haven't been sealed. Jiang Mian, be careful, wait for me, I'll be right back. Saying this, she tried to run back and used the bow and arrow on her back to shoot through the rope, but just as she cautiously retreated, she felt herself bump into a solid wall. Zhang Xiao's palms became sweaty, and she nervously swallowed, then belatedly turned her head to see a 2-meter-tall, dark-skinned man with a sinister smile. Both of them were bound hand and foot, floating in midair, silently awaiting their impending judgment. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. She hadn't been bound like this in a long time, and it felt quite strange. She wondered where these people were taking her. Strangely, before, Jiang Mian would be suddenly knocked to the ground after flying for only a few minutes, but now they had been floating in the air for a long time without encountering any attacks, which was rather illogical. After careful observation, Jiang Mian realized that although they were floating in the air, the ropes binding them were actually hanging below. She suddenly understood. It meant that as long as something was touching the ground, she could float, and the unspoken rules of this world would assume she was grounded. Thinking this, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a sense of clarity, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. No wonder they hadn't found any footprints when they were exploring. In this situation, all they needed to do was touch the ground with a rope or something else, and they could float in midair and move forward, creating a fantastical feeling while simultaneously waiting to ambush their prey. Jiang Mian and her companions were clearly the prey. Bang! Bang! After 2 muffled thuds, Jiang Mian and Zhang Xiao landed on the ground simultaneously, quite badly shaken. She squinted, surveying her surroundings. Only then did she realize that they weren't the only ones captured here. Other players were also bound hand and foot. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a cluster of stone huts stood, and they were currently inside one of these reed huts, where about a dozen people had been captured. These people were carelessly thrown onto the ground, and their captors, after dumping them there, simply ignored them. Occasionally, new captives would enter, and dump them there as well. Jiang Mian moved her hands, and the ropes behind her were quickly sliced open with a blade she took from her spatial storage. After untying the ropes, she first untied Zhang Zhao's ropes, then narrowed her eyes as she looked at the others, whose eyes also held a similar longing. They ran away. They escaped? Jiang Mian was too far away to hear clearly what they were saying, only seeing their excited expressions. However, judging from the fact that they had opened the straw door of the cell where the prisoners were held, and their panicked expressions, they were definitely talking about escaping. Jiang Mian concealed herself, lying prone and observing the strangely looking individuals. They were all dark-skinned, like people from some tribe. It was unclear whether this was natural or due to prolonged exposure to ultraviolet radiation. Upon learning that they had all escaped, the group reacted swiftly. Jiang Mian saw them retrieve a brand new three-wheeled motorcycle from one of the thatched huts. Looking at the motorcycle, Jiang Mian's lips twitched. This motorcycle looked so familiar. Wasn't it the one she had sold through the mysterious merchant account? She just didn't know how it had ended up in the hands of these black men. Moreover, judging from their manner, they didn't seem to know how to drive a motorcycle at all. After a few simple maneuvers, they quickly twisted the throttle, and the vehicle shot forward. Several people inside the vehicle fell off, some unlucky enough to be run over by the wheels. Hiss. Jiang Mian gritted her teeth at the sight. She had witnessed firsthand what would happen if a ton of weight ran over a person. The man's sternum shattered. Before they had even caught the escapee, they had already lost a key member. The man's liver and spleen ruptured, and he died instantly. After these people left, Jiang Mian lifted her feet a few centimeters off the ground, then tied a strip of cloth around her legs to keep herself grounded. When she reached the rock hut where the black men had come from, she saw a strange-looking man inside wearing a feathered hat. The man had bizarre scars on his face, whether natural or acquired, and was worshipping a strangely shaped bone. He was muttering something under his breath. Jiang Mian activated her telepathy, and finally understood what he was saying. "My dear God, your faithful servant greets you. Your servant has missed you for a long time, and hopes to see your majestic form again, and be close to you. I pray for your return." The newly captured sacrifice encountered an accident, and was released. But this does not diminish our utmost loyalty to you. We will find a better batch of sacrifices to bring great power to our Lord. Please forgive our mistake, Lord. Listening for a while, Jiang Mian turned her head away, losing interest. This was clearly a fanatical believer, and she, an atheist, seemed ill-suited to appear at this moment, lest she disturb their enjoyment. After leaving, Jiang Mian flew through the air, looking at the houses built of thatch and stone, and couldn't help but admire their ingenuity. Although the races might be different, they had indeed begun to thrive here. Not only that, she even spotted several camels. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. Camels. Camels are great. These are much more convenient than motorcycles, and she heard that camels seem to have a sense of direction. The only downside, however, is that camels might start thinking about returning home after traveling for a while. That certainly required caution. Jiang Mian had already claimed the camels as his own, and had been secretly watching them for a long time. After circling around, Jiang Mian returned to the house built of piled stones. The black man inside was still muttering to himself, seemingly communicating with his god. Seeing that he was alone, Jiang Mian felt a desire to have a deeper conversation with him. Bang! A loud sound echoed from inside the stone house. The black man wearing the feathered hat turned around in surprise, staring at the person who had ambushed him. Chapter 494. Jiang Mian hadn't expected that her supposedly foolproof sneak attack would fail, instead being blocked by the invisible wall behind the man. No, it shouldn't be called an invisible wall, but a special ability. The frying pan that Jiang Mian had thrown began to float upwards with the force of the impact. When the black man saw the frying pan appear out of thin air, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Oh! Thank God for this. This weapon is so convenient, it can be used to punish those disobedient subjects. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. What was going on? This was her pan, and it wasn't for hitting people, it was for eating. After realizing this man's special ability, Jiang Mian changed her strategy. She didn't know why, but this man also possessed a special ability, perhaps a similar ability to others in this world, like Zhang Jiao's subconscious reaction before facing mortal danger. Her reaction was much faster than those trained over many years. It must be due to her latent ability. However, Jiang Mian couldn't replicate this ability in her. It was as if it had vanished. Perhaps this was what Zhang Xiao meant by ability ceiling. Jiang Mian drew her long sword and slashed directly at the black man's head. With a clang, Jiang Mian felt as if she had struck a boulder, the impact numbing her hands. However, at this point, there was no need for her to hide any longer, because her attack had successfully enraged the black man, who had been praying to the gods, to the point where his eyes turned bloodshot. The black man narrowed his eyes and roared, "Where did this little rat come from? Show yourself, Lord Jia Shui." However, after he finished speaking, no one appeared. Instead, the next second, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He instantly realized someone was aiming at his vitals. An invisible wall reappeared, and with a thud, the attack struck it again. Just as Jia Shui was about to sneer at his attacker, he felt a whoosh of wind behind him. This time, he didn't even have time to react. The bullet pierced his body instantly, but not in a vital spot, allowing him to survive. "Aya! Damn it, damn it, damn it, you little rat. You dared to ambush Lord Jia Shui. I have the water god punish you. I painstakingly prayed for water for you, and you still tried to kill me. You deserve to die." Jiang Mian listened to his meaningless curses and sneered. Are they begging for water for her? That's ridiculous. She's never drunk a single drop of water in this world. All they're asking for is the water they need to survive. Besides, the price they're paying is someone else's life, not their own. No wonder they're so self-righteous. After all, it's not their family or friends dying. After Jiang Mian realized this guy only had time to protect one area, she began her teleportation-style attacks. The black leader was completely defenseless. Just as he tried to defend against the attacks in front, additional attacks would appear from behind, to the left, or to the right. After several times, he couldn't bear the pain any longer and quickly surrendered, pleading, "Stop. Jia Shui surrenders. Please stop." Jia Shui is willing to obey. Although Jiang Mian stopped what she was doing, the vigilance in her eyes didn't lessen in the slightest. She didn't understand the black man's style of doing things, and was even more afraid that this was a delaying tactic, a way for him to ambush her after she stopped. Sure enough, someone who could sit in his position was clearly not comparable to those simple-minded soldiers. After realizing he had surrendered, no attack came. He retreated, his chest tightening as he tried to cry for help. However, Jiang Mian created a commotion in front of him and then kicked him, sending him flying against the rock wall. The already unstable rock wall was sent flying by her kick. Now, there was almost no need for the black leader to cry for help. Those who heard the commotion rushed out and saw their leader beaten to the ground. They all stopped in their tracks. Just when Jiang Mian thought they would attack her, she saw them suddenly kneel down. They cried out, "A god incarnate. She is definitely a divine messenger appointed by the god. Greetings, divine messenger." Jiang Mian stared at them, utterly exasperated. They had even disregarded their own leader, instead worshipping her, the one who had beaten their leader so badly. She felt this world was truly surreal. The black leader, wearing a hat, seemed to have foreseen this outcome. He was filled with resentment, hating that his hard-earned tribe had been preempted. Oh no! More accurately, it was a thief intercepting them. Jiang Mian looked at the noisy crowd, waved her hand, and tried to make them back down. But when they saw that Jiang Mian hadn't spoken, yet they heard her speak, they became even more convinced that she was a divine being. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. She practically wanted to pry open these people's brains to see what was inside. She went to the man lying on the ground, wearing a hat, and grabbed his collar. Perhaps knowing he couldn't change the outcome, his eyes were lifeless, and he didn't even resist. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Mian placed her hand on his body and began to replicate his ability. It was at this moment that she understood what the man's ability was. That ability to block attacks and easily lift people up wasn't, to be precise, an invisible wall, but a spatial barrier. By creating a desired space and clearing all matter from it, one could float in midair. However, this world had its own unique rules, so she had to settle for second best. Only after countless experiments did she discover that this method could avoid danger. This also indirectly proved Jiang Mian's earlier idea that there must be a way to combat the inexplicable drowsiness at night. And lifting one's feet off the ground was one such method. Jiang Mian arrested the man, intending to interrogate him thoroughly. Looking at the nearby houses, it seemed none were soundproof, so he decided to interrogate him directly in front of everyone. Thus, in full view of everyone, They saw their former leader being reprimanded by the divine messenger. They couldn't quite understand what was being said, they only saw their former leader speaking, but the divine messenger didn't speak. This further convinced these ignorant villagers that Jiang Mian was sent by their god. Chapter 495. From Joshua, Jiang Mian learned that they established their tribe here because it rained regularly. After each rain, puddles would form in the desert, which they would store for later use. However, half a month had passed since the last rain, and their stored water was running low, forcing them to perform another sacrifice. The words "another sacrifice" made Jiang Mian realize that this wasn't the first or second time such a sacrifice had been performed. But where did they get so many people to sacrifice? Thinking this, Jiang Mian asked. Joshua lowered his head, wanting to conceal the truth, but fearing Jiang Mian's methods, and could only tell her everything. Our ancestors have lived here for generations. Every month, a new group of people comes in, and we rely on sacrificing them to obtain rainwater and food. After sacrificing 30 people, we get rain. After sacrificing 50, we get water and fruit from plants. Is it fixed? Or is it different occasionally? Joshua, it's fixed. We only need to sacrifice a specific number of people to get these things. Jiang Mian, according to your records, how many years have you lived here? Joshua, 39 years. We're not the longest lived. There are people from other tribes who have lived longer than us. Hearing the number 39, Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. This was different from what she had said about generations living here. 39 years is only a short half-life for one person. It couldn't possibly be described as generations. Jiang Mian looked at Joshua and asked tactfully, "Do you have a grandfather?" Joshua had no idea that if someone suddenly asked him this question outside, he would definitely punch them. Unfortunately, he had never left the desert and had only ever known simple-minded people, so he didn't understand the ambiguity of the question. Instead, he explained seriously, "Yes, my grandfather was the founder of our tribe. After he led the tribe for 10 years, my father succeeded him, and after my father led for 10 years, I succeeded him." Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. "Then you led for over 10 years now. Why didn't you let your descendants succeed you?" Joshua, "I have no descendants. This is God's punishment, a punishment that I must serve God well, so no offspring were born." Huh? Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. Good heavens, infertility is being described so subtly now. Jiang Mian, did your grandfather live in the desert since he was a child? At this point, Jiang Mian noticed that Joshua clearly. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Mian immediately adopted a haughty demeanor, raising his head and enticingly saying, "I am your divine messenger, sent by your gods to save you. If you don't tell me the whole story, it will be difficult for me to save you." Hearing this, Joshua immediately became serious. "Respected divine messenger, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I'm afraid you think we only recently come to worship my gods, which is why I hesitate. Although my grandfather wasn't a native deserter, he came to this place alone because he loved it. After arriving, he fell in love with my grandmother, and they had my father. And my father and my mother." He rattled off a whole bunch of things, until Jiang Mian was getting impatient. Finally, he got to the point. "My grandfather once gave my father a book, which he passed on to me before he died. My grandfather said he brought it with him when he came here. It's his history of how he built his fortune. If you're interested, I can let you take a look." Jiang Mian immediately perked up and asked him to bring the book. When Jiang Mian opened the book, she was stunned. This damned alternate world, how could it be so misleading? A history book, huh? This is practically a criminal's diary. It contained the name of a man named Su Anshin. Su Anshin, male, 36 years old, unemployed, superpower, invisibility. Danger level, C. Reason for imprisonment, because Anshuan used his supernatural abilities to peep at girls showering and molest other men. He repeatedly refused to mend his ways. After being discovered, he murdered and disposed of the body. His crimes have a serious impact, therefore he is imprisoned. Behind this was a man named Su Anshin, explaining his actions, saying that his abilities meant he had the right to do certain things. His statements were mostly outrageous and distorted, making Jiang Mian extremely angry. However, she couldn't understand why the Su Anshin, who was supposedly in prison, was in the desert. Did someone hijack his car, or did he escape through connections? She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't. Jiang Mian put away the criminal record, not handing it to Joshua. "Why are you living here? Aren't you afraid of sandstorms and quicksand?" Joshua replied devoutly, "Under the protection of my God, such disasters will not occur." Jiang Mian really didn't know what to say to him. he was truly difficult to manage. After questioning him further, and confirming he was no longer of any use, she simply killed him to silence him. As for the man's corpse, she made the most of it, using it as fertilizer for the snake-scale fruit tree. She didn't spare the remaining villagers either. These people weren't good people anyway. Besides, Jiang Mian didn't bother to determine whether they were good or evil before killing them. Since they were in cahoots and wanted to capture her for a sacrifice, they would have to pay the price for their actions. As for those who went out to capture more people, she was too lazy to waste any more time on them. She turned and left to meet up with Zhang Xiao. When Zhang Xiao saw her finally appear, he couldn't help but complain. "Why did you take so long to come back? Didn't you say you were going to relieve yourself? You've been gone for hours. Were you secretly doing something?" "Yeah, that's right." Faced with her decisive admission, Zhang Xiao suddenly didn't know what to say, and the two simply ended their conversation. Resuming their journey to the sand dunes, Jiang Mian deliberately led Zhang Xiao away from the dune closest to the left, the same path the tribe had taken up. Seeing Zhang Xiao's somewhat confused look, she reluctantly explained, "It's all right. We asked some questions earlier, and the people said there's quicksand here that can cause people to sink, so avoiding this area is the best option." When the two finally reached the top of the dune, looking at the lush green scenery behind them, they couldn't help but feel joy. However, after the joy, a heavy feeling settled in their hearts. They hadn't forgotten that many others had accompanied them to these dunes before. Chapter 496. Having been delayed by the previous tribe, they were now far behind the others. Looking at the lush, green landscape, both of them knew full well the dangers inside. The dangers inside were no less than outside, and neither wanted to share the spoils in such a water-scarce place. After realizing this was an oasis, Jiang Mian actually didn't want to go. However, what if they could discover something different inside? With this thought in mind, Jiang Mian and Zhang Xiao stepped inside together. As they approached the oasis, Jiang Mian pulled Zhang Xiao aside, had her close her eyes, and then switched places with one of the unfortunate souls. When Zhang Xiao opened her eyes, she found herself in a different spot. This time, she wasn't even surprised. She calmly took a few steps forward, then looked at Jiang Mian behind her, puzzled, and asked, "Come on, why are you stopping?" Jiang Mian was both amused and exasperated. She truly hadn't expected her to take the initiative. Zhang Xiao wasn't curious about how Jiang Mian had brought her here. Jiang Mian's current status was merely background to her. She simply stumbled into this place, so she already rationalized the idea that Jiang Mian possessed supernatural abilities. The further they walked, the slower their pace became, occasionally overhearing the chatter of others. They were now on the outermost edge, surrounded only by some saxaul and poplar trees. Neither of these plants was edible, but their presence indicated abundant water resources. After all, in extremely arid places, even if these plants could take root, they would still struggle to grow. However, judging from the lush growth of the plants, there was definitely water here. After exchanging a glance, the two moved even lighter. Just then, Jiang Mian spotted a type of fruit. She pointed to a fruit about the size of her fist above her head, and looked at Zhang Xiao. "Isn't that the kind of jujube you mentioned earlier that we can eat?" Zhang Xiao looked up and her eyes immediately lit up. Yes. Let's pick some of those jujubes. They're very juicy, perfect for when you're extremely thirsty. They fill you up and keep your body functioning." Since Jiang Mian had suggested it, she naturally wanted to pick the fruit. Although she didn't know what it tasted like, that didn't stop her from enriching her farmland. The tree was over 10 meters tall, but luckily, the two were quite agile and easily climbed it. When they reached the middle of the trunk, they even saw a woodpecker about half their height. After the woodpecker saw them, it glanced at them, and then ignored them. To the woodpecker, the two were less appealing than insects, so it had no reason to bother with them. Although the two were somewhat tempted by the woodpecker's flesh, they were currently suspended in midair and might fall, so they abandoned the dangerous idea to avoid any potential loss. Jiang Mian sat among the branches of a tree and reached out to pick a fruit. The fruit looked like half a pomelo. After asking Zhang Xiao how to eat it, Jiang Mian took a small bite and found it to be sweet and sour, quite delicious. Most importantly, after eating the fruit, she seemed to have regained some energy. The fruit seemed to improve alertness. She began frantically picking the fruit. After they had picked almost all, they heard movement below. A group of people had suddenly discovered the tree and, out of curiosity, wanted to climb up and pick the fruit. However, when they looked up and saw two people above, they instantly understood that the fruit was edible. And it seemed to have a significant effect. They quickly sped up and climbed towards them. The two people in the tree exchanged a glance, and their hands moved even faster. Zhang Xiao even moved closer to Jiang Mian, handed her the fruit from his backpack, and then turned to pick more. Those who had only climbed a few meters became agitated upon seeing the two women, pointing at them and shouting, "Hey, you two, don't be so greedy. You can't possibly eat all this. Why pick it all and waste it? Leave some for us. Consider it making friends. There's no need to be so cruel." Jiang Mian and Zhang Xiao ignored them completely. They didn't care whether they picked the fruit or not, they were going to pick this kind of fruit anyway. After picking most of the fruit from the tree, the others finally climbed up. Seeing that the easily accessible parts had all been looted by the two women, they immediately became furious and started cursing at them. Seeing their insults getting increasingly vulgar, Zhang Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. She drew her bow and arrow and shot it towards the man's head. However, just as the arrow was about to hit the man's head, a curtain of water suddenly appeared in front of him. Buffered by the water, the arrow seemed to be slowed down countless times, slowly stopping in midair. Zhang Xiao had anticipated this scene. Seeing so many people, she knew new people had arrived. However, she hadn't expected this person to also be unable to have their abilities sealed. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Mian. Was he with her? But judging from their unfamiliarity with each other, they probably both encountered some kind of accident and ended up here. With several people on the other side, and only two of them, Zhang Xiao considered retreating. However, how could the person on the other side, who had just been attacked, let them leave so easily? If they were allowed to leave, what would become of his reputation? "Boss, I know I was wrong. What do I care about reputation? Look, I didn't even hurt you or your sisters. Please let us go. We little people have had a hard time surviving. Please, boss." Under the tree, the once arrogant leader of the group was now kneeling on the ground, bruised and battered, 2 teeth missing, speaking with a lisp, frantically begging for mercy. He really felt he'd forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home. So what if he stayed a little longer, and there wasn't much good food? It was still better than offending a big shot and almost getting himself skewered. Hearing the leader's pleas for mercy, Jiang Mian rummaged through their belongings, confirming they didn't have any spatial equipment, then kicked the man's butt. "Get out of here. What are you doing here? Trying to back out? Huh? Ah. I'm leaving. Saying this, he turned his head and backslid in the opposite direction, grabbing his men and starting to flee frantically. This was only the edge of the oasis, and it was already this dangerous. Going any further in, they might really be doomed. To avoid that, he turned and left without a word. However, Zhang Xiao showed a disapproving expression. "Aren't you afraid they come back and retaliate?" Jiang Mian knew what she was worried about and smiled at her, saying, when he begged for mercy, all he was thinking about was to live a quiet life after this happened. He had no intention of revenge at all, which is why I let him go. Otherwise, do you think I'm some kind of good person? Chapter 497. However, Zhang Xiao was still somewhat conflicted. After all, you don't know what they're thinking. Some people's micro-expressions can be deceiving. Jiang Mian naturally understood this, but what she was looking at wasn't those people's micro-expressions, but their inner thoughts. There was no need to tell Zhang Xiao this. If Zhang Xiao knew she could read minds, she would probably be wary. Jiang Mian put her arm around Zhang Xiao's shoulder. "All right, don't think about that anymore. Instead of killing a few useless people, let's go see what surprises are inside." Zhang Xiao sighed, looking at her like this. Sigh. "My teammate is just too kind. What am I going to do?" Hearing that Zhang Xiao thought of her that way, Jiang Mian almost burst out laughing. Was she really that kind in her eyes? She was just trying to play the good guy in front of her, but she hadn't expected the result to be so unexpected. Now, her good guy persona was completely established. Next, it was up to the cold-blooded older sister to protect this innocent and kind girl. Thinking this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Jiang Mian's lips. The older sister walked forward warily, glancing back at Jiang Mian every now and then. The further they went in, the faint sound of the wind blowing across the water could be heard. And the number of people inside was increasing. The types of fruits and vegetables are incredibly diverse. Some are edible, while others are purely for fun. Most importantly, some of them are poisonous. For example, there was a very beautiful flower, and next to it lay a young man collapsed. The young man's entire body had turned black, clearly indicating he had been dead for some time. The more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is. This saying was indeed true. When the two finally crossed the forest, they arrived at a lake nestled in the center of the trees. The lake didn't look large, but it nurtured so many lush green plants. It was a pity, if it were just a lake, how vast it would be. Jiang Mian was unaware of Zhang Zhao's thoughts. She was now somewhat confused as to why the people from the tribe she had encountered didn't come here to fetch water, but instead, they believed in some deity's will, going through all the trouble of capturing people who had strayed here as sacrifices. Thinking this, she naturally slowed her pace, not walking with Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, however, squatted down, put his hands into the pool, brushed away the floating debris, and then cupped the water in his hands, about to drink it. The lake surface rippled slightly, and Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, keenly sensing something was amiss. She tapped Zhang Zhao's hand with the hilt of her knife, then pointed at the others, ignoring Zhang Zhao's bewildered look. Don't drink yet. Look, they haven't made any move. There's probably some danger in the water. Just as Jiang Mian finished speaking, the ripples on the water widened. She didn't have time to say anything else and quickly pulled Zhang Xiao back. After they took a few steps back, a gaping maw suddenly emerged from the water and lunged at their previous spot. However, it missed its target. It angrily lashed out with its tail, sending countless sprays of water flying outwards. Those who had been waiting on the perimeter were precisely at this moment. They quickly began collecting the water with their containers, gleefully admiring their harvest. The creatures underwater, realizing they had no food, grew even more enraged, swirling in the water and creating even more splashes. The others eagerly crowded together, scrambling for the water. Some clever ones even took advantage of the creatures' inattention, gulping down a bucket full of water and running away. Seeing this, the two men were truly disgusted by their cunning. These people knew all along that when someone put their hand underwater to drink, a terrifying creature would emerge, yet they had never warned the others, probably relying on this very behavior to obtain water. Jiang Mian coldly observed the group, noticing the smiles in their eyes, as if this were some kind of amusement. Su. Perhaps sensing their gazes, the group on the opposite bank whistled, their eyes gleaming with smugness. Hey beautiful, what's wrong? Why are you looking at us like that? Do you think we're so great and want to join us? Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Jiang Mian remained unmoved by their malice. She's seen plenty of people like this. They just wanted to see you furious, yet powerless to do anything about it. That's why they looked at you like that. If you actually did what they wanted, that would be a real treat for them. But if you remain silent, they think you are afraid of them. In any case, these people were like toads. They didn't bite, but they were just annoying. Just as Zhang Xiao was about to draw her bow and fire at the group opposite her, Jiang Mian grabbed her hand and shook her head. Zhang Xiao frowned, looking at Jiang Mian's weak expression with disappointment. However, the next second, she changed her mind. Jiang Mian pulled a gun almost half her height from her magical bag and opened fire on the group. Ah! Terrified screams erupted from all around. Those who had been deliberately provoking the group immediately began to retreat. However, they were blocked by those behind them who hadn't reacted in time. Some players with survival items managed to escape, but not everyone was so lucky. Some didn't even have time to draw their survival items before being forced back by the enemy's submachine guns. Jiang Mian, having emptied a magazine, took out another, not satisfied, and fired 3 magazines in total. By then, the group opposite them had either fled in disarray or were dead. Only then, as if letting out a sigh of relief, did she stretch and look at Zhang Zhao's stunned expression behind her, saying, "Actually, I'm usually very gentle, but only if those people don't use me as a weapon. Otherwise, I get very angry." Her words weren't just directed at those people, they were also a warning to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao blinked and gave her a thumbs up. The commotion of blood floating on the other side attracted the attention of the enormous creatures in the lake. They quietly poked their heads out and began swimming towards the corpses on the shore. Jiang Mian nudged Zhang Xiao, "Hurry up. Didn't you want to fetch water? Now those things are all attracted to the corpses on the other side. This is your chance to fetch water." Only then did Zhang Xiao realize what was happening and quickly took out all his equipment to fill the lake. After filling all her containers, she still felt it wasn't enough, so she took out a homemade water bottle and started frantically pouring water into her mouth. Only after she had completely filled herself with water did she quickly refill the empty containers with clean water. Chapter 498. After doing all this, Zhang Xiao looked at Jiang Mian, wanting to ask if she wasn't going to fetch water. But then she thought, Jiang Mian seemed to be able to conjure many things out of thin air, so there seemed to be no need to fetch water, and she kept quiet. The two turned and left without hesitation, not intending to stay nearby, but rather far away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Just like today, if someone hadn't provoked her, Jiang Mian would never have taken out her submachine gun to deal with those people. Those who hadn't provoked her were simply caught in the crossfire. They resumed their journey to escape the desert, moving quickly towards the ends of the earth. They walked for a long time, but hadn't encountered another oasis. However, Zhang Xiao didn't need to worry about running out of water, because Jiang Mian would provide her with a bucket of water when she couldn't bear to see her like this. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to ease her inner anxiety, but after a while, she still felt somewhat uneasy. After all, she didn't want to be taken advantage of, and she didn't want to freeload. So, she usually led the way and cleared away the creatures underground. Jiang Mian had been walking for so long, but she still hadn't encountered anything that could resist sleep. Luckily, she had an alarm on her person, which would sound every time those things approached. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. If she relied on the alarm every time, there would come a time when it wouldn't be able to react in time, and she would be finished. It was because of this concern that Jiang Mian was so eager to find a way to resist the unknown force at night. The desert was vast, and the two had walked for a long time. Jiang Mian usually traveled with Zhang Xiaofei when they were alone, yet they still hadn't found a way to leave. With time running out, she only had 10 days left, and she still hadn't escaped the desert. Jiang Mian's anxiety grew visibly. Zhang Xiaofei didn't understand the source of her inexplicable tension, but she still tried her best to find a way out. What kind of place is this? Can you tell me? Jiang Mian's eyes were like torches, staring intently at Zhang Xiaofei, making Zhang Xiaofei lower her head. Just when Jiang Mian thought she still wouldn't answer, or would try to change the subject, Zhang Xiaofei suddenly spoke. This is a prison. It's a prison. Her inner thoughts and words were in sync. Although the words she uttered were different, Jiang Mian could tell she wasn't lying. That's why Jiang Mian looked at her in surprise. Prison? How could this be? This is a desert. How could it be a prison? Seeing her incredulous expression, Zhang Xiao laughed. That's why. That's why we couldn't find our way out. No matter which direction we went, all we saw was endless desert. Hearing this, Jiang Mian frowned. She suddenly remembered the crime diary she obtained a few days ago. The person in it was also a criminal. Right, everything connected. No wonder that person was brought here. She thought he was an escaped convict, but it turned out this was a prison. Jiang Mian looked at Zhang Xiao. Knowing Zhang Xiao as she did, she knew Zhang Xiao wasn't the type to break the law easily. Although she had become cold and ruthless, she still possessed some basic morals. Jiang Mian couldn't fathom what crime Zhang Xiao had committed to be thrown here. However, Zhang Xiao didn't tell Jiang Mian what crime she had committed. She simply looked at Jiang Mian and said, "That's all I can tell you. The reason I know I'm in prison is because my judgment stated my sentence and my destination. Actually, I don't even know how I got here. I only know that when the judgment was handed down, I lost consciousness, and when I opened my eyes, I was here. Wearing prison clothes, my abilities are sealed, and I can only fend for myself in the desert. The people who were thrown here with me initially thought, like you, that they could find a way out. Of course, I was one of them. But as time goes on, you find that you can't get out. You simply can't get out. You only been here for 20 days, and you're already like this, but do you know how many days I've been here? 2 months. A full 2 months. Just when I thought I was going to die, you appeared. You told me you were going to get out of the desert, and I believed you. However, it turns out that even you can't get out. If people like you whose abilities aren't sealed can't get out, how can people like us whose abilities are sealed possibly get out?" Jiang Mian lowered her head, letting Zhang Xiao vent her frustration. She didn't tell her anything about being able to get out or not to worry. In fact, even Jiang Mian didn't think she could make it out, but she had to. If she couldn't, she'd be stuck in the desert forever. How could that be? She needed to go home. When you entered this place, didn't you sense anything? After being thrown into the desert, did you see any clues under your feet? Or any traces of a truck passing by? Zhang Xiao thought carefully for a while, but still shook her head. No, not a single trace. It's like we appeared out of thin air. We can't even tell where we came from. Her expression changed slightly as she said this, and she continued, "Actually, a long time ago, I wasn't like this. I heard of such things before. Criminals are thrown into a remote, isolated place, but to encourage killing and eliminate excess population, they promised to release us after a month in the desert. However, we survived for so long, and even the earliest ones have left descendants here, yet those people still haven't kept their promise. They're a bunch of liars, encouraging us to kill, then abandoning us after using us." Jiang Mian blinked, even doubting if she misheard. How could a world encourage killing? That was too strange. However, looking at Zhang Xiao's expression, he clearly wasn't lying. Jiang Mian asked curiously, why would they encourage you to kill? Zhang Xiao looked up, a cold laugh on his face. Because our world has too many people, the houses are overflowing, so naturally some have to be eliminated. Even if we don't kill regularly, we organize a killing spree on the 8th of every month. Most importantly, killing someone can make you rich overnight. Chapter 499. Good heavens, Jiang Mian was truly dumbfounded. There really was a plot like in the movies. They wanted to exterminate the population of their world because it was too large. Then why didn't they create infertility drugs and release them into the world? Wouldn't that reduce the problem of overpopulation? Thinking this, she asked directly, only to see Zhang Xiao looking at her like she was a monster. You're a truly wicked person. I used to think you were a good person, but I never expected you to come up with such a method to suppress the population. Jiang Mian was bewildered. Huh? What's wrong with that? Wouldn't that better solve the problem of your world's overpopulation? Zhang Xiao, private abortion is illegal, and every legally married couple must have 10 children. Only by meeting the quota will you avoid fines, otherwise you'll be fined until you're bankrupt, and even forced to separate from the one you love. Don't you know that? Hearing this mind-blowing statement, Jiang Mian was truly shocked. Having 10 children after marriage? What kind of devilish statement was this? What kind of devilish leader was this? It's insane! Isn't having children their freedom? Why force others to do this? Most importantly, after having so many children, now they're coming up with a plan to kill someone on the 8th of every month. Isn't that just plain insane? So, many people are dissatisfied with this condition, which is why more and more people are going to jail, right? Hearing this, Zhang Xiao looked strange. Of course not. Many people are caught because they didn't escape immediately after killing someone. As for your complaint about going to prison for dissatisfaction, yes, it happens, but those are mostly people who've been fined too much and can't survive, so they take the risk. Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Jiang Mian became curious about what kind of world they lived in. Wait! Jiang Mian suddenly called out to Zhang Xiao, who was walking behind her. She looked at her feet in disbelief, then turned to Zhang Xiao and said, I think I stepped on a spicy snack. This was their secret signal, meaning there was something below, and it was long and thin. Zhang Xiao immediately became alert, his crossbow already in his hand. Jiang Mian felt something trembling beneath her feet. She leaped up instantly, and saw a long, thick snake tail lashing out at her. This snake looked much larger than the one she had encountered earlier. Almost instantly, Jiang Mian knew she couldn't defeat it, and turned to run away. Zhang Xiao wasn't slow either. He had already started running the moment he saw the snake's tail. After catching up with Zhang Xiao, Jiang Mian grabbed her arm and lifted her into the air. Running on the ground would have been no match for the snake, which was easily over 100 meters long. Even while floating in the air, she had to be constantly wary of the whip lashing out. Ah! Jiang Mian, run faster. 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 It's coming again. Jiang Mian glanced to the side and saw a gaping maw snapping at them. She couldn't even tell what kind of snake it was. A blanket of darkness enveloped her. With a slight movement of her consciousness, Jiang Mian and Zhang Xiao found themselves amidst a swarm of gerbils. The unfortunate gerbil she had teleported into the snake's mouth met its demise. However, Jiang Mian and her companion were not spared either. After discovering their partner's disappearance, the assassin, seeing two humans, mistook them for enemies and lunged at them. Now, the two, who had just escaped the snake's jaws only to be plunged into a gerbil's den, were once again fleeing for their lives. Watching the sun gradually set, with the gerbil still lingering behind them, Jiang Mian felt a sense of suffocation. Why was she so unlucky today? It was always either snakes or rats. She'd never been this unlucky before. It all felt like someone was manipulating things. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, replaced by the moon. Jiang Mian mentally prepared herself to fight off the drowsiness, trying to hypnotize herself while running. However, as she ran, she realized something was wrong. It was around 7 p.m., and normally she would have been incredibly sleepy, perhaps even collapsing into bed on the spot. But today was different. She felt no drowsiness whatsoever. In fact, she felt wide awake. Her flight slowed, startled back to reality by Zhang Xiao's shout. Ah! Jiang Mian, what are you doing? Those gerbils are catching up. Run! It's getting dark. We need to find a safe place to sleep. Hearing this, Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Why did this sound so unpleasant? How could she be thinking about sleeping while running for her life? Jiang Mian turned to Zhang Xiao and asked, Are you sleepy? Zhang Xiao was taken aback, only realizing what Jiang Mian meant after her reminder. Right, I don't seem sleepy at all. Why is that? No. Not very sleepy. What's wrong? Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. What's wrong? If you're not sleepy, why are you sleeping? Don't you think our current state is very different from before? If it were before, we would have been incredibly sleepy long ago. Even if that snake were chasing us, let alone these gerbils, we might not have wanted to run. We would have just collapsed into sleep, even thinking that dying would be fine. But it's different now, haven't you noticed? Now we're only thinking about escaping, not just collapsing into sleep. Zhang Xiao paused, realizing there was some truth to it. However, her long-held beliefs still prevented her from accepting this. Maybe it's because there are gerbils chasing us that we're not sleepy, we're focused on escaping? Hearing her still defending her so-called natural laws, Jiang Mian stopped talking and continued flying away at a considerable speed. In the distance, she could see some movement coming from a certain area. Before Jiang Mian could react, she suddenly heard several screams, and then, amidst the billowing yellow sand, she saw a pair of familiar eyes. Damn it! Run! That snake is catching up. Jiang Mian was really about to curse. She was clearly running in the opposite direction, so why was the snake changing direction as well? She really wanted to shout, "This snake is cheating." Zhang Xiao didn't have time to consider Jiang Mian's earlier comment about being tired or not. She was currently being held in midair by Jiang Mian, like a sack of potatoes. It was precisely because of this that she could see the snake behind her more clearly. Looking at the single, sharp horn on its head, Zhang Xiao immediately recognized it as a horned kuei, and even, very likely, a horned kuei ancestor. Chapter 500. Jiang Mian, what do we do? One is already difficult enough, and now so many are chasing us. We're doomed. However, Jiang Mian didn't think she would die. Instead, she thought of a way to escape. Jiang Mian gripped Zhang Xiao's shoulders tightly, watching as Jiaokui, contrary to its nature, didn't immediately attack the gerbils. Jiang Mian sneered. The next second, they suddenly appeared behind the gerbils, and before they could react, they preemptively struck, killing several. The strong smell of blood filled the air, attracting the attention of other creatures. Just as Jiang Mian was killing these gerbils, because both of them were on the ground, their eyelids began to droop. A hazy thought crept into their minds, trying to hypnotize them. Sleep, sleep, just sleep. Who cares about the gerbils and the horned crickets? Running for their lives is exhausting. They might as well just lie down and be perfectly fine the next day. Thinking this, the two were almost closing their eyes when, just then, a gerbil, seeking revenge, attacked them. Jiang Mian's alarm suddenly went off, a piercing shriek instantly snapping her back to reality. Jiang Mian broke out in a cold sweat, barely dodging the gerbil's claws, and pulled Zhang Xiaofei into the air, quickly leaving the area. She had almost been caught in a trap. She had never stood on the desert before, but now that she was suddenly standing there, the feeling of drowsiness was even more intense. It was like a bottle of poison, diluted in a river and consumed by many, so the toxicity wasn't as strong. The scene just now was like a bottle of poison. The toxicity was unprecedented, even if she ingested it. Therefore, even though the two were on guard, they still almost fell asleep. The stench of blood behind them intensified, and Jiaokui could no longer control his instincts, attacking the source of the blood. Gerbils along the way were swallowed whole. For the 100-meter-long Jiaokui, these gerbils were mere appetizers, but there were so many. Having not eaten a full meal in a long time, Jiaokui suddenly had a voracious appetite, even forgetting his target. The two who had narrowly escaped death found themselves in their only disagreement so far. Zhang Xiao wanted to get down, but Jiang Mian refused. Zhang Xiao, haven't you figured it out yet? What can you do underground? Sleep, and more sleep. Zhang Xiao disagreed. It's dark, so I have to sleep. I die if I don't sleep. We're human, and humans have to follow the natural order. The dangers of not sleeping are immeasurable. Don't you understand? Hearing this, Jiang Mian really wanted to slap her, to see how much water was in her brain. After several arguments, Jiang Mian got tired of her, and simply put her down. She said coldly, "Fine, since you want to sleep, then go find a safe place to sleep. I won't keep you company." With that, Jiang Mian prepared to leave. She didn't want to test Zhang Xiao anymore, she just needed to know where she was. As for Zhang Xiao, Jiang Mian could tell that Zhang Xiao didn't know how to leave, and was just wandering around like a headless fly. Therefore, Jiang Mian decided not to travel with her any further. However, seeing Zhang Xiao so determined to leave Jiang Mian, a sense of fear rose within her. She didn't know exactly what she was afraid of, but fear was there, as if her subconscious was trying to save her. Zhang Xiao was startled for a moment, then reacted instantly, quickly grabbing the straps that Jiang Mian was dragging on the ground. Jiang Mian, flying in midair, felt the pull and turned to look at Zhang Xiao, whose eyes were barely open from exhaustion, yet she was forcing herself to look at her. "I'm sorry, I was just in a hurry. Let's go together." Her words were a sign of relenting. Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. After all, they had been together for so long, and Zhang Xiao was a companion. Besides, Zhang Xiao wasn't a burden, and she had taught her a lot, making her a kind of teacher. "Fine, I'd be a good person one more time. Let's go!" By the time Zhang Xiaofei was halfway up the ground, the previous drowsy feeling had completely dissipated. Even a fool would understand by now that what was underground was no ordinary place. She wanted to say something to ease the tension, but didn't know what to say, so she silently kept quiet. Zhang Xiaofei looked down at the ground, and as she looked, she noticed something was wrong. She tugged at Jiang Mian's arm and said, "Jiang Mian, look at those things underground. How did they manage to hide there? They were so loud, yet we couldn't find them when they were hidden underground, and there were no signs of disturbance. We could only spot them from some subtle clues. This is very unusual, don't you think?" Jiang Mian listened to her words and glanced down, just in time to see a scorpion crawling out of the sand. However, the sand where the scorpion emerged hadn't sunk much, which was clearly inconsistent with the scorpion's size. Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. She wanted to stop and examine it more closely, but the sight of the scorpion, just emerging from the ground, prevented her from continuing to fly forward. She kept a watchful eye on things, surveyed the ground, and then began flying around, checking for the scorpion's tracks every now and then. By the latter half of the night, she felt increasingly exhausted. Her energy was almost depleted. Jiang Mian immediately took an energy replenishing potion. She absolutely couldn't sleep tonight. Time was of the essence, only 9 days remained. If she continued to sleep, this mission would be extremely difficult to complete. Furthermore, she had her own plans to implement, so sleep was even more crucial. Jiang Mian maintained this posture, flying until dawn, watching helplessly as the scorpion returned to its original spot. Even the sleeping people along the way couldn't stop it. This violation of the natural instincts of these creatures seemed to confirm Zhang Zhao's words. They sleep at night and wake at dawn. But other creatures were the opposite. They hunted at night and hid in the sand at daybreak. However, Jiang Mian lowered her flight altitude, watching the scorpion slowly merge into the sand. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. Something was wrong. The sand seemed to have deliberately sunk into a space large enough to accommodate the scorpion. How strange, Zhang Xiao also witnessed this. This time, she stopped arguing with Jiang Mian, pointing to the spot where the scorpion had disappeared, hesitant to speak. Chapter 501. Jiang Mian coldly said, "Shut up." Zhang Xiao silently shut her mouth. It was unclear when, but the dominant position between the two had shifted. Jiang Mian went to where the scorpion had sunk and crouched down. When she placed her hand on the sand, she could even feel its coolness. This was due to the temperature dropping last night. Jiang Mian turned to look at Zhang Xiao, gesturing for her to step back. Zhang Xiao took a few steps back, only to see Jiang Mian still looking at her. She silently retreated until Jiang Mian turned her head, then stopped. The distance between them was estimated to be at least 50 meters. Jiang Mian closed her eyes. The distance was too great for her to see clearly what Jiang Mian was doing. However, she noticed that Jiang Mian's position seemed to be lowering. If at first it was just her imagination, as time went on, she clearly saw Jiang Mian's height slowly decreasing. Zhang Xiaojang was about to step forward when she saw Jiang Mian turn her head and stare at her. She silently retreated. Jiang Mian collected the sand on the ground into her spatial storage, nearly 10 meters deep, but still couldn't see the bottom. Meanwhile, the sand beside her began to flow down the depression, so Jiang Mian could only silently withdraw her hands. Although she couldn't see what was underneath, Jiang Mian noticed something. She had collected so much sand, yet she hadn't seen a scorpion, even though she had just witnessed it crawling downwards. This was strange. As if realizing something, Jiang Mian silently withdrew her hands. Looking at Zhang Xiao behind her, Jiang Mian suddenly smiled. "What's wrong? Why are you so far away? I was just feeling a little unwell, and didn't want to infect you. It really hurts that you're so far away." Hearing Jiang Mian's sudden, ambiguous words, Zhang Xiao was a little confused, but having spent so much time together, she quickly realized what was going on. "I thought you needed to use the restroom, so I kept my distance. I didn't know you weren't feeling well." This exchange quickly changed the subject. After that, neither of them brought up the topic again. Instead, they began exploring in other directions. Jiang Mian became wary. Although she was curious about what Jiang Mian had discovered, seeing Jiang Mian's cautious gaze, she obediently kept quiet. However, it seemed they were lost in the desert, always unintentionally ending up here. Watching the sunset about to disappear, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile. She was waiting for 7 o'clock to arrive. Sure enough, around 7 p.m., activity began to stir underground again, and Zhang Xiao, whose feet were still on the ground, started to drift off to sleep. Jiang Mian concealed herself, standing where the scorpion had emerged, letting the churning sand cover her. Just as Jiang Mian was about to succumb to drowsiness, she finally saw the scene underground. It was a door. A loud crash from above jolted Jiang Mian awake. She found herself buried deep in the sand. She instantly stood up and began to crawl outwards. Phew! After climbing for 5 minutes, she finally reached the top. However, the place she was in had changed. It was no longer the sandy area where the two of them had been, but atop a sand dune, making her the most obvious target. Jiang Mian instantly became alert. Had she been moved by the force behind her? Jiang Mian's face darkened instantly. Had she been wrong? Those people didn't rest at sunset. Otherwise, how could she have been discovered when her plan was flawless? However, this was no time to dwell on such things. She quickly left. The explosion she had just heard was from her planting space, meant to remind herself not to fall asleep. Although the several acres of good land in her planting space had been destroyed, at least it had alerted her to these things. Overall, it was a win-win situation. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's mood improved considerably. Looking at those still asleep, Jiang Mian fell silent. She could only lift her feet off the ground, flying herself like a kite. Occasionally, she would encounter creatures that devoured the sleeping people like food, chewing and swallowing them whole. Jiang Mian was filled with rage. She didn't feel sorry for these creatures, rather, she felt like a complete fool, being manipulated by them. Especially her little system, after she gave it the book of answers, it didn't offer her any special treatment, just watched her being played like a complete idiot. This place was clearly a prison, the dangers all artificially created. She had thought she had truly escaped the desert. However, she was actually misled. Leaving the desert didn't mean truly walking out, but rather finding a way to leave this place. If she truly relied on walking out, she might be teleported away without even realizing it, just like her. She was still in that far-off place, but then she was teleported away just like that. So how many lifetimes would it take him to get out of this desert? The more Jiang Mian thought about it, the angrier she became. She kicked the gerbil blocking her way. The gerbil got up from the ground, rubbed its rear end, looked around, and seeing nothing unusual, hopped away with a chirp. It wanted to go back to its mother. Its baby had been beaten, and it couldn't see anyone. What? Watching the gerbil hop away, Jiang Mian didn't intend to kill it. It was just for venting her anger, and besides, the little guy was dim-witted and posed no real threat. Didn't you see it bite for so long, only managing to tear her trouser leg? The player lying on the ground. I wonder what kind of training they had. The gerbil didn't even break their skin. What luck. After getting a little further away, Jiang Mian found a safe spot to land. She closed her eyes to rest. Originally, she planned to check where Zhang Xiao was, but as soon as she landed, an overwhelming drowsiness made it impossible for her to open her eyes. She completely forgot what she was supposed to do. When Jiang Mian opened her eyes again, she remembered to look for Zhang Xiao. After focusing her attention on Zhang Xiao, she found her vision blurred and her body aching. She immediately realized something was wrong. Had she been eaten? Chapter 502. Upon having this thought, Jiang Mian immediately controlled Zhang Xiao's body, taking out the dagger hidden in her boot. However, this action caused Zhang Xiao to gasp in pain. No wonder Zhang Xiao, despite her resilience, wasn't struggling. This pain was truly unbearable for most people. After taking out the dagger, she began to carve into the flesh inside her body. Even under Jiang Mian's actions, the thing that had swallowed her didn't react at all, much like what happens when they are unconscious. Jiang Mian sat down heavily on the ground, looking at her own blood-soaked appearance. Oh no! It should be Zhang Zhao's blood-soaked appearance. She gave a bitter smile. It had taken her a full hour to escape from that thing's body. As for what that thing was, Jiang Mian didn't actually know. She hadn't seen its appearance clearly, but she had a vague feeling that it might be the same horned creature from before. Jiang Mian, writhing in pain, couldn't help but sob. Unable to hold back any longer, she took out her dagger and wrote her location coordinates in the sand before quickly leaving the body. When Zhang Xiao finally came to her senses, Looking at her current location, tears streamed down her face. When she saw the words left on the ground, her eyes welled up with tears even more. Even at this point, let alone secretly using her own body, she would have called Jiang Mian godfather even if it meant it. Good deeds are indeed rewarded. She chose to help Jiang Mian, and now she had her life saved. Mom was right. Mom, I will definitely fulfill your last wish and avenge you. Zhang Xiao touched the spot near her heart, muttering to herself. At this moment, all the pain in her body was suppressed by the hatred in her heart, and she couldn't feel much pain either. That's the power of hatred. It can drive a dying person to walk thousands of meters until they collapse on the sand. When Jiang Mian controlled her again, she checked their current distance and, after confirming her location, flew into the air. Finding a terrain similar to the one she had seen before, she immediately flew over. Looking at the person lying on the ground, barely alive, she shook her head helplessly. Oh well, what can I do? You're still somewhat useful. After using her healing ability on her, seeing her injuries rapidly recovering under her power, Jiang Mian relaxed a little. As long as she's alive, that's enough. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's gaze fell on a tattoo on Zhang Xiao's chest. Why a tattoo? Because the area had blurred, like some words that had been carved before, only now it was a dark bluish black. However, Jiang Mian didn't think this was just a simple tattoo. The arrangement on it resembled a judgment document she had found before. If entering this place required a judgment document to convict someone and be imprisoned, then wouldn't leaving also require a judgment document? And was the judgment document a medium, or perhaps a key? Thinking this, Jiang Mian ran her fingers over her body, stroking the thing that had become one with her skin. She couldn't detect anything unusual beneath the skin. It was as if it had long since grown into her flesh. Jiang Mian was about to press down hard when Zhang Xiao, who had regained consciousness, grabbed her hand. She sat up, supported by Jiang Mian's hand, her face still pale from blood loss and extreme fatigue. Even with Jiang Mian's treatment, she couldn't fully recover. Zhang Xiao, still weak, thanked Jiang Mian profusely, saying, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been in that snake's belly today." Jiang Mian smiled at her, subtly withdrawing her hand. "No need to thank me. After all, we've known each other for so long. It's only right that I help you when you're injured." Zhang Xiao acted as if she hadn't noticed anything, behaving as usual, smiling and talking to Jiang Mian about what had happened yesterday. After Jiang Mian suddenly disappeared yesterday, she had started running in the opposite direction, but had fallen asleep because she was standing on the ground. When she realized the danger, she found a gaping maw about to swallow her whole, and her sense of warning seemed to have been rendered useless. When she tried to escape, she found herself trapped. The snake coiled itself around her, completely surrounding her. Any movement she made would result in it coiling around her and tossing her around. Ultimately, she was driven to exhaustion and could only watch helplessly as the giant snake swallowed her whole. Driven by her sense of duty, she tried to defend herself, but the snake's size was too much, and she was ultimately swallowed whole by its stomach acid. As she spoke, Zhang Xiao still vaguely felt a throbbing pain all over her body. The corrosive sensation was still vivid in her mind, and it would likely be a lifelong trauma. Fortunately, Jiang Mian had rescued her in time. Although this had worsened her injuries, at least she had survived, for which she was very grateful. Even more fortunate was that the distance between them after they separated wasn't too far, which was the most important factor. Jiang Mian also briefly recounted her experience, in a very simple way, which made Zhang Xiao exclaim in surprise. "After I fell in yesterday, I opened my eyes, and found myself in another place. I don't know why." Zhang Xiao opened her mouth, but because Jiang Mian had just saved her, she didn't expose her little trick. "Where do we go next? Should we continue searching for a way out?" Jiang Mian shook her head. "No, we found it." Zhang Xiao was stunned and immediately looked up at Jiang Mian. "Found it? Where is it? Now that we found a way out, let's leave now." However, seeing Zhang Xiao's anxious expression, Jiang Mian smiled. "No rush. After all, it seems we can't get there. We be teleported away once we reach a certain location. Do you know how that works?" Zhang Xiao pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. "I don't know either. I haven't checked the location you mentioned. Besides, those things seem to have a strong sense of territory. When the giant snake chasing me came to the scorpion's territory, the scorpions fought desperately against it. So, I'm not really sure about what you're saying." Jiang Mian looked at Zhang Xiao, the suspicion in her eyes lessening somewhat. It was clear she genuinely didn't know why this was happening, but that didn't stop her from concealing some things. Because of this, Jiang Mian, didn't continue arguing with these people and chose to leave early. After all, if she wasn't careful, she might have to restart the game. Chapter 503. For example, should I tell her that the only way out is with a judgment certificate? Without one, she's an undocumented person, unable to leave, and will just be trapped here to die like those who can't find a way out. Forget it, I better not say it. If I really tell her such a cruel thing, she'd probably discard her before she's even used her. Jiang Mian, let me live in your place. I will fulfill your last wish. Listening to her inner turmoil, Jiang Mian unconsciously curled her lips into a smile. She really should thank her. As for living on with her own share, forget it. She didn't want to leave any last wishes for anyone. She had always been a self-reliant person. A judgment certificate? She seems to have one too. However, it doesn't say it's about her. That night, the two tried several times separately, but still couldn't reach the underground location. Each time they encountered that door, the two were teleported away. Those hidden behind it seemed eager to remove these two troublemakers, preventing them from reuniting and causing further trouble. Jiang Mian stroked her chin. Over the past 2 days, she had tried opening the door where Jiaokui was, but it was impossible. She had also tried the doors of scorpions and gerbils. Their doors were also unopenable. After numerous attempts, Jiang Mian noticed a pattern. Places with designated creatures wouldn't allow humans to pass. Jiang Mian wanted to try if plants could provide passage, but found that there were no doors beneath them. These plants were native, not something deliberately brought in from the outside. Just as Jiang Mian was feeling confused, she suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the night my wife abandoned me for successfully logging into the next game ahead of schedule. The remaining players, please keep up the good work and try to leave the desert in a week. She paused, realizing someone had left the desert before her, meaning it was possible to leave. She just hadn't found the actual exit point. Thinking this, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of a place. However, if she succeeded, she could definitely leave. If she failed, wouldn't she be doomed? With this in mind, Jiang Mian began intentionally searching along the path for any unfortunate souls she could control. Soon, she found several people in her team and easily subdued them, controlling them directly with her blood. Of course, all of this was done without Zhang Zhao's sight. Furthermore, just in case, Jiang Mian had brain-eating worms parasitize them, making them appear more like normal people. Although Zhang Zhao was curious, they claimed to be Jiang Mian's subordinates. Although she sensed something was amiss, she didn't know how to put it. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes and led the group on their journey to find the quicksand. Usually, when they didn't want to encounter quicksand, they always did, but this time, their deliberate search yielded no results. Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. She immediately ordered the people behind her to scatter and search for all the sunken quicksand formations. However, after searching for 2 days, they still hadn't found any quicksand. Jiang Mian quickly realized that someone was deliberately targeting her. It was likely that someone behind the scenes had intentionally set this up. In other words, wherever she went, she was safe, there was no quicksand. Jiang Mian suddenly had a thought. If there was no quicksand wherever she went, wouldn't she be able to go wherever she wanted without any need to search for quicksand? She had simply been misled before. Jiang Mian gathered her people, and then squatted down to absorb the sand. After clearing more than 10 meters of sand, she could finally see the layer of silvery white steel beneath. Yes, it was a layer of steel with no doors. Any doors were where those creatures came out. Jiang Mian knocked on the iron wall, feeling that this location was quite good, except the door was rather thick. She instantly took out various kinds of firearms she had traded in the previous world from her spatial storage, piling them up as much as she could until the sand was completely filled. Then she sneered. Jiang Mian refused to believe that with so many bombs, she couldn't blow open this giant steel door. Thinking this, just as she was about to ignite the door, she and her people instantly moved several kilometers away. The next second, a deafening roar erupted, and the ground below began to shake, with a faint cracking sound. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian, still some distance away, felt a sudden tremor beneath her feet. The shaking only stopped when the explosion subsided. Jiang Mian was about to step forward when she realized someone was missing. Zhang Zhao had vanished. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed. Her consciousness instantly shifted to Zhang Zhao, and she saw him falling. Jiang Mian's face turned cold. Zhang Zhao had escaped without her noticing, and had already reached the open space. Just as Jiang Mian was about to control her to commit suicide, she discovered she had lost the ability to control her. Her expression changed drastically. Could someone actually break this ability? Without time to think further, the explosion had attracted the attention of others, and people were rushing towards it. Jiang Mian led her people away, instantly teleporting to the closest point to the open space. However, their footing gave way, and they sank into the ground. At the same time, as Jiang Mian fell, she heard a notification in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to player for successfully logging into the next game ahead of schedule. The remaining players, please keep up the good work. However, when the system announced this, it paused for a moment, followed by a continuous ding-ding-ding sound, as if many other players had also fallen below. Those who had been observing from behind the scenes were shocked. They watched as their desert prison was instantly blasted open, sand pouring in, while those they had been toying with, struggling to survive, somehow managed to find the real exit. Those behind the scenes were instantly enraged. Slap! 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 The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly. The person being slapped looked bewildered, their face numb. However, faced with their superiors' bullying, they could only bow their heads and silently endure. According to the rules of the world, it was normal for a superior to vent their emotions. It was because the subordinate hadn't done their job properly, hence the punishment. The subordinate couldn't resist. Resistance was a violation of law and morality, punishable by imprisonment. Others might not have been afraid, but these people knew firsthand that escaping from prison was no easy feat. Even if they managed to escape, they would still have to endure the warden's wrath. Therefore, the rumors circulating online that even after entering prison, there was a chance to leave are just that, rumors. Those who left were truly awaiting death. When his superior finally calmed down, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could barely make out his superior's features through his swollen, squinting eyes. Damn it! How have you managed the prison? I only handed it over to you for a few days, and you caused such a mess. So many people have escaped. How are we supposed to explain this to the first generation and the founding fathers? Chapter 504. Most importantly, do you even know what kind of punishment I receive if someone escapes? You piece of trash. You should be sent to the Arctic prison so you can experience what it's like to freeze to death. The subordinate, who had been completely numb, suddenly panicked when he heard his superior say he was being sent to the Arctic prison. The Arctic prison? That's even more dangerous than the desert prison. In the desert prison, you could survive and even reproduce. But it's different in the Arctic prison. The warden has spent a fortune on an extreme cold system that can adjust the temperature at will, reaching below -200 degrees Celsius. Any creature inside will be instantly frozen solid. From the very beginning of the Arctic prison's construction, no one has ever survived. He immediately knelt on the ground, desperately clinging to his superior's leg and pleading, "Warden, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will definitely find a way to atone for my mistakes, capture all those escaped criminals, and redeem myself through meritorious service." The warden, looking at his subordinate kneeling and begging, kicked him over, sending him flying several meters. Then he coldly said, "Then why aren't you going to go find them? What are you doing here?" "Yes, yes, yes. I go find them right away." The deputy warden quickly got up, put on his hat, and left. After he left, touching his swollen face, still angry and resentful, he looked at the prison guards, who were a rank lower than him, and kicked several of them over, yelling, "Look! What are you looking at? Get back to your tasks. I'm telling you, if those people aren't brought back, you can expect to be sent to the extreme cold prison." Upon hearing this, the people immediately tensed up and scrambled to find those who had escaped. After falling from above, Jiang Mian saw a pure white space. To the untrained eye, it would seem she had returned to the system space. After all, this place really did resemble the system space. However, upon closer inspection, she could see rows of tall doors, like a prison cell, imprisoning who knows what. Just as she was thinking this, a door to her left suddenly shook, and a pair of enormous eyes peered out. A voice looked in Jiang Mian's direction. Seeing those familiar pupils, Jiang Mian froze. Weren't these the scorpions that appear in the desert? Sure enough, these creatures were being kept in captivity. Luckily, she hadn't left their habitat, otherwise, she'd probably be stuck with them. Just then, a voice suddenly blared from some hidden loudspeakers. "Listen up, escaped prisoners from the desert prison. Stay put and don't move. The guards will give you a chance to be reassessed. Those who left legitimately will be given a passing grade and reintegrated into society. However, those who are stubborn and try to escape will not only be denied reintegration, but will also be hunted down. Please consider carefully before you act." Hearing this utterly meaningless nonsense, Jiang Mian didn't bother listening and turned to leave. The corridors here were enormous. She walked for a long time without finding her way out. Most importantly, the place was a maze of twists and turns. It was easy to get lost if you weren't careful. The more this happened, the more nervous Jiang Mian became. If she remained trapped here, she didn't know when she would be able to escape. Just then, she suddenly noticed footsteps approaching from afar. The footsteps were deafening, sending a chill down her spine. She glanced at her current location and realized there was no way to hide. Jiang Mian immediately made a decision and started running. She stopped at a three-way intersection and quietly observed the distance. Just then, she finally saw the source of the footsteps. Those were several giants. Yes, in Jiang Mian's eyes, they were giants. She was only as tall as their calves. However, these giants looked extremely disproportionate, short and fat, and their faces were strange, as if their features were squeezed together or asymmetrical, a jumbled mess, looking eerie and somewhat grotesque. The more Jiang Mian looked, the more disgusted she felt, and she couldn't help but shiver. She turned to leave, but then bumped into a heavy iron boot. Seemingly realizing something, Jiang Mian couldn't help but swallow hard. When she looked up, she was dumbfounded. Behind her stood a giant, unlike the other giants in the group. He wore a white uniform, was muscular, but still short and stocky. The only normal thing about him was his facial features, which looked quite normal. But this didn't stop the giant from crouching down to grab Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian instantly realized what was happening and started running towards another fork in the road. However, the difference in height was significant. Jiang Mian took a dozen steps, but the giant only needed one to catch up. Seeing this wasn't working, Jiang Mian instantly produced a motorcycle. She didn't know where she gotten it from, but it was surprisingly fast. From starting to accelerating, it instantly reached 60 kilometers per hour, and with further acceleration, it soared to over 120 kilometers per hour, the motorcycle even swaying slightly. The giant behind her, seeing the tiny figure suddenly conjure up a tool and escape, instantly became enraged. Damn it! Stop! You despicable prisoner, you should be receiving your punishment in the desert prison, not escaping the desert. Hearing the insults behind her, Jiang Mian simply rolled her eyes. She had to be crazy to stop. The motorcycle continued forward, and the loud noise attracted many more giants. Every now and then, someone would try to intercept her, but the giants were too large, and grabbing Jiang Mian required considerable effort. Besides, Jiang Mian had plenty of things, but her ability to escape was exceptional. She would disappear and reappear intermittently, making it impossible for them to find her. Seemingly sensing her troublesome presence, they stopped chasing her and instead focused on capturing others. As for Jiang Mian, their plan was to capture her together when they had more people. This gave Jiang Mian time to react. Only after the group gradually left did she prepare to use her flight ability to escape. However, the next second, she froze. Her feet didn't leave the ground. Her flight abilities seemed to have failed. Not only flight, but even her fire and healing abilities were gone. Except for being able to retrieve items from the spatial dimension, all her other abilities were sealed. And this spatial dimension was Jiang Mian's private space, not the system space. Chapter 505. System, how can you be so incompetent? Why didn't you say my abilities would be sealed after entering the second layer of the world? However, the system completely ignored Jiang Mian's complaints. Jiang Mian was speechless. Sigh. This is the pain of outsourcing. Sure enough, outsourced personnel like them are not valued. They won't even answer a question. Just you wait, if the system ever asks for my help, I'd be just as cold and unresponsive. Humph. You dog system. Luckily, she still had the ability to protect herself, otherwise, she would probably be finished the moment she entered this layer of the world. Since her abilities were unusable, Jiang Mian had to be more careful, and would never dare to be so arrogant again. After all, ignorance is bliss. Now that she knew, a sense of awe naturally arose in her heart. However, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even if she couldn't use her powers, she could still use her teleportation card and other tools. Those giants also seemed unable to use their powers, so thinking about it that way, besides being bigger, they didn't seem to pose much of a threat. Besides, being big isn't necessarily a good thing. People as agile as them didn't seem to be of much use. Thinking this, Jiang Mian looked at the huge doors, and suddenly a wicked thought arose in her mind. There were still too few of them coming down. They would easily be caught. It would be better to bring down more people to take advantage of the chaos. Thinking this, Jiang Mian looked at the crack in the door, estimating that she could climb in. So, after confirming that no monsters were lying there, she instantly swarmed inside. The room was pitch black. Apart from Jiang Mian, there were no other creatures present, presumably because it was nighttime. Jiang Mian looked up, and saw a huge door above her. However, The door was now open, but its position was far too high for her to climb without tools. Jiang Mian rummaged around in her spatial dimension for a while, and successfully found a folding ladder. The ladder was of a manageable height, allowing her to climb up. Once she reached the top and felt her abilities restored, Jiang Mian immediately revealed a wicked smile. "Brothers, I come to save you." Hee. Jiang Mian wasn't just bombarding the desert, she was also writing escape instructions on the back of every item in the mysterious shop. Now, everyone who had bought her items knew that to escape, they needed to dig through the sand and destroy the protective steel underneath. Combined with the occasional explosions, the people instantly connected the dots and began rushing towards the source of the explosions. Even two groups that already had a grudge didn't hesitate for a moment after encountering each other. Fighting at this point would clearly be unwise, so they let each other go for the time being. When Jiang Mian had blown up too much of the area above, other places began to become unstable, and anyone could fall down while walking. It wasn't just the players, even some true prisoners who had previously lived in the desert, and those born in the desert who had never left, fell down as well. After they fell, seeing the stark contrast of the place and the comfortable temperature, tears welled up in their eyes. However, instead of release, they were exiled to another prison. Yes, exiled again. The original warden had been dismissed. Or more accurately, he was now sent to his beloved, frigid prison for incompetence. The deputy warden, whom he had previously beaten, was now sitting in his seat, leisurely sipping tea. He couldn't help but be leisurely. This was clearly a hot potato, and he was the scapegoat. If he did well, it was his duty to atone for his crimes. If he didn't, he would have to go to the frigid prison himself, to join his former superior. He was filled with despair, only able to do his best to get his subordinates to arrest those people, but at night, he began to repent. Tell me, how did he even become the warden? If he were just an ordinary person, he wouldn't act this way. Now it's all over. He's clearly been pushed out as cannon fodder. Death is the only outcome. He's filled with hatred. He still has a wife and children. He can be in danger, but his wife and children cannot. They already have 9 children, and were on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of life, enjoying the fruits of their labor. But this has happened. He doesn't want his wife to become someone else's breeding machine, so he's taking advantage of this time to be intimate with her, hoping to get her to have another child this year. That way, she won't have to remarry after leaving him. However, when he returned home, he discovered that his family was in ruins, his wife had run off with her mistress, and his children were still crying for food. After doing all this, Jiang Mian happily disappeared. With more players keeping them occupied, the prison guard's attention wasn't solely on Jiang Mian, which finally relieved her. Her next goal was to escape. However, Jiang Mian searched for a long time, but couldn't find a way out, which frustrated her greatly. Could it be that there was no way to leave this place? But that didn't make sense either. If there really was no way to leave, what would those people eat and drink? They couldn't be self-sufficient. It just didn't seem possible. They were guards, not prisoners. Thinking this, Jiang Mian began to deliberately stake out the area. However, she was frequently discovered, which also gave her a headache. Stop! You damned escapee, don't let me catch you, or I tear you to pieces to vent my anger. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Mian reluctantly retreated into another cell where creatures were held. Sure enough, shortly after the words were spoken, a series of footsteps rushed towards them. First across was a normal body, the lower half of which was visible, clearly the body of a player or a normal prisoner. Next came pairs of enormous boots. These were obviously guards, meaning some unlucky fellow had been discovered. This scene had been repeating itself for the past few days, but perhaps because she frequented so many places, she encountered it more often. Soon, the person in front was caught. He looked helpless, he couldn't escape, there was no way to escape. These giants took such large strides, and with his abilities sealed, he was like a lamb to the slaughter, with no means of defense other than trying to evade them. Chapter 506. What kind of scene awaited him in the future? He even thought to himself, if only I hadn't escaped. I might as well have just died sleeping in the desert. After these people left, Jiang Mian, wearing a white cloak, walked as close to the wall as possible. The white cloak actually had no practical use. Its only function was to blend into the white space as much as possible. There was probably some kind of restriction placed here, limiting abilities. However, some skill cards could still be used, but the range of use was reduced many times over. For example, the teleportation card, which normally could teleport about 10 kilometers, sometimes more, sometimes less, but never less than 1 kilometer. However, here, it could only teleport a maximum of 1 kilometer, often only a few hundred meters, and sometimes even worse. Once, when she was almost caught, she used the teleportation card, and the next second she appeared behind a giant, almost getting trampled to death, making Jiang Mian grit her teeth in anger. When she cautiously followed the giants to a certain spot, Jiang Mian frowned upon seeing the endless, pure white space outside. This place, it looked so strange. Just as Jiang Mian was about to retreat and check back later, she suddenly heard a rumbling sound. Jiang Mian instinctively hid around a corner, quietly watching what was happening. She saw a huge truck, dozens of meters tall, parked there, and a group of people got off. Because of the distance, Jiang Mian couldn't hear what they were saying when they saw the guards, but she could see their smug smiles and the prison guards' grim faces. It was obvious the two groups were at odds. Meanwhile, all the people the prison guards had captured were released at this time. Their bodies were all secured with something resembling a capsule, and they were all unconscious and in a deep sleep. After handing these items over to the other group, Jiang Mian watched them still exchanging pleasantries. Behind her were the doors imprisoning the highly venomous creatures. A sudden thought struck Jiang Mian. If she opened all these doors, would the creatures imprisoned for so long suddenly erupt? Thinking this, Jiang Mian didn't stop moving. She silently retreated, looking at the locks on the doors, which didn't even have handles, and struggled with the situation. It seemed that there was no better way to open them than by force. Before her abilities were sealed, fire would have been enough to open these doors, but now it was different. Her abilities were all sealed, she couldn't use fire, so she had to resort to violence. Actually, she was usually quite gentle, and would avoid using anything so potentially lethal. Yes, she really is someone who cares deeply about the environment. Bang! 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 A series of explosions ignited the chaos. Those who had been mistreated by the guards at other prisons were filled with rage upon hearing the news of the old building on fire behind them. Especially seeing this familiar scene, the reason their prison had been destroyed was because someone had brought a lethal weapon and caused an explosion, allowing others to break in while it was vulnerable. Now, this had happened again. Less than a week later, they were instantly enraged. Damn it, it's that vandal again! Charge! Catch that vandal, and make him pay. Holy crap, God of Justice, why don't you just kill him already? God, I really don't want to run into this kind of person again. If this continues, our prison will really be destroyed. The desert prison guards cried out in anguish. However, the guards from other prisons were quite intrigued. They had only come to take over the prisoners from the desert prison, but they had discovered such an interesting scene. Wow! Dwarf, aren't you going to check the situation? What if the outer prison is destroyed too? That would be a laughingstock. Hearing the mockery, the desert guards became furious, coldly glancing at the man. Skinny guy, are you provoking me? Believe me or not, I beat you to a pulp. Jiang Mian was nearby at this moment, listening to their terms of address and glancing at the two figures. It truly proved the saying, the dwarf and the skinny bamboo pole, one short and stocky, the other long and thin like a deformed child. Listening to the pointless insults from both sides, Jiang Mian was extremely grateful and began climbing up onto the giant trucks, following their footsteps. After watching the spectacle, the group of skinny bamboo poles planned to drive away. What did the chaos behind them have to do with them? They hadn't caused it. Besides, they weren't in the same prison. Whatever happened was none of their business. And so, this group coldly drove off, leaving the remaining people stunned. Jiang Mian escaped using her smuggling skills. After about half an hour's journey, Jiang Mian felt some strength returning to her body. She sat up abruptly, intending to leave the back of the truck, but upon seeing the remaining players trapped in their capsules, a brilliant idea struck her. Bang! Another explosion resounded throughout the back of the truck. The explosion jolted those trapped in the capsules awake. They found themselves bound hand and foot, imprisoned in an unfamiliar oval-shaped space. Some were terrified, others were bewildered. Some quickly realized their predicament and, upon discovering their abilities had been released, instantly smiled. The seal was lifted. That was wonderful. These towering beings that once terrified them were now nothing more than sitting ducks in their eyes, easy targets for them to kill at will. Some thought this, but others held different views, like Jiang Mian. After causing chaos, Jiang Mian simply left, without targeting the skinny, bamboo-like giants. Jiang Mian was different from them. She clearly understood that others in this world also possessed their own abilities. Just like Zhang Xiao, how could these giants be without abilities? Chapter 507. Risking one's life is clearly not worth it. Those impulsive individuals paid the price. Just as they were provoking the skinny, bamboo-like figures, They suddenly discovered that the giants were unusually fast, grabbing them almost instantly. Their arms began to soften and extend, like rubber figures from an anime. They easily seized the fleeing players, even accidentally crushing several to death in the process, then brazenly stuffing them into everyone's mouths. The other giants, witnessing this, all grinned. Ha ha ha. I love this part the most. There are always some ants who think they can escape. Little do they know this is our real perk. Shoo. Don't say anything. If the higher-ups hear us, we won't even have these perks anymore. Ha ha. The ear-piercing laughter continued. Jiang Mian, several kilometers away, watched them and silently turned and left. They were the ones Jiang Mian wanted to distract. After all, if she were the only one who escaped, she would easily attract attention, but with more people, it would definitely divert their focus. Since she came out, the system hadn't indicated the start of the next stage of the mission. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't found the actual next mission, or if something had happened, so she could only leave first. She went in the opposite direction from the others, away from the prison. Jiang Mian walked for a long time, even having to avoid giants because of her size. She was even more afraid of the world's advanced technology, which would easily find her. So, Jiang Mian didn't use any means of transportation the entire way. It was precisely this low profile that saved her life. After walking for a long time on a concrete road, Jiang Mian finally saw a car parked by the roadside. Inside sat a family of 3. Their proportions were normal, but they still appeared much taller than Jiang Mian. They were still giants. Only then did Jiang Mian realize that it wasn't that the people and the environment had become taller, but rather that she seemed to have been shrunk by some kind of skill. Like the dangerous creatures in the desert, to a giant, they were just ordinary rats and scorpions. Except for some larger snakes, the others were quite ordinary. They just appeared excessively huge next to these shrunk beings. While the man and his son got out to relieve themselves, Jiang Mian secretly climbed into the car and went to the back of the truck bed, into the furniture. The family of 3 were probably moving to a new house. The back of the truck was full of tables, chairs, and other furniture. Even if Jiang Mian hid inside, she would hardly be discovered. So, she lay comfortably on the soft sofa, closing her eyes to rest. After closing her eyes, she shifted her consciousness to another place. Zhangshao. When she finally left, she was so afraid of not being able to escape that she gave her a push. Jiang Mian remembered it very clearly. She was in a strange place now. It wasn't a pure white space, but a room where no light could penetrate. Feeling the chair she was sitting on, Jiang Mian was surprised to find that Zhang Zhao's figure had returned to normal. She seemed different from the others who had come out. Jiang Mian blinked, suddenly realizing something, and touched her chest. Sure enough, it was painful, and a piece was clearly missing. Is this a benefit of the judgment document? As long as you have a judgment document, you return to normal after release. But someone like Zhang Xiao, who left prison with her judgment document, is considered to have left normally, unlike them who clearly escaped through illegitimate means. So, is Zhang Xiao currently being interrogated? Or has she left? After staying inside Zhang Xiao's body for a few minutes, and finding no movement outside, Jiang Mian lost interest, and left Zhang Xiao's body. When Jiang Mian woke up again, the car was still moving forward. Looking at the scenery outside, Jiang Mian enjoyed the rare tranquility. Listening to the family in the front row dreaming about their bright future, using this as background noise, Jiang Mian admired the scenery outside. It felt like a peaceful, idyllic vacation. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile. When the car stopped, looking at the bustling world, it seemed just like the real world. The facilities weren't as high-tech as a prison. Instead, it resembled the development of her world 100 years ago. There were no high-tech capsules, and certainly no special containment methods to trap them. And these people were living and enjoying it all in peace and contentment. However, as she looked around, Jiang Mian began to doubt, was this world really as peaceful as it appeared? Why is a woman leading 7 or 8 children on the street? Why do men walk with their heads down? Why are there no elderly people on the street? Why do so many people look strange? Yes, strange. Their faces are somewhat eerie, and some even have disordered organs. But such people are relatively few, most are normal, just appearing not very bright. Mommy, they're so strange. Why are they looking at us like that? Just as Jiang Mian was wondering, she heard her beloved child ask what was on her mind. Jiang Mian was even more surprised when she heard the couple's answer. The woman gently patted the child's head and said softly, "Child, this is normal. We be living here from now on. You have many younger brothers and sisters in the future. You have to take good care of them, okay?" However, the little boy immediately became indignant upon hearing this. Why? Didn't mommy and daddy say they loved me the most? How can I have younger brothers and sisters to share that love? I don't agree. I don't agree. The child's shrill cries instantly attracted the attention of everyone else on the street. They pointed and whispered among themselves, and Jiang Mian could vaguely hear them mocking the group. They must have moved from another district, right? Sure enough, they exude poverty. They don't even have a proper child. My son is 8 years old, and he can do laundry and cook. His grades are good too. His teachers say he's got the makings of a future official. Shaw, what's so great about your son? Let me tell you, when my daughter was 8, she could do more than just laundry and cook. She could even work part-time as a chef and earn money for our family. TSK, what's the point of comparing a bunch of kids? My daughter is 15 and already had her first child. After she is 10, she'd be rolling in rewards. Hearing this, the others immediately cast envious glances at the man. Chapter 508. Instantly, a group of people swarmed around this person, asking questions. How is your daughter so amazing? Your genes are truly excellent. By the way, do you have any other daughters? I have 2 sons you can choose from. Shaw, you only have 2 sons? Let me tell you, my family has had 8 children, 4 sons and 4 daughters. 2 of them have special abilities. I'm currently pregnant, and the doctor says it's likely twins. My family has had twins twice before. Friend, if our 2 families unite, we're guaranteed to become rich overnight. What are you pretending for? Let me tell you, I have achieved my goal of 10 children by the time I'm 30, averaging 1 child a year. 3 of them have activated special abilities. Friend, let's unite our families. We definitely secure a place for ourselves. Hearing these mind-blowing words, Jiang Mian was about to explode. She finally understood. This world doesn't value men or women, it only values procreation. No, more accurately, this world doesn't treat people as people, but as livestock. She truly couldn't understand why they needed so many children. Suddenly, Jiang Mian seemed to realize something. She remembered seeing those skinny bamboo poles eating people when she left. Could it be? A thought crossed her mind, and Jiang Mian shuddered. Taking advantage of the family's inattention while they were moving, she quickly climbed out of the car and hid in the roadside greenery. While it was called greenery, it was more like a forest to Jiang Mian now, perfectly concealing her figure. Jiang Mian had her first taste of what it was like to be a little mouse. It was actually quite a strange feeling. She could burrow wherever she wanted, and some giant-like figures wouldn't even notice her. However, if they did notice, things could get messy. Like the group of people opposite her who instantly panicked. They pointed at a tiny figure draped in a black cloak and shouted, "Security! Security! A prisoner has escaped!" This shout instantly attracted a crowd. When they saw the figure in the black robe, clearly only as tall as their calves, they immediately remembered an old educational video. Back when the prison system was less developed, these miniature beings occasionally appeared. Initially, before security knowledge was widespread, they thought it was some new species. Or perhaps a fairy or something. However, when those seemingly cute fairies mercilessly killed them, rumors began to circulate that these miniature figures were people who had committed serious crimes and escaped after being punished. From then on, these people became universally hated, and hefty rewards were offered for their capture. Ordinary people could earn between 30,000 and 50,000 yuan simply by capturing these escaped petty criminals. 30,000 to 50,000 yuan was no small sum. It was an amount a family would need 10 years to earn. Some people even hunted down several of these petty criminals, rising through the ranks to become wealthy, marrying, and having children, eventually becoming a household with thousands of households within just 30 years. Even now, although they have fallen on hard times, they still hold a significant position above others. So, when those people saw the person in the black robe, they instantly became excited. Their initial fear turned into eager anticipation, like dogs seeing a ton of dog food. Ah, money, the smell of money. Don't try to take it from me, it's mine. My God, it's been so long since I encountered a criminal who escaped from prison like this, I'm so lucky. Sweetie, you have superpowers, go and catch him. After you catch him, Mommy will find you a wife next year. An 11 or 12-year-old boy, pushed forward by his mother, also looked eagerly at the small figure in the black robe. Little one, don't be afraid, be a good boy and let me catch you, then I can get married, and you can go back to where you belong and continue to repent. As he spoke, the little boy, his eyes clouded, reached out to grab the figure. Jiang Mian leaned against the tree behind him, quietly watching the show. He also pulled his gray camouflage uniform even tighter. He thought to himself, this guy is such a show-off. Dressed all in black in broad daylight, swaggering around the street like that, so arrogant. If he doesn't get caught, how could someone as well covered as me be? Thinking this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smirk. His gloating expression couldn't be more obvious. However, the man in black wasn't entirely brainless. Just as the 12 or 13-year-old boy was about to grab his neck, the man in black instantly changed position, then leaped up, using the boy's knees as cover, and climbed to the boy's waist. Then he jumped from the boy's waist to his collarbone, and in the boy's terrified eyes, pulled out a scythe, easily reaping the boy's life. Gurgle. It was the sound of the little boy's head falling to the ground, the head still bearing the look of disbelief. Jiang Mian watched the black-robed man's swift and agile movements. Honestly, she shouldn't have laughed. However, the way the black-robed man slowly climbed up was just too comical to bear. Meanwhile, while Jiang Mian had been watching the spectacle, the mother, who had lost her child, was as if the sky had fallen. She knelt beside the little boy, cradling his head, and wept uncontrollably. Jiang Mian initially thought she was grieving the death of her child, but to her surprise, the woman's next words were, "No. No. I raised you with so much difficulty. How could you be so heartless as to leave me? No, I don't want to pay the fine, no." Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. What kind of terrible world was this? Outside, chaos continued, and Jiang Mian used this time to quietly slip away. The man still fiercely fighting with the others glanced over inadvertently, watching the departing khaki figure, and gritted his teeth in anger. He had just been heading towards that figure, but had been discovered halfway there. Jiang Mian had no idea that the guy was looking for her. She was currently cautiously entering a park. The miniature Jiang Mian was now deep in thought, arms crossed. Maintaining her current form was definitely not an option. Not only would she be easily discovered, but she would also be treated like a criminal. In the long run, her stamina would definitely suffer. What she needed to do now was find a way to regain her original size. Therefore, her next goal was to go to the library. But she didn't have a cell phone like in this world. So how was she going to get to the library? Chapter 509. Thinking wildly, Jiang Mian carefully hid in a clump of grass, avoiding passers-by. However, after a while, one of the people returned. Jiang Mian thought she had been discovered, but then she saw the man stop, look around, and then, incredibly, unzip his pants, grab something, and begin to. Well, you know. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. Judging from his posture, it seemed he wanted to. Splash. Just as the rain was about to pour down, Jiang Mian quickly moved away from the area, swapping places with an ant that was up to her calf, before patting her chest to avoid the disaster. "Ant, you're so high and mighty. Damn. This guy has no manners at all. Isn't this a park? How can he urinate and defecate anywhere?" Watching the man who had finished relieving himself and was about to pull up his pants and leave, Jiang Mian's eyes flickered. Doing bad things should naturally be punished. How can we let him go so easily? Thinking this, Jiang Mian stood up. Half an hour later, a certain rude man appeared, carrying an oversized pet carrier. The carrier was empty, yet it seemed to have sagged slightly. Jiang Mian leisurely disappeared, sitting inside the carrier, letting her newly appointed servant lead the way. This rude man missed his chance to pursue his goddess, and successfully saved a beautiful young woman from falling into a pit of fire. After the servant led her home, Jiang Mian looked at the man's house, at his Crandon brothers and sisters, and almost couldn't help but swear. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Everyone in this world is required to have 10 children, meaning an average of 1 man and 1 woman, each carrying the potential mission of procreation. Good heavens, that means 1 man and 1 woman together would have 10 children, an endless supply. I wonder what they need so many children for? They work as servants outside, and then come home to take care of their younger siblings, feeding and sleeping them. As for education? Unless someone has special potential, others aren't allowed to study. Of course, if you want to study, you can, but you need to pay a lot of money to enroll. When the children saw the beautiful school bag on the servant's back, they immediately started clamoring and shouting to grab it. The servant's mother, seeing this, quickly said, "What are you doing? Don't grab things. Behave yourselves and be lovable children, understand?" Relieved to avoid the scrambling, Jiang Mian, who had been swaying back and forth, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the long-haired woman with some gratitude. However, the next second, the long-haired woman suddenly turned to her son and asked, "Eldest son, how's that girl you told me about? What stage are they at? How much dowry is she asking for?" The son, parasitized by the brain-eating worm, was startled but still followed his previous thoughts, saying, "Mom, don't mention it. There was a slight mishap this time, and the date didn't go through. But I vaguely heard her mention that she was willing to give 20,000 yuan as a dowry when she went on a blind date. Hearing this, the woman slapped her thigh and said indignantly, "Damn it. How can this girl ask for so much dowry? Is her family desperate for money? Damn it, when your father and I were together, we only asked for 2,000 yuan as a dowry, just a token amount. We truly love each other. Why would we need so much money?" Hearing the woman's constant swearing, Jiang Mian felt like she was being tortured. She almost couldn't resist ordering her subordinates to beat her up. The brain-eating worm seemed unwilling to listen to its boss's offensive words any longer and frowned, saying, "Mom, stop talking. She hasn't said she wants to marry me. We're not even close to anything. Since you think it's too expensive, I find someone cheaper, someone your age. Maybe they charge 2,000 too." The woman's eyes widened in anger. "Mother Kong. No way. My son is so handsome. How can he just find any woman? It's only 20,000. I give it to you." "Mom, handsome and graceful is a description of a woman. Mother Kong, you never been to school, haven't you? And this is how you treat me after I betrayed you." Jiang Mian's ears were about to crack from listening to this. He quickly urged his underling to go back inside and stop listening to these horrible words, saying they would corrupt the children. When he returned to his room, Jiang Mian took out his bag and looked at the family's living conditions. The house was actually quite nice, but there were too many people in the family, and the house wasn't big enough, so naturally, 3 boys shared a room. That was still better. The remaining 7 girls also shared a room. TSK. This twisted world is really something. They don't treat people like human beings at all. No wonder there are so many criminals here. Jiang Mian looked at his underling and asked, "Do you know how someone like me who has shrunk can grow big again?" The younger man lowered his head in thought, then his eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. "Boss, I think I heard someone mention something about using some kind of instrument to enlarge people, but I can't recall what that instrument is." Jiang Mian looked at him and continued, "Then think about it. Is there a library here where people can consult resources? If so, we set off immediately." "Yes." Hearing him say yes, Jiang Mian immediately perked up. Let's go now." However, after hearing Jiang Mian's words, he hesitated and explained, "Boss, it's getting dark soon. After dark, you're not allowed to go out. You'd be arrested and imprisoned. We can only go out when it's light." Jiang Mian was truly amazed by this. Since she couldn't go out, she'd stay home a little longer wouldn't hurt. But there was one thing, Jiang Mian wouldn't decide to go out again, because she didn't want to hear those words again. She was afraid she might kill him to silence him. Jiang Mian didn't waste the rest of her time. Instead, she chose a place to stay for the night. Her school bag was out of the question. Those annoying little brats might take it and play with it. The bed was also out of the question. With 3 people sleeping in one small bed, she was afraid they'd roll on top of her in the middle of the night. Most importantly, these kids seemed precocious. They definitely knew that someone like her, shrunk to a tiny size, was in danger. She was afraid they'd make a commotion and attract attention. After much deliberation, she realized that only staying under the bed seemed safe. However, looking at the cobwebs and insects under the bed, she hesitated. Chapter 510. Do I really have to crawl in here? It's so dirty. By evening, Jiang Mian still hadn't chosen to do that. Instead, she let the other 2 little brats parasitize her as well. Now, the whole room was quiet, finally free of noise. Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, several little girls' laughter suddenly came from outside. The next second, there was a banging on the door. "Brother, can we play with your backpack? It's so pretty. Brother, how much did you spend on it? Is it for your new sister-in-law?" Jiang Mian, annoyed, told him to open the door and shoo the little girls away. However, once the door was opened, things got even more out of control. The little girls started crying and screaming, demanding to play with the backpack, and even started threatening. They said that if they weren't allowed to play with that pretty backpack, they would do this and that. Jiang Mian was speechless. Half an hour later, the world returned to peace. Now, except for that. The long-haired woman and her father, who returned at the last minute, along with everyone else, had all become her underlings. Now, the world truly quieted down. Jiang Mian stretched and contentedly changed the items on the bed. However, looking at the sheets and duvet cover she had taken out, which had shrunk considerably from her own size, Jiang Mian was suddenly speechless. Fine, is this how you play?" Originally, she had wanted to take the gold bars to exchange for currency that could be used in this world, But now, it was clearly impossible. Her large three-piece bedding set had shrunk just like her. Wouldn't her huge gold bar shrink many times over? Not worth it. Not worth it at all. She'd better not exchange it. However, on second thought, if she stored those gold bars in her current size, wouldn't she also become enormous? Thinking this, Jiang Mian looked at her younger brother's furniture and directly stored the only foot basin in her spatial dimension. When she took it out again, the foot basin was still the same size. It hadn't shrunk at all after being stored in the spatial dimension. It seemed to be custom-made to fit her size. After figuring this out, countless little thoughts began to flutter in Jiang Mian's mind. Has Lady Luck finally smiled upon her this time? She, who had never believed in gods, could actually try to believe in Lady Luck for once. Jiang Mian snapped her fingers, abandoning her sleep, and began plotting her scheme in her mind, how to orchestrate the operation flawlessly. The next day, Jiang Mian was awakened by those few affectionate words. Filled with resentment, she couldn't stand it any longer, and stabbed the two men in the back as well. Now, the world was finally quiet. Jiang Mian immediately took control of her henchmen and personally went to search for books. However, after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find any books that could change body shape or even anything related to that. She was conflicted. Should she really go back to prison to find a solution? But the giants in prison were all formidable. If she really went back, it would be difficult to escape again. After all, luck wouldn't always be on her side. Thinking this, Jiang Mian tried searching for other books. Finally, after 2 days of relentless effort, she found a way to restore herself to her original form. However, the danger of this method was no less than, or even more insane than, venturing into a prison alone. Looking at the speculations recorded, Jiang Mian couldn't help but twitch her lips. Someone had recorded something different. It resembled a historical record. Except, a historical record, it used a special script to record true history. Jiang Mian had previously learned the Wubi typing method, so she was able to connect all the characters and translate them onto paper. After she finished translating, looking at the contents, she was stunned. It was as if everything suddenly became clear. She finally understood why people in this world were having so many children, even making it a mandatory target. That's because... I'm sorry, I don't know how much time has passed since you read this book. I only know that our world seems to have changed some time ago. A special kind of creature invaded our world, bringing us new life with their advanced technology and weapons. We worship them and granted them supreme power. However, children born after that time are more or less different from ordinary people, tending to resemble those special creatures. This is so strange. We're seeing animalistic characteristics in humans. This is wrong. We are human. How can we be compared to animals? But by the time we realized it, it was too late. We wanted to protest this behavior, to rebel, and to overthrow this slave-like system. However, clearly, dear friends, our rebellion failed. Even worse, their schemes, previously kept in the shadows, have become public knowledge. They are now forcibly forcing human men and women to unite, giving birth to strange species. They have even divided the area into ordinary and central zones. Anyone wishing to live in the central zone must produce a certain number of children within a specified period. More importantly, later on, they stipulated that a woman must give birth to 10 children in her lifetime, and men must, like women, sow many seeds and take good care of women. If this is not done, other men will be added. Initially, many people thought this was a blessing for women. Although it was somewhat unfair to men, they believed it was a basic principle. Upon reading this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. To be clear, she strongly disagreed with what this person was saying. Was this some kind of gospel? A woman's uterine damage is irreparable, let alone giving birth to 10 children. They had no time to recover. This was simply oppression in another sense. Furthermore, the translator was also repulsive. Jiang Mian suppressed her disgust and continued reading. But later we realized that this was simply an absurd demand. We gave birth to so many people, there wasn't enough food, all the land was used to build houses. What would we eat and drink? At this point, they revealed their true intentions. All the children they gave birth to were eaten. They even invented many ways to eat us. They called us snacks, but we knew we were living beings. We rebelled again, but they had already planned how to deal with us disobedient people. They labeled us rebels as criminals, and possessed a special device to shrink us. Then they imprisoned us in the appalling conditions created by the equipment they carried, declaring to the outside world that we deserved our fate. They promised us a chance to reform. If we escaped, we could start anew. However, after I escaped, I discovered that the outside world had changed drastically. More and more strangely looking people occupied the world, and their intelligence seemed to have decreased. Many were even forbidden from attending school. They seemed to have become accustomed to this way of life, and were starting to reproduce. I'm going crazy. They say I'm an escaped prisoner. Chapter 511. I tried to explain to them, but no one would listen to a prisoner. They thought I was stirring up trouble, and many wanted me dead. I could only try to change back, but after trying many methods, I found I couldn't go back. I couldn't go back to that place that would seal my abilities, that would be tantamount to sending me to my death. I remember the original location of the central city was the residence of those outsiders, and I heard when I escaped that ordinary people weren't allowed in. You could only pay to visit the outer perimeter. Friend, I'm going to try my luck. Wish me luck. Finally, whoever sees this message will have 10% of their good fortune borrowed from me. Consider it payment for telling you. Love you, my friend. Signature. A genius with the ability to buy and sell with good fortune. Jiang Mian's hand paused as she translated this. Kong Nyang. Ugh. She instinctively covered her mouth. What was wrong with her? Why did she instinctively want to say those words? She must be furious. Damn it. I've been tricked. My luck was already bad, and now someone has stolen 10% of it for no reason. What's going on? Most importantly, doesn't it need the person's consent? This is too shameless, utterly bottomless, morally reprehensible, shameless. She also wanted that ability to trick people infinitely, so... Hee. Jiang Mian's mind was racing, but the smile on her lips never stopped. After realizing what she was doing, she sighed helplessly. However, then she thought, wait a minute, isn't she using someone else's body right now? So the stolen 10% of her luck isn't hers. Ha ha ha. Clever as I am. The person who left the note could never have imagined that what I absorbed wasn't the luck of a normal person, but rather the luck of a dead one. I wonder if it will absorb my good fortune or my bad luck. Although Jiang Mian initially admired this person and was captivated by his deeds, when she realized this guy intended to trick her silently, he was already on her opposite side. Central City. Jiang Mian murmured these words, then summoned the puppet back. She also had the others thoroughly search their homes, checking for anything valuable to use for travel expenses. However, after they had searched the entire house, they found very little of value, just clothes, shoes, pots, and pans. This was truly. Jiang Mian only wanted to inherit their money, not these pots and pans. Helpless, she had to find another way, having her people sell all these items for money. The husband and wife of this family earned barely enough to feed their 12 members, leaving them with no surplus. And loans don't exist in this world. After all, in a place where riots could break out at any moment, where would they get a loan? They might get a loan this month, and the borrower might be in jail next month. Who could they complain to? These men worked quickly, completing all the tasks Jiang Mian had ordered them to do by the afternoon. They sold the pots and pans at the lowest possible price, earning only 236 yuan. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. If she remembered correctly, this family's savings were 2,000 yuan, meaning the entire family was only worth 2,236 yuan. Then where did the woman she overheard yesterday, telling a man who urinated indiscriminately to marry a girl demanding a dowry of 20,000 yuan, come from? She thought this family actually had that much money. It turns out they were just pretending. With the 2,000 yuan, Jiang Mian had them inquire about the cost of visiting the central city. After much searching, they learned that to enter the outer perimeter of the central city, one first needed to buy a ticket, which alone cost 10,000 yuan. Moreover, it wasn't available every day. Visitors could only tour the facilities inside the central city from designated areas. Furthermore, everyone entering had to undergo a full-body check. She didn't know why. Jiang Mian was troubled. How could she possibly get 10,000 yuan? After thinking it over, it seemed there was only one way. Wait 2 days. Yes, we only have 2 days left. 2 days later, it will be the 8th, the day everyone's been waiting for. Then we can start endless killing. The more people we kill, the more we get. But there's one thing to be careful about. We absolutely cannot get caught by the guards. If we do, we'd be thrown into prison. This setup is incredibly illogical. Why include a massacre scene, especially with people patrolling the streets afterward? Yet, why do people still indiscriminately kill others? Don't they know they go to jail? They definitely know that. So why are they so obedient? Upon closer reflection, there's only one reason. Poverty. Yes, poverty. Every world is the same. There are rich people, and of course, there are those so poor they can't even afford clothes. Just like the family Jiang Mian is currently staying in. They're incredibly poor. Their entire fortune amounts to just over 2,000 yuan, and they already spent another 200 yuan on inquiries, leaving them with only a little over 2,000 yuan. This is only because Jiang Mian is controlling them, and not letting them eat freely. If they were allowed to eat, the money would be even less for these dozen or so mouths. Faced with such a stingy boss, the brain-eating worms remain silent, because they don't really like those foods anyway. They're fine with either. And in the past 2 days, Jiang Mian has been secretly observing the surrounding houses. He clearly sees which families are rich and which aren't. That's how thieves operate. They thoroughly understand the entire neighborhood before making their move. Ding dong, dong dong. A strange melody rang out, and those who heard it instantly panicked. Even the families in the houses near Jiang Mian's house slammed their doors and windows shut, afraid to peek out. On the street, those who hadn't had time to get home looked at the others in panic, quickly running to hidden places. However, soon after the first murder occurred on the street, a series of events followed, and blood quickly filled the air. Looking at the chaotic scene below, Jiang Mian had a momentary illusion that she had entered a living hell. Just minutes before, this was a peaceful place. There were aunties greeting their neighbors, and boys pursuing their sweethearts. But now, the boy was dead at the hands of a girl, and the auntie who had just been so kind had been stabbed to death by her neighbor. Chapter 512. The contrast was too swift, catching everyone off guard. Many died on the spot precisely because of this. After all, while they might know of people capable of killing at will elsewhere, who would imagine it could be their usually kind neighbor, or the person they've been pursuing? And these people would take photos and upload them after the murders. Jiang Mian waited, waiting for the perfect opportunity to wipe out all the neighbors in one fell swoop. The streets were chaotic, with terrified screams echoing intermittently. As night deepened, the neighbors fell asleep warily, and this was the perfect time for Jiang Mian to act. Having witnessed such scenes during the day, she had been itching to act. Finally, night had arrived, and she could do as she pleased. Jiang Mian directed them to open the door for her. However, just as the youngest child was about to open the door, she heard a banging on it. Jiang Mian froze, immediately telling the person who was about to open the door to back away. Wait, it sounds like someone's banging on our door. All of you scatter. I want to see who's so eager to die. She hadn't even bothered these ordinary people yet, and someone had already come looking for trouble. How amusing. The henchman instantly and orderly moved away from the door, each staring intently at the entrance, wanting to see who dared to court death. Bang! 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 With a series of violent slams, the already fragile wooden door collapsed. Several burly men wearing hoods appeared outside. When they saw everyone staring at them, they paused, momentarily stunned. Something's not right. Wasn't he here to rob these people? Why do their eyes look so scary? He backed away, a little scared, but his brother pushed him forward. What are you doing? What are you doing? Go get them. A bunch of kids putting on an act. There are only 2 skinny guys inside, like bamboo poles. If we kill them, we can make a fortune. Hearing his brother's words, the guy who was initially a little scared was no longer afraid. He was only startled when he opened the door. Now that he was in his right mind, he figured those people must be paralyzed with fear, which was why they were staring at him. So, regaining his confidence, the man strode forward and slapped a little girl who was staring at him on the head, making her stumble several steps. Seeing this, the burly man laughed. Ha ha ha. A bunch of brats, you almost scared me. You're nothing special, are you? Watch how powerful your grandpa is. Jiang Mian coldly stared at the man who had attacked her, beating her underlings right in front of her. Did he think she was insignificant? Even though she was smaller, she wasn't so blind as to be easily fooled. Thinking this, Jiang Mian strode forward, her long knife flashing. She had intended to easily decapitate the man, but she had overlooked the height difference between them. The long knife in her hand, compared to the man's size, looked like a pencil sharpener, so small, yet surprisingly capable of slicing his throat. While it wasn't an instant kill, it at least shattered the man's arrogance, forcing him to clutch his throat and howl in pain. They hadn't noticed the tiny, doll-like figure at first. The others suddenly realized who it was, their eyes lighting up as they looked at the family. They knew that killing one person only earned 1,000 yuan, but capturing an escaped prisoner could earn tens of thousands. All the people in the room didn't earn as much as Jiang Mian, so their attention was entirely focused on her, ignoring the others. In their eyes, those people were like weaklings, utterly useless. One of them reached out to grab Jiang Mian, but she easily dodged, frowning as she looked at the others. Her body was still too weak. Even dealing with these people who had no special abilities, only brute strength, required considerable effort. Normally, these people would be easily dispatched with a single strike. However, Now it took considerable effort to finish them off. After killing several people, Jiang Mian waved her hand, releasing crows. The crow hadn't appeared for a long time, and when it did, it wasn't as large as before. Influenced by Jiang Mian, it was now only slightly larger than an ordinary crow. More like a peacock than a crow. Caw-caw? The crow, which had initially been eager to wreak havoc, was instantly dumbfounded upon seeing its own size, and that of its enemy. Caw-caw-caw? No way, master, you're asking a little crow like me to fight someone so big? I really can't do that. I used to be the one bullying others when I was big, but now you're making me appear so small. Won't it be like others are bullying me? Seeing the incessantly chattering crow, Jiang Mian angrily kicked its leg. Unfortunately, she kicked its modified steel leg. With a loud thud, Jiang Mian's expression changed, her face turning red. She endured the pain in her foot and pointed at the crow, saying, "What are you afraid of? Go get him. Have you forgotten you can fly?" The crow cawed twice, encouraged by its master, and charged forward with its eyes closed. Faced with such a large crow, the people, though somewhat intimidated, couldn't withstand the crow's lack of experience against such a large enemy, and thus became somewhat cowardly. So, with the crow's interference, the people were caught off guard and quickly wiped out by Jiang Mian and her group. However, Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. If things continued like this, she would be too passive. It had taken more effort than usual to kill these few ordinary people. It was truly troublesome. Jiang Mian quickly took pictures of the dead men and uploaded them. Soon, they had 6,000 yuan in their accounts. That's an average of 1,000 yuan per person. Jiang Mian searched the men again, finding some cash, which she stuffed into her pockets. Then she locked the door and let her men out. Of course, she didn't take many people, she only took 3. There was no other way, the others were too small, and wouldn't be a threat in a fight, and would be easily killed. With these 3 men, she strode confidently forward. She kicked open the door of her neighbor's house. The neighbor, seeing that it was her neighbor from next door trying to ambush her, laughed in anger. Chapter 513. The initial fear turned into mockery. You think you can take us down? Old and young, always sick or wailing, you really think you can take us down? Hearing their taunts, the others didn't even glance at them. Jiang Mian surveyed the room. This place looked much better than theirs. At least the rooms were larger and cleaner. Of course, there were quite a few children inside, and they were noisy. Jiang Mian directly ordered, "Kill them all." She was responsible for searching the house for hidden money. However, she didn't find any large sums of money, but she did find some hidden stashes in some nooks and crannies, and even a gold earring in the woman's jewelry stand. This gold earring was about the size of Jiang Mian's palm, and even after Jiang Mian stored it in her spatial storage and took it out again, it remained the same size. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up, and she almost burst out laughing. Good, good. I'm relieved. She was very selective now. She wouldn't choose ordinary jewelry, only taking the more valuable items. After doing all this, the fighting outside had stopped, but one of the 3 had been killed, and the other's arm was teetering on the verge of collapse. Jiang Mian looked at the person lying on the ground, confirmed that the photos had been uploaded and the money had been deposited, and then released more brain-eating worms to parasitize the family's labor force. Now, Jiang Mian had 7 people robbing and plundering for her. Because of this, they moved extremely quickly, robbing all the residents of the building. Jiang Mian obtained a lot of gold jewelry and a 6-figure sum of money. After completing all this, followed by a large entourage, Jiang Mian set her sights on the gold shop. It had been a long time since she'd done something like this, and surprisingly, she handled it quite well this time. Jiang Mian rode on the back of a crow, following her group forward. When those hiding in their homes witnessed this, they panicked instantly, hurriedly closing their windows and doors to prevent the robbers from breaking in. Jiang Mian had no interest in them now. She was only interested in the more valuable items, and didn't care about these useless small-time dealers. She packed everything up inside the gold shop, and as dawn approached, she suddenly heard footsteps outside. Jiang Mian knew that the guards had been mobilized. She instantly put away her brain-eating worms, leaving only 2 or 3 people still alive according to the records. As for the corpses, they could only be left there. If these dead people were discovered to be alive, they could be arrested for fabricating a case, and at that point, it would be beyond their ability to explain themselves. Therefore, they absolutely couldn't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. If greed led to the loss of all the money on the equipment, that would be a huge loss. While the guards hadn't caught up yet, Jiang Mian and her group quickly returned to their original home. The guards moved very slowly, knocking on every door to confirm that the person inside was the person in the photo, and whether they were alive. Jiang Mian looked at the corpses they had dumped on the truck, and a thought struck her. She felt that her plan might need to be changed. She wasn't in a hurry to go to the central city now, because she had more important things to do. With the help of her subordinates, Jiang Mian successfully hid on the truck transporting the corpses. "Hey, what are you doing? Trying to steal something?" The guards in protective suits noticed someone approaching their truck and instantly raised their guns, aiming at the person. The brain-eating worm, who had just put its boss on the truck, saw the gun in the guard's hand and immediately raised its hands, feigning terror, saying, No, it's just that my family is here, and I wanted to see her one last time, so I forgot I couldn't come out." However, the supervisors had no intention of listening to this explanation and opened fire before the person could finish speaking. Jiang Mian, having lost another key member, could only watch silently, then put the brain-eating worm that had crawled onto the truck into her spatial storage. She hid under the passenger seat of the truck, listening to the people returning laden with their loot discussing their monthly targets. "Great. The more piglets they have, the more food we have. Yeah, if it weren't for this venting day, allowing those humans to release their pent-up emotions, just letting them reproduce would throw society into chaos. Luckily, they've been largely assimilated, their minds filled with commands, otherwise they definitely would have rebelled. We have to thank our home planet's prison system for unifying so many people. By the way, has the person who destroyed our desert prison been found yet? We haven't found her. We don't know where she went. The only thing we know is she's a woman, nothing else. Forget it, let's mind our own business first. We deal with other things later." Jiang Mian stood under the seat, listening to their discussion, instantly memorizing the prison system. From their tone, it seemed this prison system had performed a great service. That's right, the prison system was like a self-contained world, everything within it was real. Although there were some illogical aspects, like having to release the monsters themselves, it was quite useful for training people. Thinking this, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a strong urge to possess it. She immediately shook her head. She'd been a bandit for too long. She wanted everything she saw. The car drove in one direction, and as it drove, it seemed to have entered the countryside, or perhaps it was due to the roadblocks, but the ride became bumpy. Jiang Mian almost fell off, but luckily she grabbed onto a screw in time, preventing herself from being exposed. When the car finally stopped, Jiang Mian, who never gets carsick, experienced it for the first time. She felt nauseous, but managed to hold it in. It wasn't until the car door opened and a gust of wind carrying the smell of blood blew in that she felt some relief. Let alone a wind carrying the smell of blood, even excrement would make her. She couldn't possibly accept that. Chapter 514. Taking advantage of the others' inattention, Jiang Mian secretly jumped out of the car window. Looking at the crater, its depth unknown, Jiang Mian's heart pounded wildly. So many corpses, and my size has shrunk considerably now. So many corpses combined, TSK. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While the others weren't looking, Jiang Mian secretly slipped behind some equipment, concealing his figure and using a prop to hide his presence. Watching the trucks, one after another, carrying the corpses. The corpses were dumped into the deep pit like garbage. After being thrown in, their clothes were removed by specialists, then they were thrown into a large pool, washed, and then hung on hooks to be spun dry. After going through many complicated processes, the corpses were finally immersed in a super huge pool. The pool was filled with various seasonings. An unsuspecting person would think it was marinating some delicious meat. However, to be honest, it really was a delicacy in the eyes of those creatures. After all, they were cannibals. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian felt a little physically uncomfortable and silently turned her head away. As evening fell, the number of vehicles finally decreased, and those who had finished transporting their goods waited there, listening to their leader's incessant nagging. It seemed that one team was being reprimanded for bringing too few people. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Mian went to the large pool and silently jumped in. Looking at the corpses at her feet, she murmured, "Brothers, rest assured. I will never let you fall into the mouths of those wicked people. I will give you a peaceful resting place, so you can be laid to rest forever, no longer suffering their bullying and manipulation." Just hearing her words, one might truly believe she was incredibly devout and kind. After doing all this, she silently closed her eyes. As her spiritual energy gradually decreased, the number of human corpses in the pool also began to diminish. Jiang Mian realized she had overestimated herself. When she had collected half, she couldn't collect any more. The corpses she had collected into her spatial dimension were all buried under the serpent scale fruit tree. Furthermore, because there were too many corpses, the sapling couldn't absorb any more in time, so Jiang Mian simply threw it nearby. She didn't care when it would absorb them. She couldn't put these things into her static space. If she really put these corpses into her static space, would she still be able to eat anything else? Although they wouldn't mix with the food, it was processed human flesh, and the sight of it would be somewhat unsettling. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, Jiang Mian quickly injected herself with several doses of energy-restoring potions and swiftly collected all the corpses from the pool. Then, using her flight ability, she flew up and collected the corpses from the nearby pools one by one. By the time she finished collecting all the corpses, it was already getting light. And the guy who had been talking so eloquently still hadn't noticed that the things behind him had decreased. As for those he had reprimanded, they were all drowsy and completely ignored his words. Until someone opened his eyes due to a groggy state, looking at the pools with confusion. He rubbed his bulging eyelids, like a frog's eyes, and looked again. They really did seem empty. He immediately jumped up, leaping 3 meters high, no longer caring about his superior, and rushed to the pools. Boss, 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 something terrible has happened. Everyone's gone. The leader, interrupted from his reprimand, glared at the stuttering frog-like man. Turning his head, he didn't react at first glance, but upon seeing where the frog-like man was pointing, he immediately dashed out. He was so fast that Jiang Mian didn't even have time to react. Thankfully, she was in stealth mode. When he saw that the pools were truly empty, he flew into a rage. A hand slapped the frogman on the head, shouting, "Scream! What are you yelling about? Get someone to check the surveillance footage." Hearing there was surveillance footage, everyone felt reassured and rushed to the control room to check the footage. Jiang Mian had already escaped by this time. Of course. They heard them say they were checking the surveillance footage. Even if she could hide, these guys might have some high-tech equipment that could see her even when she was concealed. At a time like this, why not run? Stay there as a target. However, even if Jiang Mian wanted to leave now, she had to consider her abilities. Damn it, she traveled for almost 6 hours to get here. Now, who knew how long it would take her to get back alone? She could only use the crow's advantage to carry her through the sky at night. During the day, she had to hide the crow to avoid being discovered. And so, poor Jiang Mian traveled for 3 days before finally returning. Even more pitiful was the crow. Since arriving in this world, it seemed unable to defeat anyone. Even an ordinary bird in the sky could peck at it. Normally, it could easily sit on something and kill it. Therefore, the crow rarely ventured out except for essential occasions. This world was truly damaging to its confidence. To save trouble, Jiang Mian directly controlled the brain-eating worm to buy a ticket to the central city. By the time she returned, the ticket had already been approved. Jiang Mian directly controlled it to obtain the ticket and boarded the vehicle to the central city. Jiang Mian was surprised to find that 2 of her people were missing. After inquiring, she learned that someone had accused the 2 of murdering others, and they had been imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Good heavens, so there was a backup plan. No wonder so many people were sent to prison. Jiang Mian was helpless. He could only grieve the loss of 2 key figures. Right now, Jiang Mian sat inside his backpack, filled with various personal items, trying to appear like an ordinary person, packed with travel clothes and such, so as not to arouse suspicion. An empty backpack, with only Jiang Mian inside, even if nothing was visible, would definitely arouse suspicion. It was necessary to pack some odds and ends to make it seem foolproof. The car heading to the city center traveled quickly, without stopping along the way. This particular car seemed to be specifically for picking up people from this area. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination as dusk began to fall. Jiang Mian wiped her mouth. She had just had a wonderful dream in which she collected everything in the world, all of them gigantic. It was incredibly satisfying to use them. However, she felt a little lost after waking up. Chapter 515. After everyone got off the bus, Jiang Mian watched as they did so. Jiang Mian quickly steadied herself, minimizing her position, and then used some miscellaneous items to conceal herself. Then, upon entering the inner area, she underwent security screening. Having a ticket alone wasn't enough. She wondered why they were being so cautious. Had they learned their lesson before? Upon reaching that area, everyone was required to place their luggage on a machine that displayed images of the contents. Jiang Mian's expression changed. She wasn't entirely sure if the security scanner would reveal her. Taking advantage of the remaining time, The two exchanged a glance. The underling secretly unzipped her backpack, and Jiang Mian crawled out, clinging to him. Sure enough, the security scanner clearly captured even a skill card that Jiang Mian had tossed in. And this skill card was one she had specifically tested with her invisibility card. Fortunately, she didn't go inside. Meanwhile, her younger brother was being scanned by someone in protective gear. Jiang Mian was quite busy, running this way and that, afraid of being scanned. Thankfully, everything was safe. This kind of device wasn't as authoritative as a security scanner. Having barely escaped, Jiang Mian slipped inside again, while tidying up her things. She felt like a little mouse trying to escape a big city. After numerous checks, the two finally arrived at the outskirts of the city center. This was only the first checkpoint. To enter the innermost circular building, they would have to undergo even more checks. Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. She really didn't understand why there were so many checks. Suddenly, she remembered the encrypted information the person had written in the book. She seemed to understand. It was probably because someone had secretly infiltrated the area, hence the numerous screenings. Going further in would be difficult. The layers of checkpoints alone were enough to expose Jiang Mian. She frowned. If this continued, she feared it would be difficult to find a way to restore herself to normal. Thinking this, she looked at the towering structure in the distance. Now she had no choice but to take a gamble. Jiang Mian grabbed her younger brother, and the two of them went into the restroom. She closed her eyes and silently prayed that they wouldn't end up in a terrible place. The next second, the two of them appeared directly at a dining table. Yes, a dining table. It looked like someone was celebrating. The two of them had barged in, so conspicuously under everyone's gaze. Even the host of the banquet was overshadowed. Jiang Mian watched them, knives and forks in their hands, seemingly preparing for some grand feast. She wondered what they had teleported away. However, when Jiang Mian turned her head and saw what was on the other tables, she froze instantly. Her lips twitched violently. These people were truly perverted. She hadn't expected that after collecting so many corpses, there were still some left. And on top of the human bodies were some food. This utterly absurd? Jiang Mian never imagined she would utter such a sentence. Oh no, she was really going to get a sty. Jiang Mian patted her mount, signaling it to run. Once the group reacted, the two wouldn't be able to get far, even if they wanted to. The moment they moved, they were stopped. Who are you? How did you get in? What's your purpose? Did the media send you? Speak. The man had an air of official authority, leaving Jiang Mian stunned. The henchmen dealt with the others, while Jiang Mian slipped through a gap they had left. The banquet hall erupted into chaos. Jiang Mian wandered aimlessly, not knowing where to go. The book hadn't indicated where to find the device to restore a person to normal. There was no map or anything like that. She could only rely on luck. Just then, the guards inside seemed to notice the commotion outside and quickly assembled, heading towards the banquet hall. Jiang Mian squinted, looking in the direction they had come from. These guards were different from normal people, much taller than average, clearly alien beings. Their location must be their main camp, right? Thinking this, Jiang Mian started heading in that direction. Being shrunk had its downsides. Walking took her a long time, and she could only move forward little by little. At the fork in the road, she had to choose between two paths. Since the building was circular, she could eventually reach the end. An hour later. Looking at the wall before her, Jiang Mian fell silent. Something seemed off. Had her luck really been stolen away, leaving her so unlucky, always ending up in a dead end? Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly noticed the wall cave in, gradually inverting. She immediately hid in an inconspicuous corner, watching a group of strange creatures, with dead fish eyes, fish tails, and 2 legs, emerge, dressed in suits. As they walked out, they shook hands with one of them, or more accurately, shook his fin. Jiang Mian blinked, and a lyric suddenly popped into her head, a toad in golden armor. Ahem. Off topic, I shouldn't be thinking like that. Just as the door was about to close, Jiang Mian quickly slipped inside. As she went in, she saw someone pressing a button on the door to prevent it from closing. She glanced at it, confirmed the button's location, and memorized it. When Jiang Mian entered, she found the place resembled a desert prison. A pure white space filled with various instruments. For a moment, she couldn't discern their functions, and could only silently observe them. Most importantly, this was just the control panel. If she wanted to grow larger, she needed to find the operating range of the instruments. Otherwise, if she was too far from the instrument, wouldn't she be wasting her opportunity? And this opportunity was only once. If she missed it, she might have no choice but to risk returning to prison. Jiang Mian was conflicted. She really didn't dare to touch these things carelessly. Until her gaze fell on the poor little guy constantly pressing the button, a better idea suddenly came to her. Yes, she didn't understand, but this person in uniform must know. After all, he was one of the people here, he wasn't completely clueless. Otherwise, why would he be assigned such an important position? Chapter 516. Thinking this, Jiang Mian waited for her opportunity. She planned to eliminate him quickly when he was alone, then have the brain-eating worm parasitize him. Jiang Mian waited and waited, but the people still talking outside showed no sign of leaving. She wondered how they had so much stamina. These people always talk for a long time. Anyone who didn't know better would think something terrible had happened. Finally, a noise outside startled her awake. Jiang Mian immediately stood up and looked outside. To her disappointment, it wasn't just the guy who kept ringing the doorbell in the room, there was also a dead-eyed man in a suit. This dead-eyed man was saying something in a garbled, seemingly their own language. Jiang Mian didn't dare get too close, so she couldn't hear what they were saying. She waited and waited, and finally, on the second day, she saw the man, thin as a skeleton, alone. Jiang Mian knew she only had this one chance. If she seized it, she had a high probability of returning to her original form. If she missed it, she feared not only wouldn't be able to return, but she would also be arrested. Thinking this through, to be absolutely certain, Jiang Mian didn't head directly towards the skinny skeleton man. Instead, she deliberately lit some specially made sleeping incense in the space. Don't underestimate the shrunken incense, its power was considerable. Just as Jiang Mian lit it, she inadvertently inhaled a puff and felt drowsy. If she hadn't been wearing a gas mask, she probably would have already collapsed and fallen asleep. After lighting 3 more sticks of sleeping incense, the skeleton man finally yawned. Jiang Mian immediately perked up and walked towards the skeleton man. Confirming that he was already drowsy, Jiang Mian quietly released a large handful of brain-eating worms. There was no way around it. Shrinking your body had its downsides. Even the brain-eating worms had shrunk considerably. Luckily, this guy was just too thin, not brainless, otherwise, the brain-eating worms might not have been effective. The brain-eating worms began to crawl into the skeleton man's nasal cavity. To the skeleton man, these things were like dust. He could barely feel anything moving on his body. Moreover, he was still unconscious. Their mission was successful. They crawled in little by little, and Jiang Mian even used time acceleration, causing the skeleton's body to subconsciously react. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, preparing to eliminate him first if necessary after he woke up, then let the brain-eating worm parasitize him. At least some of his memories would be retained. Fortunately, the skeleton man didn't wake up, and Jiang Mian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, once she was truly under control, Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. What? You say you don't understand these things? Then how did you get in here? The skeleton man looked embarrassed. No. His memories tell me that he got this job because his bloodline is similar to someone from the previous generation. Under Jiang Mian's speechless expression, the skeleton man explained, because one of the creatures invading this place is the Blood Sea skeleton, and this skeleton is somewhat related to him, so he's always kept around to make money, and that's why it's been kept here. It's not that he doesn't understand at all, it's just that he's not very proficient at using some things. Sigh. Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh after hearing her underling's words. Sigh. Well, something's better than nothing, right? Finding other people is impossible now. That dead-eyed guy is a complete coward. He always has 2 bodyguards with him, no matter where he goes. Taking down 3 people at once is like climbing Mount Everest. Jiang Mian gritted her teeth, clinging to her last hope, and asked, you should know which device can make me grow bigger or smaller, right? Point it out. The skeleton man knew this, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to face his leader's surprise attack. He pointed to one of the devices and said, this is something that can control a person's size, but the size can't change too much, or you explode and die. Hearing this, Jiang Mian asked curiously, does changing too much size cause you to explode and die? The skeleton man looked blank. I don't know. I only listened to half of the lecture. I only know that you explode and die. I don't know anything else. Jiang Mian stopped abruptly, turning to look at the skeleton man. This guy was a complete slacker. Was this kind of thing something you could just listen to casually? At least you have to listen carefully. Jiang Mian sighed, and slapped her forehead. She shouldn't have chosen this guy as her host in the first place. Now, she was completely clueless, a total slacker. Most importantly, this guy didn't know which button made him bigger, and which made him smaller. Although the operation was simple, if he got it wrong, Jiang Mian would be finished. Jiang Mian stared at the skeleton man, suddenly falling silent. After a long while, Jiang Mian patted the skeleton man's leg. "Little brother, just this once, I'm counting on you." The little brother was incredibly nervous. He wanted to say, "Don't rely on me," because he felt utterly useless for inheriting this thing, and he was under immense pressure. Just before reaching the device, Jiang Mian suddenly stopped. She was still a little panicked. What if this thing really didn't work? Wouldn't she be finished? She reminded him again, "You must think carefully about which button makes it bigger and which makes it smaller. Remember?" The little brother, "I try." Jiang Mian, "Don't try. Those people will be back soon. What am I supposed to do if you try? We only have this one chance." The little brother looked at the two buttons in front of him, one red, one green. This wouldn't do. He was truly conflicted. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mian realized she only had two choices. She closed her eyes, quickly switched to her prophet skill, and activated it to see if she could foresee what was about to happen. Then, she saw her underling press the blue button, and her own body instantly began to shrink until she was the size of a mosquito. Jiang Mian almost froze. Good heavens! At her current size, dealing with ordinary people was difficult enough. If she really shrunk to the size of a mosquito, wouldn't she just die? What was the point of struggling? Thinking this, Jiang Mian suddenly shouted, "Press the red button. The red button makes you bigger." The underling, whose hand was on the blue button, immediately withdrew his finger, silently turned around, and pressed the red button. Chapter 517. The moment the red button was pressed, Jiang Mian felt changes begin to occur within her. It was as if long-dormant cells had suddenly become active. Immediately afterward, her body began to grow larger, stretching and elongating little by little. Once Jiang Mian returned to her original size, seeing her still holding member, she instantly switched places with it. Because her member suddenly disappeared, the button stopped, and it didn't enlarge her member, which made Jiang Mian breathe a sigh of relief. However, her relief was clearly premature. The next second, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire space. Jiang Mian, pulling her member along, was about to escape, but upon seeing so many instruments, she instantly stopped. Was running now too early? The next second, Jiang Mian's bandit instincts kicked in again, and she frantically began to collect everything into her spatial storage. Although she still didn't understand the function of those instruments, that didn't stop her from knowing they were valuable items, so she decided to take them all. After all, the two sides were mortal enemies. Just after she regained her normal form, a system notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for activating the next stage of the mission. Escape the hunting zone of an advanced civilization. Countdown, 19 days. Jiang Mian looked at the remaining time, her heart sinking. 19 days? Converting the time, wasn't that exactly the time it took her to escape from the desert prison? 11 days had already passed. If she didn't regain her normal form in time, it meant that for the past 19 days, she would be stuck in this world because she hadn't activated the next stage of the mission, never to return. Only now did Jiang Mian realize just how dangerous this world truly was. On the surface, the desert was already incredibly dangerous. And after escaping, one might think that as long as they evade the pursuit of those strangely looking people, everything will be fine. Many players, perhaps relying on their smaller size for easier evasion, never considered returning to their normal form. However, it was precisely because of this that they fell into the trap of this world. The real danger wasn't the strangely looking creatures. More accurately, while they were part of the danger, the most serious problem was the difficulty in finding a way to return to normal. Therefore, they would remain trapped here, until finally, even if they returned to normal, they wouldn't be able to find a way to escape this world within the limited time available. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian felt a chill run down her spine. If it weren't for her control over Zhang Xiao, she would probably have been grateful for her small size, and overlooked this fact. It was precisely because she knew that Zhang Xiao had returned to a normal size after leaving prison, while her current size was abnormal, that she had become suspicious. Furthermore, the system hadn't given any prompts or contacted her, so she decided to give it a try. Unexpectedly, her caution saved her life once again. Now, with only 19 days left, facing this world, she had no idea how to escape. She had absolutely no clue. After all, aside from the accidents that happened on the 8th of every month, there didn't seem to be anything more terrifying in this place. So, this was the point everyone overlooked. Subconsciously, they all categorized the world as safe and without danger. However, this wasn't the time to think about that. Her most important task now was to evade the guards, who would come running at the sound of their voices. Jiang Mian was no longer the short woman she once was. She had returned to her normal size. Therefore, she was confident she could take down the guards. However, upon seeing the dense crowd, Jiang Mian decided to retract her earlier statement. It seemed she couldn't defeat them yet. At this point, what was she waiting for? Of course, she should run as far as she could. After seeing her boss run, her henchman quickly followed. Seeing him follow, Jiang Mian immediately gave him a wink. Why are you following me? In this situation, we should split up and distract the pursuers. The henchman said paused for a few seconds, attracted enough people, and then turned and ran across the intersection. Seeing the two separate, the pursuers pointed at them and shouted, "Bring back this traitor and the intruder." They're in cahoots. This traitor must have brought this woman here. Only he has that kind of power. Once we bring them back, I report them to Lord Yuming. His direct subordinates dared to betray us. This man seemed to be the leader. The others agreed with him, nodding and then chasing after the two. Jiang Mian looked at the pursuers behind her and couldn't help but smile. If everyone were chasing her, she might not be able to resist, but with only this few, they were seriously underestimating her. Her confidence returned. Seeing Jiang Mian stop, these people assumed she was about to surrender and sneered at her. "Heh! Ron? You're still running? You dared to hook up with that skinny skeleton guy, making him disobey orders to restore you to your original form. Just wait for your punishment. Don't waste your breath on her. She's just an escaped prisoner. Capturing her will not only earn us merit, but also give us leverage over Yuming, allowing our faction to rise even higher." These people didn't mince words, seemingly believing Jiang Mian was already trapped, so they openly revealed their ulterior motives right in front of her. Jiang Mian couldn't suppress a smile. She didn't know whether to call these people stupid or naive. Jiang Mian was too lazy to waste any more words with them. With a wave of her hand, a long knife instantly appeared in her hand. She looked at them as if they were already dead. Jiang Mian knew these people hadn't even gone inside to check the equipment. If they knew he'd stolen it, they'd be even more furious, probably chopping him to pieces rather than leaving him a whole corpse. Since the two sides were already mortal enemies, there was no need to show any mercy. They could go straight to the point of shouting and killing. When those people saw a knife appear out of thin air in Jiang Mian's hand, their eyes narrowed instantly. A superhuman? They exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Do these superhumans know where they came from? If they did, they'd probably be so angry they commit suicide. As they said this, one of them looked at Jiang Mian with a mocking gaze, raised his chin, and said smugly, "Hey, kid, do you know where your superpower came from?" Chapter 518. Jiang Mian, seeing that he seemed about to reveal some secret, didn't want to rush to kill him. Instead, she cooperatively asked, "What do you want to say?" "I won't believe your nonsense." Her indignant expression successfully amused the others. "Ha ha ha. Let you die knowing why. Your world is just an ordinary world. Forget superpowers. There aren't even any beings with high combat strength. They just use guns that fire small iron bullets. Utterly useless. They only got lucky, and our planet was chosen. Only after your human women were sent to us, and mated with us, did they gain your so-called superpowers. Didn't you realize that it's very difficult for ordinary people to produce superpowered beings through mating? If you want to defy fate, you still need to rely on us, these generous alien beings." At this point, the group burst into laughter, as if telling a very funny story, using every means to belittle ordinary people. Jiang Mian looked at them, seeing the same way they were bullies in school, always wanting to see the fear, resentment, and bitterness in the hearts of the victims. However, Jiang Mian didn't show the expression they wanted to see. Instead, she was quite intrigued. She looked these inhuman, ghostly figures up and down, and asked curiously, "It's really strange that women would be interested in people as ugly as you. Could it be that they were all forced?" These people, mocked by a human they looked down upon, were instantly enraged. How could they, who always revered bloodlines, bear this? Suddenly someone, for reasons unknown, offered an explanation. "A bunch of ignorant humans. What do you know? Our ancestor was incredibly heroic, and we are the third generation, so naturally not all of us inherited his genes. It's all your fault, you despicable humans, that caused our genes to decline so much. Otherwise, we too would possess the same powerful strength as our ancestor, revitalizing our planet." The others, though somewhat confused, understood the general meaning, praise for the ancestor. Hearing their words, Jiang Mian couldn't help but rub her forehead. These guys really seemed like humans, who had failed at evolution. Why did they answer every question? So naive. Fine, fine, your ancestors were incredibly powerful, so what? No matter what you say, didn't you all come from the wombs of women you look down on? If you don't want that, then have your own babies. You have such advanced technology, your offspring should be able to survive. These words immediately enraged the group. Not everyone was so stupid. Some realized Jiang Mian was trying to trick them into revealing information. So, they charged at Jiang Mian, shouting back to the others, "Why are you wasting so much time talking to her? She's just a human. You actually started chatting with her, telling her so many secrets. If you don't kill her, and she gets released, you're all dead?" Upon hearing this, the others immediately reacted and rushed towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian watched this scene, sighing as she looked at the oddly shaped creature. Luckily, this guy was somewhat clever, otherwise, she probably would have stripped them naked. However, he wasn't very smart after all. If he were truly clever, why would he have gone first, instead of letting the others go first, and then reaping the benefits? As the creature's head fell to the ground, Jiang Mian's confidence returned. My own body is still the best. Thinking back to how shrunk so much before, everything was inconvenient. Even dealing with ordinary people was a struggle. Now, unlike before, a few moves were all it took to take the enemy's head. When the pursuers saw that Jiang Mian had killed their own men so easily, they didn't think of running away or reporting back. Instead, they glared at Jiang Mian with hatred, as if she had forced her entire family into it. Jiang Mian felt a chill run down her spine under that gaze. She shrugged and continued her attack. During this time, her supernatural abilities flew about, and she thoroughly tested all of their powers. A constant tinkling sound rang in her ears, the system notifications indicating she was copying abilities. Looking at these people's abilities, Jiang Mian sighed speechlessly. What kind of abilities were these? They looked so useless. Tail-cutting survival, gecko exclusive, humans cannot use. Flying tongue, a tongue with its own thoughts, humans are prohibited from using. Superb jumping ability, humans cannot use. Size control, a certain part can be changed at will, another part cannot be used. Humans cannot use. Good grief, all these abilities, no matter what they were, always had the words humans cannot use after them. Jiang Mian was speechless. Even if she were offered this ability, she wouldn't use it. If she simply copied these abilities onto herself, she'd probably make her opponents laugh to death instead of kill them in battle. A truly unique attack. After all, these guys have such ugly faces, even their actions are somewhat comical, let alone her, a human. For her, these actions would be even more unacceptable. Jiang Mian kicked away a toad-like creature that had suddenly attacked her face. Most importantly, this guy had a bunch of pustules on his head. She didn't dare kick his head, only his stomach. Even then, she couldn't prevent the pustules from exploding, releasing fumes comparable to sulfuric acid. Jiang Mian staggered back several steps, her brows furrowing in disgust. Looking at the spot where the toad had fallen, Jiang Mian released a ball of fire, deciding she didn't want to fight him in close combat anymore. She wondered how the people around him could stand him. Weren't they afraid of being sprayed with his stench if they even touched him? Besides this toad, what Jiang Mian found even more unbearable was a creature that constantly emitted foul-smelling farts. She couldn't even tell what it was. It made her eyes burn. The air was filled with this stench. It was a double-edged sword, harming both sides. Even his teammates couldn't open their eyes because of the smell, so you could imagine how strong it was. Jiang Mian squinted, watching the creature stick its rear end up again. She instantly appeared in front of him and kicked him, sending him flying over 10 meters. Along with his flying body came a sharpened wooden stake, which pierced through his body. Now, everyone was finally free from that indescribable, unpleasant odor. When these people witnessed Jiang Mian's ruthlessness and mercilessness, as well as his extraordinary fighting prowess, they all began to have second thoughts. However, they hesitated because of their previous arrogance and the things they had revealed earlier. They dared not back down now, but stared intently at Jiang Mian while sending out distress messages to the others. Now they could only pray that rescue would arrive in time. Chapter 519. Jiang Mian naturally knew what they were waiting for, but that didn't mean she would give them the chance. Waiting for rescue? That would depend on her consent. By the time she dealt with these people, half an hour had passed, and during that time, no one had come to their aid. This proved that her brain-eating worm underling had performed a crucial role. He had probably exhausted all his strength to hold off those people. In fact, Jiang Mian was right. Knowing he couldn't defeat such a large group, his underling naturally used the route he often took to avoid trouble to escape. Those who followed him were completely outmaneuvered, running for almost half an hour before someone finally realized why they had been following the skeleton man instead of surrounding the area. That way, they would have saved themselves trouble and wouldn't have had to follow the skeleton man anymore. By the time they realized what had happened, they had successfully captured the skeleton man and were preparing to interrogate him. As soon as they placed their hands on the man, the skeleton collapsed to the ground, motionless. They were startled and quickly stepped back. They strongly suspected he was faking an accident. They immediately went forward to touch his face and check his breathing, but this guy was truly dead. Although they liked to call him Skinny Skeleton, he actually looked human, just extremely thin. His entire body was nothing but skin and bones. He was as thin as a skeleton, which was why they called him that, but that didn't mean he was actually dead. What are we going to do? This is Lord Yoming's trusted confidant. If he dies at our hands, how can we explain ourselves? From this man's words, it was clear they weren't thinking about claiming credit anymore, but about how to shirk responsibility. However, the others naturally understood his meaning and shook their heads, backing away to try and distance themselves. I don't know. I didn't touch him at all. You were the only one who was so eager, grabbing him and scaring him to death. Hearing this, the one who had initially grabbed the man became furious, staring at the other man and coldly saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't touch him. Didn't you see him?" However, not only the man he was staring at shook his head, but everyone else did too, clearly indicating they hadn't seen him. Now, the guy who had been unjustly accused felt like jumping off the cliff to his death. He was truly wronged, more wronged than Do-e in this world. Because he had done nothing, why was he being treated like this? Only the wronged know how innocent they truly are. Even the one who felt betrayed didn't notice the slight itch on his hand. The brain-eating worms crawling out of the skeleton man's body, tiny as grains of rice, vigorously scrambled towards him. The boss had told them to act according to the situation. If an opportunity arose, they should change bodies. However, given their current size, who knew how long it would take to change bodies? Although frustrated, he still had to obey the boss's orders. Ultimately, these people had no choice but to obediently take the skeleton man's corpse away and hand it over to their superiors for a decision. Meanwhile, the others who received the distress call had no choice but to head towards the location where the message was last sent. However, when they arrived, they found nothing at all, not even a few bloodstains on the ground. After exchanging glances, they decisively decided to check the surveillance footage. The footage showed a cloaked figure swiftly killing all their men and, with a vengeful air, collecting all their corpses. They were now filled with both anger and relief. Relieved that they hadn't chosen to pursue a monster who appeared to be an ordinary human, but whose actual combat power rivaled that of a first-generation powerhouse. What infuriated them was that this human dared to kill their companion and take the body away. Did she intend to eat them? Did these people have no sense of respect or hierarchy? Most importantly, how were they supposed to report this to their superiors? Were they supposed to be routed by an ordinary human, fleeing in disarray without even finding a single survivor? Or were they supposed to tell their superiors that they were careless? Neither explanation would work. They would definitely be punished. At this moment, they truly hated themselves for meddling. Why didn't everyone else step in and take on this hot potato? However, these people forgot that many had clamored to come, but they were afraid of taking responsibility for the death of the skinny skeleton, so they had openly and secretly bullied others to obtain this opportunity. Jiang Mian had no idea what those people were thinking. She had successfully escaped, but her initial henchmen had been dismembered and eaten. However, they were only eating the corpses of her henchmen. The real henchmen might have changed appearances. There were gains and losses. The only thing that made Jiang Mian uneasy was that the entire central city had been sealed off after this incident. Those inside couldn't get out, while those outside could come in at any time, but the inside was already sealed off. Yes, those people had chosen to seal it off directly. It seemed that after reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered that Jiang Mian's abilities were somewhat special, so they directly sealed off everyone else's abilities. Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. This scene was very similar to those about to be imprisoned. These players had suddenly appeared in the desert prison, so they still retained their original abilities. If they were in this sealed-off situation like them, they naturally wouldn't be able to use their abilities either. Jiang Mian tried it out, and aside from her own abilities being unusable, the items in her spatial storage were still functional, which reassured her somewhat. She couldn't help but frown. The streets were teeming with guards. She rarely saw so many, but now she realized they truly made up the majority. Those recruiting guards didn't seem to be hiring ordinary people, only those with unusual appearances and animalistic features, whom they seemed to refer to as generations. These ordinary guards were probably third or fourth generation. That's how it was here. The hierarchy was based on bloodline. Ancestor, first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation, and so on. The further down the line, the thinner the bloodline, and the more like a normal person they became. However, despite their appearance, these people didn't find it strange. Instead, they looked at those swaying, unsteady figures with envy. Jiang Mian even overheard the people around her discussing them. I really envy their luck. They actually managed to awaken such good genes. I wish my child could awaken such good genes too. Sigh, who can argue with that? I wonder if they even need a wife. I could send my daughter there. If the child born is just like theirs, that would be wonderful. Then we wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Chapter 520. Hearing these mind-blowing words, Jiang Mian couldn't hold back any longer. She glanced at her two middle-aged best friends and silently moved away from them. Good heavens, the greed on their faces was practically written all over their faces. She wondered who their daughter was, and how unlucky she was. However, in this world that had been poisoned for hundreds of years, it seemed everyone believed that having more children was good, and they wanted to exceed the quota by having even more. Jiang Mian was curious. With such a large population, were there really no children born from inbreeding? If it were inbreeding, and then combined with the genes of those alien species, what would they look like? By the way, how could the genes of alien species combine with humans? Weren't humans and them genetically separated? Tsk. Jiang Mian shook her head helplessly, and then limped back to her home. Yes, she was now a cripple who was often beaten and scolded by her husband. After everyone behind her had disappeared from sight, Jiang Mian continued limping as she returned home. Yes, the husband inside, seeing his wife return empty-handed, flew into a rage. A makeshift ashtray made from a mineral water bottle was hurled directly at Jiang Mian. The murky water inside, mixed with the ashtray, created a nauseating smell. Jiang Mian instinctively dodged the attack, successfully enraging the man. The man instantly deflated like an inflated balloon, about to explode. You wretched woman, what do you mean? I told you to go out and buy groceries and cook, and you came back empty-handed. Where's the money? Did you give it to your old flame again? Listening to the man's indiscriminate and abusive language, Jiang Mian shook her head helplessly. Although she had noticed the woman's lack of will to live when she initially wanted to take her place, she hadn't expected her husband to be such a monster. The strangest thing was that this woman had no children. The main reason was that the man was infertile, which prevented them from fulfilling the goals set by their superiors. As punishment after their marriage, the woman had one leg cut off, and the man had one hand cut off. This made it clear to everyone that they were disabled and unable to have children. They endured over a decade of cold stares from others. Perhaps they were truly in love at first, but after being punished for this, the man's temper became increasingly volatile. Since the woman genuinely loved him, over time, she became his outlet for venting his frustrations. Whenever the man was unhappy, he would attack and verbally abuse the woman, hurling all sorts of vulgarities, and physical violence was commonplace. The neighbors next door had to fall asleep to the sound of their arguments every night, occasionally punctuated by the woman's piercing screams. This situation led other neighbors to mistakenly believe that the woman was infertile, and the man loved her too much, so this was his only way to vent his frustrations. But who knew that it was actually the man who was infertile? Seeing that this man was about to hit her again, no, it should be said that he was about to hit the woman again. Jiang Mian, though using the woman's identity, didn't want to actually be beaten. She clearly had a better way. Why choose a path of no return? The man rushed over, about to attack, when she grabbed his hand and hid it inside her trouser leg, revealing her perfectly intact legs, leaving the man stunned. He quickly realized this wasn't his wife, and tried to cry for help, but Jiang Mian immediately covered his mouth. After tying him up, Jiang Mian sat on a chair she had brought out herself. The sofa was too dirty for her to sit on. Looking at the finally quiet room, Jiang Mian, to be absolutely sure, found some audio on her phone, arguments from the internet, and after frequency conversion, started playing it in the room. Jiang Mian put on earplugs and, watching the bound man, took out a brain-eating worm and placed it near his head, letting the worm try to burrow in. The man couldn't see what she was doing, but he could feel something crawling on his head. The dense, wriggling sensation sent a chill down his spine. He desperately wanted to ask this strange woman what she had done to him, but with his mouth gagged, he couldn't make a sound and could only sob and beg for help. He hoped the woman would take pity on him and spare him. However, it was all just wishful thinking. Jiang Mian lay comfortably on the bed she had prepared, showing no interest in the man. In her eyes, he was already dead, utterly useless. Then, Jiang Mian began wandering around the central city. Those people would never expect Jiang Mian to have such a destitute identity, so they didn't investigate that aspect. Their main focus was on those who had entered the central city recently. She didn't suspect the presence of long-term tenants. Therefore, despite the apparent tension outside, it didn't actually affect Jiang Mian. She continued to go out and gather information as usual. Unfortunately, she didn't find anything useful. Time seemed to be passing quickly, and other players didn't seem to be giving it much thought. Some even thought the system would eventually end the mission, so they weren't in a hurry. Only players like Jiang Mian, who were frequently tricked, understood how shameless the system could be. Jiang Mian searched for a long time, but besides learning about the origins of those alien creatures, she found nothing else. Just as Jiang Mian was about to go home after another fruitless day, unbeknownst to her, someone had already followed her. Jiang Mian opened the door, and was furious at her quiet husband. Helplessly, she played the sounds of domestic violence again to appease the neighbors. In truth, if it weren't for needing a man to deal with the security guards, who came to investigate, she wouldn't have kept him around at all. For this reason, the brain-eating amoeba that parasitized the man was quite lazy, usually closing its eyes to rest unless the boss called it. Otherwise, it would never wake up and get in the boss's way. The person behind her reached the door, intending to listen carefully to what was happening inside, when they heard a woman's high-pitched scream. This was immediately followed by the sound of things being smashed. Even from the outside, one could tell how intense the commotion was. Just as the person's hand touched the doorknob, they suddenly saw the neighbor next door open the door, as if to join in the fun, seemingly already used to the noise from next door, even holding a handful of sunflower seeds. Chapter 521. Seemingly noticing the presence of a stranger, the man gestured for the person preparing to open the door to come over. The woman looked at the handsome young man with curiosity, her face full of gossip. "Who are you in there? It doesn't seem appropriate to go in at this time. That man's time to vent has come. If you go in, it won't be very good." The man was taken aback, looking at the woman, who was eating sunflower seeds with confusion. "What do you mean?" The woman spat out the sunflower seed shells, her face showing she found someone juicy, and said with a smile, "Let me tell you, this woman in this family is really unlucky. Everyone says the man is devoted, marrying a hen that can't lay eggs, but only I know that it's actually the man who can't have children. But because the woman loves this man, she's been bearing this stigma. TSK, this woman is really stupid. She should have spoken out about this, otherwise she would have broken her leg." The woman's mouth was like a machine gun, rattling off a lot, and he didn't even need to ask to know what was going on inside. Although he knew the woman inside wasn't the one he imagined, perhaps she was just using the identity of the person inside. The noise from inside, coupled with the gossiping of the neighbors, annoyed the man. Seeing the woman still unable to resist gossiping, he instantly became irritated. "All right, stop talking. That man is my brother." With that one sentence, he successfully shut the woman's curious mouth. She sheepishly withdrew from the gossip frenzy, and silently returned home. She inwardly sighed at her bad luck. How did she end up gossiping about someone's family? Having finally gotten rid of the woman, Qian Yuan opened Jiang Mian's door without even knocking. Jiang Mian was leisurely sitting in a rocking chair when she suddenly saw the door open. She reacted instantly, and quickly put the rocking chair away. Accompanying the sound of the door opening was something emitting a silver light flying in, along with a teasing voice. "Sister, your husband is getting more and more pathetic." The brain-eating worm, who had been lying on the sofa pretending to be a corpse, also reacted. Just as it was about to get into a fighting stance, a dart was thrown directly into the man's head. The brain-eating worm controlled its eyes to roll around once, then expressionlessly pulled the dart out of its head, and tilted its head to look at its boss. It was a little confused. Was it playing dead or protecting its boss? Seeing this strange behavior, Qian Yuan instantly realized, "Brain-eating worm? Sister, you're really amazing. You can even tame something like that." Jiang Mian frowned at him. "What are you doing here?" Qian Yuan looked at Jiang Mian with a hurt expression. "Sister, do you really not want to see me? I'm so sad." Jiang Mian's frown deepened. "Can't you talk to me normally? Don't pretend, just say what you mean, don't beat around the bush." Qian Yuan pouted. "Okay, I just wanted to ask sister if there's any way to leave here? Actually, I already found you, but you were so clever, you escaped during the chaos, leaving me alone to face all the chaos. I'm really sad." Seeing Jiang Mian about to draw her large cleaver, Qian Yuan immediately became serious. Sister, I want to cooperate with you. Don't you also want to leave this world? Me too. Instead of going it alone and not finding a good solution, why don't we cooperate? Jiang Mian looked at Qian Yuan. Cooperation was possible, but there were some questions she had wanted to ask for a long time. What exactly was that drop of blood you left in my body in that world? Why can't the system detect it? Qian Yuan blinked. Sister, kiss me, and I tell you. Saying this, Qian Yuan closed her eyes and waited quietly. Slap. Splat. A slap landed directly on Qian Yuan's face. Now, Qian Yuan looked aggrieved, touching her face, looking sullen. However, Jiang Mian was even more speechless. Seeing that she was about to get angry, Qian Yuan immediately became serious. It's simple. That's my ability. Using blood as a medium, I can also give you the ability to control others. The puppet's ability means that, sister, you won't need to use those dangerous brain-eating worms anymore. You can directly control others with your own blood. That way, it's foolproof, and those people will never betray you. Jiang Mian looked at Qian Yuan, confirming that he was serious, but she had the ability to copy, so she didn't need his kindness at all. You didn't seem to tell me that when controlling someone, if your puppet dies, you will also suffer a backlash and feel the same pain. Qian Yuan nodded. Yes, what's wrong? You just need to discard the puppet before it dies, then you won't feel the pain. Jiang Mian was speechless. What he said made perfect sense. It was just that the puppets they controlled were of different levels. Jiang Mian usually controlled the more important players, rarely controlling ordinary people. She felt controlling ordinary people was too troublesome, especially since they didn't have much combat power, and wasting blood wasn't worthwhile. But she hadn't expected this method. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, and asked the question she most wanted to know. Will that drop of blood allow you to control me? As she asked this question, she immediately activated telepathy, wanting to hear Qian Yuan's thoughts. No, my sister said, she doesn't like me controlling you, so I won't do that. He looked serious, as if he truly meant it. However, what he really thought was, I want to, but I can't control you, so I have to settle for second best. So, this guy was indeed two-faced, but after realizing he couldn't control her, Jiang Mian relaxed. She gestured to the sofa inside, indicating that Qian Yuan should sit down. However, Qian Yuan looked at the dirt and the burn holes from cigarette butts on the sofa, his face full of disgust, and refused to sit there. He quickly declined, saying, No, I rather stand and listen to your lecture, sister. Jiang Mian knew this boy was doing it on purpose. This guy was like a teenage boy, always trying to tease her and assert his presence. She was used to it, and wasn't really disgusted. Since he wasn't willing to sit, Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't deliberately expose her personal space for him. Instead, she said, Tell me, what did you discover when you asked me to cooperate this time? Or is it something you can't solve on your own? Qian Yuan blinked, and told her about the problems he was facing, without hiding anything, showing his complete trust in Jiang Mian. Chapter 522. Jiang Mian successfully grasped the key point. You mean, you found a way to leave this place? Qian Yuan nodded obediently. Yes, but I can't beat that strange guy. Especially now that my abilities are sealed, I can't beat him at all. Jiang Mian asked curiously, Is it that person called Ancestor? Yes, he was one of the first beings to arrive on this planet. Everyone calls him Ancestor. But this guy is quite powerful. He actually tried to conquer this earth by altering genes, and suddenly, he actually succeeded. Jiang Mian wasn't curious about that. She was more curious about the way Qian Yuan had mentioned to leave. Why do we need to find it? What does our way out have to do with it? Qian Yuan laughed and said, Yes, of course it does. Not only does it have a connection, but a very strong one. After all, we leave the same way they came. Jiang Mian instantly realized, You mean, let them take their city center? The city center? I always called it a spaceship. It's something like that. Since they came in a spaceship, we can take it away too. However, Jiang Mian looked at him strangely. Can you fly one? If this guy can't fly a spaceship, then everything he's saying is just castles in the air. Completely useless, right? But Qian Yuan smiled happily. Of course I can't fly one. After all, my sister has watched me grow up since I was little. Doesn't she know perfectly well what I can and can't do? Here it comes again, that pretentious tone again. She didn't know why, but Qian Yuan always liked to be serious for a moment, then turn into this weirdo again. Jiang Mian really couldn't help but want to punch him. Qian Yuan realized he'd gone a bit too far with his joke, and immediately changed his tune, saying, Stop, stop, stop. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I have a way, I have a way. He straightened his clothes with a serious expression before continuing, well, you know, we just need to go straight to the heart of the matter. Control that so-called ancestor, and then I make him give orders to his underlings to take the spaceship away. That way, wouldn't we complete this stage of the mission? He even blinked hard as he finished speaking. However, Jiang Mian wasn't buying it, and shoved the guy trying to take advantage of her away with a punch. Very well, all of this is based on the premise that we can find the ancestor. If we can't, how can we possibly see him given our identities? Have you considered that? Qian Yuan nodded. Yes, of course I have. It's precisely because we're trapped in the central city that escaping to find a way out is definitely impossible. Let's not even talk about whether we can actually find a way out from here. Even if we do find one, how long will it take? The costs and uncertainties of these next few days are too great. I don't like doing things that aren't certain. So you're thinking of using this as a pretext to find a hidden spaceship in the central city, the tool the ancestor used to come, and leave, right? Qian Yuan nodded, snapped his fingers, and praised, Sister, you're so smart. Stop. Jiang Mian held out her hand, silencing him. Could you please stop calling me sister all the time? In terms of actual age, you seem to be 2 years older than me. We only interacted twice. There's no need for you to act so intimately with me. Seeing Qian Yuan about to say something more, Jiang Mian, as if anticipating it, quickly stopped him. Don't give me that. We had a wedding ceremony, and you know exactly what it was like back then. We only agreed to it because we were forced to. So, in conclusion, you're not allowed to call me sister anymore. I have my own younger brother, and he won't have any ulterior motives towards me. So, could you please use a different term of address from now on? Qian Yuan's face stiffened. Just when Jiang Mian thought he was angry and wouldn't bother her anymore, he acted completely differently. Actually, Jiang Mian really admired his shamelessness. Even after she had been so blunt, he could still smile and agree. Okay. So what should I call you? Wife? Amian? Baby? Seeing that he was serious for only 2 seconds before starting to ramble again, Jiang Mian kicked him in the leg. She said coldly, Don't you know my name? Just call me by my name. I hate it when unfamiliar people call me by such intimate terms, understand? Qian Yuan was actually a little hurt by this, but out of helplessness he nodded. Okay, I understand, Sister Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, knowing this guy wouldn't behave, and simply stopped trying to correct him on the topic of address. Getting back to the point, Jiang Mian looked at him seriously. You know our abilities are all sealed now, but as the originator of this whole mess, will his abilities be sealed too? After all, he brought this thing here. It's normal for it to have some hidden function. So what if we attack it only to find out it has superpowers? Wouldn't we just become toys in his hands? Qian Yuan nodded. He knew what Jiang Mian was worried about, but he had already arranged everything. He explained, Don't worry, I have connections elsewhere, and can find a way to seal that originator's abilities. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, asking curiously, How can you guarantee that? Qian Yuan smiled, and pulled up a figure from the device in his hand. The man was bound in the dimly lit room. Qian Yuan pointed at him and said, This is the man I encountered before. He has some unique abilities, but he's incredibly lucky. It took many people to capture him. Coincidentally, his luck seemed to have run out, which allowed me to capture him. From him, I learned some other information. It turns out that there were several other people known as the first generation who came with that ancestor. However, they didn't possess the ancestor's intellect and martial prowess, so they formed their own faction. They possessed the prison system, the very thing that initially trapped us. The prison system also has the function of sealing other people's abilities. Once we obtain this, we can directly cover the city center. Then, we won't have to worry about that ancestor having any additional strength to fight us. Hearing this, Jiang Mian agreed, but the question remained, how could they leave the city center and get outside? Chapter 523. Qian Yuan smiled confidently after hearing her question. I naturally arranged that. Don't worry, I have people. That evening, Jiang Mian fell silent. She pointed at the things on the ground, looking at Qian Yuan in disbelief. This is what you call having people? You'd be better off without them. Qian Yuan's face stiffened. He hadn't expected this, but he still stubbornly said, Oh, so what? It's just a garbage truck, right? That way we can leave here safely. Hearing this, Jiang Mian slapped her forehead. She shouldn't have believed Qian Yuan. Anyway, Jiang Mian couldn't possibly fit in that garbage truck. The smell inside was just too pungent. She swore she wasn't a picky person, but now she had to be. She really didn't want to be with some garbage. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, but the pungent smell made her almost nauseous. Seeing her like this, Qian Yuan simply pulled her away. Well, let's find another way to get around. This place is really pushing our mental limits. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes at him and slapped his hand away. Is there any other way? Don't waste time. Let's just go in. We can always wash off the smell after we escape. With that, Jiang Mian mentally prepared herself, putting on a protective suit and a gas mask, and then stood on tiptoe in the garbage heap. Seeing this, Qian Yuan followed her onto the garbage truck. Actually, Qian Yuan also disliked the smell, but he really couldn't think of a better way to leave. Now, only garbage trucks with a strong odor are allowed to pass. Other items are usually checked several times. However, just when they thought they could leave the city unscathed, they were stopped. At the city gate, some people, seemingly suffering from facial tics, sniffed the air intensely like dogs. After smelling the odor, although somewhat disgusted, they still dutifully stepped forward. Stop! What are you doing? You can't leave the city now, don't you know? The sanitation worker, driving the garbage truck, stopped, was taken aback. Pointing to the pile of trash behind him, he said, Brother, can't you smell this stench? This is a garbage truck. Do I have to be checked? It's never been checked before. There definitely won't be any problems this time. However, the guard gave him a cold look and shoved him aside. Whether there's a problem or not isn't up to you to decide. It's something we have to check to determine. If you say there's no problem, then there's no problem. But if someone gets out, can you take responsibility for the consequences? The sanitation worker, I can. His eyes were incredibly firm as he said this, but his legs were trembling uncontrollably, which amused the guard. You're just a sanitation worker. What can you take responsibility for? Your life? The sanitation worker, that's right. If there's someone in here, I give you my life. The guard clearly saw that this guy wasn't that smart, and pushed him aside impatiently, saying, Stop babbling. I think you're just trying to stall for time so the person hiding inside can escape. The sanitation worker stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing the guard about to open the garbage truck door, he quickly tried to stop him, saying, No. Don't open it. If you open it, I have a hard time cleaning up. This is garbage I've been carrying for ages. If you mess it up, you'll be cleaning it up later. However, the people present completely ignored him. Seeing his attempt to stop them, they immediately attacked. How could an elderly man be a match for these people? He was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back, and could only lie on the ground, groaning in pain. The two people hiding inside the garbage truck looked at each other in dismay. They hadn't even passed the first checkpoint, they were still in the city center, their powers hadn't recovered, and they had no way to escape. Seeing the group of people outside getting closer and closer, their hands already on the valve, Qian Yuan pulled Jiang Mian, intending to force their way out. However, Jiang Mian stopped him. Don't rush. Creak. Whoosh. As the garbage truck door opened, the cram-full load of trash slid out, burying the unsuspecting guard, who hadn't even had time to react. The others, some suppressing their laughter, others watching with amusement, didn't rush to rescue their teammate. Once most of the trash had fallen, the others finally checked on the situation inside. The sanitation worker lying on the ground looked visibly shaken. He only taken bribes, which was why he risked everything to do this. He might lose his life, but he had a family. Who knows what's gotten into these guards today? They never opened the car door to check before, but today they insisted. He wanted to run away, but it was too late. His face was ashen as he watched the guards turn back after their inspection. He closed his eyes, quietly awaiting his final judgment. His heart, which had been awaiting death, was interrupted by unexpected words. All right, old man, stop pretending to be dead. Clean up the garbage you dumped on the ground and get out of here. As they spoke, these men covered their distinctive noses and waved them away in disgust. The man who had initially opened the car door and been submerged in garbage had already passed out. These men were specially trained, their noses were exceptionally sensitive. Being so close to the garbage, it was normal for them to be overcome by the stench. The old man shakily got up. Looking at the mess on the ground, he dared not say anything more, only muttering curses under his breath, but he cleaned up quite quickly. He had no choice, he dared not be slow. Those people were scrutinizing him, and if he slowed down even a fraction, he'd probably get another beating. Luckily, technology was advanced. The robotic arm of the garbage truck could easily reload all the trash. However, the spilled liquids were truly irretrievable. Even after the old man left, a stench lingered, making the people want to vomit. The old man was also puzzled. Where were the two people who had gotten into his truck? They suddenly vanished. He hadn't seen the truck door open either. The two people everyone was concerned about were now shrunk to the size of an ant, nestled inside one of the cans, silently watching the other, their faces filled with helplessness. After passing the first checkpoint, the truck quickly arrived at the second. The people here weren't so rude. After a quick scan, they let the old man go. Chapter 524. The old man didn't dare stop for a moment, continuing along his usual route to the garbage station. He then proceeded with the normal procedure, controlling the vehicle and dumping the garbage. During this time, he glanced around but didn't see the two living people at all. Although the old man was puzzled, he didn't dare say anything. After finishing, he silently left. He had already received his payment. Whether the two people lived or died was none of his concern. Jiang Mian was dizzy from the sudden shaking. When she came to her senses, she found herself inside a container. After climbing out, she saw a huge cat's head. Jiang Mian was puzzled. What was this little cat doing? Why was it staring at her? Suddenly, the cat extended its barbed tongue and licked Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian immediately reacted and quickly jumped away. The cat glanced at Jiang Mian, then ignored her, continuing to lick the food can she had been sitting on. Only when she was a distance away from the can did Jiang Mian finally see what was written on the label. Pet treats cat food. Jiang Mian's eye twitched. She really seemed to have a knack for cat food. She encountered it in every world. After jumping down from the mountain of garbage, Jiang Mian stood there for a while before Qian Yuan ran out from another spot. However, he looked much more disheveled than before, covered in dirt, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian touched her nose, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I don't use that device often. How was I supposed to know that pressing it would make me this small? Besides, didn't you make me look almost like you too? In short, we're pretty much the same." Qian Yuan's eyes grew even more resentful. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mian, not wanting to be condemned by his gaze any longer, patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, stop worrying. We just use that device to return to our original size later, won't we?" However, Qian Yuan was somewhat skeptical of Jiang Mian's words. "Are you sure we can return to our original size, and not be bigger or smaller than before?" Jiang Mian looked embarrassed, but still confidently assured him, "Don't worry about that. I have experience. I know what a normal size should be." Qian Yuan reluctantly believed her, unaware that Jiang Mian only had experience growing larger once, not actually possessing the ability to make someone grow larger. However, because the two of them were currently so small, almost the size of ants, their journey was far from peaceful. When they finally found a safe spot, they were still inside a garbage dump, the result of several hours of walking. Looking at this place, which resembled a rat hole, the two felt somewhat helpless. Once powerful figures, they held the lives of many in their hands. Who would have thought they'd fall to such a state? Sigh. Just as they were about to reluctantly go inside to retrieve the equipment and restore their forms, they suddenly heard footsteps. Believe me, I definitely smelled human scent when I opened the garbage truck. After all, my nose is far more sensitive than yours. Even a great man praised me. He was absolutely telling the truth. Although they resented his temper and personality, they had to admit he wasn't lying. Given the importance their superiors placed on this matter, they dared not be careless and had no choice but to accompany the man, who had been knocked unconscious by the garbage, to the garbage station to investigate. At the same time, there was also the captured sanitation worker, his head bowed. He was no longer the spirited man he had been. Instead, his face was ashen with terror. The man who had captured him, seeing his state, couldn't help but punch him again. "You old fool, what's wrong with you? Why do you have to be a lackey of those traitors? They only give you a little money, and you still fawn over them. What, did the ancestors mistreat you?" Hearing this, the old man dared not admit it. Although the higher-ups hadn't given them much money to survive, he couldn't say such things in this setting. If the higher-ups heard him, not only his family, but also his daughter, son, grandson, and great-grandson would be finished. Seeing the old man remain silent, the man who had captured him punched him again, causing the old man to vomit blood. "Old man, let me tell you, if we don't catch those two this time, you're dead. Not just you, your whole family will die." The old man hurriedly shook his head and begged for mercy. Sir, I really know I was wrong. I was just greedy, wanting to supplement my family's income. That's why I agreed to the man's request. I really didn't know they were traitors. I thought they were just travelers wanting to go home. I'm truly innocent. What's the use of telling me whether you're innocent or not? Find them. Anyone who leaves the city without permission at this time is definitely hiding something. Anyway, you're going to be punished." The old man, of course, knew what was going on. He was conflicted. He wanted these people to find the two men, yet he didn't want them to. If they found them, and were proven to be traitors, he'd be finished. But if they couldn't find them, these people could easily convict him of something, and he'd be done for too. It seemed like he was doomed either way. He had no other choice. The more he thought about it, the more frightened the old man became, and the more he hated his own greed. Jiang Mian and his companion, listening to the commotion outside, were extremely grateful that they were as small as ants, so the people couldn't see them, and wouldn't pay attention to the ground. The guards, eager to gain merit, were going to great lengths, their noses practically turning into propellers, showing no fear even in the accumulated stench of the garbage mountain. Their minds were filled with nothing but the desire to achieve merit. Merit! Merit! Sniff, sniff, sniff. One of them sniffed, silently closing his eyes, as he inhaled the scents emanating from all directions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I smell human scent in here. And just like the scent I smelled earlier, they're definitely here. Search! Search thoroughly. Find them." The others, naturally, obeyed, searching the area. Their eagerness to achieve merit was truly eye-opening for Jiang Mian. Chapter 525. How much is your annual salary? Why are you working so hard? Search every inch of this area. I refuse to believe two grown men could just vanish like that. Watching the men search so diligently, the two exchanged a glance, wishing they could hide even deeper into the cave. Let them search. Jiang Mian didn't believe they could imagine that two grown men could shrink to the size of ants in an instant. No matter how hard they searched, they might not find them. However, these men had incredibly sharp noses. They had shrunk to a tiny size just as the door was about to open, but this guy had sensed something was wrong and actually found them. Besides, this old man wasn't a good person. He took the money and did the job, but instead of doing his job, he betrayed the two men. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian glared at Qian Yuan. "This is the person you found? Couldn't you just control him directly?" Qian Yuan shrugged helplessly. "I couldn't. His abilities were sealed back then. I can't control anyone else." However, upon hearing this, Jiang Mian looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you stupid? Are our abilities still restricted? You should have controlled him back then. Just possess him, and you wouldn't have needed to say anything when these people interrogated you so harshly." Qian Yuan blinked. "Right, I forgot. I always thought our abilities were still sealed." Jiang Mian could easily see that this guy was doing it on purpose. How could someone as cunning as him make such a basic mistake? She figured he was probably afraid of the pain. Having understood this, she didn't bother arguing with him anymore. He rarely spoke the truth anyway. "What are you standing there for? Let's go! Are you really going to stay here and wait? Aren't you going to let them find you? Qian Yuan, we can't stay in this cave forever, never getting out. We don't have much time. Jiang Mian, don't worry about it. They definitely won't stay long. After all, without 100% proof that we're fugitives, they only leave a few people to guard us. As for what happens next, that'd be easy, right?" Qian Yuan thought it made sense, and didn't dwell on it anymore. The two kept walking deeper inside. It got darker and darker, and they didn't know what kind of animal had made the nest. The animals hadn't returned yet, so the two rested there for the time being. Meanwhile, the people outside searched for a long time, but still couldn't find any scent. They deduced that the two escaped individuals must have known they would be conducting a full-scale search, and thus took advantage of the gap in the search to flee. Thinking this through, the leader became enraged and vented his anger on the old man. The old man had no way to express his suffering, and was only saved by being discovered by the person in charge of the garbage dump, though his injuries would require some time to heal. After these people left, the matter didn't stop. Others were assigned to search the area. In short, they had nowhere to vent their anger, so they arbitrarily tormented these ordinary people. These ordinary people, naturally, dared not speak out, cursing inwardly, but obediently complying in practice. Jiang Mian and the others knew what kind of nest this was. A family of plump, tender baby rabbits. These rabbits weren't unreasonable creatures. They didn't throw a tantrum upon seeing two strange little people in their nest. Instead, they curiously sized them up, then nudged their babies closer to them. It seemed they wanted to befriend them. The two exchanged a glance. Were they being treated like toys? Indeed, the rabbits were now much bigger than them, their enormous eyes staring at them, making them uneasy. Jiang Mian nudged Qian Yuan. Go play with it." Qian Yuan shook her head. "No, I don't want to, you go play with them." Jian Mian clicked his tongue. "You're getting less and less adorable. You're not as obedient as you were when you were little. Back then, you did whatever I asked you to do, but now you do the opposite." Qian Yuan pointed at the two chubby rabbits, looking resentful, but I clearly don't like these things. I never liked these cute things since I was little, you know that. How can I play with them? Jian Mian rolled his eyes. Then you go and control them, make them quiet, so they don't disturb us. Qian Yuan nodded. He was willing to do it. It was just controlling them, right? As long as it wasn't like coaxing children, anything was fine. Finally, the rabbit family quieted down, and the two of them laid down on the rabbits to rest. Surprisingly, the rabbit's body temperature was quite warm. Jiang Mian looked at Qian Yuan curiously. How come I don't seem to have this ability? I seem to be able to control them, but not make so many people under my control obey. What Jiang Mian didn't say was that she needed the cooperation of the brain-eating worm to achieve this. Qian Yuan didn't want to hide anything from Jiang Mian and honestly said, it seems to be related to those insects you left with me before. Hearing something he never heard before, Jiang Mian immediately perked up and looked at Qian Yuan, asking what connection. Qian Yuan, do you remember? When you left me some insects to protect me. But after you disappeared, those insects died inexplicably. Before they died, they entered my body to protect me. That's why, while everyone else was parasitized, only I retained my consciousness. That's why the people of that world wanted to be like me, possessing both the fearlessness of brain-eating insects and their own consciousness. So, it wasn't just nonsense, they kept researching in that direction because of my precedent. Listening to his explanation, Jiang Mian finally understood why the people of that world were so strange, insisting on studying a point that had never happened before. So that's why. However, Qian Yuan's opportunities are ultimately unrepeatable, because one crucial factor is his unique talent. When Jiang Mian first saved him, it was because he was the only one among the group who hadn't been parasitized. Everyone else was infected by the brain-eating worm, but Qian Yuan was the only one who remained uninfected, retaining his normal human appearance. That's why Jiang Mian took him away from there. This also gave Qian Yuan the opportunity to cling to him and refuse to let go. So, that's why you were able to temporarily control those people's minds, right? Chapter 526. Qian Yuan nodded. Yes, I thought that after you copied my ability, you would possess the same characteristics. It seems that fate doesn't favor one person after all. Jiang Mian wasn't surprised. She knew she possessed the ability to copy. After all, this guy's timeline was out of sync with hers. He had appeared by her side before their second meeting and knew everything about her abilities. Therefore, she wasn't alarmed. The two rested in the cave for one night. The next day, the people outside were still there. Although some of the more sensitive-smelling individuals had left, some remained, sniffing the air like dogs. Seeing this, the two didn't act too recklessly, planning to leave when their guard was lowered further. They waited for 2 days. When the people realized they couldn't find the scent in the air anymore, and the scent was fading, as if it had disappeared from the area, they relaxed their vigilance. Gradually, people began to relax. When Jiang Mian came out to check again, she even saw someone brazenly smoking a cigarette, quite carefree indeed. At this point, it was the perfect opportunity to leave. However, the two of them would probably have to take a garbage truck, but this time, they wouldn't have to sit in the truck bed, they could hide in the gap between the passenger and passenger sides. It was surprisingly convenient to be so small. They could do whatever they wanted without attracting attention. Even better if they encountered someone nearsighted, those people wouldn't even notice a tiny ant on the ground. Everything was ready, just waiting for the driver. Around 4 a.m., people began arriving on their bicycles to collect trash from various locations. The bicycle Jiang Mian and her companion were on also started moving. Jiang Mian roughly calculated the distance and jumped off when it was almost time. The bicycle, which would have looked small when she was at her normal size, seemed to float in the air for a full minute before landing. Sigh. Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from her brow. Being small was inconvenient, everything was so troublesome. After confirming they had escaped, the two found a secluded spot, large enough to fit a machine. Jiang Mian had Qian Yuan stand in an open area while she pressed the button to enlarge. Watching Qian Yuan gradually grow larger, Jiang Mian estimated her size, and immediately pressed the stop button. Qian Yuan touched her body, feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian taught him how to use the device, and then it was Jiang Mian's turn to transform. Her body slowly lengthened. Experiencing this feeling of growing larger again, Jiang Mian was already somewhat used to it. Only when her gaze was level with Qian Yuan's did Qian Yuan press the stop button. The two looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. Jiang Mian carefully examined Qian Yuan, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Why were they the same height? She remembered that Qian Yuan was about 20 centimeters taller than her. How could they suddenly be about the same height again? Her heart skipped a beat, only one thought flashing through her mind. It's over. Jiang Mian said awkwardly, well, I have something to say. Actually, I just wasn't sure at first. Let's try again, and I'd definitely be able to restore you to normal. Qian Yuan remained silent, only watching Jiang Mian fiddle with it. After Jiang Mian used the enlargement button on him again, he finally returned to normal. Seeing this, she immediately stopped. Jiang Mian said confidently, I'm sure it's correct this time. See for yourself. With that, Jiang Mian took out a large mirror, letting Qian Yuan check his current appearance. Qian Yuan looked at his reflection in the mirror. On the surface, it seemed fine, but Jiang Mian then saw Qian Yuan silently take out a ruler from his pocket and begin measuring. My height is wrong. It seems I'm 2.12 centimeters shorter, which makes my arms and legs shorter too. As he said this, Qian Yuan looked down at a certain part of his body, preparing to unzip his pants in front of Jiang Mian to measure it. Jiang Mian's eyes widened instantly at his shameless behavior, and he immediately shouted, Stop! What are you doing? Stop right now! Qian Yuan looked resentful. Actually, if I weren't tall enough, it wouldn't matter, I wouldn't really care. But a certain part of me has to be right, otherwise, it really affects my experience with the person I like in the future. Jiang Mian's skin crawled instantly, feeling his hair stand on end. Brother, there's no need to be so serious. The system will restore you after you leave this world. I mean, a difference of 1 or 2 centimeters is normal, right? After all, my eyes aren't a ruler, so I think you can forgive my little mistake, don't you think? Qian Yuan was silent. I'm not so sure. Good. Very good. I knew you could forgive me. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's hurry up and go. We already wasted several days, and there's not much time left. Jiang Mian interrupted Qian Yuan's next unpleasant words, rambling on and on, then pulled Qian Yuan to leave. Qian Yuan couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile, looking at Jiang Mian's hand on her shoulder, a strange sense of excitement rising within her. Jiang Mian was unaware of his current state. She was still somewhat shocked by Qian Yuan's audacity. She had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. It truly surprised her. After the two regained their normal forms, and since they had no one following them, they simply drove off in a car towards the desert prison they had left earlier. They wondered how the people inside were doing now. Jiang Mian had heard that it was going to be rebuilt when he left. The two sped towards the desert prison. And inside the desert prison, Jiang Mian had an acquaintance. It was Zhang Xiao, who had been immediately locked in a small, dark room after being released from the desert prison. In fact, if it weren't for Zhang Xiao's father's special status, Zhang Xiao probably wouldn't have survived this long under such circumstances. Zhang Xiao looked at the dimly lit room, curled up in despair. She had been in this dark place for half a month, and she couldn't take it anymore. She felt like she was going crazy. She desperately craved sound and light. Only sound and light could bring her a sense of security. Chapter 527. Of course, Jiang Mian came to the desert prison not to rescue Zhang Xiao. She had already forgotten about Zhang Xiao. After all, although they had cooperated before, that was all in the past. At the last moment, Zhang Xiao hadn't told her any secrets, and even pushed her at the last minute to gain a chance to escape. Jiang Mian felt she had given her a chance, but unfortunately, she didn't cherish it. When the two arrived at the original location of the desert prison, they found it desolate, devoid of its previous high-tech feel, as if the buildings had vanished overnight. They exchanged a glance. Jiang Mian looked at the scene in bewilderment. This shouldn't be happening. Logically, if they were rebuilding, shouldn't they rebuild on the original site? How could it suddenly disappear? Qian Yuan was also puzzled. He knew less about the prison than Jiang Mian. After escaping, he had left directly without paying much attention. Now, seeing this perplexing scene, he was also somewhat confused. The two explored the old site for a while, and even found a place resembling a basement. Jiang Mian took out her detector and, after confirming that there were a few green figures occasionally below, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there weren't many people inside, and since there were no sealing abilities, there was no need to fear the local forces of this world too much. Thinking this, Jiang Mian was about to step forward when she saw Qian Yuan walk ahead of her. Qian Yuan turned her head, her eyes twitching slightly, seemingly to make up for the earlier embarrassment, and said with a forced smile, "How can I, a guy, let a girl go first here? I do this dangerous thing." Qian Yuan had no idea what Jiang Mian was thinking. If she did, she'd probably be furious. He was clearly flirting with her, So why did she interpret it as a twitching eye? Jiang Mian wasn't particularly concerned about who went first or last. Since someone was willing to lead the way, she didn't need to be too wary of the dangers ahead. So, she didn't object, but watched Qian Yuan walk ahead to scout the way. Jiang Mian followed leisurely behind him. After walking through a long corridor, they were met with complete darkness, utterly devoid of light. Qian Yuan seemed to sense something, and suddenly took a step forward. With a whoosh, an arrow heavily embedded itself where Qian Yuan had been standing. Jiang Mian also became alert, looking at the arrow on the ground. It seemed somewhat familiar, but due to the darkness below, she could only barely make out the outline of the arrow. She couldn't make out any other details. From the shadows, arrows rained down on the two, which Jiang Mian nimbly dodged. Qian Yuan was no less formidable. Their actions thoroughly enraged the figures hidden in the shadows. The already dense rain of arrows intensified. Seeing that this couldn't continue, Jiang Mian instantly devised a brilliant plan. She patted Qian Yuan and whispered, "I go lure them out. You wait here for me." Qian Yuan was taken aback, about to refuse, but Jiang Mian vanished from her spot in the next second, reappearing several meters away. Seeing this, Qian Yuan could only silently assist, while simultaneously closing in on the archers in the shadows. Zhang Xiao watched the figure vanish suddenly, her heart instantly on high alert. She didn't know why someone had suddenly intruded. Hadn't those people said this was the final test? She only needed to stay for 30 days. Why? Why had someone suddenly ruined her plan? The more she thought about it, the more fear and anger welled up inside her. Her arrows didn't stop firing. In fact, because she was used to the darkness, she seemed to see nothing in it. She had a clear view of both of their movements, even anticipating the figures' shifting positions, and firing at their impending reappearance. Jiang Mian had even suffered from this once, pulling the arrow out of her body. Fortunately, the person in the shadows hadn't poisoned the arrow, preventing her from being injured again. After pulling the arrow out, her blood splattered in an arc onto the wall. Jiang Mian clutched her shoulder. Her healing abilities instantly coursed through her body, and the wound on her arm began to heal. Staring intently at the figure in the shadows, Jiang Mian was almost certain who it was. Having confirmed her identity, Jiang Mian began to relax. It was her. That made things easier. Jiang Mian guessed that she must have the ability to see in the dark, which explained her perfect location. Therefore, she stopped concealing herself and shouted loudly to Qian Yuan, "I subdue her in a moment, then you rush towards her." Qian Yuan immediately responded with a "okay," focusing intently on the figure in the distance. The figure naturally overheard their conversation. She sneered, dismissing their schemes with disdain. She believed her skills, if they existed in this world, would at least rank between second and third generation martial artists. Few in this world could withstand her attacks. However, just as she thought this, everything suddenly went black, and she lost consciousness. She didn't even know how she lost consciousness, or how she had fallen victim to the enemy's scheme. She simply passed out. After Jiang Mian seized control of her body, he shouted, "Qian Yuan, I'm here." Qian Yuan reacted instantly, and ran towards the sound of the shout. Upon seeing where this person was hiding, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. To be honest, it was unclear who this person had learned it from. They had assumed she was high up, but in reality, she hadn't hidden at all. She was simply standing on the ground, shifting her position back and forth. Qian Yuan exclaimed, "TSK TSK? A mobile archer is truly rare." Jiang Mian began to toss all his equipment aside, feeling inside his clothes to see if there was anything else. After finding nothing, he allowed Qian Yuan to tie him up. Hearing Qian Yuan's words, Jiang Mian also sighed, "Yes, when I first met her, I knew this woman was extraordinary." Sure enough, I later discovered that her ground-based attacks seemed to be even more accurate than shooting arrows from a fixed position. The world is full of wonders. Never underestimate anyone. Qian Yuan was intrigued by Jiang Mian's words. "Judging from how familiar you are with her, did you two work together before?" Chapter 528. Jiang Mian nodded without hesitation, and only after confirming that Qian Yuan was properly tied up did he withdraw his consciousness. When Zhang Xiao woke up, she was shocked to find herself bound, and panic gripped her, even filling her with fear. In her understanding, the only ones capable of striking her so easily in her current state were the first generation and the ancestor. What merit did she, Zhang Xiao, possess to warrant the ancestor's presence and punishment? Or perhaps, someone as powerful as the first generation? But she didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Her only desire was to avenge her mother, and kill the second generation, who had murdered her. She had never hidden her malice, and had even been courted by forces hostile to her second generation father. She had never been targeted by someone so powerful before, and this situation left her somewhat bewildered. Could it be that she possessed something they wanted to exploit? Was her plan about to be thwarted? The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became, and tears welled up in her eyes. She was unwilling to accept it. She was unwilling to accept it. However, the next second, upon hearing a familiar voice, she felt as if she had been given a tranquilizer, and she calmed down completely. Long time no see, Zhang Xiao. Are you calm now? Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Xiao called out her name in disbelief. Jiang Mian? Is it really you? Jiang Mian approached her, just as she turned on her flashlight, but Zhang Xiao stopped her. Don't shine any light here. They find you, and if they catch you, you die. Jiang Mian was always one to listen to advice, especially after hearing Zhang Xiao's terrified voice. She immediately understood that what was happening here was likely not simple. However, it was too late to hide now. The things lurking in the shadows were like dogs that hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and they were like the delicious meat, attracting those in the shadows. The next second, a roar rang out, followed by several other roars that grew louder as they approached. The ground trembled, and several footsteps could be faintly heard rushing towards them. The commotion had been hundreds of meters away just moments before, then 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, and then, sizzle. Sparks from sharp claws rubbing against the back of blades illuminated the faces of those approaching. They were a group of beings that looked human, but resembled ghosts. However, unlike ghosts, they had physical forms, yet their feet were off the ground. They were quite eerie, even in the dead of night. Jiang Mian, realizing he had already attracted these creatures, saw no time for regret and simply switched to a massive flashlight, illuminating the pitch-black space. Only then could they make out the scene. Piles of corpses lay on the ground. Their deaths varied wildly, some bitten to death, some covered in scratches, some decapitated, a truly gruesome sight. Spiderwebs had grown in some corners, and mushrooms were even sprouting from some of the corpses. The scene was incredibly eerie. It was as if they had stumbled into some ghostly world. Damn human, how dare you make light and noise in the Netherworld prison? You violated the rules of the Netherworld, you deserve to die. Damn! Oh, you can talk? I thought you couldn't speak, that you didn't understand human language. Jiang Mian's tone was full of surprise and mockery, which any creature with a brain could understand, and the Netherworld Guardian certainly understood perfectly. It glared at Jiang Mian resentfully, its attacks becoming even more ferocious. Zhang Xiao watched anxiously, but was helpless as she was bound and unable to break free. She shouted, Jiang Mian, ignore him, let's get out of here. These Netherworld Guardians are shameless. They rather gang up than fight one-on-one. Turn off your lights now. The longer we stay here, the more guards we attract, and the more likely we are to be put on the defensive. As she spoke, she tried to struggle free from the ropes binding her, but found that the ropes tightened the more she struggled, and she was now almost suffocating. She hurriedly looked at the man beside her and said, let me go. Go help her, hurry. However, Qian Yuan wasn't fooled by Zhang Zhao's worried expression. He said coldly, this is none of your business. I believe she has the ability. Instead of worrying about her, worry about you. If we really can't beat these guards, we just leave you here. His words were merciless, and Zhang Zhao's heart sank. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live a good life. So, she became even more anxious. Jiang Mian. Tell him to let me go. I fight alongside you. Let's kill these guards first. As for the rest, we can hide to avoid being discovered. As long as they can't find us, we can escape this. However, Jiang Mian completely ignored Zhang Zhao's words. This meeting was different from the last one. Their positions were established almost from the start. They were now enemies, not friends, and nothing anyone said would matter. After dealing with the ghost, the Netherworld Guardian, Jiang Mian noticed the increasing number of sounds, and sensed something was wrong. Perhaps it was exactly as Zhang Xiao had said. Zhang Xiao hadn't lied to her, and they really were gathering in larger numbers. Now, even Jiang Mian was having second thoughts. They exchanged a glance. Jiang Mian put away her enormous flashlight, and then, holding Zhang Xiao hostage, prepared to leave. She had finally encountered someone familiar. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take her under her thumb? Most importantly, this familiar person seemed to know quite a bit about this prison. Therefore, she couldn't let her go so easily. Leading Zhang Xiao, the two retreated to the entrance they had come from. However, to their surprise, they found themselves trapped inside, unable to exit. How could this be? Hearing Qian Yuan's question, Jiang Mian was also confused. When they entered, it was just a simple underground chamber. But now it was completely sealed off, and they couldn't get out, no matter what they tried. Even using location swapping, Jiang Mian couldn't switch places with the outside creatures. In fact, he bumped his head and got a large bump. This was the first time someone had priority in location swapping, and it was truly a headache. I don't know, but what I do know is that we urgently need to find cover. Otherwise, we easily be targeted by what's inside, and their footsteps are getting closer and closer. Chapter 529. Zhang Xiao was practically dizzy with anger at these two. I told you both, let me go, I take you to a safe place. Jiang Mian, we cooperated so many times, don't you still trust me? Jiang Mian readily admitted, yes, I don't trust you. After all, you tricked me in the last prison. Putting aside the fact that you pushed me, let's talk about the fact that my body can't be restored. I only managed to regain my current form through my own hard work. You never told me that without the judgment document, I would be shrunk back to my original appearance. Do you have any explanation for that? Hearing this, Zhang Xiao froze, avoiding Jiang Mian's gaze. Yes, she admitted that before, she hadn't trusted Jiang Mian, and was afraid she would steal her judgment document. After all, back then, Jiang Mian possessed special abilities, the potential to change her appearance and take her place. If they really stole her conviction warrant, wouldn't all her hard work have been for nothing? That's why she intentionally concealed this fact. However, now, being brought up by an old friend about her past embarrassing incident, she felt incredibly ashamed. I can explain what happened last time. I had a compelling reason. However, Jiang Mian didn't care about her reasons. She only knew that she had indeed personally experienced betrayal, so she remained unmoved by Zhang Zhao's words. Right now, all we need is for you to lead us to a safe location. As for anything else, I don't want to delve into it further. Let's go now, or I guarantee you be the first to die. Zhang Xiao opened her mouth, but found herself truly speechless. Ultimately, with no other choice, she could only lead Jiang Mian and a stranger to push open the door hidden in the wall. After the button was activated, the room remained pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The three filed in. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after they entered, they heard footsteps outside. Accompanying the footsteps were the rapid breathing of the guards. They seemed furious because they hadn't found the person who created the light. The shouts were incessant, incredibly annoying. When the other guards arrived and saw the scene, they also joined in the shouting, adding to the irritation and making everyone want to. She wanted to open the door and fight these people to the death. Jiang Mian, realizing what was happening, instantly grabbed her hand from the doorknob. She seemed to be losing control of her thoughts. Instead, she wanted to go out and vent her anger on the guards outside. However, even though she already knew that she could only flee from those guards, she still felt the urge to vent. She quickly realized that this was due to the mental effect of the guards' shouts. Jiang Mian immediately held her breath, trying to resist the oppressive feeling coming from outside. Not only Jiang Mian, but the other two also couldn't help but frown, their irritation gradually increasing. Jiang Mian placed her hands on their shoulders, using telepathy to soothe their emotions. They gradually quieted down. Once the noise outside subsided, Jiang Mian, still shaken, asked Zhang Xiao about the situation. Zhang Zhao's life was now in their hands, so she naturally answered their questions honestly. This is the Netherworld prison, one of the 9 major prisons. After escaping from the desert prison, I was sent here. I only need to stay here for 30 days, but this place is not for ordinary people. It will drive you insane. I crave light. I crave to speak, but whenever I turn on the light inside, it attracts those monsters outside to hunt me down. At first, I didn't know, but after being chased a few times, I naturally realized something was wrong. That's why when I heard footsteps, I thought it was because I suddenly turned on the light and attracted the guards. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. Stay for 30 days? Are you sure? Her question wasn't without reason. After all, everyone knew how dangerous the desert prison they had been in was. However, the prison seemed so relaxed and unpretentious, anyone would be suspicious, wouldn't they? Zhang Xiao lowered her eyes. I'm not actually sure if I can get out after a certain time, but I can only. At this point, she knew she had almost let something slip because she was too emotional. Zhang Xiao shut her mouth, but Jiang Mian pressed on. Can only what? If you don't tell me, I think it's better to let you live. Seeing that she still wouldn't speak, Jiang Mian clearly saw no need to continue the interrogation and gave her one last chance. I think you should know my methods. If you're willing to tell me, then we're fine. If you're going to keep quiet and try to reason with us, then it just means our paths have come to an end. Jiang Mian didn't say what would happen next, but Zhang Xiao keenly sensed danger, a danger that seemed inescapable. She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with a desperate resolve as she looked at Jiang Mian. I want revenge for my mother. My mother was an opponent, opposing these alien beings invading our world. However, the opposition was severely suppressed by the people of this world. They never truly integrated into it, because the alien beings granted them greater power and a unique worldview. Therefore, they considered some conservative people as outcasts. My mother was captured by my father during a mission. Because of her beauty, my father took a liking to her and imprisoned her. She was forced to give birth to me, but my mother refused to submit. She found an opportunity to commit suicide when I was 10 years old. But I know that it was because her faith had collapsed. My mother was transformed into a monster, neither human nor ghost. They said this was an evolutionary process, meant to strengthen the bloodline of the next generation. My mother was the test subject. Because of my mother's special abilities, she was used for their experiments, their various organs harvested. I witnessed my mother being killed by them, but I dared not avenge her immediately. I could only endure it, enduring until I turned 18. I attempted to assassinate my father during my coming-of-age ceremony, but he discovered me. The assassination failed, and he imprisoned me. As for the charge, it was utter nonsense. They fabricated a charge against me and threw me into jail. Naturally, I was unwilling, but it was pointless. In the end, I was thrown into a desert prison. Chapter 530. They all think I'm doomed, but I'm not resigned to it. I want to live, to avenge my mother. Listening to Zhang Xiao's story, a tale of love and hate that was surprisingly dramatic, the two people present were stunned. I simply don't believe I can get out of here after a month. After all, I was in the desert prison for over 2 months before, and no one let me out. They just want to trap me here to die, not release me when the time is right, as they said. It was clear that Zhang Xiao was very agitated. Jiang Mian quickly calmed her down. Okay, I know, don't get agitated, let's talk this out. Zhang Xiao calmed down a bit, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at the two of them. Actually, her gaze was mostly fixed on Jiang Mian. After all, the two of them had escaped from the desert prison before. And it was Jiang Mian who came up with the plan back then. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiao tried to grab Jiang Mian's hand, but Jiang Mian pushed her away. Just say what's on your mind, there's no need for this pretense. Zhang Xiao pursed her lips, clinging to her last glimmer of hope, and asked Jiang Mian, you can get me out of here, right? You definitely can. You rescued me before, and this time we're fighting side by side again, we definitely get out again. This time, I absolutely won't do anything behind your back. Besides, my abilities haven't been sealed this time, we can definitely get out. Hearing his confident words, Jiang Mian really wanted to believe him. However, when she asked Zhang Xiao if he had found any way out, Zhang Xiao started to stammer and hesitate. Jiang Mian now understood, she hadn't found a way to escape. Besides the guards, is there anything else unusual? Zhang Xiao nodded, stating the anomaly she had noticed. Besides those netherworld guards, I haven't seen anyone else. It's as if I'm the only person in the world, and everyone else doesn't exist. But I know that's not the case. Those people definitely exist, but they don't seem to be in the same place as me. Jiang Mian nodded, her thoughts gradually converging, but because she had only been here a short time and didn't understand the rules, they were still not aligned. They could only take it one step at a time. However, Jiang Mian and her companion were pressed for time, unlike Zhang Xiao who could be carefree. Although she also wanted to get out, she certainly wasn't as anxious as they were. If they knew she only had a dozen days, they would definitely have ulterior motives. Therefore, the two of them never mentioned a time frame, instead letting Zhang Xiao take the initiative to feel the urgency. The two exchanged a glance, deciding to add fuel to the fire for Zhang Xiao. When we came in, we heard about what happened outside. Apparently someone launched a sneak attack on the city center. The people there are furious, and have surrounded the city center in layers. We encountered many important figures during that time. We don't know if your father is among them. If your father is, you should be able to easily take revenge, but we don't know how long they've been gathered in the city center. A sneak attack on the city center? How could anyone be so bold? Aren't they afraid of death? Had they already taken action? This was Zhang Xiao's immediate shock, and Jiang Mian was equally surprised. She had assumed that Zhang Xiao, with her portrayal of a loving mother, would be curious about the existence of those special individuals. However, Jiang Mian's gaze towards Zhang Xiao became scrutinizing. Was she truly as determined as she claimed? Determined to escape prison and avenge her mother? Why didn't she see any urgency in her? Instead, she seemed eager to understand the situation. Jiang Mian composed herself, becoming silently wary, while outwardly treating Zhang Xiao as a teammate, responding to her questions. Yes, we don't know either. We just overheard something while being chased, and ended up here. Now, Jiang Mian caught surprise on Zhang Xiao's face. Surprised? Surprised about what? Surprised that they were chased here, rather than fought their way here? Or was she surprised that they had survived up here for so long? She was revealing more and more flaws, and Jiang Mian began to reevaluate her. They even began to wonder if their first meeting was accidental, or if it had been orchestrated. Only then did Zhang Xiao ask the question befitting her persona. Among the big shots you mentioned in the city center, is there a man with crocodile skin? Jiang Mian was surprised that she had finally asked the crucial question, but why did it take so long? It didn't quite match what she had said. Jiang Mian lowered her head, feigning thought, and finally, just as Zhang Xiao was about to lose patience, she looked up and smiled, saying, I don't know either. We were only focused on escaping at the time. We only heard it mentioned by those people. We probably only find out the specifics after we get out. Seeing Zhang Xiao's somewhat disappointed expression, Jiang Mian guessed that she might genuinely want revenge for her mother, but perhaps a hidden thought was even more urgent, which was why she had postponed it. Zhang Xiao was indeed somewhat disappointed, but this also proved that Jiang Mian hadn't lied to her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Both were intentionally hiding their true thoughts, and for a moment, neither could guess what the other was thinking. Jiang Mian looked down at the time. They had been here for almost 12 hours. Because it was so dark outside, she couldn't see clearly what was there. Occasionally, she could hear footsteps, probably from the guards. Jiang Mian tried pushing open the door and going out. She stood in the corridor for about a minute, and sure enough, she heard footsteps. She didn't return to her original room, but went to another room and closed the door. This room was also pitch black, and there was no sign of anyone inside. Jiang Mian was about to take out the detector when she suddenly remembered it emitted a green light, so she silently put it away. Once the sounds outside had completely subsided, she went out and returned to the room she had been in before. Jiang Mian shook her head at Qian Yuan. The room across the hall is empty. Chapter 531. Looking at their expressions, Zhang Xiao seemed to sense something and said with some dissatisfaction, I already told you. Since I entered this place, I haven't encountered anyone else. No matter how many doors you open, you won't meet anyone else. Of course, you might be an exception. Hearing this, Jiang Mian smiled but didn't say much more. What could she say? She could say they discovered a cellar, and that's why they came in, but they didn't expect to run into Zhang Xiao. Of course, she couldn't say that. It was better to keep things to themselves. Now, Jiang Mian knew that she couldn't turn on the lights in the room, couldn't speak, and couldn't go outside. This place was like a deathly rule that forbade all sound, seemingly pushing people towards collapse. It has to be said, this thing's intentions were truly sinister. Jiang Mian looked at Zhang Xiao and tentatively asked, how about we use the method we used to leave? Just blow this place up and see if we can escape. Zhang Xiao was taken aback. She really hadn't considered using this method, and most importantly, she didn't have a storage space like Jiang Mian. So she also said, somewhat tempted, why don't we give it a try? After a brief discussion, the three decided to use this method to break the deadlock. After planting the explosives in the room, they moved as far away as possible within 3 minutes. Because they carelessly opened the room, they attracted many Netherworld guardians. The guards chased after them, running wildly all over the place. Jiang Mian and his companions, along with the guards, began to run. Beep beep beep. In the undiscovered room, a cataclysmic event was about to unfold. Boom! 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 Waves of heat, accompanied by flying debris from the room's walls, caused several nearby rooms to explode with deafening roars. Seeing this familiar scene, the Netherworld guards froze. Is the world about to be destroyed again? What are you standing there for? Go and fetch the Lord. Someone did this on purpose, trying to escape this prison this way. Go and get the Lord. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Mian and his companions, taking advantage of the guards' inattention, killed a few people, changed into their clothes, and silently blended into the group. Looking at the still burning, badly damaged area, it would be a lie to say they weren't disappointed. Although it had been reduced to ruins, it still didn't reveal a path leading to the next world. Disappointment was fleeting. The next second, when a skeleton wielding a weapon arrived, everyone fell silent. Just then, the leaders began to bow to the skeleton, calling out, Lord of the Underworld. The three men complied, barely managing to appease him. The skeleton waved its hand, frowning at the scene. What happened? Who did this? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged bewildered glances. Then, one of them stepped forward, producing a video. My lord, it was these people. These two were people who accidentally wandered in. They shouldn't have appeared in this area. They would have been separated. However, because they entered through one of the entrances, a bug occurred. Moreover, they knew one of them, and they even teamed up. I don't know how one of them got so many bombs, they just blew this place up. Judging by this method, it's somewhat like the guy in the desert prison. The skull, using some kind of organ, kept staring at the tablet in the man's hand. Luckily, it only captured video from this area. If it had captured video from the entire area, Jiang Mian and her group's disguise would have been exposed. Jiang Mian hadn't expected there to be cameras here. It didn't look like there were any, yet they were extremely well hidden. Truly, appearances can be deceiving, and you can't underestimate any opponent. She couldn't help but frown, her eyes fixed on the video being watched. Want to see what decision this adult would make? The skull merely glanced at. After watching the video, he immediately recognized her. Yes, it's her. The next second, he waved his hand, and the destroyed ruins instantly began to return to their original state. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed as she watched this scene, the shock in her heart immense. This technique? How come it's so similar to time acceleration, but it's the reverse, like time flowing backward? Instantly, Jiang Mian's eyes filled with fervor. If she could replicate this ability, combined with time acceleration, wouldn't she be able to easily control a person's birth, aging, sickness, and death? In a sense, she could even achieve the point where people wouldn't die. The more Jiang Mian thought about it, the more excited she became, her eyes burning with even more fervor as she looked at the skeleton. It was precisely because of her gaze that the skeleton sensed something was wrong. The skeleton suddenly turned its head, its eyes meeting Jiang Mian's directly. However, upon seeing Jiang Mian's gaze, the skeleton was shocked. The intensity in its subordinate's eyes was something it had never seen in anyone else. Why had it never paid attention to this subordinate before? It pointed at Jiang Mian, and under her tense gaze, said, "You are very devout. In recognition of your devotion, your rank can be raised. What rank of guard are you now?" Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. How would she know what a rank of guard was? Just as she hesitated, a guard behind her nudged her. Say something. Are you crazy? This is clearly the master wanting to promote you. Jiang Mian wanted to speak too. But? She truly didn't know. Since she didn't know her rank, she might as well not accept this credit. Jiang Mian immediately perked up, his gaze towards the skeleton burning even brighter. He rushed to the skeleton, plopped down on the ground, and immediately hugged the skeleton's leg, his voice sincere. My lord, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and moon. I never ask for any special promotion. I only need you to assure me that everything is well, and I be content. Hearing his subordinate's fervent loyalty, the skeleton felt even more relieved. His gaze towards his other subordinates was filled with disdain. If only these subordinates were like this guard. Look at his loyalty, and then look at their indifference. They're utterly hopeless. The others weren't truly hopeless. They were shocked by Jiang Mian's shameless behavior. They genuinely couldn't believe that someone would do something so disgraceful for the sake of power. They were disgusted. They were envious. Chapter 532. The envy, jealousy, and hatred in her heart were about to erupt. Jiang Mian, however, stood firmly, maintaining her selfless persona. Didn't she see the skeleton's eyes filled with approval as it looked at her? Just then, Jiang Mian finally ended her act and silently withdrew her hand. Very good, the ability is yours. Time controller, and being who controls time, but when you want to manipulate time, you must pay a price. Are you ready? Jiang Mian blinked. This ability seemed quite impressive, but she wondered what it would be like to use it. She was curious, and was about to leave, when the skeleton suddenly grabbed her hand. Jiang Mian thought he was trying to improve her, and was about to refuse a few more times when she saw his eyes suddenly turn cold. His previously gentle demeanor vanished, and he shouted loudly at the people around him, "Grab them! This is a group of opponents trying to sabotage our plan with the ancestor." Jiang Mian was stunned, not understanding why he had suddenly changed. But the next second, the skeleton's attack arrived, leaving Jiang Mian no time to think. The other subordinates were also completely bewildered, not understanding why their boss, who had just been all smiles, had suddenly acted this way. Truly worthy of the infamous turnaround maniac. Although they were surprised, confused, and doubtful, they dared not slacken their actions in the slightest. After all, the skeleton's identity was undeniable, and they dared not overstep their bounds. Faced with attacks from so many people, Jiang Mian had no time to think, quickly dodging the attacks of the others, while the other two caught in the crossfire were also completely dumbfounded. This was no time to worry about such things. They could only take it one step at a time. Just then, Qian Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Jiang Mian, it's his ability." He reversed his own time. Something must have happened in the world that allowed him to reverse time. Reminded by Qian Yuan, Jiang Mian instantly realized the skeleton's ability. A time manipulator, after all, could reverse time. However, using this ability came at a price. Jiang Mian carefully examined the skeleton's appearance. However, this guy was as thin as a kidney, and there was nothing wrong with him. But considering his sudden change, he might really have reversed time. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed. What would happen if things proceeded normally? Suspicious, she began to imagine what was about to happen. Logically, they should be splitting up to find the person who made the bomb, completely ignoring them. Then, they would infiltrate the management with these people, and use the opportunity to escape. So, they desperately tried to escape, only to be discovered by this guy called Lord Yuming. He was powerless to stop them, and then he reversed time. Thinking about it this way, it suddenly made sense. That's probably the general reason. He must be unwilling to accept defeat, hence the commotion. Thinking this, Jiang Mian felt somewhat irritated. As her strength increased, the strength of the enemies she encountered also increased. Therefore, these people were becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. She sighed inwardly, her hands showing no sign of slowing down. This skeleton man, besides his inherent abilities, possessed a wide variety of attack methods. Most importantly, he seemed to always anticipate her moves. Was this the true mystery of his ability? Seeing herself constantly suppressed, Jiang Mian suddenly had an idea. During her next attack, she abruptly used time acceleration, changing her attack trajectory. Sure enough, this time the skeleton man took a direct hit from Jiang Mian. This was the first time Jiang Mian had gained the upper hand in their long fight. Her injuries had multiplied considerably, while the skeleton man only had this one wound. However, to Jiang Mian's surprise, this wound seemed to have drained half of the skeleton man's blood. After being attacked, he instantly began to stagger backward, seemingly uncontrollably, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Jiang Mian's eyes widened instantly. A perfect opportunity. The next second, she switched positions with one of the guards behind the skeleton man and unleashed her incredibly skilled skill, a backstab. However, due to Jiang Mian's excessive excitement, she didn't use time acceleration for the attack, which the skeleton man anticipated. He successfully dodged the attack and distanced himself further and further from his guards. These guards could have assisted him in the attack, but under Jiang Mian's abilities, they were like spies planted within his ranks, always ready to strike unexpectedly. Looking at the skeleton far away from her, Jiang Mian sighed inwardly. She had truly underestimated him. It was all her fault for not using time acceleration enough, which led to this situation. If she had mastered it to the point of perfection, she could have killed him with a single blow. Thinking of this, she felt somewhat disappointed. Having too many skills wasn't a good thing either. Forgetting to use other abilities was also a problem. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, looking at the skeleton man who was moving away from her, and mocked, "What? Is that all you got? Weren't you going to take me down? Why are you running away? If that's the case, then I'm going back." Yuming coldly glanced at Jiang Mian. He hadn't expected that even after paying a price to rewind time, and even using his most despised method of sneak attack, he still hadn't managed to capture this woman. This woman's abilities were truly strange. Unfortunately, his prison didn't have the function to seal other people's abilities. The reason for all this was because he was too confident, and the guards he had trained were too powerful. That's why he hadn't used that despised sealing function that would cause his subordinates to degenerate. However, it was too late to use the banning function now. Thinking of this, Yuming felt a pang of regret. Even if he could do it all over again, would he still be unable to win over this woman? He was somewhat unwilling to accept it. This woman was arguably his biggest blunder since achieving fame. Oh no, to be precise, it was his second biggest blunder. The first blunder was that they had been chased from their native planet to this godforsaken world. Thinking of this, Yuming suddenly realized, why was he fighting this woman to the death? He had finally achieved what he had today. If he really fought this woman to the bitter end, he would gain nothing. Chapter 533. Having figured this out, just as Jiang Mian was about to break through the encirclement and attack, Yuming suddenly vanished, leaving everyone stunned. Jiang Mian warily looked around, wondering what this guy was up to. The other guards, however, had a closer connection with Yuming, which was the trick he had used to control them earlier. These guards realized that their master had left the battlefield behind, abandoning them. The guards were immediately dumbfounded. They felt that their master had overestimated them. They were simply not up to the task of fighting this female demon. Hadn't they seen how many of them this female demon had already killed? Although Jiang Mian didn't know what the skeleton man was up to, she could clearly sense the fear in the guards' hearts. This secretly pleased Jiang Mian. Fear, that's right, fear. This means the man really left. Otherwise, they wouldn't radiate such genuine fear from the inside out. After all, emotions are the hardest thing to control. If only one person could control their emotions, that would be one thing, but so many people showing the same fear, it couldn't be fake, could it? Jiang Mian looked at the other two and shouted, "Kill them all first." Actually, Jiang Mian could have said that in her mind, but she deliberately uttered those words to instill fear. The purpose? Naturally, to evoke fear in some people, making them flee on their own. As expected, fear gripped some of the crowd after Jiang Mian spoke. However, no one retreated yet, so they remained hesitant. But as their numbers dwindled, someone finally couldn't resist any longer. In a desperate move, they threw their weapons at one of the three men and fled. Seeing this, the others followed suit, dropping their weapons, and fleeing with the one in front. Where there's life, there's hope. But if they died, how could they possibly hold on to their lives? Like general, like soldiers. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed, and he gave the two a meaningful look. Should we give them a chase? Qian Yuan naturally supported Jiang Ming unconditionally. Okay. However, Zhang Xiao hesitated. What if it's a trap? After all, these people are the most cunning, especially someone like the Lord of the Underworld, whose thoughts run even deeper. He's known to everyone as a cunning old fox. Jiang Mian turned to look at Zhang Xiao, no longer hiding her suspicion, and asked directly, "You seem to know a lot about him? Is he related to your plan?" Zhang Xiao was startled, knowing that her anxiety had alerted Jiang Mian. She quickly tried to cover it up. No, I just heard about his deeds before." Seeing her nervous expression, Jiang Mian couldn't help but curl her lips into a half smile. "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Mian's tone was teasing, and Zhang Xiao couldn't tell whether she believed her or not. But a bad feeling was already creeping in. Jiang Mian didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, she headed towards the place where the guards had fled to see where they were going. And was that the exit? Seeing that she was finally distracted, Zhang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and started heading in the same direction. Jiang Mian whispered to Qian Yuan, "Be careful. I feel something's wrong with this woman." Qian Yuan nodded and whispered, "Let me tell you, I'm usually very good at judging people. The moment I saw her, I knew this woman was the most cunning. She's definitely not a good person." Jiang Mian twitched her lips, wanting to say, "The way he slanders people behind their backs doesn't seem like a good person either. Forget it, better to avoid trouble." Jiang Mian suppressed her thoughts, waved her hand, and didn't listen to Qian Yuan's continued chatter. The three of them followed the largest group of guards to a pure white space. They themselves didn't know how they left. It was all so inexplicable, which was truly astonishing. Jiang Mian took a few steps back, but when she looked up again, the space outside was still pure white, as if the dim place they had just emerged from was an illusion. Jiang Mian lowered her head. This feeling was very similar to when she was suddenly teleported away in the desert. Except in the desert, she could leave only after deliberately causing trouble, but here it felt like someone behind the scenes wanted to get rid of her quickly, catching her completely off guard. Ever since this thought occurred to her, Jiang Mian couldn't shake the feeling that she was an annoying and unlucky person. Alright, there's no going back to my previous thoughts now. This pure white space was empty, devoid of guards and giants, confirming Jiang Mian's suspicions. The prison's owner clearly wanted to get them out quickly, even creating a safe path. They practically had a sign on the wall. "This path is blocked, but that path leads out." The three walked for a long time without encountering any danger before emerging into a vast, unobstructed grassland. They had no idea where they were. However, Zhang Xiao was stunned by the sight, and Jiang Mian didn't miss the hint of joy in her eyes. She gestured for Qian Yuan to grab Zhang Xiao. Before Zhang Xiao could react, she found herself attacked. She tried to resist, but the next second she was pinned to the ground. Facing the two men who looked down at her, she had no words to express her bitterness. Jiang Mian stared down at Zhang Xiao, her initial good teammate persona completely gone. Her eyes were cold and stern as she looked at Zhang Xiao, who was still struggling in Qian Yuan's grasp. She said coldly, "We've been together for so long. Shouldn't we at least have a frank conversation? I can't keep giving to you while you keep enjoying. I get tired of it too, don't you think?" Zhang Xiao was stunned. She stared at Jiang Mian in disbelief. You don't believe me? I never lied to you. How could you think that about me? Even at this point, she was still trying to justify herself. Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. The moment you said that, you revealed your true thoughts. How could you trust someone you only known for less than 2 months? Should I praise you for being simple-minded, or say you're more trusting, or that I'm so charming that you can trust me after just one meeting? Chapter 534. Jiang Mian's words were like daggers to the heart, leaving Zhang Xiao utterly ashamed. She wanted to agree with Jiang Mian, but seeing Jiang Mian's mocking smile, she kept her mouth shut. She knew that given Jiang Mian's personality, she wouldn't be so arrogant and confrontational unless she was absolutely certain. She must have some extremely important information. She opened her mouth, about to fabricate another explanation for her actions, when Jiang Mian smiled and said in a threatening tone, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. After all, I hate being lied to, you should know that. Don't let our last bit of friendship turn to nothing. Then, it won't be the simple interrogation. We use other methods, you should understand that. Zhang Xiao stared blankly at Jiang Mian, and finally, as if giving up entirely, she lowered her head. Although there are some things I haven't told you, I can say with 100% certainty that I haven't lied to you. I've just been hiding some things. Listening to Zhang Xiao's explanation, Jiang Mian roughly understood the situation. Zhang Xiao's identity wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was true that Zhang Xiao was sent here by her father, but the reason behind it was that Zhang Xiao had deliberately schemed her way in. Yes, she deliberately schemed to get herself into this situation. Her purpose was indeed unexpected by Jiang Mian. It actually aligned with theirs. Zhang Xiao, I joined the opposition group my mother belonged to. Perhaps it's because I grew up with my mother. After meeting those people and hearing their ideologies, I easily empathized with them. I don't want my current identity. My father is a rapist. He uses his status to wantonly abuse women. I don't want his blood in my veins. But my original intention is something I cannot change. My mother once told me not to despise myself. Although I cannot change my origins, I can control my own thoughts. And I came here with only one purpose, to take over this place, to cooperate with my teammates, and we sent many people to deliberately commit crimes, trying to understand the rules here, and then take control of this feared prison. Although this thing is called a prison, it's actually one of the devices brought by the progenitor. With this, we at least have the authority to access certain things in the city center. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. You have a way to gain control of these prisons? Zhang Xiao nodded, then shook her head. Just as Jiang Mian was about to ask a question, she heard Zhang Xiao say something cryptic. Yes, we do, but my superiors didn't tell me how to control the prisons. They only said, we should try to find the escape routes for each one. Jiang Mian looked at Zhang Xiao in surprise. So you're risking your life for such unclear, even uncertain information? Jiang Mian was truly incredulous. She thought Zhang Xiao wasn't that stupid. However, Zhang Xiao seemed lost in thought, speaking devoutly, yes. It's only right to give everything for the organization. We're not fighting over petty love affairs. We're saving humanity and restoring the world to normal. Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Jiang Mian really felt she was acting strangely. Was it necessary? It didn't seem necessary at all. The world was already like this. Had she really been brainwashed? Jiang Mian and Qian Yuan exchanged a glance. Qian Yuan immediately asked, how much of your plan have you completed? How many prison escape methods have you learned? Zhang Xiao pursed her lips. She didn't really want to reveal these things, but she couldn't bear the danger posed by the two of them. She could only lower her head and say somewhat unhappily, there are 9 prisons in total. So far, we know of solutions for 8 prisons, including what I discovered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. 8 out of 9 prisons? Wasn't that one short? Just as she was feeling a bit troubled, she heard Zhang Xiao look up at her and suddenly say, actually, logically speaking. So, all 19 methods have been proposed. After all, I came out of the last 2 prisons, but the process of my escape was too difficult to replicate, which is why I said 8. Jiang Mian, unaware of her cryptic remarks, looked down at Zhang Xiao, who said somewhat hesitantly, back in the desert prison, I could roughly guess how to get through, but in this netherworld prison, I don't know how to escape. Ordinary people aren't as capable as you, so this step is simply impossible. Hearing her feigned pride despite her reluctance to admit it, Jiang Mian suddenly wanted to laugh. So, according to you, what's the next step to take down this prison system? At this point, Zhang Xiao suddenly fell silent, looking at Jiang Mian and Zhang Xiao, but didn't elaborate further. Instead, she lowered her head, and after a long while, she looked up and said, "I'm sorry, you can ask me anything, but I absolutely will not tell you this. It doesn't matter if I die, but behind me are millions of compatriots who need our help. Only by driving out those alien creatures can we truly restore peace to our world." Hearing Zhang Zhao's words, Jiang Mian suddenly realized, "You and the people behind you also want to drive those things out, right?" Zhang Zhao was stunned. "Could it be that you also?" "Yes." Jiang Mian nodded, "Yes. Most importantly, I want to know, what do you want to do with the control of the prison?" Zhang Zhao gritted her teeth. Now, she could only trust Jiang Mian, and she couldn't contact her own people. If it weren't for Jiang Mian, she probably would have really died today. Zhang Zhao, having made up his mind, suddenly looked up at Jiang Mian and said, "We want to use control of the prison to force those special beings out of our world. Once they leave, our world will return to peace. As for those whose appearances have become strange, we will do our best to correct the genetic makeup of their descendants, so they won't remain that way forever and be subject to criticism." Jiang Mian blinked, suddenly feeling that Zhang Zhao and the people behind him were quite naive. Did they really think they could threaten those people into leaving with this thing? If they wanted to leave, why would they care about such a small thing? Besides, even if they had this thing, they might not be able to force those people to leave. Chapter 535. After all, the prison system only possesses methods to seal people's abilities, and other abilities to restrain them. If it were actually used, wouldn't it be like killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own? No, it might even be more serious. Wouldn't it be a losing proposition? Thinking this, Jiang Mian asked directly. However, seeing Zhang Zhao's stammering expression, she was sure there were other things she wasn't telling her. Seeing her like this, Jiang Mian didn't bother to ask any more. Staring at her, she asked, "When will your people meet with you?" Zhang Zhao uncontrollably blurted out the time and place. Then, her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. How could she have just said that? After roughly understanding the time and place, Jiang Mian didn't make things difficult for Zhang Zhao. Instead, she tied her up and, that night, took Zhang Zhao to an empty ruin. And they vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed in this world. Zhang Zhao also seemed to have lost this memory, not mentioning it at all. In Zhang Zhao's memory, she had just emerged from the Netherworld prison, and was preparing to reunite with her teammates. She walked for a long time before finally arriving at the meeting place. After they met, they talked for a long time, and after learning how to control the 9 prisons, they discussed how to seize control. Jiang Mian listened to their conversation and couldn't help but nod. The method was quite good, but they seemed to have forgotten one thing. The wardens responsible for guarding their respective prisons were not people they could handle. However, they had already made their choice regarding this. One of them patted Zhang Zhao on the shoulder and sighed, "Zhang Zhao, you're just like your mother. She was so selfless back then, and you're the same now." Sigh. He couldn't help but sigh again, as if reminiscing about something. After a long pause, he finally said, "You worked hard." Zhang Zhao shook her head, saying excitedly, "No. It's not hard at all. These are the most basic things for our future. If no one is willing to make sacrifices, how can there be a peaceful and prosperous world?" Listening to their conversation, Jiang Mian couldn't help but think they were quite eloquent. Their plan was to return to the prison, then, after smuggling themselves out, launch a surprise attack on the guards, with another group, to gain control. Hearing their audacious plan, Jiang Mian was worried for them. Not to mention the other prisons, which she didn't know the situation there. Even the skeleton man she had just encountered was a formidable opponent. Some even possessed the ability to alter the timeline at will. How would they possibly deal with such people? However, Jiang Mian could simply reap the benefits without lifting a finger. After all, judging from their tone, they wanted Zhang Zhao to ultimately seize control. After all, Zhang Zhao's identity was undeniable. She was the offspring of a second-generation rich kid. Although she didn't resemble that second-generation scion, their blood relation was undeniable. However, influenced by her mother, Zhang Zhao was consumed by a desire to eliminate obstacles in this world. Jiang Mian stroked his chin, turning to look at Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan returned Jiang Mian's gaze, and the two tacitly remained silent. These people moved with incredible speed, launching their plan early the very next morning. After smuggling themselves into the various prisons through different entrances, they began to employ their various methods. Zhang Zhao, meanwhile, returned to the Netherworld prison. Surrounded by the utter darkness, Zhang Zhao was completely bewildered. How could she have dared to guarantee she could escape? Last time she left, someone had clearly led her away. Right, someone led her away, Who was that person? Why did she have absolutely no memory of her? It seemed like a woman. No, it seemed like a man? No, what was it? She couldn't remember. She really couldn't. However, things had come to this point. She couldn't afford to delay. She needed to find a way out as quickly as possible to avoid holding anyone back. Thinking this, beads of sweat began to appear on Zhang Xiao's forehead. She had to figure out a way to leave. If the plan failed because of her, the number of people who would be lost would be countless. Everyone's hopes were pinned on her. She was determined to break out, even if it meant death. As Zhang Xiao stepped out of the dimly lit room, she soon heard footsteps outside. She quickly pushed open the door of a random room and slipped inside. After several attempts, still clueless, Zhang Xiao pushed open the door again and went out. However, this time she wasn't so lucky. She ran into a patrol of guards. When the guards saw Zhang Xiao, they were stunned, not just Zhang Xiao. Guards, didn't this woman just leave yesterday? Why is she back today? Is she a twin? Zhang Xiao, damn it, we've been discovered. After a long stare, Zhang Xiao turned and ran. Seeing her expression, the guard seemed to understand something and chased after her. This woman, no longer protected by the previous guard, now appeared frail and vulnerable, which was exactly what they liked. While Zhang Xiao was drawing the attention of the other guards, Jiang Mian and Qian Yuan were also in the prison, but they were tasked with completing Zhang Xiao's mission. That was to infiltrate the guards and search for anything that could control the prison. Jiang Mian and Qian Yuan acted like thugs strolling the streets, as if the whole world belonged to them. Even when they encountered guards, the guards pretended not to see them. After all, these two had previously defeated their boss. Their boss would turn and run the moment he saw them, let alone these lowly henchmen. Because of this, the two became even more arrogant, grabbing one of the guards by the collar and demanding, "Brother, where's your boss? Can you take us to visit him?" The guard was speechless. If he could speak, he really wanted to curse these two. "Speak up, but can't you stop pointing a weapon at his neck?" He really didn't want to die. Jiang Mian seemed to realize something. She was asking for a favor. How could she hold a knife to someone's throat? She quickly withdrew her hand, awkwardly laughing. "Sorry, brother, it's just a professional habit, please forgive me." The guard could only laugh awkwardly, not daring to mention his earlier thoughts, afraid that this female demon Jiang Mian would chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Chapter 536. I take you to the boss's territory. As for the rest, I really can't go. You know how strict the hierarchy is here, there are some places we can't enter. Jiang Mian nodded, satisfied with the guy's sensibility. Led by this traitor, they swaggered into Yuming's office. Yuming was reviewing the battle from a few days ago. He had suffered a loss at Jiang Mian's hands, and naturally wanted to get revenge. Next time he encountered something like this, he was determined to break Jiang Mian's attack methods. Ever since being routed by Jiang Mian, he had stayed in his office, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Therefore, he was unaware of the earth-shattering events that had transpired outside. So, when he heard the commotion outside his office, Yuming, interrupted from his thoughts, frowned. He stared coldly at the office door, thinking, if my underlings stop making this noise within 3 seconds, I might let them off the hook. But if they continue after 3 seconds, don't blame me for being impolite. However, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, a minute. The noise outside continued. Yuming, unable to bear it any longer, kicked open his door. But upon seeing Jiang Mian standing there, he instantly snapped back to attention. Why is this woman here again? She's like a persistent ghost. The next second, Jiang Mian watched him vanish. Yuming simply left without even uttering a harsh word. Jiang Mian looked bewildered, pointing at the vanished shadowy figure and turning to the two guards, asking, what was that shadowy figure that suddenly left? Could it be your boss? The guard was equally dumbfounded. He desperately didn't want to admit that the person who fled without a fight was their boss, but the bloodline suppression from above told him that the person was indeed Lord Yuming. The guard felt extremely humiliated, but still nodded helplessly. Jiang Mian clicked her tongue. She wanted to say that she hadn't come here to fight him, but only to ask him a few questions. Was it really necessary to flee like this? Besides, now that he had escaped, how were they supposed to find control of this prison? Jiang Mian searched the skeleton man's office for a long time, mainly because the office was simply too large. Calling it an office was a stretch, it was more like a private estate. The guards lived on the outer perimeter. The skeleton man and his confidants lived inside. So, Jiang Mian ran for a full 2 hours before finally finding a peculiar, irregularly triangular stone in a basement. Jiang Mian picked it up from a special protective shield. It was still warm in her hand, and she didn't know what it was. But she could vaguely sense its unusual nature, and felt a sense of familiarity. She naturally put it away. Just after Jiang Mian put it away, she suddenly felt the ground shake. Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. What happened? Had that skeleton man tampered with something? Did he intend to destroy this place, bury them here? But Jiang Mian thought it unlikely. After all, the two didn't have such a deep-seated hatred. He couldn't possibly destroy his own home, could he? However, the increasingly obvious shaking of the ground made Jiang Mian's heart sink. It truly felt like the place was about to collapse. Regardless of whether it would collapse or not, the most important thing now was to escape. Of course, before leaving, he had to rescue Zhang Xiao. After all, she was the final conduit. Without Zhang Xiao, it was unlikely that her team would hand over the item. Only by protecting Zhang Xiao could they reap the benefits in the end. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian left without looking back, heading towards where Zhang Xiao was. Xian Yuan naturally followed Jiang Mian. Unexpectedly, he didn't cause any trouble, and Jiang Mian didn't feel any dislike towards him, letting him follow along. Zhang Xiao was still searching around. Feeling the ground tremble, she felt a surge of fear, struggling between finding the special control object and escaping. Then, she gave a bitter laugh, wondering what choice she had. Did she have any other options? She didn't know where the object was hidden, nor how to escape. Even if she wanted to choose, she had no way. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a crack suddenly appeared above her, and she was instantly sucked out through it. At the same time, a string of memories not belonging to her were transmitted into her mind. However, she quickly came to believe this memory was her own. Holding an irregularly shaped stone in her hand, the memory told her that this was the control object she had painstakingly searched for. Now that she had obtained the stone, it was time to reunite with her companions. However, only 2 or 3 companions were waiting for her at the agreed-upon location. Upon seeing her with the stone, they immediately smiled. One of them ran over, laughing, and said, "Zhang Xiao, we didn't expect you to be so fast. We thought we'd be spending the most time in the Netherworld prison. After all, the Lord of the Netherworld is notoriously difficult to deal with." Zhang Xiao stared blankly at the stone in her hand, then glanced up at the man. Her memory told her that she hadn't encountered the skeletal Lord of the Netherworld at all. Strange. How do I know that the skeletal figure is the Lord of the Netherworld? How strange. Zhang Xiao wondered, but reality didn't allow her to dwell on it. The other 2 companions handed her irregularly shaped stones, and as the 3 stones were brought close together, they began to interact and attract each other. After emitting a pale purple light, the stones coalesced into a larger, incomplete triangle. Seeing this, the other 2 immediately showed expressions of joy, excitedly saying, "Great! It seems this works. Our guess was right after all." The first person's expression was more composed. Listening to his companion's words, he calmly but with a hint of pride said, "Of course. Master Ji's wisdom is something we can never reach, and his abilities are unfathomable. His decisions are almost beyond reproach. Do you think your schemes can compare to Master Ji's?" The other person, without any dissatisfaction, nodded with admiration, praising the Master Ji they spoke of. Zhang Xiao, however, was lost in thought. She felt as if she had lost some memories recently, yet she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Her memory was coherent, and he noticed nothing missing or altered. This thought was completely forgotten when his other companions emerged. Chapter 537. After everyone emerged, they chatted amongst themselves, some recounting their dangerous experiences, others telling other stories. They were all waiting for the last person to come out. That last person was in the extreme cold prison, the most despicable prison, which periodically lowered the temperature to below -200 degrees Celsius to release a new batch of inmates. It was the kind of prison that would freeze a living person into an ice sculpture. One of the people they sent out had survived the last time due to a special physical condition, but this time, things would likely be much more difficult. After all, his body had also been injured before. Just as everyone was filled with worry, the last person finally arrived. When they saw the man's appearance, they all gasped. The man was covered in frostbite, and his face was bluish-purple. He looked like he didn't have much time left. However, he still insisted on walking towards them. Seeing his companion's worried expression, the newcomer forced a smile and reassured him, "It's all right, the mission is finally complete. I haven't let everyone down." Seeing him still so focused on the mission, even in his current state, the others were speechless. In the man's chilblain-covered hands lay a round stone, the very piece Zhang Xiao was missing. Looking at the excited expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Xiao suddenly felt a pang of unease. She hesitated to put these things back together. For some reason, she had a feeling that putting them back together would mean losing something. Zhang Xiao instantly withdrew his hand, and the pale purple glowing stone suddenly lost its light, falling into the hand of the last person. Seeing this, someone teased, "What's wrong, Zhang Xiao? Things have come to this point. Are you scared?" This person was just joking. In reality, they all knew what price Zhang Xiao would pay if he combined these things into one. They were just trying to ease the tension, but unexpectedly, Zhang Xiao suddenly looked up at the person who had spoken. That person was startled, and just as he was about to explain that he was only joking, Zhang Xiao tossed the piece of stone, which had been pieced together and was clearly a cube, to the person closest to him. "No, I suddenly have a feeling this thing can't be fused in my hands. Let's have someone else fuse it. At worst, I just take it into the city center." However, upon hearing this, the others paused, looking at Zhang Xiao in surprise. "What's wrong? Is something wrong? Or is it something you, Zhang Xiao?" He really wanted to ask if Zhang Xiao was afraid, which was why she chose this path. But because they had known each other for so long, he wanted to save face and kept quiet. Zhang Xiao pursed her lips. Seeing that everyone seemed to have misunderstood her, she no longer hid her thoughts. "No, it's just that I have a bad feeling. I feel that if this thing is fused in my hands, something unexpected will happen. That's why I don't want those things to be fused in my hands. After all, Master Ji once said that whoever fuses this thing has a very high probability of recognizing that person as the master. I think my intuition is usually the most accurate. This feeling definitely isn't without reason, so let's have someone else." After hearing this, the group exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just as someone was about to call someone else, two figures suddenly appeared. These two were completely covered up, wearing cloaks, and didn't look like respectable people. They moved swiftly, one rushing towards the man holding the stones they were trying to assemble, and the other towards the man holding the last stone. "Watch out!" Zhang Xiao shouted, and the others reacted quickly, dodging the two's sneak attacks. However, the next second, they were caught off guard by the two's attacks. The two's attacks were extremely fast, intentionally ambush, and after several attacks, they had nowhere to dodge. Despite their numbers, they were powerless against these two. The two sides were clearly not on the same level. Although they could sometimes catch people off guard, they were not qualified to truly defeat these two. Just then, someone threw something from their person, instantly emitting a burst of intense light. When the others saw this light, they were stunned, staring at the person who had produced the object. The person was also taken aback, staring blankly at their hand. "It wasn't me. I didn't intend to put this thing away. It was just that when that man attacked me, he cut it in half, which is why it exploded. It really wasn't my fault." Seeing this, the others didn't bother arguing with the two anymore. Most importantly, one of them had already grabbed the largest piece of rock. Holding the pebble-sized rock in their hands, they coldly stared at the two who had interfered. They were utterly baffled as to why these two had appeared. They were certain they hadn't let anything slip, so why were they being targeted? Just then, Zhang Xiao coldly stared at one of them. Instinct told her she knew her well, but her memories clearly told her they didn't know each other. No! Something was wrong. Her memories were false. Instinct was the least deceiving thing. That meant her memories were faulty. Zhang Xiao looked at the two in front of her, then at the others behind her, and said resolutely, "You all need to leave. I think I know who provoked these people." She didn't directly admit she had provoked them. Without 100% evidence, she didn't want to admit it was her fault. So, after saying that, she gestured for the others to leave. The others initially didn't want to leave, but Zhang Xiao's next words made them hesitate no longer. "Don't forget, these signal flares aren't just visible to our people, others can spot them too. Those chasing us are well aware of our methods. If you don't leave now, we're all going to be doomed." What she said made a lot of sense, but these people were used to loyalty and camaraderie. How could they abandon their teammates? Most importantly, those two possessed the control items they had worked so hard to obtain. If they succeeded, wouldn't they have wasted all their manpower and resources, essentially doing all the work for someone else? Chapter 538. However, this was no longer a time for hesitation. Zhang Xiao looked anxious. "Let's go. What are you all standing there for? Do you really want to all perish here?" Seeing their scene of reluctance, so much like something out of a TV drama, Jiang Mian almost laughed. Sigh, has no one ever told them that in a situation like this, the worst thing to do is dawdle? Not running when told to run is truly brainless. And if they can't escape, they just say it's fate. There's really no way to deal with these little fools. Jiang Mian gave Qian Yuan behind her a look, and Qian Yuan immediately understood, subtly protecting Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian instantly controlled Zhang Xiao, and the moment she was controlled, all of Zhang Xiao's memories returned. She finally understood why she had that vague feeling. So that's how it is. However, it was already too late. Jiang Mian's version of Zhang Xiao turned and snatched the pebble-sized rock from her teammate's hand. While her teammate looked on in bewilderment, she tossed the rock away. It landed right next to Jiang Mian. The next second, after doing this, Zhang Xiao seemed to have gone mad, screaming, "No! Don't!" However, it was too late. If her teammates had listened to her earlier, they would have rushed over long ago, and Jiang Mian would have had to go through considerable trouble to get the rock. But not only did they not try to grab it, they were also staring at Zhang Xiao in shock. Wasn't this giving Jiang Mian her opportunity? A protective shield immediately rose in front of Jiang Mian, deflecting the attacks. Jiang Mian leisurely picked up the stone she was standing on. As the stone merged with the nascent cube, it instantly emitted a purple light. The light shone on everyone, and they all vaguely felt as if they were being pierced by something. Jiang Mian felt it most intensely, as she was holding the cube herself, and naturally she experienced a stronger penetrating force. Hiss! Jiang Mian couldn't help but gasp. The moment she touched the stone, a sharp pain shot through her body. It was a mixture of cold and heat, and a feeling of her soul drifting in the air, a precarious and unsettling sensation. The stone's light continued to radiate for several minutes before it began to fade. During those minutes, everyone was frozen in place, unable to move, as if under a spell. Bathed in this purple light, Jiang Mian felt her body become lighter, and her vision clearer, as if the light itself possessed an enhancing ability, subtly elevating her and the others. The others felt the same way, even forgetting their pursuit, quietly savoring this hard-won opportunity. However, at that moment, a sound like a tiger's roar echoed throughout the space. The newcomers seemed furious, as if they had committed some utterly despicable act. After the roar came a tirade. Despicable humans, always resorting to underhanded tactics, trying to steal our things. How utterly vile. You all thought yourselves so high and mighty, unwilling to associate with us and accept our baptism, but now it seems you're nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. Hearing these veiled insults, Jiang Mian and Qian Yuan remained unmoved. However, the others were filled with rage. Jiang Mian could vaguely sense that this person possessed a powerful aura. While he might not be able to defeat her, he was still a troublesome opponent. Jiang Mian didn't want to waste any more time with him. She just wanted to leave. However, a wall of earth suddenly rose up, completely surrounding everyone present. Roar! Shameless brat, don't even think about leaving. Leave your things behind. The shameless brat Jiang Mian, her face cold, ignored the shouts, and turned to leave in one direction. Qian Yuan naturally followed behind her, also ignoring the shouts. The voice was clearly too far away, only able to intimidate them with shouts. What reason did Jiang Mian have to wait for the owner of the voice to arrive? She'd rather run a little further and let the person behind her carry her. Seeing Jiang Mian try to leave after taking her treasure, the figure became even more enraged, his curses never ceasing. The earthen walls blocking Jiang Mian's path kept appearing, only to be repeatedly destroyed by her and her companions. Zhang Xiao seemed to have discovered something crucial. Pointing at Jiang Mian's departing figure, she made a desperate gamble. Follow her, we can definitely escape. Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, the others looked at her with puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why she wanted them to go with someone who had stolen their belongings. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth. I know her. She's very likely here with me. Leaving that aside for now, the most important thing is that they're clearly not on the same side. We just need to follow this woman. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Following her might even allow us to inflict unexpected damage on our enemy. However, after Zhang Xiao finished speaking, the others remained unmoved. They didn't really believe in that. The enemy of my enemy is my friend? That would only mean another potential adversary. Zhang Xiao looked at them, his face suddenly turning cold. Haven't you grasped the current situation? Either we're killed by the alien creatures, or we can only cling to this one remaining hope. If you don't want to, then stay here. I'm not wasting any more time with you. The others realized Zhang Xiao was genuinely angry, and they exchanged glances. Someone asked doubtfully, are those two who stole our things really trustworthy? After all, they just did something like that. Another person frowned, also somewhat disapproving, saying, if they hadn't interfered, Zhang Xiao, you might have already subdued that stone. It's all their fault. Zhang Xiao disagreed with her companion's words. Instead, she began to explain for Jiang Mian, not necessarily. If I had really gotten that stone, I might have exploded and died by now, unlike that person who did it so easily. After all, my strength is undeniable." Hearing this, the others realized that the power that had permeated their entire bodies had indeed given them a different feeling, like cleansing all their hidden injuries. Even the person covered in frostbite became energetic again. Chapter 539. But most importantly, those of them on the periphery sensed the extraordinary nature of that stone, and how much impact would the person who actually carried it experience. Thinking of this, their gazes as they watched Jiang Mian changed, becoming wary. They also began to consider Zhang Zhao's words. Furthermore, Zhang Zhao was someone highly recommended by Master Ji, so they naturally couldn't hesitate any longer. After exchanging glances, the group ran towards that direction. Seeing this, Zhang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, her eyes regained their clarity, and she watched her teammates run in that direction, somewhat bewildered. Perhaps it was because she was following the crowd, or perhaps she vaguely knew something, but Zhang Zhao didn't say anything and ran in that direction instead. So be it. Although she was also unwilling, what wasn't hers was ultimately not hers. Forcing it wouldn't change anything, so she might as well let nature take its course. Perhaps this was part of Master Ji's scheme. When they arrived, they found Jiang Mian had stopped and was fighting the person who had roared in the sky earlier. This gave them a direct view of Jiang Mian's fighting power. She was indeed someone they couldn't withstand. Just the fact that she could fight that tiger-like creature to a standstill was enough to prove her strength. The man behind her, however, showed no intention of helping. He simply crossed his arms and quietly observed Jiang Mian. If Qian Yuan had heard what these people were thinking, she would definitely be the first to object. He wasn't just quietly watching Jiang Mian, his eyes were practically filled with adoration. Back then, when faced with danger, Jiang Mian didn't let him fight. Instead, she chose to attack the danger herself. What else could that prove? It meant that Jiang Mian cared for him, even if it wasn't romantic love. At least it proved his position in her heart was more secure. The more he thought about it, the more smug he became. Looking at the pursuers closing in, Qian Yuan assumed an attack stance, only to find they didn't intend to attack her. Instead, they hesitated. Qian Yuan narrowed her eyes, glancing at Jiang Mian, as if she had realized something. Jiang Mian must have just intervened, controlling Zhang Zhao and changing the situation. Zhang Zhao's identity was quite useful. This woman's status was rather special. She could often turn the tide at the most crucial moments. She was truly useful. She was the most unique body Jiang Mian had ever used. She would remember Zhang Zhao's name forever. She was worth Jiang Mian's attention. Zhang Zhao was unaware that this was why Jiang Mian remembered her. If she knew, she wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Mian had been exchanging blows for over 100 moves with this creature who resembled a tiger but hadn't reached the final stage of cultivation, a creature neither human nor tiger. Both realized that without using real weapons, it seemed impossible to defeat each other. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. This stalemate couldn't continue, it was better to end it quickly. Seeing that Jiang Mian was truly serious, tiger-life, who had initially only intended to go through the motions and bully the honest man, immediately backed down. Dealing with these kids superficially was one thing, but getting him to actually fight his opponent was unacceptable. The key issue was that putting in the effort wouldn't be rewarding. At most, he gained the power to control the prison, which was practically useless. The resources allocated would be limited, so there was no point. Therefore, when the woman opposite him was ready to fight to the death, Tiger Life clearly backed down. Jiang Mian also realized this. She didn't want to fight this guy to the death, and then have someone else take advantage. So, she gradually withdrew her attacks, and the two began to play it safe. After fighting for a while, the two of them retreated a few steps. Hu Sheng pointed at Jiang Mian, his face filled with shock, and said, You, how can a human be so strong? You actually made me retreat step by step. I'm going back to get reinforcements, you just wait. Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. Wait a minute. She said her own words, he said her words, so what did she say? Jiang Mian saw Hu Sheng cough a few times after saying this, but instead of spitting out blood, he spat out a lot of saliva, and then started backing away. Seeing this, Jiang Mian wasn't in a hurry to chase after him, but the colleagues Zhang Zhao had brought were all very anxious. Pointing to where Hu Sheng had run away, they asked Jiang Mian, Why aren't you chasing him? He's obviously badly injured, go after him. Prevent him from becoming a threat. Exactly. This guy is definitely a prodigy, a very important figure. Killing him would shake the foundation of the progenitor. How could you let such a good opportunity slip by? Jiang Mian listened to their chatter. If they hadn't helped her distract Hu Sheng earlier, Jiang Mian would have really wanted to beat them up. What kind of people are they? They're starting to boss her around now. Is she that easy to order around? Besides, they're not partners, just temporary collaborators. Jiang Mian doesn't need to say much to them. She turned to leave, but they blocked her way. However, these people weren't just wanting to die. Instead, they stood behind Jiang Mian, not blocking her path, but instead starting to morally blackmail her. You can't leave. You're holding something we spent so much time and effort acquiring. What will happen to us if you leave? What about our comrades who died because of this? Hearing the righteous words behind her, Jiang Mian turned to him, raised an eyebrow, and said in a cold tone, "What does this have to do with me? Besides, without me, the rest of your desert prison and netherworld prison wouldn't have gotten this at all. In fact, you should be thanking me." Hearing Jiang Mian's words, someone immediately objected, pointing at her angrily, "You're talking nonsense. This is clearly something we worked so hard to obtain, and Zhang Xiao even gave it her all. How come it's all you're doing?" Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, looking at the man as if he were a fool, and turned to Zhang Xiao, signaling her to speak. Zhang Xiao's memories had mostly returned, so she naturally understood what had happened. She tugged at her companion. After all, they had spent so much time together, and she knew Jiang Mian's temperament. Chapter 540. If Jiang Mian were truly angered, she might kill them all, including herself. Therefore, rather than escalating the conflict to that point, it would be better for each side to back down. Perhaps cooperation was still possible. Alright, stop talking. What I told her is true. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to get the key to the netherworld prison. Let alone the netherworld prison, I might have already perished in the desert prison. Hearing Zhang Xiao admit it herself, her companions immediately fell silent. At this moment, Zhang Xiao stepped forward, mustering her courage to look at Jiang Mian and say, "Actually, I roughly guessed it. Your goal is the same as ours. I think we can cooperate. What do you think?" Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, curious why she would have such an idea. Did she seem like an easy person to talk to? Cooperate? With what? What do you have to offer? Zhang Xiao opened her mouth, but for a moment, she was speechless. Just then, a gentle male voice suddenly rang out from not far away. "Friend, I finally waited for you." Jiang Mian froze, the hairs on his body standing on end. Qian Yuan, who had been watching the scene unfold, instantly straightened up, shielding Jiang Mian's side, coldly staring at the source of the voice. It was a man with his back to them, a pretentious man dressed in white. The wind blew against him, billowing his robes, and the ribbon covering his eyes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a reclusive master. However, the two became wary. They hadn't noticed anyone else's presence, and they didn't know when or how long this man had been there. If he hadn't spoken, they probably wouldn't have even noticed him. However, the man seemed unaware of how alarming his appearance was, and continued speaking gently. "Friend, instead of fighting, why don't we sit down and talk? After all, nothing unpleasant has happened between us, and we even share the same goal. Perhaps we can cooperate. What do you think?" Sensing that this man had no intention of fighting, Jiang Mian didn't want to fight him to the death. She stared intently at him. Jiang Mian was a little confused. Why was he keeping his back to her? Was he putting on airs? Or was his talk of cooperation just empty words, without any real intention of actually working together? "Since you call yourself a friend, at least let me see what you look like. You can't keep turning your back to us like you're hiding something," Jiang Mian said. She had intended to test the man's temper and sincerity. Anyone else would have been a little angry, but this man wasn't. Instead, he turned around awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm blind, so sometimes I might make mistakes. Please forgive me, young lady." However, looking at the man who was still turned to the side, Jiang Mian rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, "Could you please face us?" "Excuse me." Seeing this, the others knew he was indeed having trouble controlling his direction, so they quickly stepped forward to adjust him to a better position and helped him to stand opposite Jiang Mian. Of course, the two sides didn't get too close. They hadn't finalized their cooperation yet, and if things didn't go well and a fight broke out, they weren't confident that Jiang Mian could protect this man's safety. Jiang Mian looked curiously at the eyes hidden behind the veil and asked, "Are you blind?" The man nodded. "Yes, I was born blind." "I apologize, young lady, we were rather rude earlier." Jiang Mian remained noncommittal, not interrupting the man, but quietly listening to what he had to say. "My surname is Lin, and my given name is Ji. The other children call me Master Ji. You can call me by my name, young lady. After all, although you are young, Your abilities are comparable to those of us who have lived for a long time. If I were to ask you to call me master like the other juniors, it would seem rather impolite." He didn't seem to expect Jiang Mian to respond, and continued, "I have come here today because I saw my people offend you. My intention is to coexist peacefully with you, and not to create any rift between us. Therefore, I had to appear in time to avoid unnecessary trouble." Jiang Mian found the man's words tedious. This guy was so particular about his words, more like a scholar. She interrupted him directly and asked, "You are the Master Ji they speak of?" Lin Ji nodded, adopting a gentle and refined demeanor. Jiang Mian didn't dislike such people. In fact, she quite admired his scholarly air. After all, this person's eyesight was impaired, yet he still managed to cultivate such an air of refinement. This couldn't have been achieved overnight. Perhaps he had been raised in a scholarly family, which fostered such a broad and insightful character. Being around him only brought joy. Since that was the case, Jiang Mian chose to get straight to the point. "You seem to have anticipated my arrival here?" Lin Ji didn't try to beat around the bush. Instead, he nodded and said in a gentle, soothing tone, "Yes, in my countless predictions, you were destined to come here. Considering the timing, location, and some special divination signs, we were destined to meet." Jiang Mian stroked her chin. She didn't know if the man was telling the truth, but hearing him speak so mysteriously made her feel uneasy. She stared sharply at Lin Ji. "You didn't just do this. Even Zhang Xiao, you arranged that on purpose, didn't you?" She finally realized that everything after Zhang Xiao's appearance was too coincidental, as if Jiang Mian had activated a cheat code. Looking back now, it seemed very abnormal. Lin Ji smiled and nodded, his expression unchanged. It was unclear whether he was expressionless or simply someone who had seen it all before. Zhang Xiao is destined to meet a benefactor. Combined with the fact that our world has been turned into a colony, practically rotten to the core, no one would be willing to risk dealing with those alien creatures. I performed many divinations, all indicating extreme misfortune. I originally thought this world was nearing its end. However, the divination I received recently told me that our world still has a chance to survive. So, I started divination again, and with the help of other abilities, I finally foresaw a turning point. A benefactor will appear in the far north, in the location of the desert prison. Therefore, I already arranged for people to wait there for you, wanting to assist you. But unfortunately, a prison is a prison. There are no special means of evasion. Chapter 541. I can only tell Zhang Xiao to be cautious in everything she does, and try her best to stay alive. Of course, if she can bring us some unexpected surprises besides staying alive, that's not unacceptable. Jiang Mian understood now. It meant that Zhang Xiao was also part of this man's scheme, and it was even very likely that their meeting and acquaintance were arranged by the man. Of course, she didn't suspect Zhang Xiao of doing it intentionally. After all, she knew Zhang Xiao somewhat. She didn't seem like the kind of person who would be so cunning. Lin Ji had just indirectly admitted this. The current situation was all planned by you. What are your abilities? Why are you so strong? Lin Ji smiled and shook his head. Just then, Zhang Xiao stepped forward, explaining hesitantly, "Lord Ji, he has no abilities. He's just an ordinary person." Jiang Mian clearly didn't believe her. If she really was just an ordinary person, how could she have planned everything so meticulously? This was impossible. Seemingly sensing Jiang Mian's thoughts, Zhang Xiao was about to speak when Lin Ji interrupted her. "Although I'm just an ordinary person with no particular abilities, my family is indeed very learned, and I accidentally learned their divination skills, so I know some things that are unknown to others. For example, when you appeared, the sky was filled with red clouds, and faint strange phenomena were observed. It was at that moment that I learned of the turning point, and therefore, I hastily made up a plan." Jiang Mian's eyes narrowed slightly. Was he really without any abilities? How could someone without any abilities be so thorough in understanding everything? "No," he said, "he has ancestral divination abilities," Jiang Mian said, somewhat surprised. She seemed to have heard of this term in their world, but it seemed to have disappeared by then. Hearing this familiar word again, her eyes lit up with curiosity as she tentatively asked, "Since you say you have divination abilities, then tell me, what kind of person am I? Will I be financially independent in the future? Will I have a peaceful and prosperous life? Will my family be harmonious?" Lin Ji was taken aback, genuinely stunned by Jiang Mian's question. I don't know either. I need to feel my bones to get a general idea." Jiang Mian blinked. She didn't want a man to touch her bones. Not because of any strict separation between men and women, but because they were so close. If he secretly did something to her, it would be a huge loss. Miss, do you still want to try? Jiang Mian stroked her chin, genuinely curious and eager to try. However, just then, Lin Ji said gently, Miss, don't worry, I'm really just an ordinary person. You can use your abilities to isolate the two of us. I take a look at your bone structure to prove my abilities. I believe that after you know my abilities, you'd be willing to cooperate with us. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, wondering where this man got his confidence from, so firmly certain that she would cooperate with him. Qian Yuan also frowned, stepped forward, and blocked Jiang Mian's path, looking at Lin Ji and saying, Why don't you take a look at my bone structure first before you speak? Lin Ji glanced in Qian Yuan's direction, but shook his head. Young brother, you jest. The bone structure of someone who is half yin and half yang is the most difficult to discern. Only after my eyes have recovered can I see any differences. Half yin and half yang? Jiang Mian suddenly became interested upon hearing such a strange term. What does that mean? Lin Ji, a person who is neither dead nor alive, usually emits a strange aura that makes people want to vomit, but ordinary people can't smell it. Only people like us, who are born with disabilities, can smell it. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed, and he exchanged a glance with Qian Yuan. What this man said was indeed correct. Qian Yuan was someone who had narrowly escaped death, and was barely saved. At this moment, Jiang Mian actually trusted him a little. After all, what he said made sense and indeed piqued her curiosity. Jiang Mian waved his hand, signaling Lin Ji to step forward. The people behind Lin Ji immediately wanted to follow, but Lin Ji stopped them. No need, I believe this girl wouldn't harm me. Zhang Xiao said worriedly, whispering in his ear this. Sir, you don't know, although I spent so much time with her, I never truly understood her. Moreover, she's a deep and unpredictable person, and you never know when she might kill you if you say the wrong thing. Lin Ji, however, felt that Jiang Mian wasn't like that. If she were, she wouldn't be someone willing to help this world like a savior. Ignoring the advice of others, he went to the spot Jiang Mian had designated. However, he still didn't face Jiang Mian directly. Jiang Mian looked helpless, and had no choice but to stand in front of him. Then, with a wave of her hand, she shut out the air around them. Leaving only a sliver of life remaining for the two, he said, Please. Lin Ji's breath hitched. Although he didn't know what was happening outside, his own senses were the most accurate. However, he didn't say anything, choosing to remain silent. Jiang Mian checked his hands, making sure there was nothing hidden inside, before letting him place his hands on her head. Lin Ji touched her for a while, then his hand gradually moved down, touching Jiang Mian's chin, then her mouth, and then her hand. After a long while, he lowered his hand. Then he took out something resembling a tortoise shell from the cloth pocket at his waist, shook it a few times in his hand, and after hearing the last sound inside, he suddenly tensed up. Damn it! He should have listened to Zhang Xiao just now. He shouldn't have faced this woman so rashly. This woman is truly unreasonable. Anything that benefits her is her friend. Anything that doesn't is her enemy, and death is the only outcome. Moreover, her fate is extremely strange. She was destined for an early death, but in her childhood, she encountered a kind person who saved her. She should have suffered further setbacks and been left destitute in adulthood, yet now, touching her suddenly changed bone structure, Lin Ji couldn't even express his shock. From being destitute to now wielding great power, this is not a class that ordinary people can cross. If he really told this girl about her fate, he feared she wouldn't believe him, yet he also feared she would believe him too much, thus ruining her future. Sigh. After a long while, Lin Ji sighed heavily, a sigh that sent chills down one's spine. Qian Yuan quickly stepped forward, protecting Jiang Mian, and looked at Lin Ji with displeasure, saying, Why are you like this? Didn't you say you were doing divination? Why are you sighing to everyone you meet? If you're not feeling well, go home and take care of yourself. Don't come here and cause trouble for people. Chapter 542. Lin Ji opened his mouth, only feeling a sense of security after being protected by his own people. Don't misunderstand. I just think this girl's fate is a bit unfortunate, but it's alright now. The clouds have parted, and the moon is shining. The road ahead will be smooth. It's just, her love life is a bit too volatile. I'm afraid it will cause her some headaches in the future. Jiang Mian was taken aback. Seeing this guy acting so mysteriously, she thought he was about to say something big, but instead, he suddenly said her love life was volatile. This really confused Jiang Mian. She hadn't even had a boyfriend yet, so where would the volatility come from? Qian Yuan was also very curious and asked directly. Lin Ji was somewhat embarrassed. What I mean is, you have a lot of undesirable romantic encounters. Actually, they're not exactly bad, just a lot of them. Your position as the primary wife is a bit weak. In this situation, your future husband's position might be somewhat precarious. Seeing Jiang Mian's speechless expression, Lin Ji didn't want to say anything either. He didn't want to approach it from a romantic perspective. After all, this was just the typical romantic entanglements of someone in a position of power. But he dared not say anything else. Could he say that through his bone reading, he knew this girl had a bad temper, a vengeful nature, a blood debt, and had even killed many people? Most importantly, after reading her bones, he discovered that she carried the weight of countless lives on her shoulders. How could he say that? If he really revealed everything, none of them would be leaving today. Some things are better left unsaid, even if you know them. Therefore, he could only approach it from the emotional angle. Moreover, even in matters of the heart, he had to avoid making things too outrageous. He had to rack his brains to come up with the most flattering things to say. Jiang Mian wasn't curious about her own feelings, but rather about something else. You say I'm your savior. What makes you say that? Lin Ji shook his head. While I can predict the future, I haven't experienced it firsthand, so I can't explain everything clearly. That would be divine retribution. But I do know that if you exist, our world will be turned upside down again. Therefore, we are willing to serve you faithfully. If you have any questions, you can ask us directly. We will help you with many things. Now Jiang Mian understood. These people were like NPCs delivered to her doorstep, their established power and connections, built over many years, available for her to choose from. She immediately beamed with joy. This was wonderful. Now, she wouldn't have to go through all that trouble anymore. Jiang Mian instantly abandoned her previous coldness and defensiveness, instead walking eagerly towards Zhang Xiao, patting her on the shoulder, and smilingly saying to Lin Ji, "Isn't this just a coincidence?" Zhang Xiao and I hit it off immediately. You could say that after spending so much time together, we practically become sisters, don't you think? As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Xiao, the threat in her eyes almost tangible. Zhang Xiao nodded with a forced smile. Lin Ji also looked embarrassed. If he hadn't examined her bones, he might have believed Jiang Mian's words. But now that he knew what kind of person she was, he just thought this young woman really knew how to threaten people. The next part of their time was spent discussing how to complete the plan. Jiang Mian and her companion's task was simply to leave the area. The system had stated that they only needed to escape the hunting zone, not that they were to save the world. However, Lin Ji wanted them to eliminate the invasive species, ideally wiping them out completely. This would require them to do the legwork, so Jiang Mian and her companions wouldn't need to worry about it anymore, and the two finally had some time to rest. Jiang Mian was naturally willing. Escaping this hunting area required passing through numerous guards, before even being able to access the spaceship. Late at night, Zhang Xiao came to Lin Ji's room, somewhat conflicted. Lord Ji, I don't think. Her words are entirely trustworthy. She might agree 1 second and stab us in the back the next. So, we can only believe a fraction of what she says. Lin Ji was also somewhat helpless. I know what you're saying, but haven't we run out of options? We can only try anything, no matter how capable they are. At least she can handle those first-generation cultivators. That's undeniable. As for the ancestor? The ancestor hasn't appeared in a long time. We don't know if she's dead or has left this world. Their only support is the spaceship in the city center and the prison system. Just getting hold of either of those would deprive them of a major asset. And that woman is inherently greedy. Cough. No. She's naturally simple and doesn't want to waste any resources. She definitely chooses to take the thing with her at the last moment. So, all we need to do during this time is get all the first, second, and third generations onto the spaceship. As for what happens in the future, that's not our concern. Zhang Xiao opened her mouth, keenly catching the words that Lord Ji had just blurted out. Confirming that her Lord Ji hadn't foolishly believed that woman, she felt relieved. After talking for a while longer, she left. Only then did Lin Ji look at the empty space and say, "Young brother, you heard our conversation today. We didn't intend to do anything harmful to her, so you can rest assured." Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared in the previously empty space. It was Qian Yuan. After appearing, Qian Yuan looked at Lin Ji for several minutes, until Lin Ji became tense, fearing he might suddenly act violently. Then Qian Yuan suddenly said, "I want to ask you something extremely important, and I hope you can tell me the truth." Lin Ji was stunned for a moment, then, as if wanting to, he shook his head, but still looked at Qian Yuan and said, "Young man, feel free to ask any questions you have. Under certain conditions, I can answer any of them." Qian Yuan, when I was young, I met a girl. She was very gentle, kind, and helpful. Later, she disappeared from my life, but I met her again when I was in my 20s. She was just as kind and helpful, but she already had another man by her side. He rambled on and on, leaving Lin Ji feeling helpless. He thought to himself that his ability was for predicting important matters, not for predicting love. However, seeing Qian Yuan's increasingly cold gaze, he still resorted to his best skill. He sighed. This guy was half human, half corpse. Even his words didn't count. Under Qian Yuan's increasingly stern gaze, he could only pretend. After a long while, he finally managed to say, "It's all right, you're not the main wife, so don't worry about your position being replaced." Chapter 543. Qian Yuan was stunned, her face instantly turning cold. What? I'm not the main wife? Then who is the main wife? And who is qualified to be her main wife? Daring to steal my man, believe me, I kill him. Lin Ji was speechless. That's exactly why he didn't want to do it. But he still tried to reason with her. Young man, think about it this way. You're the one who's coveting someone else's wife. They should be wary of you, not the other way around. Not being the main wife has its advantages. You don't have to be constantly on guard. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you should fear, but the one who's eyeing you, right? However, Qian Yuan wasn't going to fall for his trick and stubbornly asked, I want to know who the main wife is. Tell me, and I kill him. That way, he won't have a main wife, and the position will be vacant. Lin Ji, He really didn't want to say, but under Qian Yuan's pressure, he had no choice but to. In the end, he could only give a vague answer, I'm not really sure about that either. Anyway, she met you earlier than you. You can observe her at any time. If she gets close, but isn't someone she dislikes, you can tell. Qian Yuan felt he heard nothing but nonsense. If he could be by Jiang Mian's side all the time, the position of the main wife would be his for sure. He couldn't be, could he? Besides, they weren't even in the same system. His mission here was to assassinate other players in this game. After this mission, they would be separated. Then, those shameless people would try to seduce Jiang Mian again. He simply couldn't guard against it all. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, his eyes filled with annoyance as he looked at Lin Ji. Lin Ji, fearing he might get himself into trouble, seemed to have thought of something and quickly pulled out a red bracelet with a pink crystal on it. Lin Ji hurriedly explained, this is a very popular stone in our world that brings good luck and love. Wear it, and get closer to your sweetheart. Maybe you two really will get together. As for anything else, I can't help you with that. Qian Yuan looked at the red bracelet in her palm, with a pink crystal on it, and suddenly asked, since even one stone has a chance, will the effect be enhanced if I have a whole bracelet? Lin Ji was truly amazed. He casually nodded, brushing it off, finally getting rid of this troublemaker, and breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, these powerful people were not to be trifled with. He was terrified that he might say the wrong thing and be killed. After Qian Yuan left, she specially went to this world to find many pink crystals, and even spent a fortune on a red bracelet that was said to have been blessed. Then she covered the red bracelet with pink crystals, stringing them into a 3-strand bracelet. Then he wore one on his ankle, and a larger one around his neck. Goodness, anyone who didn't know better would think he had some kind of unique sense of style. Jiang Mian was speechless. This guy, constantly showing off his pink crystal, the kind only a child would believe in, was quite an eyesore. Yet, he couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. After all, such a comical moment didn't happen often. Qian Yuan, seeing Jiang Mian's attention, assumed the stones were working and became even more smug. It was simply unbearable to watch. Could you stop waving that bracelet? It's pretty, but our priority right now is getting to the city center and reclaiming everything that's rightfully ours. Accompanying them weren't just Jiang Mian and her group, Zhang Zhao's backers also joined them. To Jiang Mian's surprise, these people weren't as disorganized as they appeared. Instead, they had coalesced into a force. In fact, Jiang Mian sensed the presence of several powerful individuals among them. Jiang Mian carefully observed these people, and couldn't help but nod. The more powerful individuals, the better than weaklings. If they were all weaklings, Jiang Mian would doubt their motives, thinking they were just a facade, their true intention being to make her fight them. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. These people were also protecting their homeland. Jiang Mian suddenly saw in them the older generation who, despite natural disasters, refused to leave. They could have left, after all, they had made many contributions to the world. But they were unwilling to leave their homeland. If their world were like this one, and the invading force were merely external, Jiang Mian probably wouldn't want to leave either, choosing instead to protect that world. The more Jiang Mian thought about it, the heavier her heart became. Looking at them seriously, she said, I know each of you has your own agenda, but regarding today's matter, I want to say that we can only succeed, we cannot fail. If we fail, this opportunity will be gone, and I won't have that much time to go through another world-saving scenario with you. I hope you all remember this. At this crucial moment, don't try any more tricks. Your mission is to kill those second, third, and fourth generation beings, while our mission is to encircle and annihilate those first generation beings and the progenitors. I think you should understand this very well. Thousands of people nodded in unison. It was in these thousands that Jiang Mian truly saw the true strength of this world. Even though most people in this world considered them rebels, they still used their own methods to protect the world's safety, wanting to drive out the invading creatures. They understood Jiang Mian's words perfectly, especially after Lord Ji explained the seriousness of the upcoming events. They dared not be careless. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Mian felt gratified. It had been a long time since she had led so many people in a massive campaign, and she felt a pang of nostalgia. Such a large group entering the city center naturally attracted attention, especially at this time of citywide lockdown. After all, a large number of special instruments had been lost from the city center previously. When the guards, upon seeing them, she immediately shouted, "Halt! Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. Do you have tickets? If not, get out. If you want to cause trouble, you should consider who's behind us." Hearing these harmless words, Jiang Mian scoffed and waved her hand. Her men stepped forward and subdued the men. Seeing them preparing to tie up the guards, Jiang Mian sneered, "What are you doing? Aren't we mortal enemies? A life or death struggle, and you're tying them up so gently? What? Do you think the trouble ahead is too little, so you want to create some more for yourself?" Her words were merciless, and everyone who heard them was shocked. The captured prisoners looked at Jiang Mian with fear in their eyes. They could have survived being tied up. However, after this woman spoke, their chances of survival had likely plummeted. Chapter 544. The men who were about to tie these people up paused, turning to look at their leader. However, the leader's expression was also cold. Unlike these inexperienced young men, they didn't possess any kindness or sense of kinship. The leader said coldly, "Since Lord Ji has said that this mission will be entirely under this young lady's command, then let's listen to her and kill these people to prevent future troubles." The guards panicked upon hearing this, shouting, "No, no, no! Spare us! Spare us! We've been here for decades. We know the city intimately. If you spare us, we can take you anywhere, even inside the city center." Jiang Mian waved her hand. "Stop!" She strode forward, looking at the man who had spoken, and asked coldly, "Can you really do what you say?" Seeing a chance to live, the guards naturally didn't want to miss it, nodding hurriedly, "Yes, yes, yes, I can. I know a shortcut that leads directly to the city center. I did this when I sold scalp tickets online, and I was never caught." Jiang Mian's eye twitched. Goodness, scalp tickets were quite widespread. Why hadn't she thought of that before? She had underestimated the people's desire to make money in this world. Even their most revered ancestor couldn't stop the emergence of ticket scalpers. Jiang Mian pointed at someone and had all the people arrested, making them guides. Meanwhile, inside the city center, news from the outside had already reached them. By the time they realized what was happening, they found they couldn't find that group of people anymore. "Where are they? Are you playing us?" The second-generation rich kid, who had rushed over eager to make a name for himself, looked at the guard who came to report, his face full of frustration. He raised his foot to kick the man, but the guard pointed to the empty area at the city gate and said, "Sir, look there. The guards there have all disappeared. They're probably already killed." "I'm not lying to you. Someone really broke in." The newcomer narrowed his eyes, carefully staring in that direction. Indeed, it was empty. He instantly realized that the people had cleverly taken advantage of the time difference when they arrived and left. This group was just bluffing, they had no real ability. Yes, that's what he thought. After all, he was used to being high above, and subconsciously looked down on those below. As for their thoughts, he described them with derogatory terms like greedy, brainless, cowardly, and weak. They never imagined that they would actually launch an attack and head towards their headquarters. He sent out more men to guard the city gate, and then led another group back to the city center, still craving the human flesh sashimi from earlier. He still hadn't had enough. Since he could eat as much as he wanted these days, he might as well enjoy himself. However, as they walked, the group noticed something amiss. They seemed to hear the sounds of fighting in the distance. The next second, before one of them could react, he was suddenly slashed in the throat, blood spurting far and wide, splattering onto the group in front of him. A huge commotion erupted immediately. Those in front turned around, and seeing the scene before them, they were instantly enraged. Damn it, daring to kill 3 generations, courting death. Damn it, someone dares to provoke us, they're tired of living. Their words revealed their disdain and contempt for ordinary people. Jiang Mian, hidden in the shadows, listened to these mocking voices and was genuinely curious. Did those who were still busy having children not hear their contempt, or were they simply used to it and therefore indifferent? In any case, Jiang Mian's group was enraged after hearing these words. They fought even more fiercely. Generally speaking, not everyone in this world is without courage. There are those who do. It's impossible to generalize. The battle was about to erupt. In such a large-scale battle, individual teamwork becomes somewhat useless. However, this is precisely the time for some merchants to make a fortune, like Jiang Mian. With a wave of her hand, the people behind her immediately put away their cold weapons and took out firearms. Upon seeing these weapons, the alien creatures immediately revealed disdainful smiles. They assumed these were just ordinary weapons, and didn't take them seriously, even arrogantly declaring, "I can't believe you people are getting more and more backward. Trying to threaten us with this stuff? Don't you even know how badly your ancestors were beaten by us?" Jiang Mian herself remained unmoved by their mocking words, but those behind her were enraged. Now that they had special weapons at their disposal, there was no need to waste words with those people. Rather than argue with them, it's better to let strength decide. Thinking this, those people drew their deadly weapons and pulled the triggers. When those weapons, which looked like ordinary guns, emitted beams of pale blue light, this pale blue light instantly pierced through the bodies of those creatures. Those who had been mocking and disdainful were instantly stunned. They looked down in disbelief at their severed arms. One of them raised his head blankly. How is this possible? What is this thing? How can it have such power? Jiang Mian blinked, suddenly realizing a blind spot. The invading creatures of this world, though highly prolific, seemed to lack any significant weapons of mass destruction. They didn't even recognize this high-tech weapon. Where did their spaceship come from? Did they steal it? However, judging by their appearance, it's quite possible they stole it. After all, their minds seem to be lagging behind the times. They're just physically strong. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian's confidence grew even stronger. So what if it's 1,000 against 10,000? In this situation, they're guaranteed to win. Kill! Charge in. Slaughter all these alien creatures, and reclaim everything that belongs to us. Someone shouted, and instantly, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of excitement. They were all like they'd taken stimulants, incredibly excited. Especially with the aid of such high-tech weaponry, they were unstoppable, almost like fearless warriors, charging towards the enemy. Kill! Avenge our ancestors. Charge! Restore peace and order to our world. Brothers, fight to the death in this battle, and our descendants will have a lower chance of being enslaved. Let's do it. At worst, in a few decades, we be heroes again. Even Jiang Mian was fired up by these words. Let alone the others. Chapter 545. One by one, they charged forward with even greater effort. Watching this scene, Jiang Mian was truly drenched in sweat. Fortunately, these were all his men. If they were his enemies, it would be far too troublesome. These people were like unkillable cockroaches. Even injured, they would get up and continue fighting. With these people, the world wouldn't be destroyed. Jiang Mian naturally didn't participate. This was merely a battlefield for these ordinary people. If they joined the fray, those hiding in the shadows would be overjoyed. If using ordinary people could exhaust the stamina of their equally matched opponents, it was worthwhile. In the eyes of those in power, the lives of ordinary people were never real lives, they were merely numbers. Now it all depended on who would lose patience and make the first move. If Jiang Mian's side had been outnumbered from the start, they would naturally have been at a disadvantage. However, now, with the replenishment of weapons, the relative importance of each side was immediately apparent. Now, their force of over 1,000 had suffered less than a tenth of their losses, while the opposing third and fourth generation leaders were heavily wounded. The third generation were relatively better off, with only single-digit losses. However, the fourth generation suffered countless casualties. Seeing that this situation was unsustainable, some of the hidden second-generation leaders also began their own attacks. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, sensing someone attacking her. She immediately sneered. These people were truly blind? Were they so easily fooled because their aura had weakened? Jiang Mian simply waved her hand, without even greeting the person hiding in the shadows, directly eliminating the enemy, who was about to ambush her, and then casually collected the corpse. Seeing this all-too-familiar corpse-collecting action, The first and second generation members watching from a distance instantly realized what was happening. This person's moves look familiar, don't you think? This feeling. It's a bit like the people who broke in here a while ago. Don't you guys think this corpse collecting looks a lot like that superhuman who stole our corpses a while ago? Although we didn't find her then, the rebels wouldn't use corpses for their own purposes. So it can only be that a strange force suddenly emerged a while ago. Perhaps they, like us, are from the outside world, coming to this planet to compete with us for resources? After hearing this, they suddenly understood. It seemed to make sense. A while ago, many humans suddenly appeared in various prisons. At the time, they were baffled, thinking it was a windfall, and didn't think much of it. However, thinking about it now, it seemed strange. If what this man said was true, everything seemed to make sense. However, if that were the case, they couldn't let those outsiders achieve their goal. Otherwise, given their numbers, they could easily wipe them out. Thinking this, their gazes towards Jiang Mian turned cold. One of the Generation 1 members pointed at two men and ordered, "You two are better at ambushes. Observe from the shadows at all times. As soon as you find an opportunity, assassinate her." However, the two men he commanded were also of the same Generation 1 rank as him. Naturally, they were unwilling to be inferior. They glared coldly at the man giving orders and retorted, "Why? What right do you have to order us around?" The man was taken aback, then frowned and scolded, "This is a crucial moment in the battle. You're disobeying my orders. What do you want? Do you want to fight yourselves?" The two men exchanged a glance. "So what?" The man was so angry, he almost had a heart attack. Pointing at the two, he didn't bother looking at them anymore, and instead prepared to order the others. However, everyone else looked away. Not one of them was willing to obey his orders. This nearly made the man faint with rage. "Fine, fine, you all disobey my orders. Do you believe I report you to the ancestor? Let the ancestor teach you a lesson." One of them, unable to tolerate his behavior, said coldly, "What are you pretending for? We're all from the same generation. What right do you have to order us around? The ancestor has never said that everything is done according to your orders. When the ancestor comes out of seclusion, I see who gains the upper hand, you or we." Upon hearing this, the man who had been putting on airs suddenly fell silent. Yes, everyone's from the same generation, and the founder didn't give him any better treatment, so why should he risk his life for this group? It's better to lie low and hide his strength. Who says that strong martial arts guarantee a long life? Isn't it that the more cunning you are, the longer you live? Suddenly reminded by others, the generation leader immediately quieted down and stopped worrying. Seeing that no one was attacking her, Jiang Mian also quieted down. But if others weren't attacking her, couldn't she attack others? Jiang Mian immediately activated her ability to conceal herself, and then openly left the spot. Those who had been watching Jiang Mian assumed she was merely hiding in the shadows, wary of a sneak attack. Little did they know, Jiang Mian herself had the same idea and planned to ambush them. Jiang Mian had long disliked one of them, a creature that looked like a weasel. She had recently suffered mild poisoning from the fumes emitted by such a person. Now that she had the chance, she naturally wanted to eliminate this toxic-smelling fellow first. When Jiang Mian arrived behind him, he was still casually wagging his tail, looking extremely carefree. Not only that, but two smaller weasels of the same appearance were serving him. To the uninitiated, the scene didn't seem like a war zone, but rather a tourist resort. Jiang Mian hated pretentious people more than anything, and coupled with her innate aversion to this species, she naturally chose to target him first. Just as Jiang Mian's longsword was about to fall, the weasel seemed to sense something, and tried to pull its offspring aside for defense, but it was too late. Jiang Mian's longsword was swift and steady, slicing through half of its body. At this moment, the weasel wasn't completely dead. Its powerful vitality sustained its life, allowing it to truly see who had killed it. It was Jiang Mian, who had been hiding in the shadows all along. Just moments ago, she was the center of their discussion. Unexpectedly, she had used him as a scapegoat. The next second, the man, trying desperately to grab his lower body so his companions could heal him, discovered that his lower body had vanished. He froze for a moment, and the next second, he was met with a gleaming butcher's knife. Chapter 546. Killing should be swift and clean. Jiang Mian directly collected the body, which had been shattered in two. Only then did those who had been fighting individually react, but it was too late. Jiang Mian had already left with her spoils. Not only that, but others were also attacked by Jiang Mian's group. A total of 5 targets, 3 dead and 2 wounded. It's clear that they had failed completely in this first standoff. The one who, after seeing the situation clearly, had only wanted to survive, subconsciously smiled at the scene. She quickly suppressed her smile, feeling incredibly satisfied. Although it was her brothers who died, hadn't they just said they were going to fight individually? Now, with so many losses, they're still going to fight individually. She wasn't going to participate anyway, and planned to remain deaf and blind, silently going with the flow. The remaining first-generation members were instantly enraged. They were about to approach the first-generation member, who had spoken earlier to discuss cooperation, but found that he had fallen silent. She nodded at everything they said, but she was unwilling to do anything concrete. Seeing more and more of her men dying, these first-generation members could no longer sit idly by. If the fighting continued, they truly wouldn't be able to maintain the situation. After ambushing 3 first-generation members, Jiang Mian attacked again, only to find that they had cooperated. Her attack wasn't a guaranteed kill, she merely severed one of their arms. Holding the arm, she was about to strike again, when she suddenly noticed a figure appear behind her. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, immediately switching places with the person behind her. Otherwise, she might have been killed as well. One of her teammates was even seriously injured. Jiang Mian captured the injured person as she left. He was a fighting force. After all, it would be a loss to let him be destroyed like this. The first-generation members, realizing the situation couldn't continue like this after the attack, began to fight back. However, since they were the instigators of the ambush, they were naturally prepared, and their efforts weren't as effective as Jiang Mian's initial counterattack. Not only that, but they also suffered considerable losses because of the ambush. Looking at those furious guys, Jiang Mian felt incredibly satisfied. His eyes were filled with interest. They had agreed that all the corpses of the alien creatures they killed would belong to Jiang Mian. Although Zhang Xiao and the others didn't understand why Jiang Mian had such a fondness for corpses, she was a woman of her word. She cleared a space for all the bodies she had killed, allowing Jiang Mian to collect them at any time. This included some first-generation corpses. Just as Jiang Mian bent down to collect the remaining corpses, she suddenly sensed a fragrance that wasn't hers wafting past her. She immediately became alert. The next second, countless blades of light instantly appeared closest to Jiang Mian, rising straight from the ground, impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Jiang Mian's reflexes were greatly enhanced after the previous baptism of purple light. She reacted in time, instantly disappearing from the clearing and concealing herself. The attacker frowned upon seeing this. He only had one chance. Seeing his attack fail, he immediately turned to leave. However, bang! A transparent shield instantly enveloped him. The man, who had been hidden in the shadows, revealed a displeased expression. He had hidden for so long to lower the enemy's guard, but he hadn't expected to be discovered so easily. Now, he was like a dog in a cage, with nowhere to escape. "Let me go!" What kind of skill is this? If you have the guts, let me go. Let's fight for real. However, Jiang Mian ignored him, letting him curse. This guy must be out of his mind, spraying perfume while ambushing people. Is that pungent smell meant to make sure everyone knows he's about to attack? Jiang Mian turned around. On the surface, she was occasionally ambushing others, but in reality, she was recuperating afterward, trying to maintain her peak aura so she could face the final boss. She looked at the sky. Several hours had passed since before, and the outer city center was about to fall. The real battlefield would begin when they entered the inner city. At that time, all of them would lose their abilities, even the first and second generation members. However, don't forget, they aren't creatures of this world. They possess the instincts and abilities of other animals, making them far superior. They probably retreat temporarily soon, relying on the power of the restrictions. Sure enough, not long after Jiang Mian made this thought, those who had been blocking the way began to retreat, seemingly preparing to flee because they were outmatched. Those behind him immediately showed expressions of delight. However, at the same time, those with greater strength became wary. Master Ji had once said that when these people couldn't hold out any longer, he would definitely choose to retreat and let them into the city. However, once inside the city, the dangers would be 10 or even 100 times greater than outside. Many would sacrifice themselves. What had they said back then? To pave the way for future generations, it is our duty. Even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire ahead, we will cross it, conquer the mountain of knives, and extinguish the sea of fire. The leader waved his hand, signaling them to stop. He turned to the hundreds of brothers behind him, his voice hoarse but still filled with indignation and passion. "Brothers, danger lies ahead. Will you fight or retreat? Fight. Do you regret it? No regrets. Do you resent it? No resentment, no regrets. Brothers, follow me. Kill. 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 Listening to their conversation, Jiang Mian felt goosebumps rise all over his body, not from fear, but from being stirred by their emotions. As he stepped onto the city wall with them, feeling the sudden loss of power within him, Jiang Mian's heart sank. At this point, the contest is no longer about strength, but rather about resources. The invaders, initially reduced to remnants, are now recuperating, while their own troops are somewhat exhausted. However, in terms of overall momentum, Jiang Mian's group holds the advantage. Each of them is filled with indignation and hatred, their eyes blazing with fury, as they look at their opponents. Hatred is a double-edged sword. It can unleash boundless potential, or it can drive people to mindless slaughter. Now, wielding these two double-edged swords, the warriors launch a direct attack on their opponents. Chapter 547. Their reaction was incredibly fast. Unlike those who would be bewildered upon suddenly discovering their power had vanished, they seemed to have anticipated this. Without pausing, they drew their specially made firearms, and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the nearly 10,000 opponents. Kill! 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 At the same time, they shouted slogans to boost their morale. With this shift in momentum, even with their superior numbers, the opposing side began to appear powerless. Jiang Mian, however, took advantage of the chaos and vanished from her spot. Those who had previously disappeared were now revealed due to the restrictions. Everyone faced each other, and battle was imminent. Jiang Mian quietly observed everything, constantly monitoring the changes on the battlefield. However, her target, the ancestor, never appeared. Jiang Mian frowned. How could this be? Logically, seeing so many of his men die, he should have shown himself, right? However, the ancestor remained hidden, plotting something. Jiang Mian immediately turned away, heading towards the circular building in the city center that was under heavy protection. However, when Jiang Mian arrived, she was stunned. The pungent smell of blood, the empty streets, and that empty crater. No! How could the building have vanished into thin air? She was completely bewildered, unable to believe such a thing could happen. Just then, a figure suddenly ran from afar, knelt down before Jiang Mian, and grabbed her leg. What? Boss, you're finally here. You have no idea what I was going through before you came. I was living in constant fear, unable to eat or sleep properly, and getting beaten up all the time. What? Hearing this tone, and hearing this tearful performance, Jiang Mian immediately recognized him as her underling. And the one who had fought alongside her in this world so many times. The one who had come with her into the spaceship, only to be torn to pieces and dismembered by the parasite. She patted her underling's shoulder and pointed to the large crater, asking, perfect timing. What happened? Where's the spaceship? It's all disappeared. Her underling wiped the drool from his mouth and hurriedly explained, it flew away, flew away. It flew away 2 hours ago. Everyone here was called away, and they killed a lot of people, and threw them all inside the spaceship. They shrunk them all and took them away. Jiang Mian blinked. Now that the enemy's leader was gone, her mission should be complete, right? There was no need to escape the hunting grounds anymore. After all, those people had left, so this place wasn't really a hunting ground anymore, was it? However, just as Jiang Mian happily clicked on the quest, she discovered it was still incomplete, and she couldn't leave early. She was immediately stunned. What did this mean? The enemies had all fled. Did this place still belong to their hunting grounds? Did she have to kill all those invading creatures? Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. If she killed them all, who knew how many there would be? Just then, a long ribbon suddenly flew to Jiang Mian's side. Seeing the familiar color of the ribbon and the elusive figure, Jiang Mian instantly realized who it was. Lin Ji, what are you doing here? Weren't you orchestrating everything behind the scenes? Lin Ji tightened the ribbon on his face and politely addressed the large pit. Miss Jiang, I just received news that the alien creatures have left. Jiang Mian was speechless. She really didn't understand why this guy would suddenly appear, but always with his back to her. Was there some kind of curse? Jiang Mian, could you take a few steps forward? We're too far apart right now. Come closer. However, Lin Ji wasn't stupid. He naturally understood Jiang Mian's teasing. He silently turned around and bowed to Jiang Mian again. Miss Jiang, please don't tease me. However, Jiang Mian dared not underestimate him. Not only could he predict the future, but his ability to appear out of thin air was also extraordinary. He was practically a character from a novel, as if the author had given him all the wonderful things in life. Could this guy be the male lead? Jiang Mian shook her head, clearing her mind of these thoughts. Since those alien creatures have already left, aren't you happy? Why are you here to see me again? However, Lin Ji shook his head. Miss Jiang, after hearing this news, I immediately did a divination. Those alien creatures will definitely return with a vengeance after this departure. Next time, we can't avoid them. Jiang Mian was somewhat confused. So what do you mean now? Lin Ji was a little embarrassed, but still forced a smile and said, what I'm thinking is to completely eliminate those alien creatures, so they won't descend on our planet again. Hearing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although she also needed to find a way to leave this world, something about Lin Ji's words seemed off. How do you mean to completely eliminate those alien creatures? Do you mean to kill them all? Lin Ji shook his head with a wry smile. That's useless. Killing them all only kills a portion of their forces. Once they regrouped, they still harm our world. What I'm thinking of is bringing them back and then eliminating them completely. Jiang Mian looked at Lin Ji. So what's your plan now? Just to tell me about the current situation? At this point, Lin Ji felt somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed anticipated that Jiang Mian could resolve the situation, but he didn't know what price she would have to pay. He always had a feeling that he was abusing his power. Lin Ji opened his mouth and stated his conditions. Miss Jiang, if you are willing to help us, I will pay a corresponding price as a reward. What? Jiang Mian asked, and then saw Lin Ji take out something that looked like a pocket watch from his pocket. Under Jiang Mian's puzzled gaze, Lin Ji said with some regret, this was a gift from a friend of mine, but after using it, I'm afraid I have to sever all ties with that friend. However, I have a small request, and I hope you can grant it. Jiang Mian stared at the pocket watch, feeling a sense of familiarity about it. Where have I seen this before? Jiang Mian followed Lin Ji's words and asked, what kind of help? Lin Ji sighed, my friend's identity is rather special. I only hope that at the last moment, you can spare his life, so he doesn't end up helping us but also suffering a terrible fate. Hearing this, Jiang Mian felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. She instantly understood and turned to look at Lin Ji. Your friend has the ability to rewind time, but he's not from your world, he's from our enemy, right? Chapter 548. Lin Ji nodded, and fearing Jiang Mian might misunderstand, quickly explained, actually, he's a pretty good person. If it weren't for his status, he'd be a good person, not someone everyone hates. Jiang Mian smiled without speaking. How could you think your friend would abandon his own race and instead help your hostile force? Lin Ji explained, he's actually a very loyal and righteous person. And his thinking is different from those people. He's not just indiscriminately cruel and murderous. Most importantly, what subordinate doesn't want to be the leader? If their ancestor dies, he can take over that position, don't you think? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, experiencing for the first time the man's deep cunning. He had not only calculated everything but also understood everyone's hidden thoughts. Moreover, he had only mentioned the solution, not the benefits he would offer. Sure enough, after hearing what he was about to give her, Jiang Mian instantly became interested. If Miss Jiang drives away those alien creatures for us, these items will be our gift to you. Jiang Mian looked at the item he took out. It was a box containing various props. There were many different kinds inside. Judging from Lin Ji's description, these seemed to be props made by one of their master craftsmen. The props had a wide range of uses. They contained items for attacking or defending against other ability users. There were also some special items for survival in extreme environments. For example, a mermaid bead that allowed breathing underwater, a thermal suit that could withstand temperatures as low as -200 degrees Celsius, a defensive shield that could automatically protect its wearer, and so on. Jiang Mian asked, somewhat puzzled, if you have these things, why don't you use them on the battlefield? Why are you using them to trade with me? Lin Ji explained, the items on the battlefield are already sufficient. This is a surplus. Please don't find it offensive, Miss Jiang. Jiang Mian showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, she put away the items. While some were unnecessary for her, they could be given to her family. Most importantly, she was quite interested in several defensive items. Her act of accepting the items was tantamount to agreeing to Lin Ji's request, and Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had learned from the divination that the world would eventually move towards a bright future, it was still an uncertain matter, and he couldn't guarantee that nothing would change. Now that he had finally received confirmation from the person in question, he could finally relax. Lin Ji directly used the pocket watch in his hand. As soon as the watch appeared, a giant clock instantly appeared before the two of them. Looking at this power, magnified countless times, Jiang Mian confirmed that this power belonged to that guy called Lord Yuming from before. This guy had clearly been toying with her during their previous battle. If he were to actually use such a massive power, she probably wouldn't even have time to react. However, things are different now. Now that she's more vigilant, this ability won't cause her much harm. Instead, it will make her even more alert. The enormous clock covered the large crater in the ground, and at the same time, the crater began to change. The soil on the ground kept rising from the bottom and returning to the surface, as if everything had been reversed. However, this phenomenon only occurred in this one crater. The smell of blood lingering in the other buildings remained unchanged. The dead are dead, and cannot be brought back to life. Then, the ground began to tremble. Everything that followed was as if the world had turned upside down. Faintly, Jiang Mian heard a series of strange noises. A flash of light, a shadow loomed over, and then a massive spaceship revealed its true form, slowly returning to the shape of a building. Jiang Mian quickly retreated, turning to check on Lin Ji, only to find that he had vanished again. Her expression changed. She hadn't even had time to react. How had Lin Ji disappeared? She hadn't even sensed any fluctuations in the air. On the spaceship, the alien creatures, who had only recently left the planet, were stunned to find themselves back in this familiar place. What happened? Didn't we leave? How did we get back here? Who did this? Some were confused, while others knew what they were doing. The man looked at one of the people sitting in the corner with a strange expression, and said uncertainly, "Yuming, this ability. You did it?" Yuming, seeing everyone staring at him, even the usually expressionless ancestor, instantly stood up. He frowned, feigning doubt, and said, "Strange, I've been with you all the whole time. How would I know who did it? Next time you're framing someone, could you please be a little more serious?" Upon hearing this, the others immediately fell silent. Yuming, seemingly not satisfied, turned to the ancestor sitting at the head of the table, and cried out, "Ancestor, I am your child. How could I do such a thing behind your back?" Seated at the head of the table, the person hidden behind the veil showed no reaction, as if they didn't exist. Yet, they were not to be underestimated. Just when everyone thought the ancestor would once again downplay the matter, the person behind the veil suddenly spoke. "Yuming, I remember, you left the city center for a period of time, and didn't go to your netherworld hell. Where were you during that time?" Yuming was startled, and anxiety rose within him. He had previously relied on the ancestor's reputation for not meddling, which was why he had entrusted his belongings to a friend. But this time, the ancestor had suddenly acted out of character. How could he answer? Yuming swallowed hard. "Ancestor, I really don't know what happened. I swear to you, I absolutely did not do such a thing." However, the ancestor behind the veil remained silent. Whether he did it or not was no longer important. The enemy had already come knocking, and this was not the time to pursue the matter. But Yuming was no longer trustworthy. The more important members of the first generation exchanged glances before turning away from Yuming. Seeing this, Yuming lowered his head, seemingly heartbroken by the distrust he faced. In truth, only Yuming, with his head bowed, knew the complex emotions churning within him. He knew that the ancestor would ultimately not punish him, for he was her child. The ancestor was like that, too merciful, which was why she was forced to flee her home planet. If he were to ascend to that position, Yuming dared not think further, fearing the ancestor would discover his thoughts. In the end, the ancestor sent some members of the first generation to deal with the small fry outside, to prevent them from soiling her hands. Chapter 549. Outside, several people were already waiting for them. When they came out, they saw some familiar old friends. These were the rebels they had previously besieged. However, this time, they appeared before them in a completely different manner. "Long time no see. You cowards dared to show your faces again. I remember back then, they seemed to have been beaten into hiding by us. How come they dare to show themselves again now? Do they think they've grown too strong and have a chance to deal with us? Maybe that charlatan has divined something again, so he's preparing a counterattack." One particularly arrogant member of the group looked at them with a cynical grin and mocked, "Hey, that blind man isn't dead yet. How many years has he lived? Don't forget, it's thanks to our bloodline that blind man has lived so long. Otherwise, he would have died a gruesome death like you ordinary people." This group displayed arrogance and mockery to the fullest. Jiang Mian felt nothing as she listened to their provocative words, but the anger of those behind her had almost reached its peak. It was clear they were furious. Jiang Mian coughed lightly. "All right, calm down. They did it on purpose, deliberately saying those things to make you lose your temper and let them manipulate you. What's the point of just spouting threats? Wouldn't it be better to make them pay when it's really time for a fight?" Jiang Mian's provocation made them realize what was going on. Yes, why waste words arguing with them? Instead of wasting this time, it's better to deal with them directly, lest the opportunity the adults bought for them be wasted again. Didn't you see that the spaceship, now restored to its tower shape, is starting to change? While these people were dealing with the Generation I emerging from the spaceship, Jiang Mian had already gone inside. She held a long sword in her hand, looked at the few people guarding there, and then released a crow from her spatial storage. A single large crow was more than enough to restrain these people. When they saw such a large crow suddenly appear, they were all stunned for a moment. They thought Jiang Mian's abilities hadn't been suppressed. They all looked at Jiang Mian with some wariness. Jiang Mian looked at them, then glanced at the place tightly concealed behind the gauze curtain, and narrowed her eyes. Turning her head to look at Yuming, who was taking advantage of the chaos with the crow, she said coldly, "Yuming, aren't you going to make a move now? How long are you going to pretend? I think you should know how powerful she is. If you make a mistake, I don't know what will happen." Yuming was stunned. He really hadn't expected that his biggest opponent would be from his own side. One sentence from an ally exposed his identity, which he had painstakingly concealed for so long. "Didn't you see the doubt in his brother's eyes?" Yuming gritted his teeth. "Didn't he tell you not to reveal my identity?" Jiang Mian shrugged, feigning indifference. "No, he's always been elusive, you know that. After all, you two have known each other much longer than we have. Appearing and disappearing like that, who knows what he's thinking?" Yuming took a deep breath. This wasn't the time to dwell on such things. Seeing the hostility others were showing towards him, he doubted even the ancestor trusted him anymore. His scheme had been exposed. Now, he had no choice but to cooperate with Jiang Mian. He glared fiercely at Jiang Mian. "You're ruthless. Today's plan must succeed. Failure is not an option. If it fails, I make you pay." Jiang Mian remained indifferent. After all, what could she possibly do to him? In terms of strength, Jiang Mian was actually superior to him. Fine, you hold off those two. Don't let them bother me anymore. I need to have a proper meeting with your ancestor." Yuming didn't reply to Jiang Mian, but he began to obstruct the others. When those people saw that Yuming had actually done as the woman had said, they glared at him angrily. "You traitor. Our ancestor is ours. How could you treat her like this?" Yuming's expression changed, no longer as calm as before, but instead filled with accusation. "So what? She's occupied that position for hundreds of years. What's wrong with me sitting in it for a while? Why should she always sit in that position? I can do everything. Why can't I sit in that position?" His words were resounding, leaving the others somewhat stunned. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from inside the gauze curtain. It was a soft female voice, not the domineering, magnetic male voice Jiang Mian had imagined. "Do you think you can just sit in this position whenever you want? Have you truly understood the necessary conditions for sitting in this position? Do you understand genetics? You people always think you know everything, yet you're completely wrong." Her words were light and casual, but to the others, they struck like a ton of bricks. Yuming, unwilling to accept this, thought she was spouting nonsense. "What do I care what nonsense you're spouting? As long as you're dead, I naturally take this position." Sigh. A sigh came from inside. The person inside seemed unwilling to say much more to Yuming, turning instead to Jiang Mian. "You're not from this world, are you? Why fight to the death for it? They won't give you anything of great importance. After all, this is just a barren, ordinary world. Why don't you cooperate with me? Whatever you want, I can give you as much as I can." Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. She was really getting ahead of herself. Wherever she went, she was being courted, no longer having to be constantly hunted down like before. "Cooperate with you? Will you leave this world? Abandon this world to become your hunting ground?" Jiang Mian thought. That woman would try to stall for time to appease him. But unexpectedly, she said bluntly the next second, "No. Finding a suitable world wasn't easy for me. I can't give up so easily unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless this world sends me 100 million people as sustenance every year." The woman's tone was light, but her words sent chills down everyone's spine. Not to mention those who were originally from this world. Even Jiang Mian felt a chill run down his spine. "You're really arrogant, easily asking for 100 million people as your sustenance. Do you think I agree? Do you think the people of this world would agree?" Sigh. "Then there's nothing to talk about. My conditions are these, and they won't change. Pa! Don't even think about it. We rather die than be traitors to humanity and provide you with sustenance." The woman sighed softly, looking at the hot-tempered human, and shook her head helplessly. Chapter 550. Don't be so short-tempered. According to my plan, your world will have tens of millions of births per month in a few years, providing me with over 100 million people a year. This will reduce your stress and free up space. Not only that, I also provided you with a better talent development plan, even allowing you to have 10 children in a year. I also plan to double the quota for everyone later. Each person must have 30 children within a limited number of years before stopping reproduction. Good heavens! Listening to this woman's words, Jiang Mian felt like a childbearer was beckoning her. This is truly inhuman. 10 children per birth? Does she consider people? Well, you know, not to mention Jiang Mian, the original inhabitants of the world naturally disagreed as well. But then the woman said, why not? It's all women giving birth, not you. At this, Jiang Mian felt her patience was about to reach its limit. Not to mention the others. Zhang Xiao scoffed, you think you can? You're so capable. If you're so smart, why don't you give birth yourself? Why don't you eat your own offspring? The woman replied matter-of-factly, with all of you as food, why would I eat my own offspring? I only eat them to survive if I were desperate. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was utterly horrified. She couldn't take it anymore and charged at the woman with a knife. Enough. Foreign creatures are foreign creatures after all, they never understand humans. Jiang Mian's attack was swift and decisive, showing no intention of cooperating with the woman. Killing this woman meant everything she possessed was hers. Why should she cooperate? Seeing Jiang Mian's expression, the woman shook her head. Stubborn to the end. You have better options. Why keep making the same mistake? Jiang Mian stared coldly at her, having no desire to explain. What was wrong? What was right? Perhaps from her perspective, Jiang Mian was wrong. However, from Jiang Mian's own perspective, she didn't want to aid and abet evil, therefore, she was right. She might not be a good person, but she wasn't the type to force others. Of course, exceptions exist. Jiang Mian refused to listen to anything the woman said, her attacks growing increasingly rapid, giving the woman no chance to retaliate. However, after their exchange, Jiang Mian was surprised to find that the woman's ability hadn't been sealed. She had seemingly vanished from the world for a fleeting moment, only to reappear in the next instant. Jiang Mian became wary and, during his next attack, carefully observed the woman's form, clearly seeing it as if it had been blurred into a mosaic. Just as Jiang Mian's blade was about to slash her body, the woman easily dodged. Jiang Mian immediately staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the woman. This is impossible. What kind of ability is this? However, the woman showed no intention of explaining to Jiang Mian. Seeing that Jiang Mian had stopped attacking, she instead assumed a fighting stance. Jiang Mian could barely defend herself. However, the woman's attack methods were completely new to Jiang Mian. When the woman's hand grabbed the knife in Jiang Mian's hand, Jiang Mian felt a moment of panic. For some reason, she had a premonition that this woman would kill her. The next second, the extremely handy weapon that the system had previously rewarded Jiang Mian with suddenly began to blur. Starting from the tip of the blade, it gradually crumbled inch by inch. Just as this blurring reached its halfway point, Jiang Mian instantly began to retreat. Even after Jiang Mian retreated, the blurring continued to spread upwards until it engulfed 2/3 of the blade before stopping. And after this blurring stopped, the 2/3 of the blade simply vanished. Jiang Mian was shocked. Before she could figure out what this technique was, the woman attacked her again. Jiang Mian began to retreat frantically, but the sand beneath her feet suddenly softened, causing her to stumble. Just as the woman was about to pounce, Jiang Mian seized the opportunity and rolled to the side. As the woman's hand grasped the sand instantly began to blur. At that moment, Jiang Mian clearly saw the woman briefly revert to her original form. This woman's body now resembled a human's. However, just moments before, she had clearly seen the woman's exposed claws. Her bluish-black skin was clearly not human. She didn't know what species the woman was. Seeing Jiang Mian's disheveled state, she couldn't help but laugh. So you're the savior the blind fortune teller spoke of? You're nothing special. If you could truly save the world, why would you need to hide until now? Jiang Mian paid no heed to the woman's provocation. Her mind was solely focused on dealing with this woman and, incidentally, finding a way to break her abilities. If she still possessed her powers, she could at least put up a fight, but now, without them, she felt utterly powerless against someone with such unique abilities. Jiang Mian suddenly realized something. Yes, she lacked power, but she could render the woman powerless as well. Jiang Mian grinned, suddenly producing a cube and pointing it at the woman. The cube emitted a pale purple light, which then began to reverse. It was as if something had been drained from everyone, except that those whose abilities were sealed emitted very little of the pale purple light. However, the woman opposite her radiated an extremely bright light. The cube, as if it had ingested something extremely important, began to devour it greedily. The woman's face was filled with terror as she glared at Jiang Mian and said, "Stop! You damned human, what are you doing? Seeing her enemy so panicked, Jiang Mian was satisfied. She said provocatively, what am I doing? Of course, it's fair competition. It can't be that you have the ability while we all don't. That's too unfair, don't you think? However, after saying this, Jiang Mian saw the woman's expression change, revealing a mocking look. You think that by restricting my abilities, you can kill me? Little do you know, I am at my strongest when I am powerless. Jiang Mian watched the woman's boasting with a cold expression.